think, by stats, which is weird for Dota,
Yes.
but still we're doing really well in upper bracket, and they were like top 4 on last major. We're doing an amazing job, and I'm sure we're a really strong contender here. I'm not. For me, also, Vichy is super strong team, but I see that it's going to be pretty even game.
What's it like playing with a really good coach behind you? Because you've had some really good coaches in the past. They've got Heen behind them. He's been there. He's done it. He knows how to win a TI. That must be really good for them.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he added a lot of some experience and insights and stuff like that.
Calm them down a little bit.
Discipline.
Discipline. That's a good word. Yeah, very good word. I mean, it makes a difference though, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. I also people are always talking about TNC now and they're mentioning Heen a lot, but I really have to give a lot of credit to the two supports because I feel like they do get left behind in the dust a lot because they have these flashy players. They have Armel, they have Kuku, they have these young rising stars and everything like that. But AU, this guy, as soon as he joined this team, I feel like they completely switched. He's been such a mental player. He works so well around the map. Same thing with Tim's. We saw that unbelievable performance from him during the group stages. So
fantastic.
You can never look over their supports as well as that. So
and his story is amazing, right? Like I actually did not know because his birthday isn't online, but apparently he's 27. Like one of the easily one of the oldest players coming out of the Southeast Asian region. But add on to the top of that, right? He approached TNC not to be a player, not to be their coach,
just to help
but to be their analyst.
Yeah.
And then they were like, "This guy's good. Let's make him our coach." And then from there, they're like, let's make him our captain. Let's have him play on our team. And I think he's doing fantastic work. It's just another one of those stories,
There's
right?
still hope for you, Cap.
Absolutely. That's why I'm so fired up right now, because maybe I can go back, baby. But no, it's like, it reminded me of the Seb story, you know? From,
very similar.
washed up player, just a smart guy about Dota, but can't really click the buttons, and goes into the game and shows that he can actually bring his team to victories.
Let's turn our attention to Vichy. I've said they're the best team of the year. This half of the season, if you like, if we're talking 18, 19, since January, they've been the best team.
There's like a lot of things to talk about with Vichy, right? I think you could hear the roar from the crowd when Yang gets announced, of course. Like you look around, people are wearing Yang hats and everything too. Yeah. He's super popular. Talked to a lot of the pro players, and some of them are saying this guy might be the best player in the world at the moment, stuff like that. I also want to focus. I also do like to focus on supports, but DY is actually my most improved player of the entire year across
you
any
think
team.
Back to the start of the season,
he was. I mean, we used to.
It was
not like
horrible.
Like me and Trent would be watching, and he would dominate all the games.
Let's just be absolutely plainly honest about it, because I think we can be. He was horrible at the start of the season.
His 5 position went from pretty much being like one of the worst, if not the worst, to being like top 2 of 5 positions right now in the international. So he is definitely one of the most improved players for me.
What about Ori's improvement as well, right? Like you have 2 players on that team that have just done tremendous things over the last year. For Ori, I would say it's more like a year and a half, 2 years. But that's like just a really impressive story, and it goes to show that maybe some of the mentality that Ori and Paparazzi have as kind of the core elements of the team, they bring something different, right? This is a team that I see yelling at each other nonstop, but they've never, for this season, they've stayed true to what their roster is, and they've had great performances. So maybe something about that works.
Yeah, Daddy Paparazzi, he's been around for a long time now. He's such a great 1v1 player.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Huge player in China, obviously very popular here as well.
He can play mid, he can play carry.
Right.
He's a perfect teammate.
Yeah. And now he's got great teammates around him, though. Finally. He's in a team where he's not maybe... Like Yang's taken a lot of popularity right here in China. And Ori, obviously, very big out here. So now he's surrounded by great players.
You should give credit to everyone, because when I watch Vichy games, I'm amazed every time. There's always a lot to learn about them. We move as a unit, we work as a unit, we do things together in perfect fashion. It's just an amazing team.
And they're less boring than they were. I want to be honest about this. They weren't my favourite team 12 months ago. They were a bit... I use the word methodical.
Paul doesn't like when people control the map.
No, it's not that at all. It's just, it's like, move in. Let's go in, guys. Oh, we've got a tower, back off. Oh, we've got one racks, back off. We've got the other racks, back off. Get a shrine. Like, come on, finish the game. And then they were a bit... They were too methodical, right? But they seem to have... They've taken the best bits of that, added some aggression, added some fire, and now they're a great team to watch.
Wouldn't you want to be like that too if you made a mistake and you go back to the room and you're like, oh God, ROTK, what's he gonna do to me? Oh no! So come on, you got to understand the discipline.
That's true. Yeah, if you got ROTK back there, I don't want to mess up at all.
Yeah, and to think about it, right? Maybe that's exactly because you now have players as opposed to last year where you just had Paparazzi and Ori. Now you've got like somebody like Yang who is just as willing to yell back. right? And I think that kind of aggression that he has in his personality can translate through to the game.
What's that like, Dendy, playing in a team? Because I always imagine you're a passionate man, you're emotional, but have you had teammates that yell at you and you just feel like, shut up?
It depends. Always different teams. But maybe if
But
I
do you
would
like
play
it,
with
though?
Rodike, or Rodike would be my coach, he would probably give me yelling lessons.
Yes,
And when I would yell at people all the time.
And then we'd have angry Dendy.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't imagine that.
I can't imagine. No, that's not possible.
It's very good
Is
when
it?
you're angry at enemies. Of course, it's.
Of course, yeah. But what about in team, though? How do you cope
What
if
about
someone's
team?
really loud in a team?
I think.
Is it okay?
You can be loud, but then you should still stay friendly and friends, and no one should take it personal or anything like that. Then it's okay. Yeah.
Has that happened to you though? Have you been in a team where someone's really loud and you just want them to not be loud anymore?
Well, we can go loud. Of course, it happened many times, but when we would be happy loud,
Okay.
Scream something not so good, but in a happy way.
Okay.
Oh, I remember watching TI9. I remember watching NAVI and just yelling at their opponents. That was actually such that was like the first big like psychological play.
It was so much fun. We had like mirror right in front of us, and enemy right in front of us.
That's what I was thinking.
You guys got the kill, and you guys would all stand up, and then you would sit down real quick.
We would hit table, we would shake everything up.
Did you bang in the table because it vibrated in the room?
Yes. If we do a kill, we would hit table.
Denny and the boys were the first OG. They were the first chat wheelers.
Yeah.
Before it existed.
Yeah, before chat was even had. What do you spam now? What do you spam?
What do you spam now?
Yeah.
Резать.
I learned what it means now.
Cut, or slash.
Oh, okay.
It's when Sven coming up with big gun, ultimated.
He taught me that one the other day.
Did he?
Yeah, we were spamming a couple of times. Do you know what that means? And I'm like, oh, well, now I do.
Perfect.
It's a good one.
You learn something every day in Dota.
You do?
As well as life. You learn in Dota as well. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. Which way do you think this goes?
VG Gaming.
Yeah?
I have no problem jumping into the spot. I think TNC is going to be a strong lower bracket team. I have them going a bit farther through that lower bracket, but VG Gaming, for here, I think they're just too big of a beast. Again, the biggest problem for me is the fact that TNC, some of the breaks that I saw, some of the mistakes that they made in the group stage, I'm concerned that's going to continue in the playoffs when things are there's even more pressure on them.
That's the problem, Dendy, isn't it? Inconsistency for TNC, because they were a bit up and down in the group stage. And when they look good, they look amazing.
In group stage, we actually took at least one game from every team except MINESKI, which probably know them really well.
SCA.
Yeah.
SCA derbies, they always end up weird.
But for me, I don't know. It was a really, really close games. I expected it to be like 50-50, but the edge would be on Vichy's side just because we're crowd favorites, and obviously a lot of cheering will be.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in this room. Obviously, all Vichy biased, I'm sure.
I'd have to also, though.
I'm going to ask you slightly different to you. What does TNC have to do in this series in order to overcome Vichy?
I think the one thing is that if they have like a certain strategy hasn't really been revealed too much for themselves, that's probably one of the best ones, because I think the TNC is going to do a lot of homework. They have Heen. He's going to come back and he's going to be like, all right, let's bring out the book. Let's see what Vichy's done throughout the whole year at each thing. So I think you have to bring something new to the table, because I do think that TNC some of the times they have been a little bit. It's weird calling TNC a little bit predictable, but with their drafts, you can understand what they're looking for and what they're trying to do. So I feel like they have to bring something extra to the table, at least in that essence, versus Heen.
Okay.
And when it comes to play inside the game, I think a lot of that is going to come around the Tims, which is where some of the slower elements that Denny was talking about, right? These 4 positions that they bring out, like the Earthshaker and Enigma, these like really big team fighters that can beat them, that can beat Vichy Gaming in the late game. Like, he's going to have to come through clutch, because I think there's going to be a large chance of Vichy Gaming take control at first 20.
Okay, so that's what they got. Dendy, agree, disagree?
Yeah, I kind of would like to see
chance?
Teams Mirana. Yeah.
Tim's Mirana, yeah.
Okay.
Tim Shaker, Tim Spirit.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 that I'm looking for.
I was going to actually talk about Mirana. Look, it's quite a bit of support Mirana now.
Yeah,
Last game
this hero actually have really high win rate at this tournament. Yeah, it's doing really well. It's randomly came here after last small meta patch, and here it is. We see a lot of Mirana, and it's very successful.
Yeah.
I think it's like the 4th most picked with like 60% win rate or something. Yeah. It's like crazy that any hero that could be that popular also hold that kind of win rate.
It's flexible, right? I think that's the biggest thing that I've seen is like when you open it, it's like you can still run it mid, you can still run it even like I didn't feel like I saw I don't think I saw a carry one, but we saw mid and we saw 4 position at least picked up.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. And I think Moon is the. Whenever you see Moon playing, you're thinking, oh well, Marana might come out in this particular game because he's so good on it. So yeah, it can be a bit of a flex pick, I guess. Vici, on the other hand, what have they got to be careful about in this game? What would they not do for TNC?
I think the biggest thing is making sure that they win their lanes against TNC. Making sure, for example, that if they sacrifice Cuckoo, really shut down Cuckoo's game, right? Especially if they give him like the Cuckoo Bat Rider that he's so good with. Like, make sure he doesn't actually have the game. Punish the fact that they're sacrificing a little bit and trying to secure their safe lane more. I've seen TNC do that a couple times, and somehow Cuckoo walks away like he's half the time he's solo, but he still walks away like he's been dual laning the entire time. He walks away with that kind of farm. So make sure he doesn't have a good game.
Cuckoo's the one he's definitely the one I'm concerned about that I think Vici's going to address. Before, when I was saying, I messed up saying it before, I was saying that Heen was going to do homework. None of you guys corrected me. I was waiting for you guys to make fun of me, but I meant auto TK. It's okay.
It's fine. We've got your back.
I caught myself after I said it all, but yeah, I think that's the one that I'm worried about is that Cuckoo, I think I've only really been seeing him play like his Sanking and his Bat Rider.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he needs to find some more variety.
Couple more in there. Dendy, what do they have to be careful of?
I don't know. I think we should just play their own game and
Not worry about TNC at all?
not worry about anything but their own game. Just focus on what we want to do and keep going.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much, gents. That's it from our panel, but we need to bring in some experts. So let's head over to our expert panel for the draft.
VG Gaming versus TNC Predator. Game 1.
I thought we were bringing in some experts, but Gunnar, I hear you got stomped in an in-house. What's going on here, man?
You know, Fog, he tried his best and he ruined my game. Nothing you can do. I was also against a TI winner, Dendy.
True,
I'm not a TI winner.
but you two are playing in the same region now. Grant, this man exported himself out of North America. Did you disavow him?
I did not. Gun Daddy here. He's still cool. He's repping us over there, and I appreciate that. Especially, TNC on the line. We'll get the inside scoop now.
Yeah, you got the C region
a
info.
spy. Is that what you're saying?
Indeed.
Okay. Deep cover Gunner. I like it. We're here. It's the second series now of the main event. Already.
Quick.
And it was a fast first game as well. Virtus Pro just looked completely lost. And what a way for LGD to solidify the Chinese crowd behind them, getting a rapier. Now it's up to Vici Gaming to see if they can follow up a performance like that.
Yeah, and I think it should be a pretty good series. I'm surprised the panel actually took Vici Gaming right there, but pretty convincingly. I thought TNC actually looked reasonably well in the group stage, and they talked about it on the panel, see the draft, that it's these heroes, these team fighters, they have the longest games in some of the tournaments, and that's because these Earthshakers and Enigmas they're picking, they don't mind scaling into the late game with heroes like that, and I think we'll see a lot here.
Yeah, a lot of the team focuses around Tim's, I think, in the early game to mid game. He picks these, like they said, Earthshaker and Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
He's always gets these Blink Daggers and these big initiations, so I'm looking for TNC to draft some big hero for him.
Yeah, and I like the Chen ban. AU, he has been he's one of the few people keep challenging him. They're like, you know what? Let's give him the Chen, and then all of a sudden you gave him a Chen, maybe you give him an Alchemist, and you're like, oh, what have we done? So,
Yeah, it spirals out of control quickly whenever you give these teams their comfort heroes, and also when you give teams heroes that have just been very irritating. Enchantress has been one of the most hated heroes in pubs. How do you kill this hero? But I guess maybe it's magic damage, Gunner?
Yeah, so Enchantress is really not good because she has a lot of healing in the early game with her Nature's Attendance.
Correct.
So when you pick an AA, you stop her healing. It's a lot of heroes like Juggernaut or Lifesteal with built-in magic immunity are really good at piercing through or untouchable. So maybe they pick something like Juggernaut here if they want to pick their carry early. That hero's kind of weaker, I think. Gyro's another hero that's good against her. His Rocket Barrage goes through untouchable in the early game.
Yep. Sand King, kind of the same thing. It's all magic damage. You stun in, you Sandstorm, you cast an ultimate, you got to just blow her up right there. And I like two of the bans on the side of TNC. I was going to bring them up. It's Ogre as well as the Tidehunter, and those heroes, just Vici Gaming, they will always take it. They're one of the few who's only really running it in the 3 position, and just get rid of it. That hero is such a nuisance.
Yeah, we saw the Tidehunter bring LGD great success in Game 1. Really, it's a regional favorite, but we're seeing a lot of different stuff coming out. Magnus being picked up now by Vici Gaming.
A lot of the Chinese teams like Magnus more than the other regions. I think LGD picks it a lot for
Right.
FY. They play a little slower than the other regions, I think, but they They get like the slowness helps them with the Empower. Their carry always is going to be top of the net worth. It gives them team fights in the mid and the late game. So I like it. It also lets them contest TNC. If Tim's goes a more greedy hero like Earthshaker as a 4, the Magnus is also going to get a blink, and his carry is going to get farm. So
I'm curious, because don't they usually play Yang on the mag? They're one of the few teams who really likes playing it on the
they're
3. And you have an
gonna roll with
Enchant, like, I'll be honest, I love both these heroes as a 3 way more than, like, say, Enchant as a 5 or the mag as a 4, but I'm curious, because Enchant, she's a lane stomper. You know what she's going to do. Meanwhile, Magnus is a little bit different. Maybe you get a skewer on the tower, but you're just trying to survive. So if they do play it as a 4, you know, here you go. You're the buff bot.
Trying to survive, and then, just trying to get levels. So what is going to be the pairing for this Magnus? You want to find someone to empower. You want to make sure you enable your carry to accelerate very quickly, which is why Vici Gaming ban out the Alchemist. They want to make sure that no other carry can keep the pace of a hero that has empower.
Yeah.
a nice thing about this Magnus pick and the Enchantress is that Enchantress can solo her lane really early on.
Okay.
And a lot of teams like to run Magnus in a tri lane.
Assuming that it's going to be
Assuming
a
that
3
it's a
Enchantress.
3 Enchantress and a 4 Magnus.
Which I hope it is.
Yeah, the Magnus can get early boots. He can skewer into tower with another stun from the 5. So a tri lane with Magnus is a lot stronger than doing dual lanes, I think. So it's kind of a really nice combo that they already have.
Yeah. You're already scared though, right? You have an enchant and a mag, and then you look on the other side. You just have this AoE burst damage, like just in 2 heroes is AA. So you definitely need someone survivable again. I mean, how do you feel about Jug this tournament?
Jug's been a really weak hero. They've nerfed, I think, really small. The past couple, like 3-4 patches, they removed his early game agility. They removed 5 movement speed, I think. They removed 10 or 15 damage from each level of blade mail per second.
How are you going to talk bad about one of Hector's favorite carries? It's Wraith King and Juggernaut all day, every day, and he's been cleaning up on those 2 heroes.
It is, and I feel you do need, honestly, a hero like that. Like Jug, obviously, with the spin, the magic immunity, and then Wraith King, right? You commit onto him, at least you have a full nother life. It's so hard to take a hero like that down, and maybe they will on Vici look to do a hero like that.
And they actually ban out their own Sven, which was a potential for Vici Gaming. Again, you're looking for combinations with this Magnus and power to speed up and accelerate the farm of a carry.
I could see a hero like Troll Warlord right now.
Okay.
For the side of Vici Gaming, it matches well with the Magnus, and as well, you don't die in ult to the AA blast.
Right. If you're in battle trance, you won't shatter.
Yeah, so it's a little like Shallow Grave. It gives you an extra,
little bit of time.
Yeah.
You never know. Just survive, get a kill. I mean, we saw Ortiz rampage with just 1 extra second. Like, honestly, something like that against an AA is that important. And I'm really surprised they ban out those 2 heroes. It says to me, as you brought up Tsunami, Alk and Sven both are 2 of those heroes that do speed the game up quicker. And obviously, they don't want that. You want this mag, empower, and do your own thing. Oh, a Tiny.
Tiny's been one of TNC Predator's favorite heroes of the group stage, and overall just a really solid hero that we've seen any team pick. It's just, I see an immense amount of magic burst damage. I would be terrified if I'm this Enchantress right now.
The Tiny Axe is really good against Ench in the mid game as well. You don't get attack speed slowed, a lot of physical. Ench does have low armor, but you can't hit her normally. But having the ability to do physical damage without having to hit her is really good, I think.
So if this was like a team secret draft on the side of TNC, I would have no idea which hero is playing well. We could see like mid AA, we could see 3-position Sand King. Based on TNC, which way are you leaning towards the AA Sand King and Tiny being played?
I think AA 5, Tiny 4, Sand King 3.
Okay.
They don't play mid Tiny, do they?
I don't believe they do. I mean, it's like MINESKI, right? Moon's like the biggest one, but I don't think TNC really plays that much.
I know OG plays it. Thompson played mid Tiny, I think, once or twice in the group
Do
stage.
you know what they played it against? Sorry, I'm trying to think, like, if it's just like a matchup kind of thing, or...
I think Thompson likes it here. I believe he's like gold rank too, so he plays it.
He's like, just give me it. I just want to burst. I want to set that record. I want to get a lot of kills. Yeah. And I was curious, what do you think about that DP last ban? Why do you ban a DP against a team who has mag? Like, does that say anything about what you're going to pick for middle?
It could kind of push the Tiny more towards mid, because since he has really high health, the DP can siphon him in the mid game and kind of control him, but I think it's more for the lifestealer.
Okay.
DP matches really well against lifestealer all stages of the game. Late game, at 25, you'll get a haste talent, so lifestealer can never catch you. But even before that, the spirits go through rage. You can kind of kite the lifestealer, make a fight a little slower, get through rage, silence him, and kind of burst him.
And even beyond pushing Tiny towards or out of mid, you also need push on towers. Death Prophet would have been a great hero, because Vici Gaming kind of lacking in the ability to take structures right now, because TNC Predator have amazing wave clear. How are you going to ever make your way to a tower and actually start dealing damage to it?
And even just like the group up factor, right? Like, if you look, cool, they have a mag, reverse polarity's fun, but then you have a Witch Doctor and Enchant. It's not like, yo, we're ready to just go and team fight you.
But they'll be able to heal, right? Oh,
They will.
wait.
Oh,
There's the ancient apparition on the other side. What are you going to do?
Why did they take that Witch Doctor? I'm thinking now. Obviously, they enjoy the hero, nice multi-stun. If they do like a tri-lane, Witch Doctor level 1 is pretty good.
True.
And there it is, the Jug. Okay. I think you had to do it versus the A, and you have the Empower, and you're going to be able to ramp up extremely quick.
Yeah, they banned the. I think Sven could have been a good pick if they didn't ban it.
Yeah.
It matches fairly well against the Lifestealer, and that's one of the few heroes right now that wants to go BKB early and is melee. A lot of the ones are like Gyrocopter goes BKB early this patch, but they need a melee hero for this Empower. So I like the Jug.
Just a hero that's going to have to be very, very careful about how he uses that spell immunity. Both carries have that sort of option.
That's what Tiny does, right? Tiny just makes you, it really does, once he gets that Blink Dagger, it just makes you think, like, is he behind me? Where is he at? You always have to know where he is on the map.
I got a question, Gunnar. Why do you think that the Shadowblade Tiny build died out so heavily? Is it because this Aghanims has kind of taken precedence, or just Blink Dagger's too good? Because Tiny's a hero that's been competitive for an extremely long time, so many builds, and right now we're seeing like a very, very pop-in, do a bunch of damage, very flashy Tinies.
Shadowblade in general has gotten a lot less popular. A lot of teams are playing a lot more fast, a lot more together. And the Shadowblade playstyle is like the Slark's Shadowblade playstyle, where you'd Shadowblade in, you'd find this Crystal Maiden, kill a Crystal Maiden, and then walk away as well.
The Assassins.
Yeah, so a lot of Dota, there's no more Assassins. The Assassins are more, in a team fight, you jump the backline. You don't find a solo hero anymore. That's kind of, a lot of teams have improved, I think, over the past couple years. So I think Shadowblade kind of, as well, people are playing more detection, more dusts, even gems for no invis to just deward.
That's true.
So
yeah, I was just surprised that whenever Sentry Wars got limited, I thought that, oh, maybe this makes invis heroes a little bit better, but it doesn't seem to be the case. And especially since TNC have a Lifestealer on their team, you want to make as many Blink vehicles as possible, be it either the Sand King or the Tiny.
They banned Kunkka, that gives them, it's more team fight. I think they're banning a lot of team fight right now.
I mean, they need it. Like, they need somebody to group up. Someone who can, like, rotate now. None of these heroes rotate. Enchantress wants to sit in the lane. Mag wants to empower the Jug. Witch Doctor, I mean, it's a Witch Doctor. Like, you're going to be lucky to get boots at 5 minutes kind of thing. They need someone who can move around the map, and Kunkka's the best one from the mid line.
I really like the last 3 bans from TNC. The Kunkka, Death Prophet, Ember, all of them match really well with the Magnus, and then it gives them this early game team fight. All 3 of them. So I think TNC has really nice bans against Vici.
I'm just baffled at the Vici picks. They've picked 3 heroes who really like to heal.
Yeah.
Juggernaut with the healing ward, Witch Doctor, and Enchantress, and now they're going to wrap it up with what is most likely a mid Lina for Vici Gaming.
I like it. I mean, you should be able to dominate in. Obviously, TNC has the last pick. We'll see what they want to take, but you have someone who can move around. You have someone who can actually burst down. Maybe the lifesteal, you hit a stun from Fog, you get the Laguna off. You do have the ability to now kill that lifestealer, which is nice.
I could see them.
You're tanky.
Yeah, I could see TNC picking a 4 here and putting Tiny mid.
Okay.
It matches up well against the Lina. You have a lot of HP, so her nukes don't do a high percentage of your health.
Yeah.
And you can kill her the whole mid game. Once you get your blink, she dies. She doesn't get HP that much. I think they could pick Rubik. I think could be a decent hero, and maybe Earthshaker. Both of them are on ban. Tim's really likes those type of playmakers in the mid and late game.
Is there a way Alina just destroys like a Tiny in the laning phase? Like, you get the stun, you get a couple of the creeps, and you just out harass them, or no? Eventually, Tiny will just catch up.
Yeah, because I would assume that Lina having such high range and Tiny having to go back to get a tree every 5 seconds would make it pretty Lina favored. But
a lot of the time, you get boots really early on Tiny, even some mid start boots as a mid laner, which is kind of unheard of for other heroes. They get into range, they just toss combo. The Lina will lose like 60% of her health. A combo for Tiny from the Lina, he'll lose like 15, 20, 30, maybe max, and he can just salve up.
I see.
It's more like the mid game, I think. A lot of Vici Gaming's heroes are squishy, and if he goes mid, I think this Ags build, this Blink Echo Ags,
so fun,
is really nice.
Yeah. And it is the Queen of Pain.
They're going to go traditional. It's Queen of Pain versus Lina in the mid lane. Really curious to see how this one's going to shape up, but I'm going to give it to someone who will know a little bit better. It's the Banana, it's the Slamma, it's the Jamma, it's BSJ.
This game, I think we have a classic hold the fort for Vici. They have Empower, and the only problem I have with an Empower lineup is if you lose too many objectives so that you don't have enough space on the map to farm. But I feel like they have a lot of kill potential and burst on TNC, but they don't have the best tower taking potential after they get those kills. So I feel like they're going to have to get too many kills on TNC in order to close off the map for Vici. So I'm going to have to favor the Empower lineup. But if TNC is able to apply that aggression and turn those snowballing kills into more objectives, I think they'll have a great chance of taking this. I'm going to give it over to Toby Wan and Cinderin. Take it away.
You know, it's a beautiful time when BSJ is sitting there saying, you know what, TNC's got to be aggressive, because that's exactly what we want to see, Sind.
Yep, it is, and this game is definitely a clash of styles. Vici Gaming, toward the end of the groups, I want to say, started playing a little bit slower in some of their games, and they've taken this style into this game. And I share a lot of the reads and thoughts of the panel and BSJ here as far as what the strengths and the weaknesses of each lineup are. And my biggest concern for Vici Gaming is, how do you find fights? You have your catch is skewer and cask.
It's almost like we have to go back to the older Magnus. Was like, I blink instantly RP and then skewer back.
But he's a position 4.
He is a position 4.
It takes a while to get those items out. So yeah, it's going to be tricky, I think, for him to get these things done in the game. And when you look at TSC's lineup, it's the other way around. They have plenty of ways to start and fight. They have a Tiny who's probably going to get a dagger. He is position 4, so also a bit slower, but Sand King is a great catch.
Yep.
They have the Infest into Queen of Pain that can potentially jump the backlines and get kills. But at the same time, maybe slightly playing on a timer, not too good at taking towers.
Yeah, but that's what TNC always plays like. You got to have them being aggressive. This is what it is. Just run forward. We have our combinations for kills. The timing as well doesn't also seem to be limited. Like, you don't have to wait for the infest before you go for a kill. The draft panel was talking about this tri lane that they could actually get away with running if you want to get up in the face of VG Gaming. If you want to try and restrict this area that VG needs to farm up, needs to be able to control to make the most of that in power. So,
There's so much. I'll let them release.
Yep.
Okay,
right.
We're good.
Out
All
of
right.
the system, or it's just on cooldown for the moment.
There we go. So yeah, as far as TNC's game goes, because of the nature of how their lineup works, with being very kill hungry and having a lot of stuns and fighting potential in team fights, and Vici being a little more lacking in that department, a lot of the time games like these get very decided in the first 10 minutes, because if the team that has all this catch and all this aggressive potential gets rolling, and the other team can't fight back, sometimes the game they just run out of steam really quickly. Vici Gaming, we had a game with that with their mag where it started losing map control. On the other hand, if Vici Gaming's laning goes well, TNC can't punish as hard as they want, and then all of a sudden you have a free farming Magnus or a Jugger with Empower, which you have to deal with. So.
Yep. So they can't let them have that space. They've got to really try and control VG Gaming. The first battle for the runes is going to be, well, probably not that much of a fight. Tims isn't really going to have a battle against VG Gaming on the bottom lane, and there will be the contest by Cuckoo, as well as AU, which Paparazzi will have nothing to do with. So again, it's just that one floater around the runes, but it's going to be a straight 2-2 trade.
Yep.
So we actually get tri-lane versus tri-lane for the moment. This is how everything always starts. How long do you actually hold this? Like, if you're VG Gaming, like how fast do you pull the Magnus back?
I think they're just not... I'm not sure they're getting what they want here.
Well, they're body blocking the wave for the Radiant side, and they're letting theirs go.
Yeah, that's pretty standard nowadays, because what will happen now is this wave will push at the bottom lane. It will push into Enchantress, and she can play control on her side of the lane. But TNC, I think, did the right thing here. You put the Sand King bottom, you get the supports to just stay top and give Lifestealer a good start, and then eventually you can start making some moves. TNC
They're already
already moving around. And Sand King is one of the better heroes at dealing with these aggressive tri-lanes, because you can hide in the Sandstorm, you can buy this Pulling Blade right now, put down a sentry when they sentry. If you eat their sentry, they can't kill you. And I think there's only one sentry in play here for Vici Gaming, only one on DY, as Magnus is already left and is going top to help Yang.
Yeah.
After the switcheroo.
They both were holding it, but you're right, it's moved off that bottom lane. Still wait for the time for it. Tims and Darmel trying to play against Ori. Normally it's meant to be a little aggressive early on, especially with the Tims Tiny. Always looking for the right opportunity to attack. Same time, Gabby. Greatest thing about a Lifestealer, you've got so much to stay in your own lane up on that top, so you're going to be okay. Especially with the help from Ancient Apparition right behind you.
The lane gets tricky for Lifestealer when Enchantress hits 6. If she hits it early, and Lifestealer doesn't have total free farm, but the free farm aspect is probably in play. It's an Ench Magnus lane. It's very weak. Ench is strong by herself. Magnus doesn't really contribute very much, but he needs to get experience somewhere. So he's just
Tims, he's trying to kill off DY. That's not going to work though, but almost did.
Cute. Cute try.
It's like the worst creeps as well that you can be thrown into, the Ancient Prowlers.
Yeah. But yeah, Lifestealer will be okay happy up here. I think the challenge for Vici Gaming in their safe lane is to get Yang 6 as soon as possible without giving Fade no game on the mag. So every minute he will pull this camp, more than likely. And if Ench can get 6 in the meantime while he's doing this, they will end up winning this lane, which has a Magnus in it. If you win your Magnus lane, you're generally very, very happy with that. Doesn't even have to be a huge one. Even a draw most of the time when you have a support mag is a great outcome.
Just talk about winning the lanes. The one you were talking about before is like SK can hide inside the Sandstorm and farm on bottom lane. Hasn't had to use the Sentry and Quelling Blade, and hasn't even really got that much CS. He's 5-0 against the 15-4 of Paparazzi. I was expecting Paparazzi to have a pretty good game. Like, Juggernaut hasn't really been the most popular of heroes, but Paparazzi, I don't think there's been a single game where you've said he's performed poorly. And he's going to make this Juggernaut work, especially in the early.
Yeah, I used to have... When you think back 1 year, I used to consider Paparazzi one of the more unstable carries in his previous composition in the team. Would sometimes overextend, would make reckless decisions, get killed too much for a carry. I think he has improved a lot lately and really bumped himself up to the top of the list of the best carries in the world. Just mainly, it's not really his mechanics that have improved that much, it's his decision making. He just understands the map better, knows the limits of his heroes better. And it's showing in the results this year for Vici Gaming.
I feel like I also, like on both of these teams, there's the supports that make space for a lot of these cores too. Like, DY's been having a great time, but here comes your toss as Tim's going to work very early on. Paralyzing cast make it difficult to move forward. The Avalanche buying space, combining with the Burrow Strike. This will be first blood. Going the way of Gabby. Paparazzi, there's no real way he can intimidate them to get off his support.
That's great news for Gabby to get the kill. 300 gold, it's the same as 6.5 creeps. Now you're going to have the swap going around, so Sand King will still stay bottom for now, looking to pull, and I guess he's waiting to see what Vici Gaming's rotations are. Now that Enchantress has TP'd bottom, they might want to swap something around again, and that looks to be the case. Gabby is now starting to run across the map while Sand King stays bottom to face the Enchantress.
Tip's going to go towards mid. Shadow Strike out. Already line strike away from Ori. Connects on Armnell. Thanks to that regeneration. He's got all the mana and the health to fight for this one. Even the help coming in from AU. Now they may even get more. Tibbs has got tossed back. Magnus arrived to go for a quick skewer, grabbing two with the paralyzing cast. Tibbs as well as AU have to separate themselves up, but look at Armel. Blinked underneath the tower. Kills off Fate, copping a hell of a lot of damage, but they've got 3 heroes here. TNC as one. They push underneath the tower. GP support's coming in. Maybe now it's a little too deep from Tims.
As one, they feed the tiny in the trees. Yeah. Didn't get the toss that he wanted there on the Witch Doctor. A melee creep came in the way, so Tims could not get the target that he wanted. But at the very least, they were diving with the chat wheel active, so looking to be in good spirits.
It's what you want to see if you're a TNC fan, right? Like, they're getting in there, they're fighting hard. It may not always make total sense, but that's how you topple one of the strongest teams in the tournament.
I like the mindset, though, that they're just trying to put the pressure, right? They're... Even though that was an overextension, the idea of playing this hard aggression and just keeping on cycling your cooldowns to get bonus kills, I think is a good approach. You don't want to just sit back and chill, and they've made some good laning adjustments by ensuring that the Sand King is playing against Enchantress, so Lifestealer has a better time. But Lifestealer against Jugger lane's completely fine. They're both going to farm. If Jugger gets some kill potential with a spin, you just rage it off, and you're absolutely safe and sound, so no problem there. Vici Gaming, however, are still the ones with the early lead. They've just got the better gold out of their lanes overall, mid lane.
Ori's being attacked, so will Elgato. He's going to run straight past him, looking for the primary kill onto the leaner. Toss him up, throw him down. Okay.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Confirmed dead.
Confirmed.
And they did this with the Siege Creep alive too. They might want to keep this alive, but they can't do it. There's no additional creeps, no glyph. And this will not turn into any tower damage. Something to keep in mind, as we've talked about, this team doesn't have the best pushing potential, so you really need to play around those catapults. And the gank timing was good, but the wave was dead.
We're going to go.
Lina nuked it out.
Wait, hang on. There's a sentry ward down. Tims is... He's playing because he thinks he has the advantage with the extra information, but Fade's here. DY will start with the Maldic, skewer him over into Ori, combining with the Laguna Blade. Tims, man, I know he wants information, I know he feels confident, but that Maldic pop is going to finish him off.
And yeah, he wants to get in here. He wants to get information in the enemy jungle because obviously you're playing against the Magnus and Power lineup. They're going to be stacking camps for the Jugger to farm later. And while Jugger is farming and playing defensively in the jungle, the Enchantress can just play super aggressively in lanes because she's so hard to kill. And that's a nice a nice balance in this lineup is the pressure that can come from that hero as well as the Lina pushing out waves to keep TNC having to go back and defend and clearing up, giving them that space.
And here they go again with the Observer and Sentry. They're making sure Ori can't see him coming right up the hill. They'll block TNC into the mid. Paralyzing cast coming. That's a little bit more problematic. Ori, he's getting a lot of damage out. Hey, Yu's going to go down. Ori will still fall for this course, but Yang's had time to TP over. Armel TPing out. One more rip to the help. Be enough damage. And Armel, not enough time on that TP to get away to safety.
Yeah, they were super ready to help out there. Might see a bit of a change up from Ori in this game. Maybe getting a little tankier in his build would be super useful. They seem to be targeting him really hard. Maybe getting one bracer or a raindrop, anything that could give him just that little extra time for them to connect, and this could go even better.
He's already had 3 of the deaths of the 5 kills the TNC has claimed. So
they're targeting him really hard, but guess what that means? That just means the Enchantress and Jugger are having great games. And now that Gabby's playing against Ench, you see the problem. He's getting zoned out, won't be able to farm here. He's going to leave this lane. It's not feasible for him to stay up here. And of course, you have him power lineup. Sure, you target out one core, but you're not even targeting the guy who's going to, carry the game, which should more than likely be the Juggernaut with power. So the upside, of course, is the guy that they are targeting is the primary playmaker. And if you stifle Lina a bit, VG Gaming will be playing more defensively, but so far it's okay. They're getting what they need.
Yeah, TNC need to add more pressure. But they still don't have that perfect timing yet. The Infest from Gabby just being used for farming and lane presence for the moment. And Cuckoo doesn't have that delivery system with a Blink Dagger, but it looks like they're going to give him top lane. But it really does feel like SK needs to get a lot more out of this game before TNC can be properly enabled, even with Tim's toss.
Both of the items he has queued up on Sand King are super good this game. I suppose you will get the dagger first, but I still think you get Veil after that. It's incredible for your whole team. They have insane amounts of magic damage to get amplified by it. Oh, he's gonna get dusted.
Right, Cuckoo, however, Burrow strikes the other side. He'll be away.
Okay, minus 90 gold. There's nobody there to help him. That kill is just flat out not happening from Yang. But maybe a bit of a fear factor going forward.
Cuckoo feels fine enough just to buy up the bottle as well. Just walk through, back up to full health and decent mana. Good timing for it as well as the 10-minute bounty runes are about to spawn. TNC's looking to fight around the bottom, but Radiant scan up on the hill. It does ping, so they're already a little bit concerned. Witch Doctor throws out the cast, won't bounce to anyone but Juggernaut. Ready to fight, needs some damage with Maldic already being committed. Ancient Apparition's back to relative safety, but with 3 seconds of the runes, Sentry wards are down. Witch Doctor getting really caught out by the avalanche. Maybe with the heal, no, it's still not going to be enough. But PG Gaming, they want to fight. Shockwave connects on 2. The Infest, Tiny, where are you going? Yeah, you've got someone else inside of you now. Gabby will pop out. Paparazzi's already got the kill on Tim's. While up on top, Cuckoo keeping Yang away from the runes, but because he barrier striked in, no escape. Sandstorm was just on cooldown. And Yang, well, he already had the dust anyway, so big kills from VG Gaming happening on both sides of the map.
And it's Siege Creep Wave. They're pushing out bottom. Enchantress is starting a push up top as well, has 2 waves. And that catapult, so bottom tower definitely going down. Mid tower, see Fade immediately walking over here to try and defend it. Will more than likely be absolutely successful. There's
trouble DY. Nah, Tim's has already killed him.
And he's dead. That's really high levels on Tiny. Level 7 now, minute 10. That's great for him.
He's been involved in all of the kills. All 7. 2 kills, 5 assists.
The Force on VG Gaming are happy. We talked about this is the early game, the early stage of the game.
Skewer underneath the tier 2 tower in mid. Fade. Sonic Wave pushes him back. The Shadow Strike was going to kill him, but Armel really trying to push the issue. Ori will arrive, but it's all a little too late.
So another extra kill going the way of TNC onto Fade, but where's the tower damage? Are you limiting the VG Gaming lineup from getting what they want accomplished? They got the bottom tower, they're almost getting the top tower, and this is the farming side that's doing the pushing, right? This is the lineup that you expected would maybe be a little bit slower, and they're still the first ones to get a tower and almost get the second one. So very good news for VG Gaming.
They're trying to go up for Enchantress. The Ice Blast is coming in. They just have to hold him there, and they're able to do so. Yang.
Nice execution.
Felt really good about pushing the tower as well, but the Midas took out the catapult, and then the push power just came a little too slow, and still by himself. Just in case you needed to raise the spirits. So VG, like, you've still done heavy damage to the tier 1 tower up on top. You've taken the bottom tier 1 tower as well. Is this that point where you're actually happy to let this tier 1 tower go? Should the TP in?
This is pretty dangerous.
Well, here comes your avalanche already. DY, open wounds up, can't move away. Paralyzing cast, making it difficult for TNC to instantly disengage. Paparazzi has the Omni Slash available. Here comes your Ice Blast, however. Yang and Paparazzi both getting chilled to the bone. And they need more help to arrive. Fate's thinking about making his own play. He's going to skewer himself away. He wanted to skewer into the RP if they really want to have the fight, but maybe now Ori can find an exiting hero. With a Lion Strike Array, they control Cuckoo. He'll Burrow Strike away, but because he's been dusted up, one more attack. He went down to 18 HP, the Shockwave, it pulls it back, down to 29. They still need one more. The Flame will reach from afar. Ori channels the power of the dragon.
Really nice
Right
spell.
at the Sand King.
Super good spell casting. They hit so many things right on the edge. The Shockwave was great. The Dragon Slaving the end, just barely clipping. They get the impetus off as well before he gets down. Super nice from VG Gaming. And I thought they were going to lose this tower and maybe a couple of kills, but they end up holding it barely, and they are the ones rewarded with a tower kill. They get this on the Jugger. He's now far ahead of the curve.
He's right in front of 3 heroes.
And, yep. But he's not walking up.
All right.
Maybe old Paparazzi would have farmed that camp. But new Paparazzi.
They were hoping for it. The Ice Blast just flew straight over the top of him.
Version 2.0 does not make that mistake anymore.
And that's the kind of clean, sharp play. That's the reason why a lot of people were backing VG Gaming coming into this TI.
Yep.
Like even over teams like LGD. So Fate's getting his time to farm up inside the jungle. There's so much space in the jungles. DY earning all the fantasy points by stacking every single possible camp he can.
You love that, don't you? Do you have him in your team today?
Of course I do.
Oh, of course.
Of course I do. Like, you're 14 minutes into the game and he's got 13 fantasy points. That's how fast DY moves.
And he also has a haste now, so
yeah,
also moves fast.
That was the intended visual pun.
Oh, I didn't know you were looking at that. I'm looking at my own stuff.
I'm looking at everything, man. I see all. Gabby takes the tier 1 tower up on top. Actually, he misses the last hit on it. But still be a tier 1 tower dropping. The mid tier 1 tower is being chipped away. Fade will finally come out and defend that. But VG Gaming starting to have some damage done to their map control. Losing the tier 1 tower up on top as well as mid. This is really going to start to feel a restriction and an opportunity for TNC to at least gain some vision. If you can get those orbs down, see where VG is moving.
I thought VG were not going to fight the top tower, but defend everything else, or try to defend everything else in the game. But showing that they already want to defend the top tower, I think they're willing to fight for every tower on the map. The question is, are TNC? They're getting a bit surprised here in mid, have to pop the glyph.
Ice
3 heroes
Blast
came
coming
out
in.
here. Smoke.
Support's arriving as well. The Ice Blast into the back lines. He'll connect over only on Fate. Cuckoo and Armel TP'd into the side trees with Tims. But VG is fine with this. It's still going to be a 2-2 rune trade. Yang still building up, and if TNC want to fight, VG are more than ready. Level 2 Omni Slash. The Manta Style is freshly done over on Paparazzi. Ori with the Yule Scepter knows he's able to control or potentially escape. The only thing they're really missing from this fight is kind of Fate's Blink Dagger. Then it feels a lot better for VG. Then there's that initiation you were talking about.
And they don't have to brute force this mid tower, but what they're accomplishing by going there is they're forcing TNC to react, and that means they're not making their own moves. So it's the good old saying, right? Sometimes a good offense is the best defense. Is that how it goes?
Yeah,
something like that. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, other way around.
No, but it was the same thing I said, just in the other order. But anyway, you get what I mean. You play aggressive, and in return, you end up defending your mid lane. Because every time they make the move first and TNC react, it's a win, as long as they're farming, too. So stretch that as far as you can, right? You know you're not playing the high stun teamfight lineup, but if you can get skirmishes going and make TNC move after you, it's good news.
TNC still have more time to wait before they can fight. We actually thought the Cuckoo might go to Blink Dagger, but he went Veil and now is going into the Blink, so it still feels like it needs both items. Almost the downside about VG Gaming, yeah, you could farm up inside your own jungle, but because these tier 1 towers have been taken out, there's some safer areas for TNC to farm on bottom lane, because VG don't want to keep pressuring this. In fact, VG, they're looking for their own kind of movement. TNC are smoked up looking for something on bottom lane. No one's coming to contest that. Once again, VG arrive at the tier 1 tower at mid.
Did you notice TNC's movement there? They started making their own move towards bottom. VG start pushing in toward mid, and they have to cycle back in again. Ice Blast.
Toss, Ice Blast, no! Full stop! Pushes Yang out, saving himself. And now the Ancient Apparition trapped underneath the Juggernaut. Sand King is dying in the backlines too. The Maledicт, I think, is actually going to end up popping him off camera. Yep, that's what happens. Your Scepter is just the catch out. Armel can't move anywhere with the RP and Omni Slash. TNC are playing stuck in the mud, and no one wants to run through their legs.
Perfect fight from them. If Yang could have somehow not been clipped by the Ice Blast, that's the ideal fight. But they still got that on him, so they get the 1 kill. But again, TNC trying to move bottom, VG immediately pressure mid, TNC cross back, and then they lose that fight and the tower. And it doesn't look like much with a 2k gold lead, but this kind of lineup hits this point of critical mass when Jugger becomes a monster. He is so far ahead already, 2,000 gold ahead of the Lifestealer, and if you keep letting this guy farm up, give him an Aegis, he's an excellent high ground sieger too.
And he's always got so many damn stacks. And we're actually seeing this moment again, so the RP, while the Omni Slash was still going, just gives Paparazzi that triple kill. It's like, yep, okay, nice. Nice.
Ice Blast.
Yeah, looking for Fade. Avalanche, toss combination. This is what TNC wanted. Even though the Blink Dagger gets bought by Fade, he won't lose any money, but they need to be aggressive. And now Lifestealer caught out. He'll rage up quickly. Just wants to run out, but he cannot make it to the creep. The Death Ward able to continue to reach out, not to mention all the Ori buff. That's the first reveal of the Shadow Blade too. He only just got this.
Yep, this is not that common of a Lina build nowadays, but immediately put to use for a great kill. It's a good way for them to catch the Queen of Pain as well, and another escape tool. So, yeah, it seems like every time TNC get even a little bit going. It's like, yay, we got this mag kill. Oh, we lost our carry. So the trade-off once again against them. And now it's a 3k gold lead for Juggernaut. Well, what do you know? He gained another 1,000 in 1 minute because of the kill on the Lifestealer.
Yeah, he's almost finished discarding. Like, we're 20 minutes in. He's got enough to pick up the ultimate, or just needs the money for the point booster now. Ice Blast is flying again. This one will be short. If it did connect, Tim's was there ready to go, but he'll deward the sentry instead. Just pressure being applied on all sides. Cuckoo's trying to keep him out of the bottom. He also now has the Blink as well as Veil. Got to bring in this team fight from TNC. And if it's just not a team fight, at least a pick-off.
Yeah. It's starting to feel a little bit tricky right now. I think they're going to wait for the Lifestealer Radiance, and then that's a timing that they want to try to find a team fight.
They have other items, though, which let them fight. Like, obviously, Ancient Apparition is able to enable Tims. As long as they have a setup and he can go from range with the Ice Blast. But the Orchid build over on Queen of Pain, this comes around the 20-minute mark. Yeah, is there enough momentum in TNC to actually justify an Orchid pickup?
It's just not very good, this game, is it? Like, Juggernaut has Manta Style, he can remove it. The Lina has Shadow Blade and Yuo, she can remove it. And the Enchantress has Force Staff, so if she gets Orchid, she can reposition herself. There's just very limited plays with this item. I think, sure, maybe you can get the Magnus, or you can get the Witch Doctor, but it's not the way you want to start the fight going on the Witch Doctor. So it's a bit tricky for TNC, honestly. Like, when this Radiance comes out, let's see what they're gonna do. Because it's one thing to have the tools to fight with. Will you find the fight too? You can't just go to a tower and be like, hey, Vici, come at us. We're stronger than you, come fight us. Because your tower push is atrocious. It's pretty bad. Like, Lifestealer needs maybe a Desolator before he truly starts hitting these towers, and he can't realistically commit rage to do tower damage, because then he exposes himself to getting killed off afterwards.
And he's not going Desolator yet. The Radiance just got completed and Armlock's next to the quick fire.
I mean, he wouldn't go Deso second item anyway.
Yeah.
So it's just,
just mean it's like, it's that time you now have to wait.
This time right now is when TNC's strategy is meant to be ahead and destroying the opponent, and it missed. It just didn't happen. So now you're back on recovery mode, plan B.
VG's ready to fight. They smoke up. 4 heroes together. Should also flag BTs on Ori, so he's going up to the top lane to push it out, but it's Fade. Gonna look for the jump in towards mid. Tim's hiding in the tree lines with VG Gaming. Just move a little bit to the side. Tim's reveals himself. Quick blink away.
Broke the smoke on Mag, but they didn't see him.
Okay, extra TP coming in from Cuckoo. Arriving under the shrine. 4-man smoke from TNC. Probably feeling like they have an opportunity, and they definitely do. Blink, Burrow Strike, combining with the Ice Blast. Enchantress very much good at the full stuff. He'll dodge the Ice Blast, but the Sonic Wave has to be committed to put him down while Tims catches DY in the back lines. And that's what TNC want. A chaotic split from VG Gaming, not in the position that VG wanted to fight.
Yep, they couldn't RP there, and they got the easy to kill heroes caught off first. The Enchantress dies very quickly if she gets hit by all this magic burst. And you see what he does quick buy. He wants a cloak, just any magic resistance value that he can get right now to try to stay alive. So it's good kills, but still no tower damage. The waves are still not good, and they're going to be forced back.
VG's going to look to fight the second the two are up again. There's a double damage rune. Ari actually gave his bottle over to Juggernaut, so they're able to bottle this DD for as long as they can.
Oh, quick reaction from Cuckoo there on the blink.
He realized he was underneath the sentry. But this battle for vision's definitely kicking in now. DY already gets rid of the northern sentry, puts down his own observe ward as information around Roshan begins. Can either team really go into the pit though? Like, can they actually take Roshan without? Because it feels like there's enough of an answer to whoever is first to start it.
If you go in there as Vici, you're kind of risking a lot, because if an Ice Blast flies on top of you, you're setting up the Sand King to jump in, you could suddenly start losing multiple heroes in the pit. And if you're TNC and you go in there, well, you have another problem. You can't kill Roche very fast. So
let's see how much damage Ari has got. Tim's actually able to get the avalanche off. Moves into the tree line. Needs 2 seconds. 1 second. Got attacked. Just tosses Tim's away. Needs some more time. Dodging. No, he can't. Here comes the rest of the support. Paparazzi, Yang. They've arrived and Tim's will die in the trees. But there's still a 5-man commitment from VG Gaming coming to the bottom lane to kill off the support.
Yeah. They're going to leave Jugger down here to push the tower, and then I reckon they might rotate the Enchantress up once her TP is ready to try to make a fight top as well. Jugger has his ready.
Yeah, look how fast Ori has moved over. Instantly stunned with Laguna Blade. RP comes out. You are going nowhere, Armel. They just used every stun available, and the Lifestealer, who was just around the corner, still was just like, I cannot help.
He can't help. The guy I was looking for to help there when they jump in is the Sand King, but he was showing in mid, so they made it very easy for Vici Gaming to make the decision to go. As soon as you see, this is something we've talked about in previous casts in this TI as well, as the problem you have when you're playing without save is you have to be extra wary of what heroes you're showing where, because you can't buy the time. If your guy gets jumped when you're splitting in multiple lanes, there's nobody who's going to protect this Queen of Pain and keep her from dying. Sand King is your best bet, but he's mid.
That Observer Ward, they're trying to use it again to get the initiation off. It's still 30 seconds before the runes are up, but they see that double damage Juggernaut, and they're definitely thinking twice, but there's no RP available. And now the jump comes in, a Burrow Strike being used defensively from Cuckoo. They're really running scared here, TNC.
Yeah.
Like, if this was TNC with confidence, they would have just instantly gone. That's a double Burrow Strike into possible RP into, like, glory.
I don't know if it's that easy. If they're all there,
if you're TNC, your eyes light up for it.
If they're all there and they hit all spells, maybe. But you've got to be super wary with. If you're committing on Jugger and you don't kill him, he's going to turn around and kill 2 or 3 heroes with Omni Slash. Like that's the kind of Juggernaut game this is right now. He's just so far ahead of everybody else, and they know it too. It's very obvious in the game that Paparazzi is way ahead of the curve. And TNC, I agree with you. They should be trying to find that TNC let's go spirit, but there's always 2 teams in the game, and if the other team doesn't present an easy opportunity, it's easier said than done. VG Gaming are not giving them many openings to take a fight.
TNC are keeping a close eye on Roshan, because that's the opportunity that they're really hoping for. VG feel confident enough that they can move inside the pit, and it gives TNC that clustered team fight that they need to force VG into. But it ain't happening for the moment. Paparazzi just continues to farm up. That butterfly is rapidly approaching. Ori's having the same type of thing. BKB is done.
That's huge this game.
Oh, he's going to steal the Arcane Rune from right in front of a Cuckoo. Yule Scepter up. Ori's going to hit the Lion Strike array, but a Burrow Strike does get Cuckoo into a relatively safe position.
And VG Gaming just keep gaining on the map. They keep split pushing, they keep farming with their Empower. They'll constantly nuke out the mid wave with the Lina. Top lane, doesn't really matter. There's nothing up there right now. Tim's will still go there because it's the best play he has on the map is to push this and hope to force a reaction that can ultimately set them up for some sort of skirmish or fight. But again, the pushing threat is not very serious. And therefore VG Gaming are totally fine with just clearing out the map every 30 seconds, get whatever they want, and play for bounty runes. But right now, they're choosing to smoke. They're seeing an opportunity. Lina's not here. She's showing top, and that's what's kind of setting up their play. TNC, false feeling of safety here.
They just de-water both the Orbs and the Sentry, but Avalanche toss with the Ice Blast. This would be a kill. It's over on DY, but it's DY. He'll buy back. He's a support. That's not what they wanted, but you'll take what you can get.
I honestly think trading his life away for D-Ward is worth it. He is worth less than a ward in the situation, because as long as TNC are playing in the dark, the moves that they need to make are exceptionally difficult to execute. And VG Gaming can constantly just play around this Roshan area to pose this threat of killing the Rosh or of invading their jungle. The smoke from VG Gaming, obviously in that instance, did not work out, so that's a bit of a minor win for TNC, but
yeah,
no progression being made as to what will end up winning them this game. There's only one type of play really left that will win them the game, and that's that big team fight where they get the jump. The skirmishes don't really exist anymore, and maybe it can get one pickup here or there, maybe get a Witch Doctor, maybe get an Enchantress, but it doesn't cut it.
No.
You gotta aim bigger.
Because there's no sustained damage. Going through the butterfly, it's going to be difficult. So jump in, magical burst, just kill off whoever you can, back up, reset, go again. But eventually they'll need to have an answer to Paparazzi. They'll need to have an answer to this insane level of farm that he's managed to achieve.
As the butterfly purchased, he's going to go top, start pushing out, get him power.
28 minutes in.
He has 60 armor.
Sure.
He's ice armored by what? Edge creep.
Edge creep?
Where's that edge creep?
I don't know.
I guess
must be on the other side.
He probably lost it. He's been taking mini creeps as a wolf right now.
Cuckoo under the cover of smoke. Yang. And that feels like bait. Cuckoo blinks up, Burrow strikes. Here comes your Ice Blast coming in with the 4-stars. Oryx just pushed away. So is Bait, but he was silenced up, so no RP available for him. And maybe with Tim's control on the back lines, DY can't do enough to really stop him. Here comes Gabby once again, looking for his targets, but the Omni Slash, the damage is ridiculously good. Tim's has been pushed away. He does have the Life Stealer inside of him. The downhill fall from the ground with the impetus. It does a lot of damage. He has to hide in the pit. 2, 1, now Blink away to safety.
The illusion
taking
runes.
Gabby with him.
We're so close to getting one swing in. If they get a hit on the Tiny, they both die. Huge for TNC to get out of that mess. They still didn't really win the exchange, but at the very least, it wasn't a complete disaster.
Vortex is giving some information. Tim's just had to toss his tree in, but with the Vortex, Tim's, you can see him. He knows he's got an Observer and Sentry around the side, but wait, he didn't realize there was a dire Observer would run above. 4-star! He'll try and dodge the stuns, throw down the Avalanche. Here comes your Ice Blast as well. You got to find inside the pit. Tim's the only one hit by that, and that's an ally. Gabby, how can he get away? 3 seconds till Infest, up the hill, continues to raid, continues to toggle, and he does have the distance. All right, time jump to Dragon. That'll be a little bit more immune up. Tim's, he's in it once again. Another huge Avalanche, but where's the follow-up? Yang, Paparazzi, Ori, they're still up on the high ground. A double Burrow strike from Cuckoo is buying space for Tim's. He's just hiding inside the trees. Stay away from him, Yang. No, not gonna happen. Trees are not safety. Tiny will buy back once again underneath the shrine. DY, he's trapped down. Gabby able to get back-to-back kills. But Tim's, who does he want? He's still realizing that there's this vision absolutely everywhere. But now Armel jumps in once more. Looking
Fate
for a
is
target. Won't happen.
So patient outside. He's just waiting on the low ground for TNC to make any misstep so he can blink RP with that empowered Jugger.
Back to Roshan. SK prepping the MP, blinks forward, hits the Burrow strike, over towards Lena. He's under his own sentry ward, so he feels okay inside this sandstorm, but still both the abilities from Ori able to connect. Fade looking for the skewer, blindly attempting to drag him away, but it won't happen.
Still overall a net gain for VG Gaming in these last 2 minutes with tons of fighting. They're still the ones coming out on top. TNC using buybacks on both the AA as well as the Tiny. And keep in mind, VG Gaming took these fights without using RP.
Yep.
So it can get worse than that very quickly. You've got to be super mindful of your positioning.
But that's also props to TNC for their positioning. Here we go again for Roshan Tim's. Not realizing that realizing the Dire Observe ward was on top of the hill, but great 4-star. Getting some distance. But they were definitely looking for the fight on Roshan. That's why that AA blast ended up in the pit, not out the front of it. Don't know how you can actually highlight that entire thing, because it kept going on for a good minute and a bit.
That's a very long fight.
The Saturn Steel is watching Roshan. This Observer and Sentry actually down from the Radiant, just north of the pit. That's actually what gave Tiny his confidence to do what he did, but now it's going to get de-warded out. We got a Gem of True Sight over on Ori. No more hiding. Ice Blast coming in. DY, 4-star, tries to just push him out. Not chilled up. The RP. It does catch out Gabby. He's raised up the Sonic Wave. It's huge from Armel. He blinks in with a scream. Cuckoo needs some distance. Burrow coming up cooldown. Now he'll die through the middle of the burrow. And TNC have been fighting in to VG Gaming, and eventually had to bite him in the butt. One support for 2 cores, 3 cores.
It feels so hard to play Queen of Pain in this situation. You want to blink in, you want to cast your spells, but you're just exposing yourself to jump off.
Forced off back out again. Take the paralyzing counter. They want you back. Where do you think you're going? A Byron's right. Combining with Gabby. He actually gets him just, and also the Icebox Paparazzi. It doesn't clip him. He's just fast enough, but it's not fast enough to run away from Gabby. He's just going to stay right on the back of that one and move to the next target. Enchantress just above Roshan. Ori's trying to force Gabby away inside the jungle and down the hill. Another Yule Scepter. Up he goes. Light Strike Ray follow. Won't happen. Rage is there to protect Gabby. As TNC are on the retreat, now it's TNC who forced the buybacks out from VG, Jugger, Mag, and Witch Doctor, all committing them.
That was huge from them. This combination is massively important for the outcome of this game. If they are to win, that's the play that did it.
They're going to finish Roshan. RP's down, so they're feeling confident about this.
And I think these are going to let them have it. They can't.
Oh, watch Fade, watch Fade, watch Fade. He wants to jump in, and okay, no, don't, stop watching Fade. It ain't going to happen anymore.
I stopped watching Fade a moment. Alright.
Okay, maybe we should start watching him again. He may actually go down. Overstaying his welcome. The Ice Blast comes in. He'll shatter with a Burst Stride from Cuckoo. They keep the control up. And Fade is dead for a very long time. He committed the buyback before, so TNC with a fresh Aegis in hand, they're going to push down mid.
Yep. No RP for 60 seconds. And that's the big teamfight tool that they have to be scared of when they're playing into VG Gaming. But now that it's not available, sure, there's this strong Jugger, but he doesn't have Empower. Empower is dead, RP is dead. They might just choose to go high ground with this. It's not going to be that easy, but it's easily the best opportunity they've had all game to do something big.
They need some good wave clear now, VG Gaming. And it looks like TNC, they're not going to push the issue. They're coming back. They're looking towards the jungle. The Juggernaut's already grabbed the bottom lane. It's going to push out with his Manta units.
Man, I would have loved to see them go high ground there. I think this is a missed opportunity. I don't think it's going to get much easier than this. You have this Aegis for 5 minutes. You can start poking this tower, see what you can get out of it while Empower is not there. Now instead, you're going to be facing VG Gaming at more than likely full force when it happens again. I reckon they will be smoking for the Bounty Rune fight, potentially if there is a smoke available. There is one on DY. He's not pulling it out, though. Just yet.
Oh, he's spending his time taunting in front of the tier 3 tower with Paparazzi. Just like, okay, guys, let's get back into this. They're actually pinging out where they believe the Observer Ward is, and they're actually 100% right. The Sentry is in range, but someone needs to actually cut through the tree before they'll see it. But don't worry, that's why DY's got a Quelling Blade. Nope, that's the wrong one.
Wow, it's actually going to stay there. All right. And that's 4 runes for TNC as well.
Tims grabs the top one. Now Hex put to work with Laguna Blade. Ice Blast flying forward. Ori moves away. But the money starts rolling in. Not that much though. Like, we're still changing the graph around. It's about 12,500 being the net worth going the way of TNC. It's back to around 7.5k.
It's back to 5.
The experience is swinging up too. It's actually yeah, it is. The graph is not keeping up with the board above.
And the win expectancy went from clearly in VG Gaming's favor to actually slightly favoring TNC now all of a sudden. Big, big loss from VG Gaming in the last 5 minutes.
Still feels like VG have a lot to work with though.
They do, absolutely.
Because they just reset and start this all over again. You've lost a little bit of map control, but you've got everything you need for a team fight.
You do, but if this Roshan situation doesn't happen, you've got the game completely under control. And instead, you open up an opportunity for TNC to get a couple of kills and an Aegis. And suddenly, they now, it's not just, you know, they're getting towers because of this. They got the mid tier 2, they're getting the top tier 2 when everything was on lock. The map is going to feel open. And there's right now it feels like there's a lot of pressure on Fade, on his Magnus this game. He's super good on this hero, but if you're playing against world-class teams, it can be difficult to find that great RP. It doesn't have to be multiple heroes necessarily, but he needs to find the right guy that he can connect the Jugger to, kill with Omni Slash, and snowball the fight from there.
Man, Tims, you're living life on the edge when you go and do that. He just, oh, TY, a Fade. Can't get close enough to him. They knew he was up in the trees. He avalanched the Juggernaut underneath the tier 3 tower. Blinks, 4-staffs, TPs, and Nova barely gets out. But you're definitely seeing like that kind of play. That's confidence there from TNC. That's them looking to have Tims jump in. And not even just try and find something now, but always make VG Gaming look behind them.
Yep.
play the erratic style of Dota that TNC is able to crush teams with.
So what big... Oh, they saw the smoke. They never dewarded the ward, and they actually smoked at this exact spot. TNC know it's coming. This could be huge for them. They can bait the Lifestealer with the Aegis in front.
Where do you fight? Where do they want to be?
On their own high ground. If they run into Lifestealer, he can just straight run into them and start this fight off.
It seems like a very odd place to throw down a sandstorm, though, because if VG Gaming see this, it's like, this tornado does not look natural.
Alina does have the Scythe to open with, and they do have the BKB on Enchantress as well, so these new toys for VG Gaming can become very useful. Also, BKB on Jugger, 10 seconds on him. But they don't find any opening.
No, but they did see the Kobold Soldier moving around, which kind of told them that TNC was up near the shrine, or at least one player was. So they were a little bit more cautious about moving forward. So just leave 2 Observer Wards behind. But yeah, man, they really need to find that. The Observer Ward's like, it's 1 minute and 42 seconds away from full duration, but it has definitely done its job. Now TNC can look to fight on their own terms. Lifestealer for the first time as well has actually cracked the top 2 in the net worth position. I say that as Ori just gets a little bit more fun, but like,
but yeah, he's caught up, right?
Yeah,
that's
you're keeping up with the Magnus empowered lineup. Obviously, Ori doesn't get anywhere near as much from it.
Aegis down.
Yep. Waited out the time.
And this mid lane is being a bit annoying for VG Gaming. We'll have to deal with it. They're actually going to TP back the Magnus. Just full-on retreat. We're not going to push out any more than this. We got it across the river and a little bit further on bottom. Time to take care of the lanes. Stabilize again so we don't get caught. And just farm the triangle as well with Jugger every minute when it respawns.
It feels like a lot of safety.
Yeah.
It's only a couple of years ago when TNC actually came to the playoffs at TI and started just toppling down teams because they thought, okay, yeah, we'll just keep fighting into them. We'll fuel the beast. And VG understand, they just got to change the tempo up. What was it, like BHA was saying, like, as long as you control up the map area, you'll forever scale with this Empower buff up.
Yeah.
But when do you reach the limit? When does Paparazzi hit a point where it's like, okay, I cannot grow anymore?
Well, it's not only Paparazzi, right? It's not the classic way of thinking about Magnus and Power with these other 2 heroes, but both Enchantress and Lina are actually hitting hard. Lina went for a physical build. Went this hybrid where he started with the Yules and Shadowblade, and now he's transitioning with Fiery Soul Stack talent, attack range talent, health, so he's more sustainable in the fights, and now he's going Deathless. So you empower this guy, he's going to hit like a truck as well. And that's the kind of hero that Lifestealer doesn't like to face in late game. It's one that has massive range, can hit him from anywhere he wants, and actually force him out of the fight during rage. That is the worst case for him. And another smoke. Man, these smokes just seem to not be working in this game. Like, nobody is finding anything. They're trying, but VG are on the exact opposite side of the map.
The only ones from VG who are even in a position where you could have gone was Ori, who was under the cover of Shadowblade and has a Gem of True Sight. So,
yeah.
Like, how does TNC smoke when they can't even keep their vision game up? I like it from VG's warding. What do? They control up the bottom half of, like, literally the bottom half of their side. Like a little early warning detection plus anything that comes near the Trinity camp, and then a very, very defensive ward on the hillside, watching the mid, making sure there's no gank in the lane. Everything else, they're just leaving to TNC.
It's sort of like a roughly 50-50 split off the map,
Yep.
so not really too much advantage going either way.
But no one has vision on the other side of the map, really, apart from that one observed ward, which is now timed out. Tims. He blinked up there. he'll force stuff down.
Ori's fast. Ori's real fast.
5 seconds. Here's your scepter up and towards the air. Light Striker Raid connects.
Nice.
And we'll see just how tanky Tims can be. Supports arrive from Paparazzi. Death Ward also being committed. And Tims protected by the Ghost Scepter, but that amplifies up for Laguna from Ori.
Leave the game.
Yeah, leave it for 100 seconds. TNC. Okay, so you just lost one. What's your reaction? All right, let's group up and try and fight. Cuckoo's ready in the tree lines. Fade. He's going to walk into them. The sentry ward. Okay, no. Blink into the lane instead. Fade has dust available, so if he wants to jump, he can.
Enchantress is far away, though, and they're not really interested in fighting without her. So what they will accomplish is exactly what's being drawn by Tims right now. This is where they are. They own this part of the map. We need to start pushing out the bottom side, so they're starting to rotate all their heroes bottom. And in the meantime, Paparazzi and Ori will start pushing out mid with the hope of getting the mid-tier 2 tower and protecting Roshan, which is currently being ice blasted.
He's 1 minute away from spawning.
Yep.
But VG Gaming, well, if no one's going to defend mid, they'll take the tier 2 tower. Seems easy enough. Paparazzi claims the last hit. And the pressure on bottom lane will be able to reach the tier 1 tower on bottom lane. That's actually not taking a single point of damage. VG Gaming's off-lane tower, Tims. Barrow strikes forward, live stealer, being very patient. The Paparazzi just, yep, fortification actually gets wasted. There was no real creep wave with them. So they just burn it. It does help the push on bottom lane a little bit, but that's it.
I think the backdoor protection was not kicking in at all. They had a creep wave before, but maybe Paparazzi would have still been scared to continue going. I think the glyph was what made him back off, though. So you have to scare him away somehow.
VG still want to try and fight. They've got this great Observer Ward and Sentry down. There's just no way that TNC can surprise them by moving up. In fact, right now, Cuckoo playing around that exact vision. The RP, the Ult Scepter, the missed timing. This is not good for VG Gaming. Now they can Burrow Strike and turn around to the back line. The Enchantress and Witch Doctor already dead. Who's the next target? TP out from Fade. No, he can't do it. There's a Ult Scepter from Queen of Pain. That'll cancel that one out. So Mag will try and run. The bash on Juggernaut. He can't TP out. Not with the spin. The Burrow Strike forward, even catching Oregon Tin with another double stun. And just back to back to back stunning. Paparazzi, he'll go up in the air once again. Is there a follow-up connector? There's another bash out from Gabby. He just keeps letting it rip his Tims. Burrow strikes forward. What else has he got? There's a Sonic Wave from Armel to bring down Paparazzi and Witch Doctor. It'll be a die back for DY. Cuckoo's not done yet. He Burrow strikes forward, but he cannot connect on the Lina. One small mistake from VG Gaming and TNC pounce like the Tigers they are.
Ooh, that RP, Toby, that was not good. That was not good from Fade. He wanted to catch the Sand King before the Yule, but they mistimed it completely. I'm sure we're going to get a replay of this, but...
I'm sure we will, just as Roshan's going to go down soon.
That is worst case scenario. You want to RP the Lifestealer so you can Omni Slash him. Instead, he tries to RP the Sand King. It misses. We're going to see it here. So, just barely... Wait, was that even his own Yule? I think it was, and not the Lina's, hopefully. But
it was the S-Case.
Unlucky on the Omni Slash. If he keeps continuing on the Lifestealer with that, maybe he can even kill him off. And then the bash too. Everything aligning for Gabby. He didn't have the MKB. He could have easily hit and missed some more attacks on the Butterfly, but they get the bash and they get the good Omni Slash RNG, and all of a sudden, TNC are in the lead.
And look what they do instantly too. Infest the Lifestealer into Cuckoo. He'll beat him to the bottom lane. They want to start taking some of these towers. The Ice Blast is checking the tree line, so Gabby, he's just got a little bit of extra cover. Don't have a Tinker Ward, use an Ice Blast. They want to remove all these outer towers. And to think like VG Gaming's early pressure, they're going to be the first team to actually lose all outer towers. TNC still hold their tier 2 tower on top lane.
Yep.
I'm liking this item pickup. Aeon Disc from Enchantress, because she seems to just be going on and just blasted. Not even a chance for a BKB.
You need to find a way for Lina to start the fight, I think. You can't rely on the RP, and you can't really rely on any of that. That's the limitation of the lineup that we've talked about, that they don't have very much in the way of catch. Lina has the Hex, so you need to fight in Vision, start with the Hex, follow up, and when TNC respond, that's when you can get that big RP. For now, TNC still seem unable to push high ground, but they made up so much ground in terms of the economy.
Oh yeah, we've moved from a 13,000 to now a 7,000, 8,000 advantage for TNC, but the experience graph swings 25 grand. It's looking good for TNC, but can they still hold it? There's still the chance that VG Gaming, obviously they're a world-class team. If they just get one good fight, we can swing back the other way.
It's a Magnus game. You can't fall asleep at any point. You need to non-stop watch the positioning of your cores. Unless Fade sets you up for success, then you don't need to watch for it. So he has to be a little bit more patient. Just don't jump for these reckless RPs. Even if he lands that on the Sand King and they kill him, he could just buy back and TP on his shrine, and then you don't have an RP for that fight. So no matter how you look at it, that is not the way you approach this fight.
Ice Blast coming in, Paparazzi's in trouble, the Burrow Strike's already connected, quick force staff, gets Paparazzi further away, he's able to get to the spin, but Fade, he had to sacrifice himself. That's also the gem of True Sight, being lost from VG without the buyback available. Paparazzi will move up, but Yang also force staff back inside the base. No RP available, BKB burnt on the Juggernaut. Watch that buyback marker. 3 of them are in the red for VG Gaming because 3 of them are all on cooldown. But it's the 2 bigger cores from VG that have that second life.
Great heads-up play from Armel. The moment they went on that guy, he jumped and silenced the Magnus.
And Yang's burning so much mana just to get this little harassment damage into Gabby. They'll pick him up. Protection is there from Aeon Disc. And, yeah. And hey, remember, he's still got the Aegis Immortal, so he's fine to tank it.
Yep. VG are doing everything they can to buy time. They're even sending down a converted Lifestealer Illusion down the mid lane. And that will actually force Cuckoo back. He has travels, though.
Yeah, he can come straight back again.
But it's buying that time. Every second right now is about getting Magnus up and alive. You've lost so much damage when this guy is dead. Empowers for Jugger, Empower for Ench, Empower for Lina, and that RP. It's very, very important.
Fun item for Paparazzi to finish. Refresher Orb just sitting in the backpack for the moment. He needs everything to fight, but I think he also understands, like, Juggernauts really fall off once they've already burned the Omni Slash.
Yeah.
Now he's able to have it twice, as well as the BKB twice.
I think he's going to activate his Omni Slash, and then he's going to swap it in for Phase Boots. And then refresh and go for it again, or swap it in. Yeah, I got to swap it in for Phase. I don't think he can swap any of the other items.
He needs everything else. Jang, there's your jump in. Ice Blast is coming in towards the Enchantress. The Force Staff will get around. Paparazzi already to spin. Mel's in pretty deep. BK beaten, also bashed up, stunned up, maybe a little too deep. Mel, he's going to go down. He never even was able to trigger the cheese. Hex over on Gabby with a good play. The RP from Fade. Middle connect with the double light strike array. Stunned up for days as TNC 2D. Gabby will try and run back up the hill. Fade wants to stay with him, and he actually infested. He blinks up to the side. Tim's, how many times can he be the get out jail free card? Underneath the Direct Overlord, they see him, the skewer, it'll cancel everything. Back into Paparazzi, back in the fight. You'll end up losing Fade once again, but he's the sacrificial lamb. Ori's moved in with his own hex, controlling Tim's on the sideline. They'll have to finish one then the other, or Gabby can just go full Artur, trying to actually get more kills. He's picked up the support. Now they're going to focus on him. Tim's ready for his own combination. He'll jump in for the three-man avalanche. Tosses Gabby, wants to fight. The others making difficult to find kills. Ori protected by the BKB, but Gabby gets the bash up. Still trying to fight this one out. Has he got the damage with the bash on Yang? Gabby wants to be the real immortal. They'll turn back over to Tim's. VG Gaming, they just can't decide who they want to kill. The TP out from Lifesteal will be successful on 400 HP. Tim's, can he get out as well? Back past the creep wave. They can't reach him. They're away.
How many Lifestealer moments do we need in this tournament? I mean, sure he doesn't get elected, but they kind of... That was like a 30, 40 second kiting, basically, and they both get out alive. Beautifully done by TNC, apart from the part where they dove the base and went too deep.
The face from Gabby, yeah!
But the end of it was cool, so... Bounty rune time.
You know, this game started off looking like it could be a very one-sided affair from VG Gaming, but here they go again. But Gabby is there. He'll get the hit. The Abyssal Blade's done, plus the follow-up. Ice Blast. Well, the Yule Scepter will kick in, but straight back down again to death.
The confidence from TNC to send these heroes up there. They're playing 3-on-5 right now in that situation. If there were more heroes from VG Gaming, that could have been a travesty. They could have just died, both of them. But they took the risk. They get the rune and a kill. And it's a big kill too, it's the Lina. Dead for 80 seconds. This is a bit of a moment of opportunity. No Roshan, of course, but you can at least re-establish map control.
You still have Juggernaut forcing out the lanes, and Paparazzi is still the biggest hero on the map. Gabby is definitely getting good. We're actually seeing this whole little chase again, but you are getting the Abyssal Blade timing arriving for the Juggernaut. He doesn't have enough of a surplus to buy the entire thing, but the other damage is also arriving. The Daedalus is now done for Ori. It felt like an age ago that he started to build into this. But at least it's done. He decided to get the control with the Hex first.
There's more than enough damage on VG Gaming's lineup. It's about if they can keep heroes in place and kill them. The lifesteal is a problem.
Okay.
He's kiting them. There's Force Staff, there's Yules, there's...
So that's why you're seeing Magnus building into a Refresher Orb as well.
Yeah, that's a bit ambitious.
I just need a second RP, but that's a lot of money.
You don't need the second one, you just need the first one. Just hit it.
If at first you don't succeed.
Just do it, dude. Just RP them. Easier said than done.
Yeah, that sounds like your pub games.
Yeah. Why don't you RP the whole team? But absolutely, Fate. This has not been Fate's best game, though. To be fair, he's had some questionable decisions, and it's also in part been because they consider him a save in the sense that Jugger will go in front. They're going to turn him around and force him away, and then, well, guess what? Fate just gets blink orchided by Quap and killed off. Where it's happened 2 or 3 times. Whenever Mag gets caught by the Queen, it's it's a huge play for TNC, and I think Fade should be itemizing for that situation. I think getting a Yule Scepter in this game would be very, very useful.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem to be planning for it. He's going for the big item that's just so far away.
It's kind of hoping the TNC is just going to fight directly
there's a
into
nullifier.
them. But VG Gaming, yeah, they're looking for a big fight if they can claim one. But with the nullifier and lifestealer, someone may be disabled up. But Yang's bringing an Aghanim Scepter into this fight. They're able to get the range, the Hex off. They need to get this quick kill over on Cuckoo. He's been such a problem for them with a blink skewer back. They have him dead for 100 seconds. Roshan will respawn in 1 minute and 15 seconds. That'll be the next timing to watch, but you still need to get control of the lanes. TNC, they're pushed out top, they're pushed out bottom.
And they're infesting.
Well, there she, of course, you're one player down. What do you do if you're TNC? Let's go and fight. Do they use any major abilities? No. Does that matter? No. I think the surplus is almost enough for the Juggernaut to buy the Abyssal Blade. Feels like Paparazzi kind of needs that. So much space is being created by Gabby just by getting this initial jump in with Burrow Strike, the perfectly timed Abyssal Blade, and then he's even getting bashes on top of this. Just because of that insane attack speed he's able to achieve.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure about Ori going for this MKB instead of maybe a Lincoln Sphere. For that exact reason. Like, you're getting blink stunned and you die in the fight. That's just the life of Lina laking. You're not a tanky enough hero, or Tim's.
Well, he's just sitting there in lane.
He's
Looking
trying
to play
for
it
it.
out. How much damage have you got, Ori? Putting it to the test from inside the trees. He's a little bit more. Ghost will protect the rest of VG around Roshan, but Ori's just going to do this solo. Tim's is down.
Very nicely done.
And Roshan spawning in 3 seconds time.
I think that was actually a perfect kill. I don't think he could have done anything better.
Look at this from VG. They know Yang's the one that could be protected thanks to his Aeon Disc. They'll get rid of that vision of TNC around Roshan. And they're actually going for more. They're coming over. 4-star Finn. That long range damage, but that's why Glimmer Cape, level of protect is available, but he comes in range with the jab. That Aghanim Scepter buff up with him power.
So
and Yang
hard.
just,
Impetus talent, damage talent, and power, the 2 range items. He 3-shot the AA.
now they go for Roshan. Nope, Ori wants to finish that top tier 2 tower with Paparazzi. The creep wave will probably do it for them. Well, they're coming back over. They want Roshan still. And the creep wave actually doesn't do it. You've got Cuckoo and Armel. They have an infested lifestealer inside of Cuckoo. With the Gem of True Sight, what have we got? There's an Observer Ward to the north. There isn't a sentry, however, but Roshan's dying so quickly. If they don't jump now, they can never jump. Cuckoo looking for the moment. Go now. It's already too late. Aegis Immortal is taken. The cheese is up as well. Refresher Shark grabbed by the Enchantress. She won't want to keep that. That goes to the Magnus. That's how you get 2 RPs. Not buying a Refresher Orb. And he lines up the Shadow Blade instantly too.
That's how Fade was communicating with his team. He's like, I need this item. We need the 3rd Roche. My quick buy. If we don't get the 3rd Roche, guys, you know what I'm buying.
It's like, I can't buy a Refresher Orb, guys. I'm too broke.
Yeah.
That Observer and Sentry needs to get... Okay, well, they'll drop the Sentry anyway. A little bit forward. Yeah, you see the Obs, guys.
This Enchantress is starting to be a really big problem now. Since they can't kill it.
Bottom.
Oh,
Catching out Ori.
that's a freebie.
Yeah, that's the Aegis Immortal gone. Infest Cuckoo, get me out of here. I need an evacuation chopper right now.
Great kill. Very nice.
That's really going to put dampener in the sails of VG Gaming.
Again.
Again.
Feels like every time in the last 30 minutes that they have a huge advantage.
Ori, he's so close to all of TNC. Just after what happened, the Lincoln Sphere will break. They don't get the opportunity. Oh, Cuckoo! Just so short the RP! We'll hold him in the ice. It's Gabby! He needs that life! He's a life stealer! Cuckoo yells him up, stun him up, Light Strike Array. He'll get the following stun, even if Cuckoo does change position. Laguna Blade is out. Cuckoo is down. The Gem of True Sight has been dropped. And VG are looking to fight once more. Down through the mid. The wind dropped from the sails, but I'm thinking they're blowing strong again.
He used the refresher already on Manic. He is super ready to go. The call's been made. We're going to fight them again. Jugger, however, did not swap in his refresher orb, so doesn't have Omnislash ready in this RP.
No, but he's still got his BKB, and that's what he's probably thinking about.
Yep.
If he uses it already, he won't have the second immunity. First buyback comes in. It's going to be the SK. Paparazzi stays on the front lines. Spin will give him protection. Ice Blast will arrive. Tiny, the BKB from Paparazzi, gives him the protection of MINESKI walking. He's a two-man RP. We'll try and push him away. Goes up to protecting him for the moment. The bash is over on Queen of Pain. She can't attack with a burst right. Sonic Wave! Layer it on! VG Gaming! 3 players down. It's about to be 4. Yang has no way to escape. And VG Gaming, they thought they could push. They took a tier 3 tower, but that's all they will take. And in fact, they'll have to expend their buybacks. TNC are looking for a push back the other way.
That is a perfect combo from TNC, but man, 3-man RP, you don't have Omni Slash? He had it in backpack, the refresher orb, he swaps it in, he refreshes, and then the fight is lost. If he has Omni Slash in that RP, I think VG Gaming get 2 or 3 core kills. Instead now they're back with their backs against the wall.
2 buybacks burnt. Gabby comes high ground.
That's just some, I don't know, it feels like miscommunication, right? Fate is like, we're gonna go for this, guys. We're gonna go, I'm using refresher, we're taking this fight. Paparazzi's like, okay, but I don't want to refresher my ulti. So if you get a great ulti, I mean, let's see if we can kill them all. And guess what? They couldn't. They needed an Omni Slash in that fight, badly. And the combo from TNC was just sick too. You have to be very careful as VG Gaming to fight into any high ground on the map just because of how much of a sudden burst is just going to come out of nowhere. Epicenter with Veil, Tiny combo, Ice Blast, Sonic Wave.
See what Tiny's going for as well? He's got Octarine Call lined up with 9.2k sitting in the bank.
He should really buy it.
Yeah, he really should.
10,000 gold on this support.
Just give cheese over to somebody else.
Hello? Buy your item?
It's 3.4k.
Why is he not buying it? They're standing on the high ground.
It's a very good question, but
okay, he wants to kill the wave. Now he's going to buy it. Surely. Surely now he's buying it. Okay, he is actually.
Yeah.
Nope.
Wait, no. Yes? No. Hang on. Meanwhile, back at the mid fight.
Hey, your entire item. This
like
dude
we
you
could
just
be
walked
watching
next to sells all the stuff you need.
We could be watching the double RP, but instead we're just watching the small screen at the bottom. But that Sonic Wave, that was sweet.
Perfect combo.
The combo that TNC was looking for. The hilarious thing is too, like VG need to cluster for that to happen. A retreat down mid lane, that's what happens. You're still just watching him with almost 8k gold on himself now.
I'm striking. I'm not casting until he buys an item. Come on, dude.
So, welcome to Cinder and Airlines, where you will not get flown.
10,000 gold, buy an item. I'm getting triggered. This reminds me of
a Sentry. Yang. He's trying to get rid of it. They're coming out with a gem. They get rid of the Sentry to begin with, but now Blink
that's right.
in through the rear. This is a huge kill if they can claim him, and they've got him. Juggernaut is down. Buyback is available. Yang's having a hard time walking away. The cold feet slowing him up. Tim's going in once again. He won't kill you with damage. He'll kill you with 10,000 gold.
Maybe he thinks he does more damage the more gold he gets.
What is this, gambler?
Yeah.
Actually, wait, that was his ability, right?
Yeah, he had something that was well, the whole hero was built around gold.
Hence called the gambler.
Oh, okay, he changed his mind. Now he wants to not buy an Aghanims. Yep, indeed. He's just gonna walk past the okay.
Oh, Tim's, get something, please. Buy a moonshot for somebody else.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
Gabby will take a moonshot.
He has 9,000 surplus. The explanation has to be he's really unsure what the best item is. He just can't decide what he wants.
Can we just have we need to have a conference. The fate of TNC must be decided in a committee.
Okay, so let's think about it for a second. Maybe he's debating if he should go be another core in the game because he has so much gold that he can actually go Axe Daedalus, for example, and do massive physical damage into the Jugger. Because he was hovering the Octarine and he was like, maybe this is a better way of doing it. Okay, he's gonna buy the Axe.
Okay.
And Daedalus.
That's because Ancient Apparition has already bought.
Okay.
His Aghanim Scepter. So he's waiting for the big surprise combination.
He was waiting to have the gold for everything at once.
Yes.
He checked, okay. He pulled out his calculator. It's like, what is... I don't remember how much expensive these items are. Plus
a surplus of 900 gold. It's all part of the plan. This is why you don't question a pro player.
He was hovering an Octarine core for like 3 minutes before.
Okay, that's why you question a pro player.
But yeah, okay. Tim's is...
Okay.
dangerous.
Okay,
He
back
has
to the focus.
so much damage now.
Tim's does a crap ton. He doesn't have a Faceless Void to combo with, but that's fine. We're 62 minutes into this game, and VG Gaming are just trying to keep their lanes pushed out. TNC are doing a very good job of keeping them down. Maybe not exactly where Faye wants to be, but he's checking hillsides with the gem.
TNC ended up not pushing with the Jugger kill too. They actually didn't force a buyback, so Paparazzi gets to have this buyback in the defense.
Yeah, that's a good board to keep up. How many buybacks do you have available? You've still got another 3 minutes to count down for a lot of the VG Gaming players. But the same thing can be said for the Lifestealer. He's dead for a while. But they're coming out, VG. They're on a ward mission. Either that, they're on a rune mission, but I hate to tell you, it's been taken. There's no double damage for you. Roshan may respawn in 15 seconds. But they've come out. They're not under the cover of smoke. They're not under any observer wards. In fact, they're just putting down Roche wards. That's what they're preparing for. But Infest into Cuckoo. Is it go time once more? The Radiant scan hits perfectly on VG Gaming. And they're actually crossing over even further out.
So what VG are doing is they're leaving the Lina in base, who has Boots of Travel level 2 and buyback. So worst case scenario, she gets jumped and killed, but she has the buyout. Best case scenario, this squad that they've sent out on a mission will find something that Lina can teleport into.
Going forward, there's the jump forward. The bar strike, well off target. Now it's Armel caught. He has to BKB and blink himself away to safety. Yang's looking for the target. All the colors of the rainbow. Going over towards Gabby, dropping him down by half-life. But they got more. Ice Blast, that's coming in a little late. Just don't trigger that one. Actually, no, he did. All the way back at Fountain. Information given. So SKBT's to the bottom lane. Again, TNC just turning this into a side lane push, but Roshan spawned really early. So he's already available for everybody. And this guy comes with everything. He's the supersize me Roshan. Refresher Shard, Aghanim, Scepter Upgrade, Aegis, and Cheese. He comes with everything. I feel like it's a McDonald's menu.
Well, gotta put it in order first.
Well, Paparazzi, order up. Goes in for Roshan.
Oh, TNC cannot let this happen. There is no way they let this happen.
They're so quick about it. The Dire are scanning. Here comes your Ice Blast. This will scan out what's happening. Roshan, he's taking a while to kill off. TPs are coming over. Cuckoo's already there. He's already got a friend inside. And now he'll walk out underneath everybody. But where's the catch? Is the Hex already over Narmel? Down the lane. The Shadow Blade from Fade. He wants to jump. He bought this item just for this, to hit that 1 RP.
So Ori managed to get the Hex off, but Force Staff Glimmercake easily saves the Queen of Pain. And we're back to square one. Sandstorm.
Sandstorm playing Fire Strike. Catches 2 with the Infest pop-up. They're able to keep the chase going. Who can they kill off? Magnus is low. He cannot be low. He needs to up here right now, but he's muted. Silenced up. 2 heroes down without the buyback. Armel's battling from the high ground, getting the extra information. Last to level 4, however. Ori, he's just trying to be the leader cannon up on the hillside. Run away. The bounty's not worth the Juggernaut, because Tim's is back in once again with a double stun. The BKB's protecting Yang, and now SK's down. Buyback, you may as well keep this fight going. Tim's going the wrong side of the cliff. 3 heroes down. VG Gaming, however, do not have buyback on 2 of theirs, but Roshan, he's not licking that many of his wounds.
Why are all of VG Gaming's best team fights when Magnus dies without RPing? And all of the worst ones are when they RP? I don't understand, Toby.
They perform under pressure.
Fade, die, and then we'll clean up after you. I mean, of course, the thing is, they do commit a lot of cooldowns, right? They put themselves in a pretty bad position to kill off this Magnus. They use Rage, they use Sonic Wave, and they use BKBs. So, of course, there's a little bit of logic to the madness, but these fights are so unpredictable right now.
They're beating him.
This is
Ori
huge.
also just consumed an Aghanim Scepter, so they're not even that confident they're able to grab this.
They're not getting it, though.
No, they're backing up. They're doing too much of the damage for TNC. Here's your buyback out from Witch Doctor. Where's the initiation? The tree volley arrives, but, well, that's a wide volley. Enchantress runs up. He's not protected by that Aeon Disc. He's still on cooldown. Same for Paparazzi, both stunned up by the Avalanche. Healing ward down. Paparazzi doesn't have a lot of mana. In fact, he can't even spin and Omni Slash. And now Roshan may even die to volley. Another buyback comes in from SK. VG, they still don't have the RP Magnus alive.
They got what they came for. They forced 3 buybacks to defend this Roshan. Tiny, Lifestealer, and Sand King.
And the Creepways are pushing in through mid as well as bottom.
Yeah.
So their presence or their lack of in the lanes has definitely been noted. Is someone going to finally grab this gem at true side? It's just been sitting above Roshan forever. Tree tossing out, life dealers inside the pit. Juggernaut, that's a lot of damage you can get in. Yank throwing out, and maybe now, well, you've actually got the bash out. They're going to get the kill on Paparazzi. He'll fight back, but Roshan's already been claimed. Gabby's trying to grab absolutely everything off the field at the moment. The Aghanim's consumable actually went into the Sand King. So now he's got the extra range. DY looks like he's still got the cheese from before.
All they had to use for that TNC was the cheese on Tiny. That was the only thing they lost. And they take a big win. Paparazzi, I think, was mashing his BKB to use it out of spin. And Queen of Pain was mashing her Hex. And it's about who does it first. And the co-op gets the Hex off. Very, very big in that moment.
Oh boy, 67 minutes in. We may be testing the limits of what is the longest game in TI at this rate, but we'll have to crack an hour and a half to change those compendium predictions.
This game is not even close to over.
No.
Sure, this Jugger buys back after this, but...
Even if TNC take a lane of Rax...
There are plenty of buybacks of TNC that are
hard.
down. They've used 3 buybacks themselves to get this Aegis, so they're not safe either. They're not in the clear at all.
No. But it's VG who want to fight. RP is up. Who's going to walk into it? Die, get the scan. And man is Sand King. That'll be a huge jump. Lifesteal's inside of him. Armel's right next to him too. But VG, they don't have the information. It's a Radiant Observer Ward that's watching that movement down. Playing under their own vision, TNC.
I don't think they had the catch either. Lina was unable to get in. She doesn't have the Shadow Blade anymore. So has to get in and Hex by just running up the hill. She does have buyback, so she can take a risk like that, but...
Cuckoo's going for the tier 3 tower. Lifesteal can just pop out. Fortifications unavailable for VG Gaming for the moment. Well, because now it's bombed.
Instant infest again.
Yeah. That means TNC, without that fortification being available, can now push. Get one step ahead of my own brain.
Ori is exposing himself in mid. Not really.
Jump. Ori, they actually break the Lincolns with the Hex. That Aghanim Scepter from Ori does so much damage. Queen of Pain brought down by the Shockwave.
Has buyback.
That she does, but how many of these can you keep burning? If she burns hers, 4 players from TNC will be down. The Courier's going to get sniped out, because hey, why not? While Tiny, catching triggered up, Fire Strike comes in from Gabby. That RP, he waited! You catch up too, they both jump away from the Ice Boss. They saw it coming in. DY will consume the cheese, giving his life back again. Ori trying to pump through the back of the Ancient Apparition. Still didn't have enough damage to work with, however, but Gabby now tastes all the colors of the rainbow. We're playing Skittle Enchantress, trying to kill off Gabby. He'll infest into Cuckoo. They change the target. Aeon just protecting Cuckoo, and they can turn and kill off Lina while Thames. He goes into the backlines, finding DY. Gets the avalanche toss up. We've already got the buyback. Queen of Pain ready to fight once more, as you've got the toss. Tiny can't reach anything. Ori, he's cleaning up the creep wave and keeping Gabby stunned up. VG Gaming, full retreat back inside the base. They do not have RP. The biggest thing that TNC's been scared of, but the best thing VG fight without.
Yeah, VG should be favored in the coming fight.
You wouldn't think it though. Queen of Pain's dead for so long. If she dies once more, and this will be all the space they need.
They get all the bounties on TNC. This is 70-minute bounty runs. These are worth about 1,000 gold each.
What is it? It's, yeah, 180?
It's 900 gold per bounty run. So 3.6k gold just picked up. How nice?
Yeah, sure.
But, again, they can't high ground, it looks like. So, you traded off buybacks, Queen of Pain for the Lina. And your Aegis is going to probably just expire at this rate before you go high ground. And the RP will come off cooldown again.
I actually wonder how many Aegises have we had that have actually been burnt? I think we have the one, which was on Ori on the bottom lane.
I think one only.
And that's it. Every other one has timed out, and we've gone through 4 Roshans. And there'll be another. Don't you worry. Mel's looking to be the carrier of Lifestealer for the moment. It is kind of stupid when you reach that point where Lifesteal's like, yeah, I'm not going to pop out of you. There's nothing for me to really farm to advance myself any further forward. Actually, he still can, but he's just got to swap the Radiance in and a Moonshard. Like, that's it. But he's got a Bloodthorn.
Yeah, I think you go Bloodthorn instead of the Radiance. Because at this point, you Bloodthorn nullify somebody and you just blow them up with Sanking. 100 to 0. You can even kill the Aeon Disc heroes if you're quick with the nullifier after the Aeon Disc procs. Although Ench will probably be mashing the crap out of her BKB button.
I'm wondering if Ench actually commits her own buyback money, her surplus. She's got enough to buy the MKB and has a Moonshard ready to consume.
But buyback is the biggest resource in the whole game now. There's nothing more important than buyback. It's bigger than any item. It's bigger than Aegis Cheese. It's bigger than Refresher. Because what this is going to come down to eventually is either VG Gaming will run out of their base and lose a fight, and if they don't have buybacks, it doesn't matter what items they have, or TNC are going to try to push and you're going to fight with your extra lives. It's a huge resource to have right now. And, well, there's very few people that have that resource. It's 2 heroes on Vici. Nobody on Radiant has buyback currently. There's been so many burnt.
AA is just short of the money, but
AA is the only hero missing gold. Everybody else has cooldown.
Yep. But what does TNC do? Like, you just wait for next Roshan, and that's when everyone will fight. Also keep in mind that, so the Aghanim's was consumed on the SK. Like, there's still a Refresher Shard on the Queen of Pain, so double Sonic Waves, double Hexes, double Bloodthorn, Shivas, all that kind of jazz.
Yep.
And she's got the cheese as well.
I wonder if we're going to hit this kind of moment. So, sometimes complexity can be a bit too much for you. Like, for example...
Are you meaning the team with Kyle, or
No.
are you meaning what?
Kyle can be too much for you. That it's not complexity related though. But when it comes to, for example, Shadow Demon, right? When you get level 25 in an Axe, you suddenly have 2 Disruptions and 3 Demonic Purges, and you need to like cycle them correctly in the fight. You want to use them effectively. You're reaching this point with Queen of Pain where if you overthink things and you want to play everything perfectly, you're gonna get stunned and die. Like you have to. You don't have to use maybe every single item in the perfect way in the fight because you're going to overwhelm yourself, and analyzing and casting all of these abilities correctly is extremely difficult.
So
and
what
it's
you're
not
asking
necessary.
for is a spray and pray of
Not
abilities.
necessarily, just don't overthink it. Don't be like, okay, I have to BKB, I have to link in somebody while I'm BKB'd, use Shiva, Orchid, Bloodthorn, and Hex, all my spells, and then I can refresh and do it again. Because something is going to go awry. Like, there's going to be something that surprises you, somebody gets force staffed, and your entire plan is gone. Like, just make sure you get 2 good Sonics off and 2 Hexes. I think that's the biggest thing. Maybe 2 BKBs. The Shiva, not important that you get 2 off. The Lincolns, you know, you can refresh it if you absolutely have to. But apart from that, just, you know, don't make it too complicated.
Well, let's see how TNC do it. They're smoking up, so we may get the answer to the level of complication. Juggernaut, the man in the front lines, they're protecting him so hard. It's the Glimmercape from DY. Also, the only player who's not 25 right now is DY. Cuckoo wrapping around the back. Vici also smoking out. Roshan won't respawn for another 30 seconds at the earliest. But Yang, he's the bait. The blink, Burrow Strike. Out they jump. Out they go rotation. Oh, a huge avalanche down the back lines. Paparazzi Fate instantly couldn't respond, but now they can. In towards Tim. They want to kill him off with the Sonic Wave. They're all being pushed out of the ultimate of AA, but it won't matter when Magnus is going to pop anyway. Buyback's coming thick and fast. All 3 of them back up again. And now Enchantress just needs the hills. Actually, it's just Lena with the hillside advantage. They'll move back up. Buybacks out from VG Gaming. They have enough from Paparazzi on the back of the Omni Slash with the extra bash. They just need a hold Cuckoo there, but they can't do it. No, you're offing! They're able to pound on it. They try to stop the damage, but you can't stop it. Armel could only avoid it, blinking away to safety. Faye's got blink off cooldown 1 second time. Armel's feeling like they should already be there. Out of all of that, with the buybacks that were committed, there's still only 2 heroes who are down for the count.
They finally had a team fight with 2 Omni Slashes. I think this is the first time in the game that they've managed to accomplish it. Paparazzi gets Omni Slash off, the Mag buys back, gets an RP, and they have the second Omni ready to go. But somehow, TNC didn't lose more heroes in the second Omni Slash. I think Queen of Pain just barely got out of it with the blink.
Oh, Yang, the Burrow Strike. He was going for the rune right now. He's actually going to be Bloodthorned up. And how much control have they got? You're set for arriving. Faye, he may need to help out. A quick force up. Yang's going to BKB. Armel blinks himself forward. Well, that's not complicated, but that's daring. They still want to go for more. Infest, delivery system right now. The Blink Burrow Strike. Cuckoo got 2, combining with the Shadow Strike. They just spear them up. Enchantress, Paparazzi, they're trying to BKB and get the hell out of here. Buyback's not really a bell for anyone apart from Paparazzi. Magnus, he's actually cold feeded up. Armel just beating him down with the daggers. Juggernaut will also fall. No life, no mana, no teammates. 3 players from VG Gaming pushing up the daisies. TNC, now they need to force the issue. They know the buybacks are on cooldown. They're going for the tier 4 towers. They're going to end this game right here, right now.
And it's all because VG Gaming want to get this bottom bounty rune. They're not that important anymore. They could have maybe held for another 10 minutes or more in their base, who knows, but now they don't even get the chance. GG.
That's it. They just call it 76 minutes in for, well, an anticlimactic end. All for bounty rune, all for greed. But TNC, man, they felt like there was opening. They chased it. They looked so far behind in just the early, like 20-25 minutes into this game. The probability didn't look good for them. The goal, the experience didn't look great. But a couple of great fights playing around VG Gaming, and TNC claimed game 1 in this winners bracket quarterfinal.
I did not think they were going to come back into this game, but they managed. It was an absolutely crazy game.
Yep, I want to see more, and we're going to get more. Game 2 soon.
There it is then, game number 1 in series number 2. TNC Predator take the game in just over 75 minutes. Not quite the longest game we've seen so far at the International 2019, but pretty long, it has to be said. We've got all of our men back, ready to bring their thoughts. Gents, first of all, over on the draft panel.
Woo! My goodness, what
was that?
game. Just everyone, Tim's and Gabby styling on him near that secret shop. You had it just fade with these blind skewers over and over, canceling ultis to use it on multiple heroes when Lifestealer jumped out. It was crazy.
The Lifestealer was just spending like the last half of the game just chilling, cracking the knuckles inside the Sand King and the Queen of Pain. It's like,
Didn't
whatever.
care.
Didn't hit a creep.
Didn't hit a creep.
He had radiance.
He was passively hitting creeps, and what a comeback! Gabby and I can't like Gabby, Tim's, Armel, Cuckoo, all of them. It was just an amazing comeback on such a grand stage like this.
I couldn't agree more. Also, you know, guys, it's always fun seeing teams make mistakes. I know that you shouldn't, you know, we don't want to see them make mistakes, but it causes cool stuff to happen in the game. And we saw plenty of that in this. You know, both teams making mistakes in the team fights.
Absolutely. I like when I see teams that are really like relentless to team fight, even when they have a man down. I think that's when you catch teams off guard a lot of the times. Like you see that one of the situations when Vici goes for that Roche, and then they got full wiped for that 10k swing. I feel like that's one of those where I see TNC do that a lot. They're like, we only have 4 heroes up, but this is where you have the opportunity to really just change the entire tide of the game, and that's what happened.
All right, let's take a look at the stats from the game. I'm sure there are plenty more to look at here. We've seen some fairly high damage results in previous games as well. One of those records, actually second place, was set by Gabby, who did plenty of damage in this particular game. 13-5 and 22 on him as well. Armel 18-7 and 16 as a pick out on the Queen of Pain. Dendy, you said to me in the green room, we were watching, and you look, it was 25 minutes, and you were kind of like, is this game over? I said, is this game over? And you were like, well, could be. But if they go past 40 minutes, TNC have a chance.
Well, if you look at heroes, at first, when you watch heroes, you only see one Naix as a carry hero. And then you have Vici Gaming with Lina, Juggernaut, and it's all empowered by Magnus. And then there is Ange who can pure damage hit into Naix Rage. So when you look at it, and the way how game was going, it was going into Vici favor. We were gaining lead. I thought, okay, it's probably we're probably gonna win. But then there is a thing about Queen of Pain, for example, that if game go late game, she have a spike because she get level 25 talent, she get the sphere and stuff like this. And also TNC playstyle, we have 4 cores. We don't have 3 cores. We have 4 cores. Team somehow getting a lot of items, and then he's doing a lot of damage. Like we just saw stats. He dealt like 40k damage or something with his tiny. That's crazy.
Right, I'm gonna get more. I know, Cap, you haven't said anything yet, but we're gonna catch up with you in just a moment. Still got, of course, the second game to come here in Shanghai. And talking of Shanghai, earlier on I saw Casey speaking some Mandarin, and I was like, how do I learn some of that? So let's find out how she learned the Mandarin.
Here we go.
Numbers.
Yeah. Follow me. Say 一 2
Chen Lao Shi.
Mhm.
Chen Lao Shi.
2 Oh my God! You cannot call me Chen 老师 R. Do you know R? What does that mean in Chinese?
No. What?
Oh my God! What did you do?
I don't know what I said.
Oh, that's very fun. If you call somebody R, the meaning is stupid.
Well, that is useful.
No. We're only 5 minutes in, and you've already managed to insult the one person who can help us speak Mandarin. 1 2 3
1 2 3
4 5 6 6 5 5 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 7 7 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 很好，很好，very good，很好。
Hey guys, we're gonna hold on for a second. We have a little audio issue.
Okay.
Cutting for a second.
No, it's a real class, and then we're gonna actually we're trying to show people that.
Oh, now I look kind of like an asshole because I am bringing materials. It's disrespectful.
Yes, it is.
Listen, I didn't know. I didn't know it was a real class. I'm sorry. Can I have some pieces of paper?
I don't have very many pieces left.
You can spare one slice.
I can't possibly spare a square. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh, I found one.
You have a pen?
Pop quiz. Quiz. I will give you number. You need to quickly react.
Quickly?
And ding, okay?
Oh, God.
Who ding first? Who say and get money, okay? Ready?
Yes.
好了吗? Say 好了.
好了.
好了, ready?
好了.
好了. Yeah.
我.
Yes.
Oh,
Very good.
Thank you.
wait a minute. I didn't get first money.
That's not true.
Why did you get money?
I won.
9、10、8。
Wow. 5块.
5块.
Yeah, correct. 5块. You pretend very angry because the tone go down.
不.
Boo. Yeah, very standard
很
pronunciation.
好，不。
多少钱？多少钱？多少钱？
多少钱？多少钱？多少钱？
太贵了，太贵了，便宜点儿。
太贵了，太贵了，便宜点儿。
Welcome to my shop. 80块，便宜便宜。
太贵了，太贵了，便宜点儿。
3块。
不可能。不。
那你要2块。
10块，10块。
10块。
3块，10块。10块。
Is my friend bothering you?
Ready?
Yeah.
It's a real dance now.
I'm
Any
good.
part.
I'm good on the
Okay.
dancing.
左边，左边，右边，右边，前边，前边。
你好。
You guys really did good job. I'm so proud of you guys. Now I believe you have the ability
Okay.
to go outside, go to real world, go to China to talk to the native speakers.
谢谢老师。
Congratulations!
再
I'm so
见。
proud of you
蒙
guys.
迪，
再见，谢谢。
谢谢。
再见，再见。
Very good, very good. I think their manner has improved even more since then as well, because we've been hearing them out in the crowd as well. Gents, have you learned anything?
I've learned that Slacks is actually okay at dancing. I thought to myself,
he had some moves in there. They were nice. Yeah.
For such a big guy, he's able to move around. And it made me think, I kind of want to see more from that dance. I kind of want to. I remember we've got quite the dancer here on panel. I would love to see Dandy do that dance.
You got some moves.
Whoop. Oh.
Oh. See?
I can't
Pass
do
it
that.
off. You can't do that?
I can't do that.
Yeah.
No.
Have you picked up any Mandarin? No.
No.
Whoa.
I picked up that one.
Yeah. Well done. Dandy?
I can help.
Yeah.
你好.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Shishi.
What was boo? Boo was no. With the angry under.
Was no. Boo was 5. Boo.
Woo? Yeah. Woo.
Boo was no.
Yeah.
Woo
was
5.
5. Woo is up. You have to sound like an upwards kind of
Woo.
thing, right? Yeah.
Woo. Good job, panel. Good job.
Thank you.
I don't know if our other panel are as clued up or as good with the whole, man. No. Cut it. Okay, come back.
I thought Boo was cheap. I thought Boo was cheap, and I thought Tim's was looking pretty Boo.
Oh,
he's cheap. That Sand King was overpowered.
Maybe.
The way that he was playing it, I can't believe it. It was that game. I didn't really think that TNC had it in them. We were all
game.
ready to go on back, and it's like, all right, it's another 1-0. Just
Yeah,
quick,
do you know
quick and dirty.
the last person to get back to the panel? Do you know who it was? Dandy.
Dondo, the super
Dondo,
meta.
because he knew.
knew.
He's like, I've got this.
He
I
knows.
understand This isn't done yet.
He knows when it's Dandy time.
This is going to be 74 minutes. And then he was like, boom, he's back by 74 minutes.
Wait. So how early you arrive at the panel determines how knowledgeable you are?
Yeah.
All right.
Red Eye
So
Herald.
I have a confession to make.
Oh.
I was first.
Yeah, I was first. I'm sorry.
Hey, but I saw a lot of the drafting panel here, like a good 40 minutes hanging out.
I was sitting here the whole time, so I don't know anything about me, but...
Grant never left. Grant doesn't want to leave. He's just like, I don't know when I'm going to be back. I could be back in like 11 minutes or 27 or 33. I don't know.
Nice try, right?
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. We should look forward. to gain them. That was a great performance by TNC because they could have lost that. There were plenty of opportunities for VG to clean up in there. It felt like VG played a little bit scared in that first game.
They were
tentative.
A little bit. It's really that big swing in the mid game that happened. They had a 15k gold advantage. They lost that like one fight around Roche, and it really just turned everything. I got to cast a lot of TNC games, and I've been seeing TNC with Gabby playing that lifestealer. He's been phenomenal on it. Like every single game they play, somehow it makes it to like these later stages of the game, and he just goes absolutely berserk, just putting the team on his back. And,
yeah, it's very difficult, isn't it, Cam?
Yeah.
I mean, let's talk about. We started off this series and we said what to look out for TNC. I said shut down Cuckoo. You said, concerned about like Cuckoo's overall hero pool, right? And you named two heroes, Batrider, Sand King. Like, oh man, he turned up in that game. Like, it was just beautiful.
All right, teams are ready to re-enter the Mercedes-Benz Arena for game number 2. TNC versus Vici Game. If you're just joining us, these two teams going head-to-head in the quarterfinal of the upper brackets. The only matchup that doesn't match the same quarterfinals that we had 12 months ago in this upper bracket, which is going through and guaranteeing themselves, by the way, we haven't really talked about the money too much, but there is a fair bit of money on the line, guaranteeing themselves a top 6 finish, which is at this stage already to guarantee with one best of 3 in the upper bracket to guarantee yourself. Such a relief as well for these teams. Dendy, you've played in this format. You've gone through. You've won TI, obviously. You want to stay in the upper bracket. You don't want to go down the base. Exactly. Dangerous down there.
Yeah, upper bracket is. I think it's super important.
Yeah.
It gives you too much, and lower bracket is so scary. Best of 1. Woo! Oh. So yeah, those guys, they can try out things, they can try out some sneaky strategies and stuff like this. They have the opportunity to do so, at least for one game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what TNC have got now, Cap, but the other way around, not so much. Vici, no more mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they would be... I saw a shock, honestly, when they found their Roshan contested and like the way they played afterward. They just looked a little shell-shocked, and I'm a little bit concerned going into this. It was a long game, and there was a lot of cool plays back and forth, so maybe they've warmed up a bit again, but I was just a bit concerned for VG Gaming in that last like 20 minutes after the Roshan. They just seemed a little shook and weren't sure like how aggressive they could really be against TNC. As you said, TNC always seems to surprise and when they're actually going to take that fight to you.
Exactly. I think that's like the most thing I've seen from them all year, because even dating back to, I think like even KL Major, there was some games where they would just, it would be a 4v5 fight and they would just take the fight, or they'd be playing with 4 heroes versus 5 with an Aegis and they'd go snipe the Aegis and take a fight afterwards. It's really impressive when they choose to take those fights. For me, I think for Vici, I think Fade, he played fantastic this game on the Magnus, but I want to see him on something that's faster paced. Because I think we didn't get to talk too much about him, even like in the opener or anything. And I think he's really crucial for Vici when they start getting the ball rolling. If he's using these long cooldown ultis, if he's playing these type of heroes, I feel like he can't actually play his absolute best.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to bring too much up about the previous game because we're going to look forward to the next one. But there were a few missed RPs in there, and actually it seemed like Vici did better when he missed. He's like, when he didn't land the RP, they had a better team fight somehow. How does that work? He's supposed to be better, isn't it? And then he had a 2-man right at the end, which really kind of got them back into the game. So a little bit inconsistent. Needs to be more consistent.
It was very, very hard for him because if you look at Vici draft, and if the game go late, TNC had Senkin and Quop, which are mobile heroes, and Vici, they don't have much disables. They really rely on this RP too much. So it was all about the SRPs. So he needed for sure to control Nakes at least, maybe sometimes Quop, whatsoever. So it was a very hard game for him and very hard decision making.
Having a plethora of stunts in the late game is honestly just OP, right? Because when there's so much pressure on one person to be able to perform, and the enemy team knows that too, and they're always set up with one thing I noticed, like TNC just had beautiful counter initiation. There was a sort of freedom that Cuckoo had to be able to constantly go in, right? Because he's got the Lifestealer to be able to jump in, but he always had an Ancient Apparition, Ice Blast that was going to follow him in. There was so many things that could follow up, right? That he could just have that freedom go in when he saw an opportunity. I don't think that same opportunity was there for Magnus. He was always thinking to himself, I need the 3, 4, 5-man RP to win this fight.
Yeah, I also like the tiny transition. We're kind of waiting. What is he going to buy here? Is he going to buy anything? He's got 10k gold. What is he going to spend it on?
Dandy, do you like the change that has happened for Dota? I think that's something that people are a little inexperienced with, that late game 25 talents, these new Aghanim Scepters, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, it gives more variety to the game, so more strategies can be used and so on. So it's just more bigger chess board for you.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2.
Versus Game 2.
That's right, gentlemen. Game 2. I'm here with Gunnar and Grant, aka Granthony Grantano. It's a pleasure to have you guys here again. And if you had to look at that last game, sift through all 70-something minutes, are you going to respect ban either of the heroes on either of the teams?
I don't know if it was like heroes, more so whichever team went high ground lost the fight.
Yeah.
VG walks mid, they go high ground, they lose the fight. TNC walks up, they get RP'd.
There wasn't a Rax taken until like 70 minutes into the game almost, or something like that, which is crazy for a game like that.
I would say the AA you possibly think about, because let's be honest, you have a 5 position in the late game. Do you want a Witch Doctor and AA? You're going to take AA every time. And TNC, as Dendy brought up a while ago, they have like the longest game time of every single team. So eventually you're going to have this really, really good hero who's good against cores, even though it's a 5 position. So I think the AA you might take out.
They played it similar to Navi. I casted a lot of Navi games in the group stage, and they would always pick AA. And they would pick some hero like Earth Spirit or Axe, and these heroes, and they play off this AA off cooldown. And I think TNC did the same thing.
Yeah, they did. They missed a few of the ultimates, which was right. The 4 steps from Yang, early game getting out of the AA ults, but eventually, right, you're just a spinning jug, and AA blast hit me. Uh-oh.
And that's one of the things that we were most concerned about at the beginning of the draft, that the potential for that lack of a heal potential. And they're going to go right back for it. Again, like while it may not have brought them success in the late game, they still managed to win in the late game with this hero. Ideally, though, TNC likes to operate in that 30 to 40 minute win window, I suppose.
Yeah. I think, I don't mind it as much now. I don't know why they, honestly, I'm still going back. I have no clue why they picked that Witch Doctor into the A, but now you have a Shadow Demon, another hero who scales very well. They can be 5, 4, or possibly even 3, doubtful, but I enjoy them. Yeah, why not? I mean, this combo did so much work for them last game.
It's so much magic damage. You burst cores, if they BKB, the jug would spin, or and then once the spin's over, they just combo him and he dies.
That's the thing. They always had Roche. It's weird because the other team had a mag, but you had the AA blast into the pit. You had the Ice Vortex on the ground and a Tiny, right? You can just blink in, toss someone out. They had Roche control that whole game, even though there weren't that many Roches.
We're seeing like a different draft already from Vici. They're giving Yang Tidehunter, I believe.
Yep, and that was first banned last game.
Yeah,
yes, it was.
So it's kind of different from the Enchantress. It's the opposite. It's a tanky frontliner, where Enchantress is a squishy backliner. You want to throw your spells in, your auto attacks. And then the Shadow Demon's obviously, like you said, a better scaling core than, or the support than the Witch Doctor.
And it sets up. That's the biggest thing. Like Witch Doctor, you throw your stun, they can just run away from it, honestly, and get away. This, you put someone under, it's going to force reactions. You can force TPs back up, or you can just fully commit as long as you have another stun.
That's why TNC bans the Lesh in the next phase. It's to, the dual lane of disruption into stun. You get a kill.
And some of the other setups, Murana was already first phase banned by VG Gaming themselves, but there are plenty of other combinations that you can do with Shadow Demon. Kunkka is still available in the pool.
I think VG might want to ban the Lifestealer here. It's fairly good against Tide. If the Shadow Demon is trying to kill him in the lane, he has Rage. It was also really good, like well played by Gabby last game, I think.
Yeah. He got his Radiance, I believe it was like 20.5 minutes in, which wasn't that bad. He had like 1 bad death, but then once he got that, they could just move around the map, and I think just slow down TNC. They're going to get to that 30-40 minute mark. They somehow always do it.
So one thing I was curious about, Gunnar, is the break mechanic I thought was something that made Nyx Assassin rise to prominence very quickly, maybe around 6 or so months ago. And ever since then, he's kind of fallen off, even though I see a lot of heroes that are susceptible to the break, like the Tidehunter. Is there any reason why you think that heroes like that, or even the Silver Edge buyers, aren't that popular against heroes like Tidehunter anymore?
A lot of more heroes give more teamfight from the 4 position than Nyx, and like we said earlier, like Shadowblades are out of the meta.
Right.
Same with Vendetta. There's heroes that are not really in the getting picked off anymore, so it's harder for him to find a support or even a core in the side lane and pick them off with Vendetta. I think it could be okay for TNC. It gives them vision, and that's the most important thing about the hero. It's also good against Tide, like you said.
They do ban the Sand King. I think that is a good choice. So, if Fog was right, we should be looking out for that Bat Rider coming out from TNC. And there's a Death Prophet. I really like that ban. It's just a team fighting a pretty dominant hero middle that, you know what, you have your ulti up, you just go push a tower, and who wants to fight into that? And the Lifestealer again, right?
It also goes against like TNC, right? We want them to go to 35, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And DP kind of fast speeds up the game.
Bristleback being picked up by TNC Predator. This is a hero that it seems initially like it's very situational, and then teams make it seem very, very relevant, even though like I don't really see necessarily a great role for the Bristleback because your fights might not necessarily last long enough to make him useful to get all those quill sprays out.
Yeah, so I think the fact that you can go into a fight with Phase Boots, Hood Vanguard, and you're doing 400 damage a hit is pretty
Warpath
insane.
has gotten out of control recently.
It is really,
I'm
really good.
a little worried for this pick actually for TNC. I think Shadow Demon matches up really well against the Bristle at all stages of the game.
Because the Soul Catcher?
Soul Catcher, and also if he ever gets Ags, he has a break.
Yes, that's true.
So late game, if the Shadow Demon, even if they put it on a 4, I think it's possible. If he gets like a second, third item Ags, this Bristle kind of falls off really fast.
There you go. They get their team fighting middle, and that was one that was banned out with the Cropulus. I like the fact that you can like roll in. You have this boat and you have something to group around. That was the biggest thing. You didn't have a group around, and now you have something to group up with.
This is the combination that LGD went for actually in their previous game. You think lore-wise, Tidehunter and Kunkka wouldn't cooperate, but I'm gonna leave that for Slacks. If you just put it pure spell-wise, I mean, X marks the spot, and then you've got Disruption. You can buy so much time that TNC are like, can we save this person who got X? Can we save this person who got Disrupted? You all start grouping up, and then all of a sudden you're looking really primed up for a Ravage from Tidehunter.
It's also a nice hero against these heroes like Tiny, who want to blink in, kind of combo target and try to get out of the fight. If you get an X on him, he's fully committed to this fight now. I guess he's a mid now?
Yeah, how are they going to do this? So whenever I see Shaker on TNC, the first thing I think of is Tim's.
Yeah.
But right now, I mean, Tim's had a pretty solid performance on the... He's playing the Tiny.
Yeah.
So you'd think that maybe they would just give it to him again.
I guess core Earthshaker's a little bit better. I mean, they actually picked it and then Lifestealer's picked, but now the fact you can't get Initiate on, you have that Ags, you just jump away. But I love it. They just take the Lifestealer themselves. They're like, wait a minute, it's good versus like almost all 4 of their heroes, and they already banned out half the good heroes for us.
I could see TNC doing a mid Earthshaker against a Kunkka.
I think, yeah.
It matches up fairly well in the lane.
Actually, I think you're right.
And then they still get to have a Tim's Tiny. The Bristle can either be a, I guess it would be a Armel Earthshaker, right?
So is it because recently with the Tidebringer changes, like on not working on denies and stuff like that? Because normally I would have thought that if you're like Earthshaker, you have to deal with Tidebringer, you're going to get harassed constantly.
Yeah, you are, but you're going to get harassed back, right? Like in because you're going to go like what, some 1-4-4 build, and you're just going to harass them straight back. And the fact that Tidebringer doesn't work on denies anymore, Earthshaker has a better base attack time, so it's really, really nice.
You can do a little dance around the creeps, where Kunkka wants to have a line of sight of the creeps,
dance.
and since you have the stun, you win the dance.
That's why
you can't make a move.
I love the TA Kunkka, both of those. It's like you have to carefully pirouette around the mid lane. Little subtle mechanics like that make this so interesting.
That's why everyone loves watching the middle lane. Doesn't matter me. I could watch every game for 10 minutes just sitting in the middle lane, watching range creep denies, watching all the little subtleties.
What a great lane it is.
And we're assuming it's the Earthshaker mid. I think it's a pretty good assumption, but they honestly on TNC they could still do a ton of different things.
They could
really
do a Tiny mid.
Yeah.
If they really wanted to, they could AA for the Lifestealer. I feel like that's the most unlikely. I think it's probably going to be just a 5 AA.
Yeah.
I've seen some teams run the Bristle and the carry or the 3. If they put in a 3, they kind of try to pick a more lighter carry or a lighter mid. And I think if it's a 3 Bristle and a 2 Earthshaker, that kind of fits the lighter mid role, where it's not, you don't have an OD who needs to go Midas and hit jungle. With Earthshaker, he can maybe go Blink or you can go Ags.
Well, also it might depend on who would you prefer to send up against Lifestealer in the lane. Right now we don't necessarily know what support will be laning with the offlaner. Again, we are assuming it would be a mid Earthshaker, which if you haven't tuned in to Dota in a while, that would sound completely ridiculous. But I suggest you go into the group stages, Vici Gaming, pick up a Rubik. What a signature.
So the panel said they wanted a faster hero for Fade.
Correct.
I believe that's a faster hero.
I think so.
It is.
As long as you're not looking at telekinesis cooldown.
Yeah,
that is a slow cooldown.
And the fact, look at the steals you have. AA Blast, any of Tiny's spells are insanely good, and the Earthshaker, right? Fisher is one of the best abilities in the game to steal early, even late game.
Now, this will determine where this Earthshaker will go. Vici Gaming assuming it's not going to be a mid Earthshaker as they ban out the OD.
OD was a good ban. I think it matches well against Kunkka. If it's a little scary versus the Lifestealer. If you can catch him without the rage, you can go. Oh.
This is going to be a Razor in the mid lane, most likely now. So then, who's
What?
what? Who's what? What?
Could be a Razor offlane.
That's true. If you want to put that up against the Lifestealer, that's a pretty good option.
Yeah,
see how it pans out.
There's a lot. It looks like it is going to be Cuckoo on the Bristleback. At least, and Armel is playing the AA.
Ooh, so we got a mid AA on our hands.
Or no, I lied. It's Razor in the background. Sorry, I debated you guys. Gotcha.
I'm so excited for it, though. So then, which draft so far are you favoring out of these two? TNC or Vici Gaming, Grant?
I think it's a lot easier to play Vici Gaming's draft, and I think when it's easier to play your draft, you know exactly what you want to throw boats, torrents, just push towers down. I'll probably give it to them.
Okay, Connor, how about you?
The lifesteal last game was really strong as well. The game went late, and he went this heart build. The heart with feast is a crazy interaction right now. It's 50% more lifesteal on the feast.
Though he ended up going for the rage duration talent, which is probably better.
I think it's better overall, but since Vici has the lifesteal now, I favor them.
Well, let's see what TNC's coach has to say as we go to Casey, who's speaking to Heen.
Thanks, guys. All right, Heen, we just got you out of the pods here. How are you feeling about your draft this game compared to how you felt the first one?
I mean, this year I'm trying to not think too much about the draft. It's more about the mentality during the drafting phase. And last game, I think both sides had a fair chance to win. Like, mistakes were made on both sides. And this game, I feel, will be the same. But if I really have to answer, we're pretty happy with the draft. I think we did some mock drafts yesterday, and the outcome was a bit similar. So we feel comfortable.
Really quickly, I know that was a really long game, and as an audience, it was really fun to watch. But I know as a coach, you got to listen in on your team and their commentary in game. So what was that like for you with a long game like that? How are they holding up?
That's the first time I've listened to them speak in game, obviously, because that's a new feature here. But they didn't speak English.
Well, I guess they got one in on you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heen. Best of luck to you guys. Toby and Syndrome, back to you.
You know, I love how Heen's like, I'm going to focus on the mentality, focus on, like, just making them really happy about things. And they were laughing their asses off inside the box. End of the draft, it's like they couldn't have a care in the world. It's like you're fighting on the main stage of TI9, potentially taking out one of the clear favorites of this tournament. And, well, let's have a laugh away as we go through it all.
And he'd also have no idea if they had a good time last game because he didn't understand what they were saying. So we just gotta hope that they were enjoying themselves in that previous game. And,
yeah.
Well,
hey, we have to work on some communication problems. Did you have any communication problems? I don't. You got to tell me.
Honestly, though, that last game really showcased one of TNC's biggest strengths as a team, which is they're very, very good at team fighting. There were so many small intricacies in every fight that could have gone differently if they had slightly different plays. You know, Infest was used super well with the Sand King. Their initiations were on point. Vici Gaming, however, they were a bit lacking in the teamfight department. We know that was going to be the case. Fade had to have an outstanding game on the Magnus. I think he played all right. He had some good RPs, some fights where he didn't get anything done. And the main problem was the disconnect, it felt like, between the Magnus and the Juggernaut, where they didn't really get to combine their spells in too many fights in a row.
Yeah.
So this time around, I think Vici Gaming have set themselves up for an easier to execute draft than the previous one. They have multiple ways of catching. They have multiple teamfight abilities with both Tide and the Kunkka. They could even steal one with Rubik. And their lane should be just as strong as last game, if not even better. Except mid, which will be hard for Ori against Razor.
Yeah, but it's also, it's the Kunkka. It's a hero who we've seen, even in some bad matchups, still make the most out of it. Paparazzi's really hanging around for a long time here in mid lane too. He's trying to get a little bit of extra information. They don't see anything. The Observe Wards haven't scouted out any of the lanes for the moment. VG have Fade and DY down on the off lane, and Paparazzi's going to think about joining them now. It is an aggressive tri-lane from TNC as Tim's blocks the wave out with the fissure. So it's going to hold it back as far as it possibly can. And Grant gets his wish. We get to look towards the mid lane. As Armel just looks to bully Ori out of the lane.
Paparazzi was waiting. He wants to get the Tiny matchup and avoid the Bristle matchup on his lifesteal in the beginning. So he's going to walk up top, right, but get clarity on the way. That'll do.
Yeah.
And run up to the tower. So TNC with a little bit of a head start in this offlane, of course. Tiny will have the level advantage against the rotating lifesteal, but unfortunately for him, he barely denied anything.
Gabby's going to cop a lot of damage.
Oh. Be alright for now, though. Getting trial lane as Bristle is actually really scary if it's a kill lane. Oh, same story for Lifestealer, though.
Yeah, Paparazzi fished up. He actually ended up having Cold Feet go, because obviously, yeah, you want to have Feast level 1. And in the mid lane, Ori getting in the face of Armel. Courier is bringing the salve, so he'll be okay. Ori's is a little bit further away, however.
And Paparazzi will now be getting... He didn't lose as much farm as he could have because there were so many creeps top that weren't denied in the first wave from Cuckoo. So he'll get some good experience in the tower, but missing quite a lot of last hits though. And Cuckoo got a couple of denies in too, so very nice for them in the start in the top lane.
And bottom is kind of just chilling right now. I'm curious about the outcome of mid. I think historically this has been a super Razor favored matchup, but it might be slightly better for Kunkanel than it used to be. So looking forward to seeing how well Armel / Ori will do in this lane.
Or at least knows that Tims is hanging around right underneath the dire ops. They
bottom
can't
lane.
really do much with it, but yeah, bottom lane,
That's a lot
Gabby
of
popping
damage.
a lot more damage. Feista got his level 1 Fade Bolt, but Gabby burned through one of his mangoes, now will be salved up.
Is that why he likes Rubik's on? Because
Oh,
this is
fish
filmed
block
after.
over on Ori. He's got no way out of here. Just has to TB. He's only going to the tier 1 tower. Doesn't want to leave this lane because he does have the salve to get himself back up to full health. But he's been waiting for this moment, keeping Tims there. Just smart play from Ori. Keep his hopes alive in the mid lane against Armel, who was obviously very much ahead in CS.
Yeah, it's mainly the denies that are the problem. If Razor's getting farm, it's not that bad for you as long as you are getting farm too, but he's getting out-leveled heavily. And that will become a problem. Once Razor hits level 6, could maybe run you down with a Shaker Fissure, get blocked off and you get killed. And Gabby's game is not too bad either, honestly, considering the starting tri-lane and then this current dual lane. He's doing alright for himself. Staying kind of afloat, somewhat similar to the Lifestealer in the top lane.
Tims is coming again, but Ori sees him coming. So Armel already having the static link broken. This is a lot of wasted time for ES's rotation. Obviously, you can't do anything without a paparazzi on top. Any harassment you do, like Feast is just going to regen it back up again. If you get in too deep, then DY is going to punish you.
In my opinion, this is not that good of a Shaker game. Especially because of the early stage that you talked about. But he can, of course, always come up big later with a good Echo Slam. Just trying to pull the wave here and not letting that happen DY with the Disruption. Very appropriately named for that situation. Disrupts the pull.
I love how Tims was, while that was happening, he was trying to pull with the illusions on the camp, but he mispulled the set of MINESKI. So DY has been stacking everything else on the side, but he's been trying to stop the stack on the hard camp to pull to the top lane.
Oh, he's gonna let Tims do it this time, DY.
Interesting.
I wonder why.
He does have mana for a disruption, so he could easily drop it. And even if then he has a mango.
He might let him get it because he will get the bounty. I don't know if that's gonna align.
Yeah, 20 more seconds. Suppose the creep wave will be so far back, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, if he gets the wave in the tower at 4:45, maybe they will not be ready to get bounty runes, but I still think they will. And he doesn't look like he's interested in contesting them anyway. Maybe they'll get 3.
Might contest bottom lane.
It could get 3.
Because you got Fade coming over, so yeah, Fade should be able to secure bottom lane, but Yang's in a lot of trouble. There's way too many stacks of Quill Spray. Really don't know if that's going to be worth both of the bounty runes, because they dragged off the support as well.
It's first blood. That's 600 gold.
Yeah, not worth it.
I think that's worth it. That is absolutely worth it for Gabby.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And I don't know if Tide will be having a good time down here anymore.
They're going for Armel. They know Static Link is down. X-Mark, Torrent up, DY is moving in. Tims thinks he can do a little bit more, but you've still got Fade who can pick him up, and with Destruction, throws him to the other side of the rock wall, underneath the tier 1 tower. Tims can't help out anymore. In fact, he tried to keep chasing down. All he had was a totem. So a great rebuttal onto Armel. And my god, did VG need that? 19-1 to the 33-15. The level difference was, well, it was a full level before that happened. And now the efficiency shrine them back into lane. Smoke up from TNC. Of course it's TNC. Lost a hero, what do? We attack.
Yeah, looking to make a quick move of their own. Looks like it's unlikely to be successful for now, unless, now it's very unlikely to be successful.
Invis Rune Fade breaks it. There's no Sentry Wars, there's 2 obs on Tims. But they have no detection. So disruption will begin. Cuckoo's nearby. He's going to find out there's a big stack just over on the side. So they're going to help bring that down. In fact, Bristleback may just try and farm that while he try and farms up DY's life. DY doesn't have much more to give. Down very quickly. Left an Observe Ward behind.
And Gabby gets the stack.
Yeah, that's a full triple stack as well. All of it prepared by DY. That's damaging to the VG economy.
Good cliff.
Oh, even better fissure. Tim's wraps around the side of the turret. Will create a little bit of extra space. DY's nearby too. Starts the disruption in TNC. With 3 heroes are fighting between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower at mid. But they may go again. There's still 120 damage stolen over on the Razor. Can't get in range to hit anyone though, but Gabby also ready to dive. They'll get rid of that ops. Vici feeling like TNC knew a little bit too much there. But they've left the side lanes alone. Yang has been farming up and pushing as well as Paparazzi. It's a little bit of space for the 1 and 3 of Vici.
Mid lane.
Yeah, they're really trying to go again on Armel. Dropping down the ship. Is there a pickup? Is there a throwback? There's Fade having some issues. They'll disrupt to begin with. They could have thrown him down the hill, but decided against it.
I think he couldn't get the right range. He was very close to being tossable, but I'm pretty sure he would have done that if he could.
Gabby's had such a huge injection of money. He just took an ancient stack that was prepared. They're going to get another double stack up right now. And Garmel can help with a plasma field, and Gabby can just take the rest of it with calls. And this is going to bring about a very early hood.
Nothing like some good family farming.
Everybody together. Family affair. And same time you see an Urn now coming out in Rubik. Not deciding to go for the Arcane boost. In fact, you're seeing Fade, he's just directly rushing into the Spirit Vessel. There's nothing else that he's looking to complete.
Yang was just left alone to take a tier 1 tower bomb. At 8 minutes.
Trade-off was the stack, right? Ori,
yeah.
X marks Gabby, just trying to get him away from him. But Fade's going to die in mid lane.
And now the mid tower being pushed by TNC, and this is the bigger tower.
And Gabby's taking the stack while this is happening. They don't even have to commit their Bristleback. He's taking the stacks from the side. Yang's trying to have his own little battle with Tim's. Ori, X marks his spots on cooldown for the moment, trying to go for a blind torrent. Tim's a little bit off target. If Yang really wants this, he can commit the Ravage. He may have to do so because Ori, the plasma field, Armel just moves over from the mid lane to find the kill, and Fade's got nothing more to give. Yang, he's got 1 charges. He's going to burn the Ravage, eclipse the Bristleback back on the back lines, but they really just want to kill off Armel. He's dealing all the damage out of Paparazzi, so he's hitting like kittens. Armel through the trees. He's still got 75 HP, but Paparazzi's got negative 150 damage. Kuka will create some space with the avalanche toss, and Yang will in fact die.
Huge for Armel that he just barely manages to get Static Link off before the Ravage connected. If he doesn't turn for that, 100% a kill for Vici Gaming. But now they ended up losing their mid tower, their Ravage, and they're tied. So huge segment there from TNC, and maybe they'll even get 3 bounty runes. At least AU is trying to perhaps get some information here so he can get an additional rune, but looks like he is wisely backing away. Or is he?
Don't know. Probably feels he's okay.
Okay.
He's just taunting in the lane. That's all he has to do. Yeah, it'll be a 2-2 trade-off. I think Ty's trying to get his own money in now to try and complete up his Vlads for his team. They need the aura. Hand of Midas is flying out as well on the courier. That one will be for Paparazzi. Gabby's going to have all the money in the world. He's now sitting at 5.3. This will move up even further with these 3 big ancients to go down. So we're 10.5 minutes in, and he's cracked 5.6k net worth.
Yeah, he's super hot. And consider this was a 3rd pick Bristleback. They had ample opportunity to try to counterpick it, and they built their lineup, which hasn't been successful at countering him at all so far. They didn't really pressure him very much in lane. A little bit, but not too much.
Oh, toss in. We're already starting with the static link over on Paparazzi. He has to open wounds to try and outrun this. Gabby's moving over too. They'll try and slow him down. Ice Blast, well off target. But it won't matter if they can keep that chase going on Paparazzi. Difficult. And they will back off. All they want is the tier 1 tower anyway. And VG aren't in a position where they want to try and fight. Like right now they've got Rubik leeching some experience on bottom lane. He can TP up towards the top, and it looks like TNC will back off. The fortification has dissuaded their push. And they're actually going, okay, so you got the Vanguard. He's going Crimson instead on the Bristleback. And it's the Hood on the Razor. So they have Pipe as well as Crimson Guard from VG Gaming in a reasonable hour. Yang, space being created by DY. He's got Ravage off cooldown in 10 seconds time. Paparazzi thinking about coming in. That's a nice Ice Blast on the back. Until it hit absolutely nobody. Not so nice anymore.
Nice can also mean that it looks pretty, Toby.
It does. Beautiful.
And it was a very nice Ice Blast. But yeah, TNC didn't manage to connect on that one, but They still got some good damage on the top tower.
Rubik actually got
that
the
is-
Ice Blast.
That is a big steal.
And look at Armel come over. It's like, guys, we're going to kill him. We're going to kill him. Plasma Field through the trees, begins the TP, realizes there's no stuns nearby. Tiny, I mean ES, sorry, was looking for the fissure. Paparazzi really wants to finish off this top tier 1 tower. There's money going begging and also just has to restrict the movement of TNC. Almost feels like it's time for another smoke from TNC. They're carrying one on the AA.
But they don't have a dead hero right now. That's when they smoke. It's when there's a dead guy, they smoke us 4, and get an amazing team fight out of it.
I'm getting the logic trains the wrong way. And you see the reason why the Spirit Vessel has just been totally rushed by Vade. They need to put that on Gabby every single fight.
Yep.
He cannot stand on the front lines. And what are you going to do? Like, do you even build like Silver Edge on Lifestealer or something along those lines? Like,
probably not.
Like, how do you actually counter the Bristleback apart from stealing Ice Blast and getting a Spirit Vessel?
Well, if Shadow Demon could ever get an Axe, that's pretty much a hard counter.
That's the way you do it?
Yeah, it's a super hard counter, but he's a position 5. It needs to be a long game for DY to get. I'm sure in the back of his mind, he's like, if I can get this, we win this game like game against Bristol. But Bristol kind of probably doesn't want to play that game anyway. TNC don't want another 70-minute game here with their strategy, but you never know. It might get into that position once again. And then that would be the ideal solution, is Shadow Demon Axe.
Just got to push hard and fast. VG Gaming really want to have a fight up on top lane. If Gabby hangs around just long enough to get in range of the X marks the spot, which is what happens. TP support is coming in. They'll hit him with a ship and we'll see just how much damage can be done. Ice Blast, it's flying in. Who's that one actually going to belong to? It belongs to the Radiant side. They've already killed off Gabby. Echo Slam will go. The Ravage doesn't clip Armel on the back lines, but Tim's Echo Slam is really ineffective. It's VG Gaming. They want to keep the chase going. The torrent, it doesn't slow down Armel. If it did, they would have been looking at a kill, not a tower. Cuckoo's moving in through the side. They're trying to look with the poison of DY. The tower is low, but it's not within deny range. If VG Gaming will back up, happy with what they've achieved so far. Killing off the Bristol, slowing down his farm time. And getting all that money. Ori is the one who claimed the kill for 409.
Now I think they're going to lose the top tower, though. I think Lifestealer is being forced to TP out. They might TP Bristol up top if they want to. They might not have to do it even. He's kind of in between. He's TPing to the ancient area. They're going to flush them out, get the bounty runes, and get this top tower. No Ravage. Lifestealer TP'd away, and it's not defendable.
It'll still be a 2-2 bounty rune trade.
But TNC are the ones getting map control out of this.
And I
They've
love
taken 2 towers to the 1.
I thought DY is in the neighborhood and he's still stacking. Anything he can get.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So Fade's 500 gold. They're actually giving him the farm on the off lane and inside the jungle. Like he's taking it from Paparazzi. Just to get that vitality booster. TP in towards mid. Coming a little late. Ori wasn't blocked in by the fissure of Tim's. So he's just waiting this out. With Cuckoo arriving. No Blink Dagger, but high movement speed. They can look towards the top lane. The tier 2 tower is being bodied right now. Gabby will try and tank up the creep wave. A lot of cool spray stacks up and running, but fortification delays them. But this is just buying time for Paparazzi to push bottom lane. He still wants to have the ratings before they fight again, and they need to have Ravage up and running, and that's on cooldown of Yang for another 30 seconds. TNC being careful, scanning inside the tree line. They don't want to get jumped, surprisingly. Oh, Tim's? No. They don't go on this. DY is nearby just in case they try and push him. That TP took a while.
That was a really good TP though. If he runs back up, he's running into the Tiny. He knows that Shaker doesn't have Echo, so he can't get in and get that instant stun. Has to get the enchant off. And he does manage to get out. Well, that was a really awkward spot he got himself caught up in.
Yang wants to fight. They have the Observe Ward. They know that Armel's still nearby, so DY going to start with Disruption. Purge is available. How much control have they got? Pick up, throw down, Ice Blast. It's going to connect over on 3 heroes, combining with the Avalanche with a Ravage from Yang. It'll create the space back again. Cuckoo, well, you'll have toss stolen, so throw him around, throw him in. As that, well, run away. Gabby, he's now arriving. Fade, trying to get away from the cold feet. Gabby wants to focus down on him. There's still 2 dead for the moment, and it will be a very dead Rubik. Fade was worth quite a lot with all the space and farm he's managed to achieve.
Yeah, 440 gold for Armel. That's pretty... It's not an even trade, but getting that exit kill definitely helps with the overall trade-off. And that was, of course, another Ravage fight. So now there's downtime. And this downtime will be used to pick up a Blink Dagger for Tim. So now things can get really interesting for TNC. They need to start fights with probably Cuckoo running it. Wait, does Cuckoo have less net worth than the Tiny? Oh, they have pretty much the exact same. I was like, wait, Tiny is not even close to Shaker's items, but
yeah,
it has some different items.
It's actually exactly the same net worth. Actually, 20 gold the difference.
Yep. So you want to set up the fight so that you can get a good echo, ideally. Or you can lead with the echo, but that's dangerous against both Ghost Ship and Disruption. So you probably lead the kill with Tiny or with Bristle, get a response, and then you can turn it around. You see they're forcing Roche right now.
Yep.
Bristle can tank it, he'll keep stacking up the goo, and if a team fight breaks out, Shaker has the dagger. They should know it though, he walked through a ward now, so they have ample time to click him.
It's just a little early though for him. Oh, here comes your Avalanche. Toss comes. Ice Blast. They're going to avoid a VG Gaming. Up the hill and away, but a Blink Echo Slam. Connecting on 2 with a Fissure onto 3. The buys him time for defensive disruption, and Armel's caught on the wrong side of the rock wall. Dead for 44 seconds, but it won't matter when Gabby continues to stack up the Quill Spray stacks. He's going for Yang a little bit further up, while Fade has to battle against 3. He's almost up. They're just tossing everybody around. As then Yori looking for the cleave. You can't get it though. Gabby's already got him with a Fissure. Now he'll get it onto AU. But they want the bigger one. They want Tim's. He's the man to start this. And they're going to bring him down. Cuckoo's not done just yet. Ori, toss him up. Try and get him onto the Radiant side. Gabby's moving in, and Ori knows he's dead. Gabby with a triple kill. He's still the Invincible, but he wasn't there for most of that fight because he was fighting the Titan to keeping him away from the engagement. Keep in mind that Roshan is not dead yet, and Ravage is up in 10 seconds.
Yeah. That was 2 support buybacks from TNC, but if they manage to get the Roche, it'll be all worth it. If they don't, however, and lose a fight, they could end up losing the map in a big way right now, being de-warded. VG Gaming are getting their heroes up and alive soon. This is a pretty slow Roche kill.
Really is.
Even with Solar Crest, this is taking them forever.
They've built up the stacks finally.
But
Tims will come in to help land the stuns. VG don't want anything to do with this. They're going to let it go.
And do you give this to Gabby or not? No, you give it to Armel. I think that's better too. Like Bristleback, Bristle with Aegis is like pretty much invincible, but then at the same time you have another core that's exposed, and then the call from the enemy team would just be, well, we're kiting Bristle and we're killing the Razor. Now, there's no good choice. You're not going to kill the Bristle first, that's very unlikely, and killing the Razor first is also not very good, because of the Aegis of the Immortals, so the upcoming fight for VG Gaming is going to be really difficult, and maybe they're just not going to try to take one at all. Maybe they'll just farm. Paparazzi's close to Radiance. Anything else coming up? Kunkka close to Lotus Orb. They can remove all the nasal blue stacks. Reflect the static link.
It's a lot of patience from VG Gaming, but this game feels very different to game 1, where before it was like, oh well, we're in power buffed up, we'll just be able to outfarm them and outscale them. But
I feel like the majority of VG's hardest games, win or lose, have actually been with Magnus this tournament. It really feels like, oh, bottom lane.
Have a crack. Disruption up. Gabby picked up, thrown down, perched. Having a hard time walking this off, but at the same time, Yang, what are you going to do? Is he going to commit the Ravage? Support is on the way. Paparazzi has arrived, but they've burnt most of what they had on the Bristleback. Keep in mind, there's no Spirit Vessel charges now on Fade. That item which he rushed up, they haven't been able to actually get kills with it, or he hasn't been around when kills have happened. So the charges are going begging.
Yeah, very necessary. The healing block, the damage. Bristleback has super high max HP, so lots of damage coming out from the vessel usage. When he's high on health, it will hit hard. And I like this from TNC. They have Siege Creep, they have Aegis, they have a fat Bristleback in the front. Let's go, let's take some towers. And VG Gaming will try to defend.
Yep.
As we talked about before, who is your target?
Fade's got good clearance. Lotus Orb is up. Radiance is up. Paparazzi will be the primary one. Sorry, Gabby, he's a little bit closer. Here comes your ship. Torrent combination with the boat. Armel Moves forward a little bit and creates some space, but they don't get anything out of this. The ship down. There was no commitment. TNC will easily take the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, that looked like indecision from Vici. Like, the call was to go, and somebody immediately counter-called that, like, we can't go. And they end up just wasting away a ghost ship. 25 seconds on it now.
Once again, Faye trying to clean this up. Tim's Cuckoo looking to jump in through the side. They're going to get it. It's a nice ravage over on 2. And actually, the spill damage. Bristle died so quickly. I am uncertain, but Armel, he's certainly dead. In behind the back lines, looking for his own kill. Disruption from DY buys some time for Yang to move away. He wants to stick around for the extra gush. Maybe an anchor smash. You've got good damage from Cuckoo. And then the Fidger. They hold him there, but Armel can't go anywhere. He's trapped inside the rock wall. Cuckoo, he's stopped his TP. The Creeper's going to chase him down. You've also got DY on the back of Tim's. Does he see him? He does, but he doesn't have disruption. He can't kill him. He tries to pop him with the poison, but it won't work. Can we see that again? What was that?
I think Cuckoo got X marked. That's why his TP got cancelled, but he just ran away. So that didn't really matter very
What
much.
happened to the Bristle?
Yeah, he died real fast.
He has, like, he's got Solar Crest, Hood, Vanguard. All these things should spell life.
I know there is a Soul Catcher, of course, but there was no Vessel.
No
at
Spirit
the time.
Vessel.
Okay, let's see. So he's crested up. Ravage. Paparazzi's just nailing him from the front.
Okay, that's it. He just never turned.
Oh, Lifesteal. Well, he got ravaged with his front turn toward the Lifestealer, so he got in like 3 hits, 4 hits. Yeah, that's a quick kill. He's not tanky against that right now. Because, yeah, you've got the defensive Solar Crest on yourself, but then Tide puts an offensive one on you, and it's kind of negated, so Lifestealer is still dealing really good damage, even though he doesn't have any minus armor himself against the Bristle. And Gabby just overestimated himself.
Yeah.
For that. It was a cool play call from TNC, though. They had a max range fissure, they had the Ice Blast over the top, but Rubik got off all his 1 charges before he got Ice Blasted, stayed alive, and they easily cleaned up the Bristle and more.
It actually feels a little odd when you look at these engagements where TNC, like, as you said, like maybe they just underestimated how much damage VG could do. You throw out the Fissure, it's like, it's a Rorschach moment. I'm locked in here with them. Uh-oh. And Fade's not done yet. He wants to look for more. Farm up that Ether Lens, get himself something nice. Ari's able to snipe out the rune. Seems also a little harder to target him down now. You just wait for the right Lotus Orb timing. Not as easy for the Razor just to run in and get whoever he wants. Yang is approaching his Blink Dagger too.
That's a big item for Avicii. It allows them to set up a fight similar to the one from before, just that they can be the initiators. They can infest the Tide, he can Blink Ravage and Solar Crest the Bristle, they just go to work with anybody behind with a secondary stun. So similar to last game, there's no saves on TNC's lineup. This time there is one on the Vici Gaming side with the Shadow Demon.
So TNC are grouping up once more up on the top. They do have 2 smokes on the Ancient Apparition. So if they want to smoke into the VG jungle, they can do so. But you're already seeing the vision game trying to be played out by VG. Defensive Observer Ward to the north of their shrine, centering around all the access points into their jungle. But there's no wards down from TNC there. They have the Tinker Ward on the bottom lane, and they have a very defensive Obs inside their own jungle. And that's it. That's the vision. That's the vision report. Nori is really keeping the pressure on bottom. Some good farm for him. His recipe away from now completing up the BKB. There's the Ether Lens that Rubik was farming up, now completed as well. And an Assault Cuirass is on the cards here for Paparazzi, and he's already got 2 of the biggest items for it.
AC's the big item, but they decided to smoke regardless, and Paparazzi actually broke the smoke to hit creeps, and now he's going to go into the jungle, so the smoke will only be Tide and Shadow Demon. I guess this is a little bit of a warding mission. Didn't really find anything with this sentry. Maybe he's going to walk down and try to obs. Oh, he's going to use it here only, so pretty defensive. Maybe they were worried that TNC had a lot of heroes up here to go for this smoke, but if they were running into a lot of heroes, they would probably just die.
That's why you send the expendables.
Yeah. Found that a little bit odd, but
that's another easy way to scout. I need a couple of copies, guys.
Yep.
Let's send the Life Stealers to the mid. We'll burn down the wave. VG have done a really good job of just slowing this game down.
Yeah.
The advantage was going the way of TNC, but just over the last, like, 10 to 15 minutes, everything has been going VG's way. The experience actually tells the bigger story. About 7,500 in favor of VG. Just one pushing fight from TNC on the bottom, and VG just turned things around. They're really trying to be safe with Ori. Still got the hit.
Yeah, it's looking good for VG Gaming right now. They're getting the BKB on Kunkka. It's a good lifestealer game like the panel talked about, with the exception of the Razor Drain. And they've kind of outlasted one of the worst parts of the game. If they precast Lotus on the lifestealer and he gets linked by Razor, it's just a net 0. So then he can just stay in the fight and hit. So TNC have to be very mindful of playing around this Lotus Orb and trying to get the initiation. They have BKBs of their own too. Bristleback 10 seconds, Razor 9 seconds. So lots of magic immunity to go around. And they're really important for both teams, these BKBs. You can't just waste them away.
This smoke won't last long enough to take a fight, but nice deep ops. But now VG, yeah, they smoke up as well. They've been looking towards the mid where Ari's been pushing it out with his X-Mark, hoping that TNC would actually jump him. I love how he doesn't have enough damage to actually take the creep wave out in one hit for a 28-minute Kunkka. Right, here comes Yang to drop down the ward. Up on the hillside. I'll leave a sentry behind as well.
I feel like I'm watching the same game as last game. Just running past each other in smokes, placing wards, and then farming creeps.
It's like both teams just understand where they're going, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, okay, we'll take the objective on the other side. We're not going to take the fight.
It's a very natural way. It's the layout of the map makes it make sense to play like this, but
that's the sorry, I thought Gabby was actually going to have a crack.
That would be a very bad idea, I think. He doesn't have the information. But during the group stage, we saw a lot more aggressive invasive maneuvers, in my opinion.
Oh, DY. He just saw the observe board that was planted on the Ancients. He understands they're right behind it, but the Tar, the ship, combo, tied under in the back lines. The BKBs, however, protecting TNC. The Ravage wasn't good enough. Same with the Fissure from Tibbs, keeping the back line of Fiji under control. Gabby now can start stacking up the quill sprays. They've already got the kill over on the SD. Everyone else is trying to get back out. Paparazzi needs a vessel. He needs to infest. Ori came in close to give him that, but now he'll lose his life as well. VG, they were asking for it. TNC, they gave it to him.
Perfect BKB usage. I think both of the cores completely avoided the Ravage.
They did.
And the Shadow Demon as the first kill is perfect for TNC. That's the save. That's the guy that can extend the fight so BKBs expire. And then they would be able to turn around, but this Tiny is just working super well for TNC in both games. On 2 different players as well. Nice blast.
Yeah, it'll hit Fade.
So that's a tower,
yeah.
And TNC's back in the lead.
That's all we need to do, right? It's like, say, okay, so this game is starting to go the way of VG Gaming. Let's swing back the other way. Let's have another look at this fight. So, great initial stunts, but then BKBs on both Gabby and Arbel. Both get off before the Ravage of Yang can connect.
And they get the Ice Blast onto the Tide. He has to run out of the fight, so he can't stay and help. And at this point, the fight is already lost, actually. So, quick and easy for TNC, and they will get a Roshan.
Another Aegis and Immortal their way, and this one comes with a cheese too. So Bristle takes the Aegis, Armel will take the cheese.
So this time they're swapping it around. Or well, they didn't have a cheese last time. They're putting the Aegis on Bristle this time, because he was like, okay guys, I am mortal.
This Observer Ward's going to give him really good information to try and fight on bottom. So you can see TNC coming to the bottom, and well, no, okay, never mind. There's the curse kicking in again.
Yep.
Defensive vision now.
Right, AU wanted that creep, he got it.
The line's definitely been drawn by Gabby. Push, bottom lane. As far up as we can possibly go. Ravage is still down for another 21 seconds. Which probably means, like, with the creep wave coming, VG could try and fight. Like, they have the AC completed. Fade's got 1 Spirit Vessel charge.
This fight is very difficult. You have to either bait EKBs and outlast, and then you can Ravage, or you have to blink and burst people, but you can't burst the Bristle, he has Aegis. The Razor is super hard too, because he has cheese, so you have to kill him from 100 to 0. in one go. You don't have any... I mean, you have the Vessel, but you can BKB-cheese.
TNC quickly smoked, but they did it underneath the VG ward. So VG should be very much aware of this. Gabby, Armel, 8A. Why do I feel like almost that TP towards the top lane of Tiny with the smoke was almost a bait? They want someone to feel like they can come out and fight, and Paparazzi is that man.
Oh.
The Ice Blast. Oh no! What?
He wanted... Okay, so Tim's wanted to force Steph Blink Echo, but then he forced Steph Echo. Maybe he had cooldown on Dagger. I didn't see it. But that tree is so dead. He echoed it real. It happens though. It's
one right here.
It's not that big of a deal because VG Gaming aren't really in a position to make an aggressive move right now, so you can just chill and wait for the echo to come back up. If you take the fight right away, you still have Aegis for another minute. But that doesn't mean we can't have fun with it. It happens.
It's all okay, alright.
Yeah.
As
The cool thing was the play itself, where they smoke and TP the Tiny away and stay, like you pointed out. That was a really cool play. Paparazzi was not expecting that at all. But fortunately for him, bit of a misplay from TNC in that instance to go for the kill.
very rare thing as well on Tim's ES. Like, he is a god on this hero. But,
everybody makes mistakes.
That they do. I'm liking this atomization as well from VG Gaming. Like, the 4-stars are starting to begin. Fade's got his picked up. Ether lenses for the support so they can hold back as far as they possibly can. And the push is coming in through the top. Gabby, he's manned the front lines. Quick early bash out from Paparazzi, but Prospect does have his back turned. The plans of field hits him pretty hard. He's actually pushed up too. What are you going to do here, Gabby? Apart from potentially break the Aegis model, they won't even get that, or will they? X-Mark pulling back in. The Spirit Vessel taking away all this regeneration he wants. They 4-star him, so he dies mid-push.
The poison stacks killed him off.
Plasma Field's going to clip it. Mopen wins again. Paparazzi protected by the Lotus Orb of Ari, but the volley is beginning from Cuckoo. Aghanim Scepter is being completed.
That was a beautiful kill, though. It's a really good spellcasting, and I don't know if they couldn't force staff him earlier to get him out of there. They have 2 force staffs, but...
He had his back turned.
Yeah. It was almost like they were trying to bait it, but they didn't have Echo Slam, which it seemed like VG Gaming were aware of. I'm not sure they saw Shaker...
There was no vision of that.
I don't think they knew, actually. But yeah.
Actually, maybe someone attacked from the...
I don't think they saw him echo the ground. I'm pretty sure they didn't.
Hey, look, they changed the ward up this time around, TNC. They put it on the hillside. They didn't put it over on the tree line. And VG Gaming put down their own sentry looking for it. Not going to find it. And that is the job now of DY. It's a very thankless job.
I think the plasma field scouted there from Fade.
Hit it? Yeah, it did. Nice.
That was... I don't know if that didn't seem intended. He's just farming a camp. Sometimes you're allowed to get lucky.
Unintentional awesomeness. But Fade really is just putting all his money into farm. I feel like he's taking so much farm on the map. He's got more net worth than the ES does at the moment. Which is kind of surprising considering the start you saw from Tim's, but he just had to create space for the rest of his team now. They're waiting for the 35-minute runes. Paparazzi is sent in. He'll rage up the torrent. Well, they're expecting Gabby to come in a little bit closer. With a Ravage committed, they're going to get through it. Gabby's down for 80 seconds. Tims was stunned on the sideline too. Cuckoo creates a volley, space creation, backcourt deep. VG don't want anything more. They got what they wanted. They got the bounty rune and the Bristol.
TNC have to be in better position with their force staffs. If they're going to send in Bristol as food, you got to be able to reposition your food so it doesn't, you know, expire.
That analogy is just, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very digestible.
Yes.
They're attacking in towards mid. There's the X mark. It's just Kunkka trying to get in nice and close. Cuckoo, 4-star. Nice push away from Tim's. Cuckoo was just able to turn himself around and get away. That's the tier 1 tower drop. VG looking to amp up the pressure. Bristol back. The only reason why he's not buying back is one, he's short of money, so VG may feel like they could force it. Armel, oh, he cancelled his TP! There was no Ravage, there was no stun! Now Armel is totally trapped in TNC! The cracks are beginning to show in the armor! A quick first bash as well from Paparazzi! Another second, why not? Down goes Armel, and once again TNC are fighting without one of their primary cores.
You're absolutely right, he was alive. There was nothing to stop that TP. Ravage was on cooldown, Kunkka was too far away.
It's like a,
It happens.
And now the tier 2 tower will go down as well for this.
This has been a couple of minutes with TNC making a couple of unforced errors, honestly. The Shaker missing the Echo and using it on the ground, the Bristleback getting killed on the Rune, and now the Razor just not running away. And these,
not finishing his TP.
These mistakes have just... That's 5k gold.
Nice observer ward from TNC. Well, at least let them know where Ori's playing. The fact the tree was tossed might flag to Ori. The vision was there. Gabby is the man who has to be on the front lines defending the tower. Still trying to find that last bit of money to finish up the assault cure us. And they're going to start to need to have items because there's bigger ones coming in from VG. Paparazzi, he actually stopped at the bracer and he's going in for a BKB next. So all the immunity in the world, the lifesteal is looking for it. Does he actually have like, does he go with the +2 with the rage duration? There's just like immune forever almost, the beginning 10 seconds?
I think you take rage duration like every year. The other talent is, it's not bad, it's just not 2 seconds rage duration. So...
it's like
really
+1%. Like maybe if it was like +2%.
The rage duration talent is super good.
Just to balance that, you can just see it in the next patch. You're gonna have it just so the 2s match up. 2-second range, 2 feast percentage.
Imagine you gave a hero in the game a talent that said BKB duration +2 seconds as a 25 talent. How good that would be in a lot of games, right?
Yeah.
And that is even, you know, a much longer cooldown. Rage's cooldown is 18 seconds, so it goes from...
So you have 8 seconds and then you have 10-second BKB. So
10-second downtime.
So you're technically immune for 26 seconds the first fight with a BKB.
Yes, correct. If you layer it
perfectly.
Yep.
Sure.
That's a long time. Remember the old lifestealer from Dota 1? Who had Rage as his ulti that lasted 18 seconds with magic immunity? Then he had 2 passives. One was lifesteal and the other one was Orb of Venom.
I think I like the new lifestealer better.
That hero was really stupid. And then it got changed. And that was a good decision. Techies is up next.
Yeah, I'd like a rework on Techies to make him a little bit more viable than just being a meme. Like, there are a lot of things that make him viable. Blast Off is very well worked, but yeah, Mines definitely needs something. Put out the theory crafting, something better than what Slags and I can come up with. Yang's on the hunt. He's got Gem on True Sight, making sure there's no vision for TNC around Roshan. He's another 2 minutes away from spawn time. And they really feel like, okay, hey Gabby, I'm gonna hit you with a torrent. I don't see you. There's no vision up on the hill for him, but we'll play like there is. They feel the force.
Yeah, the next Roche has got to be where it's at. When's it spawning? 1:30. Both teams will not be leaving that area very much. Kunkka is going to go bottom to push out a little bit. He actually, okay.
Jump, find their opening. Over on Cuckoo. Pick him up and throw him back. The Ice Blast is on the way in. It will be able to connect over on to both Yang as well as Paparazzi. Yang still having to wait out these BKBs before the Ravage can be useful as the tree toss begins from Cuckoo, but these BKBs are wearing off TNC. They have to turn around because Yang's about to come in. He's looking for the Blink Ravage. They already go for their initial target. Gabby, he can't turn around. Where is this Ravage? Where is his control? Here it is. 4 heroes hit by it, but where's the follow-up? Ori's trying to do it all at the moment. X-Mux spot, Torrent, they still haven't killed off Gabby. And now they'll lose more. Ori forced after wait. A little bit of space being created. Yang can't really help out. Fade wants to, and maybe he has enough with a quick little toss over. Ori so low on life. The Echo Slam has finally dropped down. Ori and Fade pushing up the daisies. Paparazzi about to join them as well. Maybe he can get our own. No, he can't. He can just die. No lifestealer shenanigans this time around.
Godlike fight from Tims. Every fissure made every bit of a difference in that fight. He blocks them off on the initiation, he blocks them off during the Ravage, he blocks them off during the escape, and then he gets the Echo, which is just a measly 1 hero Echo that barely matters because it's completely overshadowed by how wonderful those fissures were. That's the best play I've seen today. The way he played this fight was absolutely amazing.
Have I made up for my Echo Slam on bottom lane?
He just realized he doesn't need to use it. He's like, okay, well, if I don't mess up my Echo and I focus on my fissures, man, that was awesome. That was a super good fight.
Gabby is starting up on Roshan. This is the 3rd one. Has a refresher shard, no Aghanims upgrade. But the fact that Armel also got through that entire fight, they still haven't used the cheese from the last Roshan.
Yeah.
So now they'll have a second one. Refresher shot, It goes to the Razor. You get cheese on the Earthshaker.
And we also need
and
to
cheese on the Tiny with the Aegis on the Bristle.
We need to remember how that fight broke out too. Kunkka was bottom, and they went for jumping on the Tiny, I think, when the first fissure saved him, and they have the 4 staffs. I think jumping the Tiny next to the tier 2 tower is just not a high value play, and not one that favors them at all. So,
and that anchor clap. Shaddy eardrums all you want. Torrent combination. Gabby saying a little bit too long. He's got a lot of poison stacks on him. They're going to purge him. They just want to break the Aegis model once again with the 4 stuff over with the fissure wall, creating all the space in the world. TNC really on top of positioning, but they don't get up to the high ground. They did not force a buyback.
Oh, regen.
No, how nice.
Yeah, when you have map control like this, you're likely to get runes. It's 40 plus minutes, and now there's 2 runes every time. There's an Invis sitting bottom, not the most relevant rune for what TNC are trying to do right now.
Hey, look, Yang's going for the double ulti again. This time he might be able to actually farm up the refresher orb, but they're looking for 2 times the Ravage.
And this time it's huge compared to the last game, I would say. I mean, in theory, the 2 RPs would have been outstanding as well, but this will be much easier for him to use.
He just has to wait so long. Like, they still waited for the BKBs. They were 9-second duration BKBs in the last fight, actually 7 seconds for the Razor. But they are starting to get lower. That wait time and that immunity time is definitely going to drop, especially now the BKBs on Paparazzi. Like, he had that in the last fight too. We did see that long immunity duration. They're going to put it to the test. He's going to break the smoke over on Gabby. Fissure will connect. Is there something to help? DY wants to. Disruption. Tims doesn't hit on the Echo Slam. Instantly they want to move away, but Purge actually, yep, is over on Gabby, but Tims creates more space. Volleying forward once again. Almost impossible to move through that volley.
Something Yang can do in the upcoming fight is he can blink and pump fake the Ravage to bait out BKBs. Then he can BKB himself, stay alive, and then get the Ravage in. They need to kite the BKBs, and similar for TNC, you can, or well, not similar, because I think kiting for you is way harder and not as impactful. The cooldown of Lifestealers, we've talked about this, how much uptime he has. It's hard to play around, and playing around Tide's BKB is probably not going to get you very far. So it's way more of a value play for Yang. And if he does get the refresher and he blink pump fakes 2 BKBs out, you better get out of there before he gets the Ravages, or you're going to lose multiple heroes very quickly. Alternatively, he can also just blink Ravage instantly, hope they don't react, maybe he catches some supports.
Really wants to get rid of that Radiant Observer Ward, but it's so dangerous to come close to the volley. Another quick tree toss, they'll send in their immunity lifesteal to do it.
Kuko's damage is super high with the Ags Daedalus.
And the control that comes with the Echo Saber as well. It's just like 100% movement slow for 0.8 seconds. Well, the pressure is being applied through both bottom as well as mid. Yang does have the double Ravage, but they have the opening. He jumps in for a quick anchor. Now, Tier 3 tower still getting beaten down. The Aegis Immortal from Gabby will last a little longer. Tims has Echo in 10 seconds. Looks like finally Ori is, actually, he's underneath Observer Ward. Avalanche has been thrown out. Cuckoo just trying to battle for the bounty runes. Goes for the quick volley. Support's coming in with the Ice Blast. Ori going to stay inside of it as well. Just trying to walk all this off and then TP away to safety. Cuckoo, but nothing to stop them with. But look at Vici. Move out. Look for their own target now that a lot of attention of TNC's been dragged top.
That was great from TNC though. They got 4 bounties. They do end up conceding some map control here by letting Vici come back in. Perhaps they could have avoided that if they just let Tiny do the job top and they stayed in this strong position down here. But they do get all 4 bounties. So, some good economical win. Oh, that's an Abyssal I'm hearing.
Yep, bottom lane. They're going in after Paparazzi. He's still got his BKB available as well. That range is lasting forever, but so is Armel's like damage deal. 280 taken out of it. A push away from Cuckoo. Now the Ravage will pop a 4-star. They're going to X-mark and pull him back in again. All that extra life that he gained. Where's your refresher in second time? It ain't going to happen, or maybe they just stick on top of him. That'll be the way to bring down the Tiny. Buyback comes in from the Rubik. Get a lot of money. Now they look to the Ancient Apparition. Another Torrent. Pulls him back in once more. Ancient Apparition to fall. Disruption. It is allowed to go to the next target, but there's your refresher. Armel, BKB, and put up the Storm. They're looking for their own damage output, and the stun from ES has stopped Yang from getting the instant Ravage off, and in fact he doesn't even have the mana for it anyway. They're just going to have to hold in Armel. Yang with the BKB wants to keep on fighting, but now the volley will arrive. They have to start retreating. Vici Gaming back on the shrine. This thing's still up. They're going to regenerate up almost everything they lost. And Navi's going to try and fight into them. They've got to be careful. Ravage is still available. He can blink forward and just go for it. Bristleback, he gets clipped up. And also the stuns on the sideline. Bristle's down for 100 seconds. Ancient Apparition will also go down. But they pull back the bigger one. They pull back Cuckoo. They need to get rid of all that damage output that he has. They're going to do so. Ice Blast comes too late. TNC, 2 heroes without buyback, and VG Gaming, like sharks, they smell blood in the water, and they're hunting. Yang, taunt chasing Armel up through the top lane. He's wasting time, however. VG need to push the lane.
This is a huge kill, though, to get.
Oh, with a gush. He's still got static link available. There's no stun. There's no way he can actually cancel the TP. That's the goal right now. Kunker's coming over. He'll BKB TP away to safety. Safety for Armel.
And in the meantime, Lifestealer and Rubik are still mid. So they pushed out that wave and they're going to try to go high ground. Good Fissure is going to buy some good time here.
Still a big creep wave pushing him through the top lane too. And Ancient Apparition is forced in the bottom. So while Paparazzi is going to be knocking on the door, taking anything more than a tier 3 tower may be problematic because they'll look for a trade-off. Here comes your Ice Blast flying in, catching everyone a long distance, but Razor so low on life. The Molotov trying to protect him, but it won't happen. Fade just volleys him down. But now what do they get? They're going to buy back out from a Razor, but there's problems on the bottom lane and top. The Catapult double waves really did a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah, AO may have just saved a potential lane of racks there. With this bottom push that he was doing with AA.
Tims, this is a solo kill. Jumps out, can grab the double damage room. Fissure, maybe he doesn't even need it. Echo slams, a quick 4-star. TY, the Yule Scepter, he went up in the air and now Destruction. He'll go 2 different ways. The Ice Blast flies right over the top. TY needs to kill off the illusion, won't help. Gabby will find him. Gematrusa has been dropped. Still a 1-for-1 trade-off as they keep on battling. Maybe with a turret. Where's your boat? It's off cooldown, but they don't want to do it. The BKB's protecting TNC for the moment, but they're such low durations. The TNC know they need to back off once more.
And Tims used buyback. So did Shadow Demon actually, so never mind. But Tim's is way more valuable. He's much richer. His buyback cost, I think it was, let's see, 1,200 to the 500 of Shadow Demon. So that's about another 1,000 gold before the gold loss itself.
And the fact that VG were able to get there in time means they also recovered the Gem of True Sight, so there's none of that value lost either. Very problematic for the supports to try and survive.
And you're going to get your Silver Edge, it looks like.
It is.
It will happen.
So we have Silver Edge for the Conquer. The Daedalus, there is enough money for Paparazzi to buy that right now. His surplus is 200 short of buyback. Yep. I also love how Fade's been working his way towards this scythe for such a long time. He's like, I'm fine. I got this. No matter what, I got this. Now smoke up from VG.
They have 2 Ravages, and there's Bounty Rune spawning. This is pretty much the perfect timing.
And there's no Echo.
Oh, this would be a great
Ancient
start for
Apparition.
AO.
He is going to go down quickly. Dead for 1.5 minutes.
It might seem like a small kill, but he has no buyback and dropped the gem.
And Roshan spawns in 10.
Yep.
That's the bigger part. If VG Gaming see this without the Ancient Apparition blast, like, can you take this?
That fight, I think, is next to impossible for TNC, even with a good Echo. Unless VG line up for them to land the perfect combo, it's going to be tough.
Stolen volley. That's one Fade never wants to give away. He's going to go through almost the full duration of the steal for it.
It's a pretty pitiful tree volley compared to
the real Tiny.
To the real one, yeah.
Oh, Roshan's alive and VG know it.
It's a big boy. He's got all the items. This is Rosh number 4.
Where's your Aghanim's upgrade this time around? Do you actually even give it to the SD so we can keep purging up?
I think giving it to
Bristol?
SD is really good. It applies break when you have Ags. That's why it's the hardest counter to Bristle. Maybe in the whole game. I think Shadow Demon Ags has got to be one of the absolute highest on the list. But are they seriously not giving him the Ags?
Who are they giving it to?
Lifestealer?
Wait, what? He's going to assimilate now?
That's like the worst Axe in the game.
Maybe it was a misclick.
I mean, maybe they just wanted to pick up everything in case TNC was coming, but I can't.
It's like, so what was
Who do
even
you
your
wanna
three?
swallow?
Yeah, who do you swallow? You don't take in Kunkka. You can jump in with Tide Hunter, but Tide's the one doing the jump anyway.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah, DY
That
definitely
axe
looked a
on
hell of a
Shadow
lot
Demon
better.
is amazing. It is so good, this game. And he even has items to get them off reliably with both Lens and Force Staff.
Maybe they're just worried
They
he's still
could've
low, but
given
even
it-
then you could take the Rubik.
They could have given it to Rubik.
Rubik would have been great.
They could have given it to Tide, so they have AoE gun. I mean, there's no way. No way.
This makes no sense, but hey,
it's all we got.
That is the decision of the teams.
Vici are still in a great position, so
I love how we
hopefully
get.
for them,
Wait, we
it
get
will
to
not
watch
be a
him again.
problem.
It's like, guys, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. It wasn't meant for me.
It's like, okay, man, you want the axe? Swallow me next fight, then do it. Yeah.
It's like watching TNC. Like it was the major where they're just fissure blocking each other out and just playing around the ruins. Hey guys, let's have a little bit of fun. It's going to remind you, VG Gaming, you're currently one game down in the series.
Yep.
A loss here drops you to the lower bracket, where then every game is elimination to get to that grand final.
They're probably feeling really good about their position in this game, though, as they should. They're in a great position. Tide has 3 Ravages, but he doesn't have much mana, though.
Can you even get 3 Ravages off?
No. Unless they mana boot him or something. Do they have any mana?
You don't have any, like, there's no arcane boots on the SD, there's no arcane boots on the Ruby. They both put their items into the ether lens.
They probably aren't planning to use 3 Ravages in the same fight anyway. I think it's a mistake, though, to have the Refresher Orb instead of the Shard in his inventory.
Yeah.
You know, the Shard is free.
The 375 mana for
It's a lot.
Refresher Orb.
You get some regen for now from having the Orb, but absolutely swap in the Shard when you're trying to go high ground, just for safety's sake.
Oh, here's your move in. Bristol back on the front lines. Paparazzi gonna rage. There's a quick Abyssal Blade from Gabby. Trying to control it. Paparazzi, they'll pick him up. They'll drag him back over with... Actually, no, they won't. Just leave him under the torrent. The best front liner they could have asked for. A Bristleback with his back turned and no 3 purges to worry about.
Yep. How fortunate. Oh, that's a good fissure, but...
Yeah, it's
See
going to
you
lock
on the other
Paparazzi
side.
in. Remember, he's got the Aegis, the Immortal. He just wants to get back out again. Now they can start taking out the shrines. As Red Eye feared, this is VG Gaming. We take an objective, we move back, and we take a safer objective now. Be it farm, be it shrines.
I do not blame them for a moment for doing that.
Neither do I. You see the advantage.
Considering what happened last game too, they were in good position 2 or 3 times, and they just ran up to different high grounds and lost fights. Like, there's no need for them to do that currently.
You just have a chat with the coach at the back. It's like, okay guys, let's not go high ground until we're good to win the fight.
It's entirely possible that that's what RTK told them after the game. It's like, you have 10 minutes between these games, you don't have time to sit down and go through details in the replay. You get 1 or 2 key points across the team that they need to work on for the next game. And honestly, I think one of them should have been, okay guys, in the next game, don't force fights in bad positions. That's #1 thing you don't want to do.
Okay, we have the mana now for Tide Hunter to commit the Ravages. He's got Nocturine Core.
Oh, he was hovering a Daedalus.
Jump up, fade, looking for a target. Remember, he's got that side defiance as well. The Ravage is going to burn straight away. Tiny, it even clipped the Ancient Apparition in the back lines. Tiny does not have buyback available. VG have an opportunity, but the BKB is down for Kunkka.
He refreshed on Tide. Refresh #1.
Okay. Now he switches to Refresher Shard in.
Now he has another 2 Ravages.
Yep. A Paparazzi, again being that front liner, making the most of his immunity time. Mel and Gabby clean up the way pretty nicely. Another X mark. That one's over on Ori. He's not even coming close. It's just like, just in case something really weird happens. That's probably going to be on Paparazzi.
Lotused.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah, he X'd the bristle with Lotus on. It looks pretty funky when
Yeah, it does. It's like, that's not intentional.
Right, that's a half decent status aesthetic link. Not too great though.
Still a 53-second window.
So is there anything coming up for TNC now that's going to turn the tides of this game?
They don't have Satanic
There's
yet.
no big item coming.
Tim's is waiting for the right opportunity. He's moving around the side. That's a good Echo Slam opportunity, but they just lost the creep wave. A force up. Gets pushed back underneath the T4 towers. The fissure is a fantastic block. Rage now up here from Livesealer with the BKB. With the BKB speaking to my TNC. They're waiting it out. The Ravage, it's ready. In 2, 1. BKBs are out. And the Ravage goes #1. Yang, is it time for a second? Maybe it's not. The Aegis Immortal has been burnt. VG take the racks. They're just going to reset.
They used 3 Ravages, and all they got was this shitty T-shirt. Now they got 1 melee Rex.
They're coming back. Another pickup. The X-Mark's going to bring the Titan back to front lines with a torrent. Razor, 4-star forward. Burstorm didn't protect him enough. And now Paparazzi feels like he can just go in. If he can get a bash, they've got the Hex from range. It's from the Rubik. Razor's down for 2 minutes. VG Gaming, what do you want now? Bottom lane or more?
Now it's a bit of secret. Yeah.
I've upgraded. I've got the Mahjong set now.
Konka's going to defend easily with X-Mark. He comes back to mid. They're grouped up. There's no Ravages available right now. 60 seconds for 2 Ravages for Yang.
I love this. They actually TP Tim's out so he can pick up the bounty runes. So Razor actually had buyback. He needed to go and get that money, or else they wouldn't be able to have him for this fight. And then he'll come around the back. Echo Slam is available. VG may not be looking for it. The badge is already over on Tiny. They forced off him away. BKB will protect him. Now Tim's, if you're gonna go, you're gonna go. 3 together. Lock him down. From heaven, the shatter arrives, but Lifestealer still gets the BKB off. He's being beaten down by Gabby with all that big damage. Cuckoo will get the jump in as well. Yang will fall. The damage is huge with the Anchor Smash back again, but they just chase for more. A long toss up towards Faye.
Oh my
Tree, and she just crit the crap out of him.
That Tree volley. Did he just get 3 crits in a row?
He did.
That was pretty absurd.
Man, what a play by Tim, understanding the game and then getting the great position. He knew he was okay because the Obs and Sentries were on top of the hillside, so he knew that VG had no information.
And you have to take these risks. When your back's against the wall and you're this far behind, you got to do something crazy, and it worked out. Ice Blast was crucial there.
You've still lost a lane of rack as well as a tier 3 tower on bottom. It's still the small crippling part.
It's not great, but it's better than the alternative, which was game 3 right now. More than likely.
Well, the alternative is still potentially there. It was a 30 grand advantage because the bounty risk just got picked up by TNC. It swings back up another 5. The experience is probably telling a closer game, however. Only 9,000 the lead. And TNC, they'll smirk up. They want to force some buybacks.
Yep. How many are they going to get?
Actually, he went 2 charges of disruption on SD.
Yes.
I was wondering if he would think about the purge damage against Gabby, but he's going to Aghanim, so maybe not. There's disruption number 1. That bottom rack's getting brought down quickly. Ship is comboing in nicely. 4-star up on the Bristol back, still protected by that Lotus Orb. Konka pulled back by his own X-Mark. Double Daedalus looking to try and get some level of damage in, but TNC just did a hit and run. But they didn't force the buybacks out for VG Gaming. Well, only the one on the Rubik.
Still a great grab, though. They got a lane of racks out of that?
Yep.
We'll take that. Oh, Rubik.
Big up. 4-star away, and Cuckoo. Oh, no, Fade. He doesn't want it. Actually, he wants to steal it, but a great Fisher once again. Creating space. Tiny BKBs. This is such a low duration time. They may try and continue the chase. In fact, they do. Here they saw him just at the last moment. Move up the hill. It won't last long enough. The bash is there for Paparazzi with the Abyssal Blade. Tiny will fall, so you did get a buyback. But now you're down a player, and Roshan will respawn in 40 seconds time. Tiny will have to buy back if TNC want to try and control it.
Yeah, he needs a way to connect to the fight, though. He can't afford Boots of Travel and buyback, and he has no shrine to TP on, so even a buyback is a really long connection timer.
They're coming. Silver Edge up from Konka, walks in, close range, Ravage to pop, Razor, Armel had no time to react with a double Ravage. They keep getting out, and they caught both Tims and AU up on the high ground. Is someone going to force up? He's going to force up. He'll get himself away with the Glimmer Cape. X marks the spots over on Bristleback. Is there another follow through? Silver Edge is coming off cooldown right now. Hit him, break him, maybe with a volley. Ice Blast coming back, Bristleback's low on life. Yankee Smash able to help get the kill. 2 heroes down from TNC and VG Gaming. Screw Roshan, go for the win. Those 2 big claws down. There won't be a buyback. There won't be a way to actually stop this. They're going for bottom racks. What are you going for? They're waiting. They're regenning up and then they'll come forward. They don't have a Ravage. It's the only thing to be cautious about. But TNC, with no buyback, VG will be aware of this because they are on cooldown. Now, Tim, Cuckoo, jumping in, able to get the first little avalanche and hit off, but dispensive destruction from DY creates extra space. Abyssal Blade, Sentry Wards are everywhere. Tims hits the back line with the Echo Slam. He needs to get the damage going, combining with the Ice Blast. 3 heroes be hit by it. Rubik and DY, they'll end up shattering through this, but 3 heroes down. All the damage, all of it's gone from TNC. This is the win for VG Gaming. They will come through, they will claim more, and they will claim a deciding game against TNC, who have fought absolutely valiantly to get to this point.
The paparazzi will end it. GG is called. 2 games over an hour. This is becoming the marathon. The VG probably never thought they'd have to run.
These games are really close. These teams are super evenly matched, and it comes down to, you know, Dota is always about mistakes and big plays, right? And it feels like in both of these games, these teams are, there's some uncharacteristic mistakes that can be, you can write it out off as nerves or whatever you want, but, you know, for example, Gabby being the super strong bristleback feels like immortal, runs into tier 2, gets killed. There's other opportunities in this game where Yang on the Tidehunter maybe whiffs the Ravage. There's so much to talk about in this game. I don't know.
Hey, you know what? We've got some people for this. It's their job, so we'll let them have their job.
One, I didn't think it was going to come to this. Vici Gaming were looking scared, and I didn't really think that they would be able to manage to close out the game, but they did. But Grant, you weren't convinced by that victory yet.
It felt they were extremely scared. The late game, they had three Tide ultis the whole time. They were so scared to push, and I mean, you don't want it, right? It's a Tim's Earthshaker, it's an AA. We saw, like, those 2 heroes can just wipe off, like, any hero off the face of the map, but they get these weird pickups, like they just find our Mel middle, and then finally, it's pretty easy to end.
And it was established by some early game issues, like you were saying, Gunnar.
Yeah, there was a gank bot on the lifes there. 4 heroes of TNC kind of smoked bot, and then they fissure him, and then he didn't blink. He just echoed the ground. I think that was the big turning point. Before that, Gabby was really strong on the bristle, and they had stacked for him. They controlled the earlier game. They had this good strat around the bristle. But I think after that, their snowball they lost control of the map. VG started kind of feeling comfortable about playing around the map. They weren't scared about Echo, and I don't know. I think the game kind of fell out of control.
Yeah, I think it's like the BKBs, right? Like, once the Bristleback has to, like, fully commit to a hero, he's chasing after someone else while they're trying to hold anyone, and they just can't get anyone because the Bristle's on this side of the map, and there's 4 other heroes fighting, like, the rest of Vici. And it just felt like Vici did have very good positioning in that game, all things aside.
Well, we'll wrap it up here, but we're not wrapping up this series. We still got one more game, and I'm sure Red Eye and his boys have some thoughts of their own.
Yeah, we are. I'm sure we do. I mean, gents, another long game. And TNC seem to kind of like these long games, Dendy. They do well most of the time in these long games.
They feel like fish in the water
Yeah.
in long games.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, and Vici also. They also playing some long games in this tournament, and they also feel pretty confident. And that's why I see this 1-1 score, and it's not surprising me at all.
No, it's great for us as well as neutral cat. We always want the best of 3 to go all the way. And I mean, I think Toby said in the exit of that, they're just so closely matched. There's nothing between them.
Oh, absolutely.
In terms of both good play and some mistakes as well. We also Sinrid made the point, didn't he, during the commentary? Dota is a game full of mistakes. You can't play at that high level perfectly all the way through for a 60-minute game. So the capitalization of those mistakes is also interesting.
Toby called it a marathon in his closing statement, and I think that really applies to this series, is that endurance, it's going to wear on you. There are going to be some slip-ups, and we saw some slip-ups on both sides. Our drafting panel talked about the fact that Vici Gaming almost looked a little scared, considering what a big advantage they had with, like, the Tidehunter. They were pretty cautious, and I could see how some of that lost them maybe some fights that they didn't need to, or they could have capitalized further, but also some of it saved them. Just think about the way they played that 5-man and they all backed up into their shrine, or 5 minutes later they had another fight in the same area. What did they do? Go to the high ground, drop a ward immediately. I love that idea that Vici Gaming has against TNC. Let TNC crash into you.
Yeah.
Don't
Because they're going to do it at some point, right?
for those fights. Yeah,
because they're going to do it at some point. We'll take a look at the scoreboard as well. Fog, in many ways, the longer it went on, the more confident I got for TNC in some ways. But it, again, didn't pan out this time. Why? Explain to the viewer that doesn't watch a lot of Dota why it didn't work out the same as the first game.
Well, for this one, in this one at least, some of the times for TNC they've surprised me, but in this one I looked at their draft and they were much more mid-gamey. If they started to lose an advantage in this game, I think that their draft, just based off the heroes that they have, just hit a brick wall. They have a Bristleback and a Razor, which, these heroes, they can dish out a lot of damage if they're ahead, but once you start losing that advantage, a hero like Shadow Demon is going to start really crippling your lineup. That Soul Catcher, we saw it coming out, just brings the Bristle to half HP every single time, so it just changes the whole outcome of what your idea of what the game could actually be.
Did you invent a word in there?
Lockdown.
Mid-gamey.
Mid-gamey?
Is that one word, or...?
I'm down. I'm down with it.
I think we
Mid
can.
game.
It feels kind of weird.
No, I like the fact you
ever heard of mid-gamey before?
I like it.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
You know, it's like like how food can be a little gamey, right?
Huh?
Yeah, it's like chewy, right?
That's exactly
Mid-game.
what I was going for.
Exactly.
Right.
So, but I love the fact that he pulled out the Shadow Demon because that was something that I noticed in the early game, right? This Bristleback had all this farm, and normally in that situation, you're like, God, this Bristleback is actually going to be unkillable. But they have the answer to it. Shadow Demon is easily one of the best counters to Bristleback.
And they even... Lifestealer took the Aghanims from the Roche.
Yeah.
That definitely was supposed to go to DY for the break.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, they definitely had the tools going into the later game. I think that's maybe why we saw a little bit of backing up coming out from Vici, because looking at their draft, if you get to that later stages, you're going to have these ways to address that bristle.
But maybe it was a strategy where
Maybe it
Lifestealer
was.
eats a Rubik and gets into Tight Hunter. We jump in and hello!
Surprise!
We hope.
Yeah, maybe. All right, good stuff. Thank you very much, gents. Do you know what? I've been mystified this season. We've seen Vici Gaming rise from the ashes of finishing second all the time, but they found the winning formula. But what is that formula? Let's find out.
打得像你妈了个一样，还玩不玩了？不玩滚回去的！你们能不能学学周海啊？现在就他知道怎么打。虽然他在劣势路送很多次，但是其实都是在帮大家拉起空间。
皮鞋死6个月了。
Make yourself known. We are gonna have Game 5 of a Grand Finals here.
我不知道它是怎么发生的，人刚一选完，回头看他就已经不动了呀，突然就不动了。其实没什么影响，我们还是赢了。最难的就是要不被 RTK 发现啊！我们需要想很多办法，因为他一旦发现了，肯定想要来踢掉皮鞋来跟我们一起打的。我们宁愿跟死的皮鞋打，也绝不跟 RTK 打。
我知道，其实皮鞋根本就没有死，就是我让他装死的。让他装死呢，其实就是为了我们这个团队能更上一层楼。杨神对于这个团队功不可没，通过他装死这件事情，就可以证明他是这个队伍的顶梁柱。Nice， 兄弟们，10分钟加油！
啊，我实在是带不动这菜逼了，肯定还有别的办法呀。
今年 TI 大不同，最终 VG 会举起冠军队。为什么我会这么有自信呢？因为其他队都没有我们队这样的死皮鞋战术。
Amazing, absolutely.
That was one of my favorite ones we've ever had. I think
it broke all of us at some point. I've actually got tears in the corner of my eye. I couldn't. As soon as I saw Aritico, I said to Denny, "I know this is fake. I know, but it feels like it could be real." Like the way he was reacting at the start. I'm very scared of Aritico.
Oh yeah,
very scared. But what a fun piece.
that was beautiful.
Yeah.
I love it. I like how they're all just like, yeah, we don't want to play with ROTK again.
I'd rather play with Dead Yang than ROTK. Please don't bring him back.
That was good.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. The memes.
Oh yeah,
Chinese memes.
I mean, he just started
They're the
off
best
right away
memes.
with him saying, "Yang's not dead all the time. He's just been creating space for you. It's not feeding. It's
It was a strategy.
Yeah.
It's a strategy we came up with. We should look forward to game number 3. Dendy, game 3. Yay!
Yeah. Let's
Love game 3s. Especially when it's a couple of teams who are very closely matched like this. There's nothing between them, is there?
Interesting. I'm not sure who's gonna win. I'm still thinking it might be Vici.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they were the favourites, Kat. Let's be honest. Yeah, I know TNC have done really well and exceeded expectations in many respects in making the upper bracket because many people thought they would end up in the lower. But they're not far away. This is regardless of the result now. I think they all get confidence from this. Surely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they've had 2 very close games against Vici Gaming, who are one of the favorites of this tournament, and you're in this situation where it has been quite the marathon. It's been quite the endurance test. you're TNC, you've got something special about you that just always fires you up when it comes to these close matches. You want to be able to take down the big giants of Dota. They've done so before with some of these players, and I almost want to change over and say that TNC is going to win this series just based off of, just little things about it. Like, just the fact that they're still willing to go for it so many times. You know, maybe Gabby lost them the game with his idea that he was so strong and going for it, but I still appreciate that point of view, just being able to play more free Dota.
Yeah, and then you made the point, didn't you? We were talking about it downstairs. They don't care. SCA, they're like, we've got 3 dead. Yeah, let's just go in on them.
Yeah, and that's amazing about them. Also, I like what I see from TNC with 4-core strat. I mean, that's really cool. That's something interesting. I see that teams and Kuku always have almost same network. Sometimes teams even go further as position 4.
Yeah.
So that's pretty interesting. It's something new. We don't see that much out here, and it's working for them. So it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, saw that in game 1, didn't we, with the Tiny?
Yeah, absolutely. I think
transition into a core.
We tend to see that a lot when he's playing. When I see Kuku playing, in particular, like I mentioned, the Bat Rider and that Sanking, he actually backs himself up a little bit. He's like, "Yo, Tim, so you're going to be playing a little bit more of that 3 role." This game, he was playing the Tiny in this one around, so he was prioritizing himself a bit more for him. So you can see that Tim's kind of trickled down a little bit on that one. Where I think I always just like seeing Kuku playing these ones where he's not taking that much space on the map and just let Tim's kind of take over that 3 role. So maybe slight adjustment for them there.
I don't know about you guys, but I find Tiny terrifying right now. Like, everything he's able to do from a support and then the way he scales in the late game, there's just seems to be very little this hero can't do, right? It can solo kill heroes. It can actually deal with cores. It can get them out of position. It could save your allies with these great tosses.
It's a sieger. I think that's one thing that people forget too. You actually can hit buildings. You turn around, you've got like 3 tree grabs on the tower, and it's chunked down to half HP or more. So...
Players are coming back out into the arena for game number 3. A game where perhaps Vici weren't expecting to have to play. And as Toby1 has already said, this is a marathon, not a sprint. And they are getting themselves back to their booths. They'll get ready and set for draft number 3. And TNC are pushing Vici Gaming all the way. Remember, this is one of the very best teams of the year. I know they might not have been on your radar if you don't follow Dota that often. Maybe you tune in once a year to TI. And you're looking at them thinking, I don't really know who these guys are. Well, these guys have been fantastic through 2019. They've won 2 majors. They've been competitive in everything they've played in. You can never count them out. On paper, Kat, before we came here, if we'd said the upper bracket's going to be TNC versus Vici, everyone, to a man, we'd have all gone, Vici will win that.
Yeah, I definitely think so. But a lot of these TNC players are stepping up. I think that one of the biggest names coming out of this series and a lot of the group stage has been Armel. The story of him in Southeast Asia was always the fact that, like, it was a little bit hard for him to find a team initially. He was hard to work with, but everyone, no matter how you felt about him personally, respected. They said he was super skilled. And he finally shows up on TNC, and I think that this year has really been a showing of just consistent, strong performances, right? There are very few games where I look at it and I'm like, oh, Armel lost them the game. No, more often than not, it's going to be him carrying them the game.
Yeah, and you've pointed out, haven't you? I mean, good old support bros. We have to stick together. You pointed out they've got a couple of great supports in this team as well.
They do on both sides. Got to be looking at both sides. I mean, we saw what they were able to do even with like Fade in that game as of Rubik, and then on TNC also. Whenever they're playing AU's playing something at Chen. Like, there's just so many different varieties. I mean, Dota's just gotten to the point where everybody has a more impactful role, and that's what makes it so much better to watch. Because back in the day, you see a support, and you're like, the hell is this guy? The game's going late. The hell is this Rubik gonna do? He doesn't do anything. Now you have all these like plethora of spells and combinations, talents. Makes the game so much more exciting.
It does. And then you pointed out that it's a much more flexible game now. Because you can have that 4 can suddenly become a core at 30, 40 minutes whenever it wants to. And even Secret, they move stuff around all over the place. Like their 3 becomes a 4, sometimes their 5's farming. They don't really follow the classic rules of Dota. It makes it much more interesting.
It's up to teams how do you split the entire farm on map. And if you watch, for example, IE bots, they split between 5. Yes, and then some have greedier positions.
I was going to say, I don't know if that works all the time for the AI. But
I mean, so it's up for teams, and we see some special, for example, splitting of farm on TNC side, and it's really cool. It's interesting. It's like it's more space for creativity. It's more space for finding out something new and fun, and exciting. So.
Yeah. And that's what's awesome about both these teams, right? Is that they are both young, and we've seen from interviews on both sides that that youth and all the fresh ideas that they bring to the table, that's what they say is their greatest strength. Vici Gaming just had an interview where they were talking about the fact that they were willing to work around each other and go for these new ideas. You know, and then you've got the old dog in ROTK who's going to, you know, still solidify the basics of Dota and what remains to be true. But all these other guys and the players, they're down for these new, fresh ideas. They even tried Core IO.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you very much, gents. It is time to get into game number 3.
Virtus.
That's right, Red Eye. We are going now into Game 3. And now, before we go into the draft, though, I wanted to ask a question. Dendy had mentioned something about how TNC are playing 4 cores, basically. And to me, that's a marked difference from the Raven era TNC, where it's usually like, you know, give him a Terrorblade, give him a Spectre.
He was the man.
He was the man, the myth. And I'm surprised that a TNC like this, maybe it's because of Heen's influence, but Gunnar, they've been able to transition into this pretty smoothly. Is it because the meta encourages a 4-core kind of thing, or is it just a stylistic choice?
The meta kind of encourages it right now with the new Axe changes, new Roche changes, talent changes as well for supports have made them a lot stronger than they used to be. Like, a couple patches ago, like TB was like broken. You would just farm the whole map, and now the map's a lot harder to farm as a core, like by yourself, and the highest net worth in the game. So a lot more teams are having a lot more greedier 3s and greedier 4s, and they play more as a team, and they play it as a team game, not as a
just win me the game. Win me the game.
It's just, you know, we'll make space for you.
There's so many items now. You get 2 tomes at level 10. You get the Aghanim's Blessing, which obviously should have gone to the 5 that game. Like, it bolsters these supports. Like, they all have GPM counts at 10 or 15 now. Like, it just makes sense to pick these later game supports.
Yeah, that's why Tiny is proving to be so important and a hero that Vici Gaming does not fear, as we see the ban still respect banning that Chen from AU.
Sorry, I'm just really surprised TNC didn't ban Tide.
Yeah.
Like, they banned it the first game, they let it through last game, he owned, and I think if Vici just gonna pick it up again if TNC doesn't.
I'm more scared of the Shadow Demon. I think that kind of ruined TNC's strat last game. The Bristleback got really hard countered. Yeah. I know when I was playing with Forev, he would say, I'll play Bristleback against anything.
Except Shadow Demon?
But not Shadow Demon.
Really?
Yeah. So...
But are you that worried? Because, I mean, they're not going to pick Bristle now, obviously, right? I hope so. And that's why I just feel like in the first game it was Enchant played by Yang, and, like, he doesn't team fight. You're an Enchantress, and now you have this Tide Hunter. You want to team fight. You want a 5v5 TNC. And I'm worried if you let Vici 5v5 you, they will not outsmart you, but, like, fight into the Shrine we saw. Like, they do the little things better. There's a Grim.
It is a Grim, a different direction for TNC, actually, and not any sort of typical combo right off the bat, as Earthshaker doesn't have any targeted spells that would work with the Soulbind duplication, so going in a different direction, and Vici Gaming going to respond with a Leshrac.
Yeah, so last game it was banned in the second phase, so they couldn't open with the Shadow Demon Lesh, so now they're just going to take it earlier.
And this is popular just, you know, because you've got a great setup for Split Earth, but even beyond that, so where exactly do you think this Leshrac's going to be laning?
Probably mid.
Okay.
I think some teams can run at 3 and then a 4 Shadow Demon, or 5, and they kind of pair them, they put them in the off lane, so they go in the safe lane, it's your job.
Yeah, and not only is it a great setup, right? Lesh is one of those heroes that needs a save. You don't have a blade.
Yes.
You don't have one of those things. And the fact Shadow Demon can set up and save you is so good for the hero. Because that hero just pumps out the damage. Like, Leshrac is so scary.
For the longest period of time, Leshrac's Yule's timing was so critical, because not only was it giving you mana regen, but it meant that a hero that needs to be in the fight can actually live for more than like 5 seconds of Pulse Nova damage.
Yeah, that's why you'll see a lot of teams pick Oracle with Lesh.
Right.
Because they give him the save, he stays alive 5 extra seconds. That's like 1,000 damage he pumps out on every hero per second. It's crazy. I also like that they picked the Lesh over the Tide Hunter because of the Grim. I think it's a response to the Grim. His Phantom Embrace doesn't get purged by the Kraken Shell.
True. The few things, yeah.
Yeah, so you can silence the Tide. He can't really get his Ravage off. You know, if you grip him with the ult, with the Grim ult, they can't like split. The Tide gets stuck. So I like that they're kind of changing it up.
Sand King ban, really good. You have an Earthshaker, Grimstroke, Sand King. At these 15-20 minute fights, you will just get run over by like the long reach of that team, but you take it out of the pool, makes it a lot easier.
So then if you're TNC, how much are you hoping to really optimize this Grimstroke pick? Are you going to start going for, you know, the classic single target combinations that go with the Soulbind? I know Lich isn't particularly popular anymore. Doom seems to be the go-to combination from Grimstroke, but it seems that a lot of teams are just content to pick him as a great way to push out lanes because the Stroke of Fate is so useful, and then you just slap the Inkswell onto your Initiator like a Earthshaker.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? Because you think of carries that might be good, like with the Grimstroke, like a Sven, a Wraith King, maybe like that, but there's a Shadow Demon in the game, so it makes it a lot more difficult.
A lot of teams don't even pick much combo with it. I've seen teams pick like one hero, like with one spell that helps it.
If that, yeah.
Yeah, and they kind of, if they want to combo with it, it's a Grim. He'll build Aether and then Sheep.
Right.
And he'll get this Hex timing at, 30, 40 minutes. He has a really nice GPM talent, and he'll just combo 2 people, Hex 2 people, and that's his contribution to the fight.
You see that stat? Tins is 0 and 3 on the Grimstroke. That is actually, I mean, it was his only negative hero, but 0 and 3, that's like, that has to be a little bit in the back of your head if you are them, like, oh wait, we just have 1. Obviously, it could be a 5.
It could be a 5, give the Tim's Earthshaker.
I think that's a better idea. I just don't even like Grim that much as 4. Eventually, you are going to get, like, even that 5 position, the Sheep Stick and whatnot, because you have the GPM talent. And I don't think you need to prioritize farm on a Grim.
It does work well with Jug that they picked up. You can Inkswell the Jug in the lane. He goes to Spin. I think the Jugs are responsible to the Leshrac lane. You can put him there. He can never get stunned by the Shadow Demon combo.
That's true. And something that can actually brawl with Leshrac very early on just because the Blade Fury means that he's not going to take really any damage from the Pulse Nova. It's just the Edict damage.
I think right now I'd like to see a Lina from TNC in their next pick or 2 for their mid. It works well with the Grim, and I think it lanes well against the Lesh if they decide to put it mid. It gives them this high tempo, it gives them building damage.
But you'd be willing to show your mid lane matchup this early? Or rather your mid lane hero this early on TNC? Because you don't really know where this Leshrac's going to be. We've even seen a lot of Chinese teams even one position Leshrac a lot of the times.
It depends on the team. Some teams are confident with their offlaner. If he has a big pool, he can counter the carry. They'll pick a mid like Lina, where it's stable. You're going to match up 50-50 at worst in almost every matchup.
TNC loves last picking Bat Riders, so I could see him doing that. I'm curious if Vici's going to go. I would love it if they just picked another stun. I'm trying to think of heroes that would go well, but you want to fight TNC right now. You have a Leshrac, you have a Shadow Demon. You don't mind going late, but I mean, these teams are just running at each other. Eventually, it's not the fastest paced games, right? They're going to 50, 60 minutes. Eventually, you are going to have to run into each other. And these 5-second BKBs, whoever has more stuns at that point, normally is winning these games.
Do you know if Fade plays Earth Spirit?
Yeah,
I could see
yeah, he does.
He does, right?
It's not really in their pool of heroes.
I mean, Earth Spirit does not seem to be in the pool of heroes either, which is so shocking to me. The hero's been so good for so long, and now it seems to be more situational. Instead, Vici Gaming going to go for a Warlock. Obviously, plenty of synergy with the Leshrac with the Fatal Bonds, right?
Yeah, a lot of AoE, you have a lot of control. It's more teamfight. They were a little lacking on teamfight control. They had more single target from Shadow Demon. They had AoE damage from Lesh, but now they have the control.
And you have the cancel on Jug now with the Rock, which is really nice. Just holding him in place. Now you have the Rock, you have the ulti from Shadow Demon. This Jug is not going to be happy in fights.
Yeah, this Blade Fury spell immunity is not going to be able to protect you from these ultimates.
Yep. And it's going to be, looks like it is going to be the Fade on Shadow Demon, which I like. I love a farm Shadow Demon.
Do you think they're going to do 3 Lesh then? And try to match him with the...
That's why I feel they're going to do... I think they're going to want to... If they do that right, you have to dodge the Juggernaut lane, right? And we could see a lot of lane swapping. Obviously, we still don't know because 3 heroes, but...
There's the Tiny TNC Predator. It has brought them so much success. Unfortunately, in that last game, did not really pan out, but still, it's been a real showstopper this entire day.
Now I like it, because now you have 2 heroes who pair very well. Looks like the Lesh probably going middle. As you said, though, the Chinese teams do like sometimes playing it as a carry role. Like, it does scale insanely well. That level 25 talent, buildings are dead, heroes are dead, the Edict explosion.
Even the 20 talent, the Pulse Nova damage, he does crazy damage.
Yep, and you have so many parts.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see what TNC does with the Tiny. They did it 4 the first game.
True.
3 the second game.
And you've been waiting for a 2 Tiny.
Is it going to be the 2 Tiny?
Is it going to be the 2 Tiny?
I think it's decent this game. There's 3 heroes that are really squishy in the early game.
And TNC has overall last pick, so they can set up for it if they really want.
Yeah, this last ban will determine if they want to protect something like it. So if you did want to do a Tiny mid, and you're not expecting it to be a Leshrac mid, what kind of bans is a Tiny looking for? What does he not want to have to deal with in the mid lane?
I don't think you need a ban for the lane itself, as Tiny is a kind of self-sustaining lane.
Okay.
More of just the game,
You ban a hero, assuming that you assume the Lesh is mid, and you ban a hero that's going to own you from the carry position, I think, more so. I think Death Prophet actually might be a good ban. We haven't banned it yet.
Yeah, the first time it's really... there you go. The first time it got through the second phase there, actually.
I think that would have matched up really well with Vici's pace. It gives them a lot more teamfight building. It's like works well with the Warlock as well. You have a heal, you can pop your heal on the DP. We have another save in the Shadow Demon, like Grant said earlier.
And there would be a ridiculous amount of push. You got the Retaliate from Centaur, you got the Golem from Warlock, you got the Edict explosions from Leshrac. If you had a Death Prophet on top, that would have been devastating.
I'm excited to see. We saw a little bit in group stage how many people are going to go middle to defend against that Retaliate, getting it at level 1.
Yeah.
We saw a full 5-on-5 fight just to stop him from being able to get those stacks. I always find that so, like, just the change. Like, we'll just give it to him, and now it's like, let's fight for him. Who cares about the runes? We gotta fight.
Increasing. Like at first, it was like Centaur would just do it, and people would be like, whatever. And then you need to bring an escort from Centaur. And Vici Gaming, they're gonna go late. They are picking up a Medusa, although it's not as late as Medusa used to be. These days, we're seeing Medusas participate a lot earlier on.
I think they get this Manta Butterfly timing and they push. But I'd be scared for a TNC Lina right now. It matches up well against the Dusa, and like we said, it kind of goes well with their other heroes. So I'm looking forward to Alina here.
Yeah, because with the Grimstar, right, double Laguna is one of those things, like we saw it multiple times in the group stage. It's just scary, especially when you get that Ags, the pure damage of heroes.
No.
They got
22nd pick Broodmother.
And it's against Medusa. This is a good Brood game, right, Gunner? Like, if you're playing the Medusa, how are you feeling?
I don't want to go to lower bracket.
They got brooded, I believe.
You're gonna go to lower bracket on a Brood game. This Medusa's gonna have to farm her little heart out.
Yep, you can farm the snakes. Obviously, you have split shot and that, but sometimes if she gets a diffusal blade, you just gotta be careful. You're just getting run at.
So, I gotta hear it. We're ending the series. Which way are you going, Grant?
I'm taking TNC. I think it's a great Brood pick. I love that they just have the Earthshaker and the Tiny again. I don't think those were ever the problems, and it controls the mid game while your Brood just runs around doing her own thing.
Gunner?
I gotta go with TNC. The Brood was just a really nice pick. I think Dusa doesn't really kill the spiders that fast. Her split shot's not amazing for it. They have a good amount of magic resistance as well, so the snake doesn't really kill them. I think they might run over in 20 minutes.
Alright, fair enough. But guess what, Grant?
What's that? That's my line.
I know.
Son of a gun.
I want to hear from the Banana Slam Jamma. That's what I want to know.
Going into this last game, I was thinking from the first two games, they both went over an hour long. And I was like, who's going to have the better late game? And I looked at Vici's draft, and I was feeling really good. The Medusa, the Warlock behind, the Shadow Demon save. Felt like they were going to have a really hard time fighting into this Medusa. And then suddenly you get this last pick Brood. And I think TNC's on this timer where they have to hit the mid game really hard, snowball off the lanes. If it does go late, I favor Vici, but I don't know. They have no way to deal with Broodmother early on in the game, and I'm scared for them about as scared for them as I am of spiders. So let's find out how this game's going to go from Toby, Juan, and Cinderin.
You know, spiders are terrifying. Like, absolutely terrifying. And it looks to be the same thing here in the draft, man. Like, what is the answer? How do they find the clearance? How do they survive longer than 20 minutes that the draft panel put us on a clock for?
Real life spiders don't look like that. Unfortunately.
I don't know. I don't know. You haven't seen Australian spiders.
It would be pretty terrifying if you saw that spider in real life. Not just size, but also looks with like the cosmetics and everything it has on it. Yeah, this is a really great last pick Brood from TNC. I think if you're Vici Gaming, your solution is to put the Centaur mid. I don't think there's any other way you deal with this. You play the Medusa safe lane with the Warlock, and then you offlane Shadow Demon Leshrac. Perhaps you could do some tri-lane shenanigans and leave the Medusa solo and let her suffer a little bit. But I think the dual lane setup is the only thing you can really do. So what TNC should be looking at is, if the lanes are super predictable for them, which they kind of should be, put the ideal lanes. You keep your Brood mid, even if it's against Centaur, that's completely fine. But how can you punish one of the side lanes? Do you leave a hero solo and do some super strong tri-lane with the Grimstroke and Juggernaut? Or do you also do a 2-1-2 match where you can beat them in perhaps all three lanes if everything goes right?
That'd be very advantageous, and that would put at least like if they could win all three lanes, TNC would be very happy, because they can potentially stick to that 20-minute timer. But I also like the combinations that VG Gaming have, where you have the SD as well as Leshrac. It's a classic, it works really well. DY, if you can get early levels and you actually have a rock to drop, if you actually have Fatal Bonds, if you have some kind of control that's able to amplify the damage that Paparazzi as well as Ari may be missing in the early part of the game, then this is a better advantage too. And it feels like, while there's not a Magnus in this game, the rock drop is still able to cause a lot of problems. Same with the Stampede. How does TNC stay on top of them, or does it not matter? Do you just keep pushing anyway?
I mean, I'm pretty convinced that if this goes late, VG Gaming will win this game because they have some good late game solutions for Brood. They just don't have the early mid game solutions for Brood. And Brood has a tendency to either win games in 30, 35 minutes, sometimes maybe 40, or lose most of the time when it goes very late because the hero falls off. Whereas a hero like Medusa scales very well into late game. So does Centaur, so does Leshrac, and their two supports. All of VG's heroes are amazing in long games. So, yeah, you got to hit that timing for TNC, and a lot of it is going to come from Armel. So keep a close eye on his lane.
We have seen some Broodmothers have more success in the late game just because of the change to the webs.
Yes.
And that's one thing they can do when the late game comes up. Ori's already being heavily attacked up on top lane. Tims has Toss. He's going to throw him back a long, long way. Ori's already used the Mystic Snake as much as he can, but there's no regeneration. Cabby gets the first blood up on top lane, and DY, there's nothing he can do about it. He hasn't even leveled an ability yet. And every time, this will happen again. Tims with another toss. The early aggression. They cannot allow this to happen. DY, now he'll level up the Shadow Word. He's putting it onto Tims. He wants some level, some rebuttal, one more attack. It may be enough. Yeah, it will be. The Shadow Word will tick him down.
Tango.
And DY, oh, he's, yeah, actually, is it still?
Tango.
It's enough. Tango is good.
Tango. Close call, though, but he got out. And yeah, this tri-lane is super strong. TNC has a true kill lane here with Grim, Tiny, Jugger. It's only going to get worse when both Grim and Tiny hit level 2, so that they have Inkswell and Avalanche, as Tims will
not deny himself to the mid tower.
Suicide to the mid tower.
Hey, but shared bounty, right?
Yep.
Everyone gets some money. And Cuckoo's getting pounded on the bottom lane. He's looking for some CS, but he's 10-2 to the 2-0. Right, of himself 2-0. But Paparazzi's trying to do some damage directly into Cuckoo. No points up in Edict just yet. They're using Disruption, Lightning, Split Earth, anything they could do to harass him down. He's down to 3 tangos after burning through a couple more as well, south.
That's the price they'll pay. But if they can shut down Medusa really hard, it's great news for them. When it's going to come to pushing and ending the game, though, you might want Leshrac to have a slightly worse game than this because it's such a strong team fighter with a lot of damage output with the right items. But as the panel talked about, there's some serious bursts on the Radiant side from Tiny and the Juggernaut Omnislash as well. You can probably deal with Leshrac pretty well.
And defensive ward from DY is down, so they can at least see where Tims is moving. They probably would have liked to get it on the other side of the tree line, but Feder bonds Tims and AU to the camp. Tims with the Avalanche, so I want to come close enough. Yep, it will in fact be the Grimstroke, and DY wants to help out. He just got some damage into the Grimstroke, and that's all. Ori is totally dead. The shields are nowhere near strong enough. And it's just a terrible game for the Deucer now. And I just saw Yang jump, I think, like 10 CS. One double edge on the Spiders. Okay, he just went up another 5 CS.
He's going to rush Vanguard. Then he's pretty safe mid against the Broodmother. What generally happens in Brood matchups like these is that Brood will retreat to the jungle and just out-farm you. They'll farm wave and jungle camps, and Yang will just sit there and get only the wave. But Centaur's biggest advantage in this lane, to an extent, apart from being able to be there, is that if Brood leaves, he's going to take the tower with Retaliate. So you put a little bit of extra pressure on that mid hero to stick around, and will probably limit Armel's farm by a little bit. It's trying to be annoying now.
It buys some good time, more than anything else. And that's what VG Gaming need. Still get Leshrac up there, top 3 net worths. Only one of them belongs to TNC. Brood's still a little bit further behind. We know that will start to scale once Brood.
Bottom lane.
Oh, they're actually going again.
Yeah.
Yep, Cuckoo trapped out. Fade. Well, he's getting a lot of poison stacks on him. That's 4. One more, not even needing it. He just pops him anyway. And up on top, Tims going once again, DY. And this top lane eventually is going to have some diminishing returns. Tims is going in very deep.
Nice
Puts
toss.
the Shadow Word on him. Tosses him back over towards Grimstroke.
Tims, or DY was not expecting Tims to be able to find the toss there. He was standing in the middle of the creep wave, but Tims found the right angle to be closest to the Warlock and toss him away, and they get a nice kill there. Warlock will be respawning and be able to reconnect for the bounty runes, but I don't think VG Gaming have any intent on trying to do anything on the top runes. Rather, push out bottom lane with the Leshrac and try to get those runes, as Shaker has...
He's abandoned.
He's gone woods.
Yeah, he's gone bush.
That's somebody's got to go bottom. You don't give up a lane at 5 minutes like this. I don't think that cannot be worth it with the heroes that they have.
No, that's like full free farm for Paparazzi.
That's one thing. It's also all this golden experience you're losing by not having a hero in this lane. Like, sure, you get some stuff in the jungle, but that's not ideal.
Unless they're thinking about lane switching. You've hit pretty heavily into the Dusa. Like, is there a need to actually bring some pressure down against the Leshrac?
I think that ship has kind of sailed for the laning stage, unless you bring 2 or 3 heroes down there. There's nobody who can go down here on his own and stop this Leshrac from doing what it's doing. The problem is if they don't do it, he's just going to push their towers. It's level 3 Edict. These towers fall really quickly. So this is absolutely a problem for TNC that Cuckoo has to evacuate that early, but that was the choice they made when they aggroed the Dusa.
Yep.
Dusa is in trouble again.
Yep, really staying on top, but then again the Stampede. Inkswell won't connect, Battlebond's connecting 3 heroes together, and Paparazzi, he's joined the fight. Now he's just going to turn on the teams. They're all connected together, and no way to break free. Cuckoo trapped in the tree lines. If they can attack into Tim's as well as Gabby, Gabby's going to try and spin Tim out. He actually gets the kill on the way out. Tim's is doing some damage into AU, but he's back home safely, regenerating up.
And these fights are only going to get worse now. If you try to dive, now that Leshrac has Pulse Nova, when he shows up, he's like double his damage in these kind of fights. So you've got to be super careful with how deep you dive as TNC. You got the kill that you came for, but it cost you 2 cores.
Hey, someone's going to go back down bottom lane as well. SD is now alone down there.
Yeah.
He didn't have to come for the fight. They sent in Paparazzi because they realized they needed the damage output from him. And what happened to Leshrac? He has now skyrocketed up to #1 in the net worth, 3.6k. And he can build some very, very large items very early on in this game. Like, you're 6-7 minutes into the game. Efficiency Shrine just for good luck. Yang has already finished up the Vanguard. Paparazzi, what do we got coming out in the Courier?
It's not for him.
It's not for him, you're right. He was looking at a Bracer as well as a Null.
He's quick buying Bracer. I think it's a really good choice. Maybe you get Bracer and then Yules, or maybe you get... I don't think you get 2 Bracers and 1 Null. That seems a little bit overkill, but the Bracer would be fine. And yeah, we see it. Gabby has to go bottom now. Because, you know, somebody's got to be down here.
Yep.
And he does the long run from base to bottom because he died TPing out from top.
AU. Do they see him? Do they see him moving around the tree line? He drops down his Observer Ward, instantly dewarded. That's actually munched on by Ori, so hey, efficiency tango. What happened to this mid pressure that I thought Armel was going to do? Centaur with Retaliate is just wrecking this tier 1 tower. And Armel, the panel was saying, like, this is meant to be Armel's game, a great Broodmother game, but right now it's taking some time. The only great lane is up here on top where TNC is fighting once again. Stampede, the body block was good, but once again, Paparazzi TPs himself over. Cuckoo is the sacrificial lamb into the tree lines. They're holding the split earth just in case, but it's not even required. Cuckoo, well, DY. Wait, what? Okay, sure, he'll take it.
Did he know it's a fatal bond damage from the Grimstone?
I think it was Shadow Word Tick,
Oh,
right?
that was a Shadow Word?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, so Yang has won the mid lane. He took Brood's tower and is 600 gold ahead of it.
Well, now they're trying to do something about it, but oh, the 3-man stun! The hop stomp and the follow-up from Paparazzi, they'll take AU! He came out for the regen rune! Oh, this game is starting to escalate a little bit quicker. We were talking about TNC potentially winning all 3 lanes with great matchups, and now it feels like all 3 lanes, or at least 2 of them, have gone the way of VG Gaming.
I think you only have a possibility of winning all 3 lanes if you play 2-1-2. If you play 3-1-1, you can't win the 1-on-2 lane. And that one was lost really hard. The Shaker against the Leshrac plus Shadow Demon lane. And the Brood against Centaur, I would have said beforehand that that is not a Brood favorite matchup in the beginning, but that Brood can win it by farming, and eventually Armel will do that. But he lost his tower min at 730. I don't think that's as early as this would usually go, but Yang is super experienced with playing the Centaur, and he's having a wonderful game. 113 CS min at 9. I guess some of them are Spiderlings, but that's also telling, right? If he kills this many spiders, maybe Armel isn't in his right element on this hero in this game.
Yeah, he was throwing him in like
great in the groups, right?
Yeah, he did. Fade is just doing nothing but chasing down AU. He had more than enough poison stacks on him. AU was on a warding mission. He came in onto the cover of smoke, but he only came in as he dropped the Radiant Orbs on top of his death position. So he was looking to plant that next to the tier 1 tower, but I can tell you right now, with VG's presence down here, there's no way TNC getting close to that dire bottom tier 1. But with Leshrac arriving, 4 points up, and Edict to push the wave, take it back. Looks like Armel's getting some damage into that mid tower. bringing it down to half-life as Yang had abandoned his post for a moment. And the catch-up is happening, as you said. Hand of Mines is over in Armel. He's building into the Aghanim Scepter. Rushing it up, realizing he needs to have a large amount of control across this map.
Yeah, he needs to farm a lot this game. But already, that is already a bit of a problem. If your Broodmother needs to, not that Brood needs to farm a lot, Brood always needs to farm a lot, but that it feels like he needs to catch up in a game where we talk about VG Gaming having the better late game and the overall early stage went well for them. This is very quickly becoming a problem. The win expectancy is 75% for VG Gaming, and we're only 10 minutes in. And it's just this early mid-tower and this golden experience lead that they have from the laning stages is quickly becoming a problem for TNC to deal with.
And look at the confidence from Yang. He doesn't care about coming high ground with a double edge Armel. And that's some spill damage up on top. Paparazzi in Fizz Rune looking to prep up. It's a toss back. They don't even know Leshrac. Actually, yeah, they do. He walked just in range of the sentry ward. That's why Tims threw out the toss straight away. But Stampede, now they're chasing after Tims. What's he got? He's got toss off cooldown. He'll throw Paparazzi away, but Purge is up. Split Earth will easily be able to connect. And the tiny wall fall, Paparazzi claiming his 4th kill of the 8 that VG have 11 minutes in. His Gabby's getting something on the bottom lane. Farming out quickly, going in for the Maelstrom build over on the Juggernaut. And getting some damage into this tier 1 tower. Medusa will have to come and do something about it. She's just been wanting to farm up the stacks.
Yeah. It feels like TNC actually need to start making moves, but your Brood is not really ready for it yet. Just Yang is just sitting on Brood really, really hard. And your Shaker got crushed in lane, so he doesn't have many play options. And Tiny's level 5. What's Grimstroke? He's also level 5. We're 12 minutes in, none of their supports are level 6. On the other side, Shadow Demon is almost level 8, and Warlock is almost level 8. They have a hugely... Are there any tomes on this courier? There are no tomes. This is what will happen. So the weakness of going tri-lane like this is if you don't get a lot of kills and just stomp the lane, if you keep the lanes for too long, your supports are going to get underleveled because they're sharing experience 3 ways, right?
Yeah.
And I felt like the moment Shaker evacuated from bottom and gave up on the lane, you need to put a support down there to leech this experience. You can't just leave this lane empty for 2 or 3 minutes, which results in exactly this. Your options are just super limited on the map right now for TNC.
You know, Fade, I think that's a little greedy, but I understand he wants to get the Ether Lens up. He just farmed half of the stacks that he did on the Ancients, with just mass stacking up poison. But Ori can finish what's left.
I'm the carry now.
Yeah, it's just...
And now Brood is top net worth. So Armel is finally leading the board. But similar to Alchemist, Brood has a bad game if it is not the richest hero in the map. Your net worth is not as valuable as other heroes overall. In general, that's like a rule of thumb. It's not 100% always, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So this is not enough. If you recall some of the very iconic Matumba Man games, for example, from TI9 when Liquid won, a lot of the games Mato is 2k gold ahead of all enemy cores at this point, or maybe even 3. So with that logic in mind, Broodmother is currently behind par for the course, kind of.
He needs to catch up 2,000 gold.
He needs to find big items. And maybe if there's some sort of stray kill that can come his way that could help, maybe the Broodmother can find Shadow Demon, someone kill him with spiders, but VG are just not playing Brood's part of the map with anyone else than Centaur, and he can't kill that guy, so look at how fat Yang is.
Yeah.
Crimson Guard, 2k health, minute 13.
And he's working on finishing a full pipe for his team, so a lot of that magical damage is going to be negated on TNC. Meanwhile, Paparazzi, because of his Grey Start's got a Yule Scepter, so he's got both defense as well as aggressive options when it comes to the fights. And he's got Warlock sitting behind him. Like, normally, you have a Warlock, and their Warlock hits 6, and you're like, okay, guys, let's go and fight. Let's find a great opportunity. And now on bottom lane, there's the movement. Tims, Yule's stunned, can't walk away. He added some pressure. He tried to toss away Paparazzi, but that may have actually just hurt Gabby more if that actually succeeded. But it doesn't. There's still a one-off kill. Blink Dagger flying out right now. In fact, it's...
Gabby's running at Yang, but...
No, that's not...
What are you going to do?
There's a Blink Dagger for Cuckoo. This has to come on the back of a smoke. The Aghanim Scepter as well, I think it's about to be completed up for Armel.
Yeah.
So a lot of critical items starting to arrive for TNC. What can they do with it?
Yeah, this has to be a play timing, right? You smoke up with your Shaker, your Tiny, your Grimstroke, and maybe a Jugger or Brood, and you combine on the lane and get something done. Either get this mid tower with a lot of Spiderlings, or you try to push the top tower. But just sitting around farming right now, I think is definitely the wrong play and something needs to happen. So let's see what they're going to do. They're just going to grab these 2 bounty runes for now.
God, those whip
and
charges
Vici are getting a tower in the meantime. This lead, Toby, it's getting ridiculous. What do you think? 90% almost. 15 minutes in.
You just watch the win probability.
I mean, you look at that graph and you just feel like, okay, I mean, I know it went a bit better for Vici in the last 3 minutes, but I didn't expect it to swing this much, you know? It's like...
And you still have a Broodmother at number 1, Juggernauts at number 3, and when it comes to net worth, like, items are not stopping. But it just tells you the tail when it comes to gold, when it comes to kills. It's not always the easy answer to say, well, we're ahead a little bit. So we're only like 60% favored.
Expectancy of games is... like, the golden XP graph can only take you so far because it's a lot about knowledge of matchups and how things are supposed to go. DY
actually reveals that Earthshaker blinks over, but he didn't see DY. Now DI will drop the rock as well as get the battle bonds off. Have they got another control? No, they don't. In fact, it's Fade in trouble. Stampede to disengage. My God, all those spiders just evaporated. Paparazzi and Centaur can go to work. You'll Scepter up, and you will hit the deck in the hardest way possible.
Yeah, TNC just didn't find the play. It's so hard for them to find an opening right now.
That timing was really unfortunate too. Like,
yeah, they ran.
You had to have a guess of where the blink was, and DY was only just putting that Observer Ward down.
Yeah.
The trade-off, looking for the mid tower. Paparazzi will arrive. Once again, a lot of Spiderlings died for this movie. We're at 228 CS on Centaur and 172 on the Deucer. A lot of this is spiders.
I don't think the Deucer killed any spiders.
She hasn't? I guess she's just been neutraling.
Maybe a bit, but not much. If she killed... I don't... Like 5, maybe? I don't think I've seen her kill very many spiders, at least.
What's the spider gold counter or something? That's what we need.
They give minimal amounts of gold. It doesn't really matter that much. They're worth like 3 gold each or whatever. I mean, it's something, but...
And Cuckoo really wants to drop this Echo Slam somewhere, but he's not finding an opportunity at all. And he doesn't want to do it on Yang. Hood is already done. Crimson Guard is up. I think the pipe is just... Yeah, he's just waiting for 50 gold, and the pipe will fly out.
So we talked pre-game about timing and what TNC's lineup needs to accomplish in order to get control of this game and run away with it. And now that the timing has been missed, that is why we're seeing this 90% win expectancy. So what's the last 10%? Outside of Vici screwing up, the options that TNC are kind of limited to are trying to force fights around where Brood is playing, and then probably blowing up the Leshrac is my best bet. You're not killing Centaur, and if you are, it's going to cost you the fight.
Well, on the right side, Leshrac went for movement speed build, so that's your upside.
He does have a save, however, and a golem behind him once that's available, so even that kill is hard, but it's what you've got to try as TNC is to find a way to access fights. If you're playing chicken with Brood the whole game, hey, Brood's chances are just not good here, so you've got to start taking some risks. You've got to go for some plays that are maybe very unlikely to succeed, but what if they do?
Yang wants to play. Gabby doesn't want it. Here, have a VG tag. That won't save you, Gabby. Actually, you will. Then just like you win. Huh? You're fine. Spin saves him, not the tag. But nice to see he's coming into this series armed with all the memes they can have. Paparazzi's hoping for an opportunity in mid, and Viz ruined up.
Paparazzi's changing his build. He was hovering the Kaya, which is the classic component from the Sumail move speed build. I'm going to call it the Sumail build because he was the first guy I saw do it. I don't know if he actually invented it, but I think he might have.
We'll give him credit.
Where you go the Boots of Travel Yules, and then, or Yules, then Boots of Travel, then Kaya Yasha. So you have permanent 550 move speed with the 15 talent move speed. And then you can level up your Pulse Nova early because you have the mana cost reduction from the Kaya.
Yang is hunting. Bottom lane, Stampede, straight through. Tim's, well, he knows he's dead. Paparazzi didn't even arrive in time for the rest of TNC. Hey, what happens? You lose a hero. Let's go fight, boys. 4 heroes together, smoked up, looking towards the mid-tier 1 tower. Fade is the man who's on the defense duty.
I'll finally get this tower.
Even if they have to go, yeah, just send the spiders. They'll do the job.
Yep.
But maybe they can get something else. Deucer, as well as SD is here. TNC fight best when there are only 4. They already get the slow out, the silence. No, Manastar the rock, and the feather bombs. 3 heroes connected together. They're going to burn so hard. Yang just walking up. You've already taken out the
pressure. Gabby no longer spell immune. Cannot stand next to Paparazzi. They want Cuckoo. He'll blink away to safety. But VG Gaming, 2 heroes down. They can push towers. They can take Roshan. They can do both. They can take runes. They can only do 2 out of those 3.
Are you sure about that?
Well, there's only so much time they've got.
Yeah.
It's not infinite. And Tim's is going for the bottom bounty runes.
Yeah, at the very least for TNC, they do look to get a 2-2. Never mind, they get 3 for 1. Shadow Demon shows up with a haste.
Yeah, they didn't even take the tower, so I guess not.
And imagine, we're sitting here watching both teams' perspective, right? We're watching what both teams are doing, what items they have, how they're moving, where the wards are. And I'm struggling to see potentially good plays for TNC right now. So from their perspective in this game, I really wonder what the communication is right now. Like, what's the next play? What's the goal of the game? How are we going to get out of this sticky situation here to make the comeback?
Does the itemization of Armel kind of tell you a little bit about that? Like, he builds pipe, he's building for the team to stand together. You're still getting like full-on damage from Gabby. Like, he's going in for beyond your style build.
Maybe the timing is level 20 on Armel, so he gets the spider attack damage talent, and then he's going to have the solar crest and the pipe to keep the spiders alive.
Yang missing that up a little bit. Tim's trying to do something with this. Here comes the blinking from Cuckoo. Great fidget block, but it's the biggest hero we're going to try and bring down. Once again, Fatal Bond's doing its work with the aggro slam. They're getting through what we thought could have been the unkillable. We asked them to do something, and that's exactly what happens. Armel wants to go for more. DY begins to TP. Someone got a stun. Cuckoo does. Blinks forward. And now 2 heroes from VG Gaming fall.
All right, that's good.
That'll work.
They got 2 kills, one of them being the huge centaur. They had to work hard for that kill, though. If Yang wouldn't have chilled so long and just used Stampede, he would have probably got out of there.
Yeah.
But he felt invincible, and that's... Sometimes feeling invincible is not a good thing.
Isn't that game 1 all over again?
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, we feel really good. Wait, hang on. Reminder, we are playing a team that can knock us to the lower bracket of TI9.
So...
Give respect.
Very, very big for Brood to get this. He got both kills, he got the tier 2 tower, and all of a sudden Armel is almost got the solar crest and the level 20.
Ari is still getting bigger though while all this is going on. Like all the fights that have been happening, Ari has literally just been jungling or lane farming in very safe areas. He's almost going to crack the 300 CS and about to finish a full butterfly.
That we'll cross that bridge when we get to it for TNC. First problems first.
One step at a time.
Need to deal with the Medusa later.
Hey, you'll be able to control her. Cuckoo's building in for an Aghanim Scepter, and once you got this, maneuverability is going to be the name of the game. Broodmother moving up and down hills, Cuckoo staying with him.
As far as Vici goes, though, you saw how long it took them to kill that Centaur. Imagine there's a save there. Imagine there's a Golem. Imagine there's this Shadow Demon Disruption. It feels like this play only works because there's not enough in the way of protecting him at the time. So if Vici Gaming are a little bit more together, winning a team fight right now for TNC seems almost next to impossible. Like, they need a really good Echo Slam, they need a really good Tiny Combo, probably a good Omni Slash too. Like, they can't really make any mistakes, which, you know, we've seen flawless team fight execution from TNC. They can do it, but it's a really stacked deck against them right now in those fights.
Well, we passed, as you said, 20-minute mark, 23 is on the board. TNC.
It's a bit of a comeback, though, if you look at the graph.
It
got a couple of percentages.
It definitely is. We're now sitting at 89% for VG Gaming win probability.
So just
As
Brood
Paparazzi
has the solar, right? Brood has the solar.
On courier? Yeah.
So there's a solar and the level 20. The reason I'm looking for this timing is Brood gets insanely strong when these two things align. When you get the solar crest and level 20 with the spider attack damage talent, you go from dealing a lot of damage to dealing a lot of damage.
Yak still wants the spiders.
That's not a good way to have an army.
382 CS now on the Centaur. Rack him and stack him.
This is the highest CS of Centaur ever at 24 minutes. I almost guarantee it.
Nice smoke up from VG Gaming, except at the same time Fate was walking back. Glimmer Ether Lens.
It might be the highest CS by Centaur ever at this point by like 50.
He's going to go for Roshan. TNC, they're going to try and sneak
I love it.
in.
I love it. Take a risk.
But hey, Yang, he's taunting his way over the pit. Don't look now. He hops up the pit. He's able to get the double stun. Running Roshan. Paparazzi with the fall for Gabby. He's perched up. He cannot move even with the spin. This is that piercing the rock. Rock will drop, connect everybody up. A quick Omni Slash, try and break him free, get him inside the pit. Gabby, he's actually on the other side of the rock wall. He gets away while Tibbs keeps it into the back line. You've actually wasted the Stone Gaze, and TNC, they get out without a single loss.
Yeah, there's no Stone Gaze, no Golem, no Stampede. That's pretty good.
Brute can slip back into Roshan. Now VG Gaming's attention turns into how do we stop TNC from claiming Roshan?
And I love TNC take this risk. You see, it's a high risk play, but the reward could be massive, right? If you don't take these risks in this kind of game, you're unlikely to come back. So
they're even trying to kill the Golem off.
Yeah,
hey, there's some money.
And Brute is back looking at the Roche pit. Has the spider damage talent. This Roche can die really quickly.
You see,
Armel might just get it actually.
Good observer one, just looking in. What do you do, Ori? Do you want to push? He's got no save. There's no backup. There's a disruption. They're smoked up VG Gaming. They're still watching Roshan closely. The damage from the spiders as well as the Brood is so huge. The spiders actually almost going to go down. The poison's killing them off. This is when Armel loses his power, when he loses his spiders.
Yep.
So he has to make some more. Over towards mid. There's more where that came from. Pop stop, jumping in. Yang was trying to fight. Great fish with the back line, but Paparazzi BK. Paparazzi can get back up to full mana.
Like, hello.
Roshan, remember this man? 1700 HP. They want to break through him. Grimstroke's looking. Gabby walks in. Gabby walks out. We're playing Do-Si-Do in the fog of war. Paparazzi found the target in the back line. Cuckoo dead so quickly. He takes so much damage. Now Paparazzi can burn the regeneration room, get all that mana back. But Tiny wants something else. He's tossed back the illusion. He wanted the real one. Now Tibbs is out way too far. Yang will capitalize. Hooks stopping forward. Able to get the double edge damage. Paparazzi's there too. With the lightning, they got the Soul stampeding up Tibbs. There's nowhere to hide. They still think about doing Roshan, but Ori, he is the gatekeeper. At the front of the pit, TNC can still not get in, and Yang is like, okay, maybe I should do some damage now. I'll help Paparazzi. Armel can't let this happen. Ori still on the front lines with a fidget block. He's trapped up on the high ground. DY can't really help it. Roshan, he will die to VG Gaming. Hager's in the hands right now. It's actually going to be Paparazzi. Gabby, he's trapped and brought down. Brood Mother. Now he's trying to retreat. The more damage he takes, the faster Grimstroke will die too.
That was a super well played Roshan control by VG Gaming. This whole situation, the way they spread their heroes, they have, like you said, the Medusa is kind of just protecting the Roshan area while the Leshrac finds an opening onto the Shaker, and they get a great fight out of it in the end. And, you know, hats off to TNC for trying to pull off this play. I think you have to do something like this, like I've said before. VG were just too good in this instance, and a weaker team would have maybe faltered there, and you would have got the Roche. But you see, so Ori's going to walk up here and will get fissured off, but get Stone Gaze off, and flat out a mistake from Gabby here to get petrified. This should not be happening. You're just running in, getting petrified. I'm not sure what the plan is here. There's no way in hell you're ever killing the Medusa without using Omnislash. She didn't have any mana, and then they just ran down and forced the Brood away as well.
Yeah, you realize it from TNC. There was a lot of laughing before game 2, but things have gotten really serious. They're missing their timing. The pick a Brood didn't work out the way they wanted it to. But you still come up with a plan. You still try and find a way to fight against VG Gaming. It seems so hard to keep these spiders alive too from Armel. All that big damage he wants to get into the backlines to kill off units like the SD. But then you got Glimmer Cape protection. In fact, both of them are going Glimmer Cape. DY has almost completed his.
Yep.
So difficult for TNC just to get this straight up target lockdown. Goodbye Tier 2 tower. Aegis to the Immortal. Oh, they're still in the hands of Paparazzi up on top. He's having his own little duel with Tims. Stampede just wants to close the distance. Do some more damage. Tims has tossed. The creep wave's coming in. That's not what he wanted. Paparazzi, such fancy footwork. That's difficult with 4 legs. Tims, there's your hit with the splitter. Down he goes.
Made him work for it. I think Paparazzi messed up and could probably stunned out of the Yules. Not sure if he was saving it for anything else or had cooldown, but when I clicked up there, I think it was ready. So they have to use a Stampede, and it takes another 10 or 15 seconds. So Tim's definitely buying some time there, but time for what? Time for what?
For the second coming of TNC.
Well, maybe time to fight for bounties.
Maybe.
You gotta try it.
About 15 seconds to get into position. Luckily, Brood has a rather large network that he could use to get north.
And a rather large net worth.
unlike all of his teammates.
Well, that's because he's taking up most of the map. It's pretty choked out. VG Gaming aren't giving them many options. And now, well, Juggernaut, Yang, well, blink, hook stump, quick on the Blade Fury. And Gabby, he needs some distance, and he needs it now. The rock will drop. Here comes Ori too. Needs some extra slow. Broodmother's going to be nearby. They're doing so much damage. There's no way the Juggernaut can live. Even with the avalanche, they can't create enough space. Dead without buyback in Armel. Woo! That TP didn't work. And Armel, no protection. They're trying to slow him down. Great Fisher. Cuckoo able to create a little bit of extra space, but VG don't care. They just want to rampage forward. They want that semi-final matchup against LGD. And at this rate, they'll take it. TNC, they need a miracle.
Or 5.
One after the other, no spaces between.
Yeah, this is looking really, really tough for them. Just a flat-out 5-on-5 seems completely unfavored. They don't have the damage to kill the Medusa. The Leshrac has an Aegis. Is running around with haste move speed pretty much. He took the strength talent, so actually doesn't have full haste move speed, but 510. And another huge grab for VG Gaming.
And together they move out. They can take out the Shrine. They'll push through the top tier 2 tower as well. It's time for the new Vision game from VG Gaming. Actually, they've got 4 TP scrolls coming on the courier. All right.
Yang wants to be able to TP.
Yeah, they're all his. Could have brought some observer wards for him if they're off cooldown, but no, we'll do it this way instead. Tier 2 tower is gone, and they will not hold back. With the Aegis the Immortal on Paparazzi, he's got nothing to fear. The Fissure doesn't block him out. Ori has enough space to move up high ground. No missed chances for him. And Paparazzi now triggers off the Edict. No fortification available from TNC. So the tower cannot survive. They are losing map control so fast. And all Armel can do is just move within his network, farm outside, but farm to what end?
He's got a Hex, so he can kill Shadow Demon.
He can
find some.
At least they have something then that can work with the Soulbind.
True. That's another good point about this game. When it comes to teamfight and how TNC have built their lineup, they really haven't set up Grimstroke for success except the Juggernaut spin with Inkswell on. That's the only thing that synergizes with his ulti is his own silence and toss. Outside of the Hex that Brood got 30 minutes in. So Grimstroke's primary teamfight contribution is generally 1 stun from the Inkswell and then the Soulbind and setting his teammates up for success and maybe a good stroke of fate. But you take that ulti out of the equation, it used to even slow, it doesn't slow anymore.
Yeah. Like, you just see, like, how happy VG are to keep doing what they're doing. Like, you've already got your defensive items for Ori, and he's going in for the MKB next. Like, no need to worry about the big burst damage. 2.1k HP seems to be enough for him. Same with Leshrac, 2k, but he's got the BKB to defend.
He's super fine. He has 2.1k. Oh,
ooh, Armel, the blink, the hog stop. They catch out the Broodmother, and all the stuns, they continue to chain. Brood is dead. 85 seconds. Grimstroke cannot TP out. Faith able to control him with the disruption. And VG are all over TNC. No room to breathe. And this feels fatal. The push up from VG. YOLO indeed, Gabby. That's all you can do. The buyback came out from the Grimstroke. But without the Broodmother, you don't even have the double Hex we were talking about. Tims, he goes for it. He doesn't get the toss back, however. He just tosses Ori straight up in the air. A quick fissure. Now the Soulbind together. Gabby is already spinning himself away. Paparazzi is killing Tims in the back line. They'll go Fountain if they want to. This game's over. It really is over. VG, playing your flag. You own TNC's home. Tims is going to do the best he can. TNC will fight to the bitter end. But VG Gaming now going for the Megas. Edict burns through all the buildings. Gabby moves forward, looking for some damage to burn off what mana? No, he's going to burn off life instead. Perched up. Now the rock will drop. He just wanted to control the Juggernaut. He'll still get the Omni Slash off, however. But how much damage is this really doing? They're so tanky and split across the fight. That's GG. Full hero is gone. VG Gaming will advance to the semi-finals to have a date with an all-LGD VG China semi-final 1. It still looked a little shaky, Cinderin. VG Gaming weren't absolutely perfect, but they still take the victory.
Yeah, this last game though was honestly really clean. They got last pick rooted. They adapted correctly. I'm like putting Centaur mid is not a genius move, but the way they played their side lanes mainly. Yang had an outstanding performance mid. Their top lane, the Warlock, Medusa, they bided their time. They didn't panic. They weren't like, we need help, we need help, we need help, come top Shadow Demon. Instead, they identify, okay, we're going to lose our lane, but we're going to win the bottom lane really hard, and we're doing well in mid for Yang. And what's going to end up happening is, well, if they stayed 3 heroes top, they're going to get out-leveled. And when it comes to making moves, look at their picks. Centaur's or Shaker's losing his lane horribly, so he's not going to make moves. And the Tiny and Grimstroke are in the tri lane. They will not have levels. So you reach this point 10 minutes in where VG Gaming have 2 level 7 supports and the TNC supports are level 5, and there's just almost nothing to do on the map.
Beautiful play, the winner. VG Gaming at 2-1.
Yes, congratulations indeed to VG Gaming. Was it ever in any doubt? Maybe, maybe not, who knows? But they are victorious and they do go through to a semi-final upper bracket in an all-Chinese matchup against PSG.LGD. Back with our various sets of men, Grant and Neil. We'll start with you guys, really, because that kind of reverted back to TNC type a little bit. The first 2 games were great, and then the third one was a bit more like they were last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely felt that way. And I think the biggest thing is Vici, like what they did, they sent a carry Leshrac down bottom. They just sacrificed Ori up top lane. And then, you know, middle lane. I mean, without that double stout shield, I was like, will they actually do it? And they just put Centaur middle. And TNC just didn't know how to react. They're like, oh, at least we're beating this Medusa. But then after the laning phase, they just crumbled.
Yeah.
And that being said, after seeing the LGD performance and how they're moving through the upper bracket and seeing the VG performance, if I had to choose a Chinese frontrunner, I'm leaning towards LGD, because that series against TNC was neck and neck, sure, but even then, even though VG won, I just wasn't that confident in them.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating match. I can't wait to see that semi-final. But let's wrap up on this one. We're going to have a look at the statistics in the game. Dendy, what did you make of that? That was a bit different, wasn't it? A bit disappointing.
Not really. I expected.
You really?
Yeah, I expected this outcome. If I saw the drafts at first, I felt, okay, TNC put themselves on a timer. They could pressure and maybe even take the game, but they needed for lanes to go really well for them. But this didn't happen, and then it was just a matter of time. Lesha created a great amount of space for Duza, and when Duza got her items, and then it was really, really hard for Juggernaut and Brute to take over Duza, for example.
Yeah, Gunnar, very disappointing for TNC after playing so well.
Yeah, I thought the Brood pick would do more for them, but the movement from Centaur to mid and then the Leshrac Shadow Demon really owned early game, and the Lesh was way more fun than I thought it would be. He was the reason they were 6k up. Everyone else was even on the cores. The 2 mids were even, the 2 carries were even, and then this Leshrac's just 6k up on the other offlaner.
Well, all across the board did very well. That was more like the Vici that we saw earlier in the season as well. Wasn't it? Almost like exactly what we were expecting to see in this tournament, rather than actually the first 2 games that we got.
I love when I see teams doing this, when you just like, we can just flex things, right? That's I think what we've seen the most out of this entire group stages and main event is that teams are just picking things, and it's like, all right, it doesn't matter if you do counter this hero, because we can just end up moving it. A couple situations we have seen like a Bristleback end up as support, which is a total disaster, but sometimes you can go for those flex picks. But I think also, as TNC picking a Broodmother versus Vici, Vici's one of the few Chinese teams that they know how to play Brood.
Yeah.
They love to play Yang especially. He knows what he's doing versus it, so we definitely saw that reflected in that performance.
We're going to get some more from all 5 of you, actually, in just a moment. But first of all, let's catch up with the victorious side. Victorious, Kegsy, help me out here. I'm chewing my own teeth. You're with Faith.
We can make up any words we want, Red Eye. Like, victorious Victor. Congratulations. We're just making up words. Don't mind us. You looked super happy when you walked in the room. Obviously, we know why. But I'm curious how you were able to turn things around after that first game, because TNC looked really good.
Yeah.
And you really had to change your strategy.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think we also can win first game, but we lose but we team fight is so bad. I mean, we don't play good in our team fight, so we lose the game 1. But I think it's fine. I think our draft or our the game it's all fine. So just keep going. And the game 2 and game 3, we just have we have a good team fight, so can we? Okay, yeah.
Good team fights. You mentioned drafting, and we were watching in the pods. We could see ROTK right before he left after the draft of that last game, and he was really giving you a pep talk. Can you shed some light on kind of the nature of what he was saying?
Oh, you mean the last
game, right before he left? Yeah.
Medusa.
And I mean, and our manager just told me, and in the last game we picked Medusa, and they picked the Brood Mother. And I mean, when we picked when we last pick, and he's like, laugh so much, you know. I don't know. And,
a confident laugh.
Yeah, they call me. They think it's the game very easily because they want to pick the Brood Mother to counter the Medusa. But with the game, that's insane. I mean.
Is it difficult to have to play such long games? Because all three of these games, but especially the first two, it's a really, really long time. Was that difficult on you?
I mean, I'm getting tired now. I'm very tired because it's hard. It's so hard, you know.
And you have to kind of maintain that confidence too in your late game. You have to stay confident. Thank you, Helen.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
I mean, we always confidence with our later game because we think we are not good in the early game, but we are really, really good in the later game in team fight. We are the team like prefer to the team fight with the other team like this. Yeah.
And you have you're going to be facing PSG.LGD, but you get a day off. How are you planning on spending your time off? And what are your thoughts looking ahead to facing them?
PSG.LGD champion, that's so strong.
Lots of respect for them.
Because that's a story. Last day, media day, and they have interview, and people told me they are offering Charlie. Charlie said that he's like 10 years VG's fans, so he thinks we are strong. We can win the champion. And I said, oh, okay.
We'll take it.
Oh, okay. I'm 23 years LGD fans, so I think they will win. Yeah.
Well, you guys looked great, and we're looking forward to seeing you play again in a couple of days. So congratulations. Do you want to plug your Twitter? I understand you're on Twitter now. Go ahead.
Fade Dota. Just Fade Dota.
Fade Dota.
Yeah.
Easy to remember.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Thanks for chatting with us. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Casey. Thank you to Fade as well. Great interview, obviously. We don't get to hear many of them in English. It's nice to be able to hear back from him. He's lots to say in there as well. Lots to say.
So much respect, right? He comes up and even gives the interview like that. And even after he's like, so hard, that was so difficult.
Yeah. No, but it was perfect. It was brilliant. I just want to say a big thank you to all of you, to all of the panel members that we've had this morning and this afternoon. Deadly, thank you for joining. It's been an absolute pleasure as always to have you, Dondo, on the panel. Gunnar, Neil, and Gran as well. Thank you very much. Cap also in the middle of that. That is it as far as this panel is concerned. That's it from me today as well. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. But, of course, all good things come to an end, except today, because you get the bonus of having Rich up next hosting the panel. Right now, though, we're going to check in with Casey once more. Now, you know that British people, we love our tea, right? So do the Chinese.
If you would like to be proper, you'd always have pinky out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And then a nice one.
Nice one.
Woo!
Jake and I thought it would be really helpful if we sat down with Dove and got to know the Chinese audience and the Chinese Dota 2 scene a little bit more. Because we don't know a whole lot.
Well,
you do?
One of us doesn't, but...
Really? What do you know? I'm sorry.
Yeah, what do you know?
Go ahead, Jake.
What do I know about the Chinese Dota audience?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, the greatest audience in the world. They got the best memes, the dankest ones, the most brutal ones. They got the most passion. They're at every event, no matter where we are. There's a gigantic field of Chinese Dota fans, and they're super nice. But is there anything I don't know about the Chinese Dota fans?
I think Chinese Dota fans, they are very enthusiastic first, but they also just want to root for a Chinese team.
But at the same time, there's a lot of respect, though. I mean, there's always GH God and all these nicknames for the Western players too.
TI champion team is fine.
As long as you win,
as long as you
there's
win.
respect.
Yeah.
So how can people like Jake and I and other interviewers make the Chinese fans feel more comfortable when we're talking to them?
Chinese fans, they're a little bit shy.
Shy? Chinese fans are shy?
Yeah. If you react very active, they're gonna be a little bit.
It's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much.
I got it.
Note taken.
That's American, like very. Yeah.
So to be respectful,
yes,
we should maybe ease into our interactions with fans a little bit more.
At the first.
At first.
And then you can.
And then we can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once they trust us.
Once we gain their trust.
Excellent.
Do you have a Slacks equivalent in the Chinese Dota scene?
I think that's Dove.
I think more like Casey, but not Anna.
Are you sure?
I hope so.
How do you think that the fans here in Shanghai will receive Jake and I?
First, people love Casey.
Stupid interviews. I hate these stupid interviews every time.
I got my money to pay you for this.
Continue
Fans
the interview.
love you too.
All right. I care about the Dota stuff. Can I ask Dota questions about the Chinese community?
Yeah.
All right. Western audiences hate techies. Is that true for the Chinese audience as well?
Yeah, the same, I'd say.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
Worldwide hatred.
Also some Ricky.
Who's the most popular Western player in the Chinese scene? Who do you think they like the most?
Arteezy.
Arteezy?
I was kidding. Miracle, I think, probably.
Yeah. I think Western audiences mostly like ROTK. Yeah. They love him.
Yeah.
So, is it still the same in China? Do people still like ROTK?
Yeah, people do. Especially VG play very, very good.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, should we all have a nice little bit of tea to celebrate our wonderful times together?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, ready? To Chinese Dota. Come on.
I'm trying.
You can do it. Dub it up, put it on effort. There you go. Thank you, Dove. It's
Thank
an
you,
honor.
Jake.
It's a pleasure. Always a good time.
He just doesn't know how to end a segment. He just is so...
Bye, everybody.
Well, we got to take a peek at that quick video piece a little bit earlier. They actually had a video about speaking Chinese where we got to see Slacks speak a little bit of Chinese. And I actually have been learning the local language a little bit, just the TI essentials, Kyle.
And what do you mean, Rich?
Bai Zui, Kyle.
What's that mean?
Mean shut up, Kyle. My name's Rich, I'm your host. I'm joined by Kyle Lacoste and Grant. Let's actually talk about everything, Grant. I am so excited to now know that we're at least going to have on the final day here with this audience. We know we're going to have a Chinese team, guaranteed in the top 3 with how the bracket has worked out. But we're going to get to take a peek at another Chinese team, and you have to keep in your mind there's been a big fulcrum change here now. We're moving into best of ones. It's going to be best of ones the rest of the day. So let's start to talk about how that will affect these teams. First up, it's going to be Alliance versus RNG.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is RNG, honestly, coming in this event is probably the weakest of the Chinese teams. They struggled. They got last place at a couple of minors. They changed their roster a bit. But I do think you have a player like, it's hard. I really like Flyby. I really like Flyby.
I kind of feel like it's my fault that they're doing so poorly, though. Because I
why
picked
is
them
that,
in the
Kyle?
tournament. And the funny thing is that I was talking to a bunch of teams beforehand, and RNG was just rolling people in all the scrims that they played. They were absolutely dominating people. They were like, I was speaking with, it was Heen and it was March, and they were like, dude, RNG is like super strong right now. It was like they were almost afraid of them.
That's what I heard as well.
And,
Maybe they played way too many games. Virtus Pro in their interview, Pasha, he said that they were not playing way too many games. They were just playing a couple of scrims a day and mostly being focused on the analytical part, like watching the replays, movement on the map, but they didn't play that much.
We've kind of heard a lot of people talking about the theory of an event like this, and can you burn out if you go a little bit too hard at the beginning? Groups, obviously, we had a lot of Dota played. I believe it was 144 games, something like that. So if you do go a little bit too hard, maybe you run out of steam. But Kyle, you were one of the ones, when you talk about hyping up RNG, you kind of hyped up the entire region. You said, we look at these Chinese teams. You said you could see all of them doing well. RNG, we'll have to see if they can pick it up. But let's talk about Alliance very quickly before we jump into everything, because this is a team that's been picking up some momentum. And the organization, we haven't seen them at a TI since it was the original 5 that you really think about when Loda was actually playing. So now they're actually going to be back here at a TI. How do you think they look?
Well, they definitely look like they have a really nice swag. The golden shoes that RNG got, the track suits, I'm really liking it. And overall, this team, not the best performances throughout the year, but looking like a team that can upset pretty much anyone.
That's because they were playing in Europe, though. Oh, look how well they did at this tournament.
Yeah.
This tournament was,
Alliance. I mean, they did just win the Summit. I know people are going to say it wasn't the highest skill level tournament, but Alliance, you come into a tournament off of a W, and then you go into this group stage. Like, I feel, who do you guys think's the favorite? Honestly, just straight
this
up,
matchup,
Alliance versus RNG.
I'd say Alliance. Alliance grown up throughout the season. At the start, they were kind of a punching bag in the Europe. Got to a couple of those events, but after all, I think right now they're in a good spot and they can be matched up against any team in the world.
And we have plenty to talk about right now, but let's take a look at all of the players that make up these teams. You just got to take a look at the folks that make up RNG, and you can hear the fans going to be cheering here in this stadium. They're definitely going to have that home field advantage. We're going to see the Chinese teams getting plenty of gas in their tanks from the folks here in Shanghai. We just saw that as well on the main stage just happening in our last series. This is going to be one of the teams that's going to need to ride off of all of that momentum, knowing that they are potentially the weakest team in the region. And they are going up against Alliance.
And it all comes down to one game.
Folks, you got to welcome Team Alliance. This is the first time that we've seen this organization take the TI stage since the original 5. This roster has stayed together throughout the entire year. They've started to pick up a little bit of momentum. You can see Loda walking out with his squad. A champion. As we hear the folks in China make a little bit of noise, even though it's not the region that we expect to hear a lot of people cheer for, definitely do have some fans in the arena as they get in their seats and get ready for this best of one. Folks, it's all going to come down to one game. Who will stay in TI and who will no longer be competing in this tournament? But before we jump into that action, it's very important to make sure that we know some of the stuff going on in these players' heads. Lucky for us, we sent one of the toughest interrogators in the entire world. We had Slacks ask them the spicy questions.
I'm falling apart inside. Dude, I'm freezing, I'm hot, I'm cold, and hurting.
We have Team Alliance here at TI9. You did it! It was exciting stuff.
Indeed. I'm more nervous about this than playing at TI, man.
Here we go, gentlemen. The first wing. Let's do it!
It's not that bad. Bye.
After I met you, I told everyone, these guys are some of the best personalities that I have met in Dota in a really long time. I cannot wait till they're actually good at Dota so I can interview them. Talk to me about moving from player to, you're an owner now, right?
Yeah, but coach is what I'm the most proud of being.
Yes. Owner, coach. Are there any other hats that you're wearing?
I'm a father. I'm a lover.
Wow.
I'm a singer. Yeah, no, it's...
What problems did these guys have? What did you have to break on these guys to make them better players?
Everything.
Been
We started with the body and moved on. I'm not even kidding, my mouth is already on fire.
Just eat it. Don't think about it.
This one's gonna be bad. I can feel already.
It's not that bad yet.
I'm only drinking this because I love milk.
You love milk?
Yeah,
You're healthy.
I'm that kind of guy. Swedes, they love milk.
And Zadia, I went and looked up some pictures of you. I got some
God.
secret pictures of you. So what's the story with this?
So I'm a big Liquid fan. I was walking around at Birmingham, and I saw this big Liquid flag and asked if I could buy it.
Wow.
And then I went and got it signed by the entire Liquid team.
And I got one more. You said that you wish this picture got
Are
deleted.
you serious?
You said that you hope that it never surfaced.
That's great.
And now he's...
Why do you hate it? I think you look cool.
No comment.
Alright. I'm dying.
Sorry guys, I'm giving up on the water.
What the? It's not that bad, actually.
Are you
it's getting bad.
Are you for real?
It's getting bad.
Are you for real?
Shut up.
All right, here is the lading partner bowl. Want each one of you to pull one out?
I got one.
Oh my, are you serious? Is this real? Do people like eat this?
Alright. If I was an animal, which one would I be?
You would be a
puppy.
You have ice in your mouth?
Yeah.
I'm getting tears from this.
Be a lion cub.
If you could go back and redo any game in any tournament, which one would it be and what would you change? Oh my lord.
I would go back to TI3 finals and ban Wisp. Would have been easy finals. Who's the best captain you've ever had?
I mean, the best is you. Like, I haven't had any other captains, kind of.
Best captain.
Alright.
Oof. I like playing under Garter.
It's okay, Loda,
He's dying. I'm like...
You're handling it. It's hard.
Dude, as long as you talk, it's fine.
Alright.
Alright.
That was easy.
The Techie's nuclear apocalypse.
Oh, fucking
Is it worse?
It is worse.
What?
It's painful. We have a tradition here. If you'd like, put a little extra on the top.
Give it to me.
Just to see how much you can handle.
You gotta do it for the fans.
You
guys.
gotta do it for the fans.
Don't do it. Don't do it for the fans. You're gonna regret this later. You're gonna like die.
Yes, but dude, we gotta do it for the fans.
I'm not doing it for the fans.
Alright, sure. I'll take a...
Gentlemen,
Wanna cry.
the last one. A final hurrah. Then we have
ears are burning.
Me too.
one more
I'm
question.
gonna pass out. Yeah?
Techie's nuclear apocalypse. Here we go.
I can't feel my mouth. Can't feel my teeth. My tongue is gone.
I don't know what's going on anymore. Alright.
Okay.
A little bit broken now.
I'm actually shaking. Ooh.
I thought... I didn't...
It's like playing against
This one made me numb, so at this point I'm just like...
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I'm burning.
No, but this is... I don't even know what happened to me. It's
Oh
because
my
like
God.
I died inside, and now there's nothing left.
This is why you're TI winner, actually.
If there was a chat wheel line for the two people sitting with you, what would their line be?
I don't know what mine is. Probably I'm dead.
His is probably I'm dead, and then wait, no. No, wait, I'm good. I live.
I'm falling apart inside.
Dude, I'm freezing and hot and cold and hurting and...
Gentlemen, we've done it. We went to hell and back. Raise your milks with me. Let's watch this out. There's not a lot of milk left from any of us, but well done, Team Alliance. Woo!
I've never felt this emotion
I actually
before.
don't know what's wrong with me.
I'm having a fever, dude.
Well, we could see that they could barely handle the heat in the kitchen. We're going to have to see if they can handle the heat of the main stage. Let's actually talk about these boys for just a little bit longer, actually talk about these teams, because we've seen them go head-to-head in the past.
Yeah, I think so. And it ended up being Alliance winning, I believe, 2-1 over
Correct.
them. And I think the biggest thing for me is in a lot of these matchups, I'm looking at the 4 roles, but in this one, I'm looking at the 1 role. Meke as well as Monet, I think, are the 2 best players on each of their team. And it's pretty crazy. When it comes down to a best of 1, you might get Terrorbladed. You don't know. You might get Meke Morphling. And I'm very curious to see what they actually choose. Best of 1.
And I feel like there's also a huge distinct. Like Monet obviously has a ton of experience. He's played on the stage before. He's made deep runs into this TI, or not this TI, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah, Mickey, it's his first time. I don't think he's really ever been on a stage quite this large.
big, yeah.
He's played at World Championships in Han. This is a bit of a different story. Bigger arena,
This is
bigger
a
prize.
harder game.
A real
I'm
game.
going to say position.
You're also sitting on this desk, so...
Position 3, this is the position to look out for. Boxy, this is the player that stands out for me in the Alliance. The first time, I love the players who think out of the box, because I remember one of the games, CK, with the Road of Atos and the double bracer. This is when I knew that this guy can think of his own and can make a lot of stuff happen. On the different side, you have Flyby. Maybe the player to look out for is Lana, because this guy can make a lot of space for his teams, for both of the carries. If mid is not going well, he's going to step up and make all the space in the world.
Fortunately for us, Dove actually got a chance to sit down with the folks from RNG, and that might actually give us a little bit more insight into what this team's going to be able to bring.
那今年 RNG 其实还挺坎坷的，从前期不太顺到后面换人，然后又打了个 Major， 你们感觉怎么样？
感觉就和你说的话一样吧，非常的坎坷，一路就是从3月到6还是到5月吧，连续3个月换人吧。对我来说，感觉看到一批又一批的队友就是离开，我也算是比较难过的。然后现在又进了 TI， 怎么说，非常的激动，非常开心，又重回 TI。
大哥，
因为我是后来的嘛，就是我来了以后感觉到就是还是比较辛苦的，就是我们内部的说法就是 RNG 永不放假，不是我们的口号是 RNG 永不放弃嘛，然后我们的内部是 RNG 永不放假，因为我们是属于经常是 Mina 出现，然后 Mina 出现，然后如果你没打进 Major， 你马上要去准备下一个 Major 的预选。
那你们口头禅嘛，有没有？几个队友的？
我们的新口号好像是 RNG Team。
我没有问口号。
不是，你刚才不是问口号吗？
口头禅。
哦，口头禅。
就比如哪个队友经常说哪句话？
傻德给我的印象比较深的就是，教练问傻德选什么的时候，傻德就一下，然后就定住，然后就没有然后了。
那打进 TI 预选之后有放假吗？
好像就放了3、4天吧，很少，3期非常的少。反正总共下来这1年，可能加起来没超过1个月的假期。
那国土其实也是有家室的嘛，你自己。
对啊，就是因为来了 RNG 以后，就是背负着一点东西嘛，然后想证明一下自己，就还是比较拼的。
那 TI 预选打下了，觉得证明了自己吗？
那肯定不算啊，那肯定在 TI 上要拿到好成绩才算。
那回顾整个赛季，你们对自己成绩还算满意吗？
肯定不满意啊！就是，很伤心的是，我们每一个比赛基本上都是1轮游嘛，就是很难过。
你们觉得应得的成绩是什么？
可能多了1轮游吧。
这太低了，国
土。心理预期啊，心理预期，队伍的心理预期可能就是包括我们，管理层跟我们聊的是心理预期应该是在前6吧。我个人的心理预期肯定是我要往高调一点，对吧？
整个这1年，你们印象最深刻的一件事情或者一个瞬间是什么时候？
印象最深的，你还别说，我印象比较深刻的是我还没来的时候，就是因为我还没来的时候，不是 RNG 当时要打 Mina 的预选还是 Major 的预选，然后Mina 的预选。然后他们过年没回家嘛，确实就是印象比较深刻的。
那2位其实去年都做过很重要的决定，加盟 RNG， 有没有曾经怀疑过自己当初的决定？
没有怀疑吧，就是自己做的事情可能没有处理得当。
每个人的处理方式，我是属于那种就是做了决定就。因为你没办法去改变周围的环境，你只能改变自己，你只能加强自己。
今年 TI 毕竟是在上海嘛，算是本土作战了，你们会有什么不一样的期待吗？
期待我的朋友们啊、粉丝们啊，来为我加油吧。
莫奈特 ，Team。
期待自己能在需要改变、需要进步的方向去进步吧。
那最后还是。有没有兴趣捧一下我们这个盾？
不敢摸。
不敢摸。
比较信邪。
会想起伤心的往事吗？
没摸过。
是吧？
想不起来，记忆力比较差。
主要是我往年都很信邪，我没摸，我今年我要摸一摸。
今年慢一点啊！
我不把它捧起来，我就摸一下。
摸一下。
对，我
他都摸了。
后面什么呀？
后面是往年 TI 所有的夺冠队伍和选手。
都是在后面刻着。
对，要不你也摸一下？那刚刚盾也摸了，鞋也信了，你们觉得对自己有信心吗？夺冠或者哪些队伍会是比较强大的对手？
觉得秘密可能是夺冠热门吧。
那你觉得 RNG 真的就直接跳过了吗？
心里是没有跳过的，但是不能说出来，
偷偷的。
对你这自己不能奶自己，对吧？这个，这大家都知道的。那个，就秘密危机老干爹吧。
好，干净利，谢谢两位。
I really like their little catchphrase, just RNG team, or the other catchphrase that they throw.
That's usually me, like when you need something smart to say. Yeah, I don't know, guys.
Yeah, usually I don't ask you those.
It's kind of terrifying. I think Grant's actually the smart one on this panel.
Yeah, I saw. Well, originally Dendy was going to be on this panel, and then we got.
Well, Grant will still be the smartest.
Thank you, Kaz.
I got your back.
What would your catchphrase be, Kyle?
I don't know. Oh no, not again.
I don't know. Chat. We're gonna double check to see what you guys have to say about what Kyle's catchphrase is. I don't know what mine would be. Probably like something like.
I don't think it's appropriate for this broadcast.
It'd be a cute catchphrase.
I don't know, man. I wouldn't push your luck. I saw backstage. There's this blackboard, right, and just a bunch of fire emojis, and then different odds next to our names.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yours are 3-1. I don't know what that means.
See, the only thing I have backstage is actually a whiteboard. Yeah, like a maybe it's an easel, but yeah, definitely. We could,
2-1 now.
Yeah, we can bring that out a little bit later. But let's jump back into talking about these squads here before we actually make our way back to that blackboard and increase any of those numbers. Who do you think has the highest odds to actually take this one down? We talk about recent history a little bit. We say that Alliance should have the edge. Do you think that the fact that we're actually here at TI, you're surrounded by a fan base of your region, do you think that that may come into play, Lucas?
Well, it's definitely gets into your head. It's a best of one elimination game. Who has more experience?
Yeah.
Definitely RNG has more experienced players. I think we're going to see some more cheesy picks here as a 10th pick, especially from Alliance. I'm going to call Storm Spirit as well as a cheesy pick because there's no. If you 10th pick it, you're not going to have any counters for the Storm Spirit, and the Koikwa just excels in that.
They're not going to 10th pick it if they take Storm, though. That'll be first, too. They're confident with it. I would be. If I'm Alliance, I want to pick heroes like Timbersaw. It's the. Because what's Alliance's biggest issue throughout the year, right? They get the lead, they give it away. It's a BO1. You don't want to have that happen again. I want to see them pick up heroes that not just like when they get a lead, it's cemented easily because, you know, if you're a Timbersaw and you're ahead of a game, you're ahead. You can't die. Like, you can easily press your tempo. Storm Ember, a lot more high risk.
And this was something as well that we did talk about when we were at the minors, and now we're going to have to see if that is going to be an issue they have. They are already taking the stage. Let's see who's going to be able to take the first best of one of the day.
Alliance versus RNG. Game 1.
A spicy way to start our best of ones. Alliance versus RNG. The last time these guys matched up against each other, gentlemen, was the DPC Epicenter. Alliance actually beat RNG, but that was a best of 3. And this is a best of 1. And RNG actually did take that first game in that best of 3 as well. So it feels like we've got an even odds situation on our hands.
This should turn out to be a fun one, right? I think we've been looking at Alliance, and their last few games looked pretty greedy. They tried to run a 5 bristleback, literally, and it kind of blew up in their faces. They've also had a couple ones where they've gone a bit greedy, and I think they've gotten punished a lot for it. So I feel like in this one, at least for me, for Alliance, I don't want them to go so greedy. I think if they do that versus RNG, they're just going to get steamrolled. I think RNG, they had the fastest game of the tournament so far, too, right?
So I actually found out the story behind the Bristol 5. What ended up happening is Insania said, well, it was going to be 100% for Boxy, and the Boxy looked at the draft and said, okay, this is actually one of the worst Bristol games that we could possibly have. And he's like, I'm going to look bad on this hero. It's fine. And Insania, being the captain of the year, is just like, I'll play it. I'm sure this will go great.
I mean, hey, we saw it in the interview, right? He said, do it for the fans. He took the hottest sauce, just like in that game. He took the hardest role, which is the 5-position bristleback. I appreciate any captain who's willing to take that role upon himself.
Yeah, it's sort of like when Kuroki played the puck support in the games that we saw in the group stage. That's definitely not something that you practice, but at a TI, you have to learn how to be flexible, especially in the draft. I mean, if it works, you look like a genius and you introduce a new wrinkle, and if you lose, you know, you're in the lower bracket. That's what happens.
So, Fox, you said that I don't want to see Alliance get too greedy. What do you want to see RNG do here?
I think RNG should just stick with their guns, and I think RNG's also been one of the few teams that I've seen actually not break their like the way that they do drafting order. They are literally every single time I've seen them pick, they've done support, offlane, and then they save their last 2 cores. I think every single time I've seen, actually Setsu gets the overall last pick for his team. When I look through all of their games, pretty much at this entire tournament, it's been nothing changed from that.
And that is super unique, right, Will? The fact that like just opening with 2 supports like that, almost everybody's opting for 1 core.
We see Newbie often even save their 5 position for the very last pick. That's something that's pretty unique to them. I think partially what it is that Setsu is a newer player, and I think it's important to sort of get confidence, give him the best possible matchups. Because when I have seen RNG play, and when they do play well, it's when he's having a very good game.
Yeah.
I really feel like it's important to enable your mid laner at a tournament like this.
Yeah, it's like one of the few teams I actually saw where they don't actually flex really at all. Where we talk a lot about the flex picks, the Maranas, something like that. They actually they pick the Marana and you're like, that's Lanem. You know for a fact it's gonna be Lanem. The Elder Titan, they've had a little bit of back and forth between Lanem and Afu, but yeah, they've really just been sticking to just their overall like the way that they want to do their drafts. It's really
Speaking of flex, we saw the big muscly man Koifa there, who's going to be his mid matchup against Setsu.
Yeah, that's going to be and that's the open up of a Dark Willow into the Leshrac Abaddon.
That's a really good answer to Dark Willow, right?
Yeah. Interesting though. The Shadow Demon's not looked at though.
Yeah.
Right? That's a bit of a odd one out.
You have Leshrac who has good AoE, targeted, not a targeted stun, and then on top of that you have Abaddon who just gets rid of the Curse Crown. And it just feels good because you can't ever get bursted. Plus, it's relatively flexible still. Like both these picks, you talked about how they don't really do it as a flex.
Yeah.
But as a last-second option, you can. Both of these can either be, you can go anywhere from mid to carry with any of these really, aside from the Abaddon who's most likely going to be offlane or support.
It's kind of cool to see that they've I feel like they broke their formula. Like I haven't seen them do that the entire tournament.
I really don't. I feel like that can't be a 5 and a 4 position, just straight up, right? Just because that support duo is going to be a little weird.
That's the issue with the support duo. I think is you sort of lack playmaking. You want something that can get in there, which is why Alliance really likes having.
Whoa!
Oh!
Whoa!
Whoa!
What is this?
Just opening void.
You know what? I'm down with it. As we watch the Void dance on stage, I almost feel like Alliance is coming to this with a very, very clear plan and confidence in that plan.
I think part of it, what it is Alliance is trying to make the game as easy for themselves as possible. At the Summit, they said their drafting philosophy is pick playmakers that have disables.
Yeah.
Well, Void is the ultimate disable.
It's true.
Chronosphere is it's 5 different stuns in one, right?
And technically, you can stun your entire team. That's like 9.
Oh, damn.
Didn't think about that. The heads up play.
Did not.
Oh, it's really interesting that Alliance is. They're just going to stick to themselves. Then it seems like it doesn't really. I don't think it really matters what they're going to be playing against. I think they've got their own draft that they've probably already decided a little bit in advance coming in versus what RNG's been doing.
Do you think this is about superior team fight?
Yes, and what it is as well is I think Alliance. What I really like in a best of 1 situation is just play what you're good at.
Yeah.
You don't have to get into the whole best of 3 meta where you're counterpicking. I think if you believe that you're the better team, which I honestly believe Alliance does, you want to be as stable as possible with your draft. That means picking good crowd control. That means picking good team fight. One of the scariest things in Dota is going high ground. In a best of 1 situation, going high ground against a faceless Void who can always pierce through BKB and just always has good team fight and can threaten. I think that's always going to be a good thing.
It's always a late game. They have a late game insurance right off the bat, right? In a best of 1, that always feels pretty good as long as you don't get run over. So that's the one thing I was talking about. I'm a little concerned of them potentially getting run over if RNG does draft a very fast-paced lineup, and Void can get punished in that manner.
Yes, that's one thing that we saw against LGD is when they do draft the Void, what they dislike is that tempo. When you can play very quickly, they like to pick it where they can play more of a mid-game, slightly later game timing, where they gave a lot of farm to Ame, but in this kind of game, especially with Leshrac Abaddon, you have 2 different ways to siege. You have 1 heal that can consistently purge off, and you have the Leshrac with the Edict.
And to back that point up, Alliance do exactly that. They ban arguably the 2 most mid-game heavy cores in the game right now. Alchemist, who has this insane mid-game timing, and Wraith King, who's had a lot of success there as well.
Yeah, it seems like they were kind of forced to ban those, right? But I think this hurts quite a bit. Giving away the Shadow Demon now also, so gives this Leshrac this setup easily throughout the game. It's also great save versus the Void as well. So that's gonna be, I mean, that's a really good pickup there for RNG.
Yeah, it's good against the Void in both that you can disrupt whoever gets chronoed, and later, before he gets BKB, you can disrupt him as well. Plus, Abaddon always feels good to play against Void. You can't ever burst that hero.
There's definitely going to be a lack of targets, it seems, for this Faceless Void.
Yeah. And there's potential for fun late game, right, Cap? That I know we're probably looking forward to.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Abaddon.
The
We're hoping for that.
Abaddon.
I know we're both hoping for it, but
Yanis and I are both big fans.
Yeah. This also changed the principle that you were talking about, leading with the 2 supports.
Yeah, it's a good way to adjust, right? You're coming into a BO1, other team might have done a lot of homework on you. They probably see that formula coming out as well. So yeah, breaking that formula coming in here is definitely a neat approach.
Now, one of the easiest things to follow up a Faceless Void is just, there's a general philosophy, just get damage you can dump inside the Chronosphere, right? So who are some of our heroes that we're going to be looking for to pair with them?
I mean, the biggest one is really taken out, right? That Elder Titan right off the bat in the start. The Mirana is also not going to be in the pool. Those are 2 of the ones that I love to see the most. Besides that, there's sometimes like the Invoker, but I don't think that we're going to be seeing anything like that. I think we've been seeing Koikba playing pretty, I wouldn't say limited pool, but more of his comfort style.
I would have said they were going to guarantee take the AA if it was available to them. That's a combo that they really like. The only issue with that hero is that it's very slow, but instead we're going to probably see the Insania Crystal Maiden. This hero, for me, has been gaining traction as a 5. Like, I sort of like it. You can nuke out the range creep so you can push out the lane, and this is the hero that Lacoste actually mentioned on the panel, the Storm pick.
And that it's exactly what you want if you're talking about that best of 1, playing the high ground, right? Like, what beats a Void and a Storm Spirit?
And the only downside is that I think that you can potentially get punished, especially if the laning phase goes wrong. Both these heroes need time to catch up. Storm, you need to hit the jungle, you need to default to stuff like that, so we'll see.
So the story of this has got to be Boxy coming in big, right? With this last pick off lane or whatever it is, it has to be relatively fast tempo, and it has to just take over the game for a certain point to give his Storm and Void enough time to work.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of more of the box heroes. I'm just thinking, like, just stick with the style, right? Alliance, I look at their 4 heroes, and I think if you could just erase RNG's draft, and this is probably what Alliance would have picked anyway in some situations, right? This is 4 very comfortable heroes that they've been playing with at this tournament.
RNG choose to ban away the Bristleback as one of those heroes just to stand in front of towers and slow things down.
It's a good initiator here, because Alliance, they have the Void for like a follow-up, but you want someone else to kind of start the fight, right? And they still have the Willow there. They could still go for something like, I mean, Ogre's still in the pool if they did want to go for it, right?
Yeah.
Boxy Ogre.
Yeah, it enables the Faceless Void a lot, right?
Yeah, it'd be strong too because you can pressure in lane.
Yeah.
And this hero doesn't really care. You just sort of run at people.
I've seen a good amount of the Willow Ogre dual lane actually, and it just like, I think I've seen it just run over pretty much every single safe lane that it's been up against. So I do think that's a bit of a possibility. It works really well with their whole synergy, as Cap was mentioning with the Bloodlust. Thinking here hard about their last ban. Yeah. What's that like?
They are running out of reserve time, so...
Yeah, like which one's going to be the actual supports? Because right now, like Lanem's traditional ones are kind of gone that he's been playing a lot. Is he going to be playing a little switch up for that Lash, and they're going to make this core, off lane Abaddon? Could be the case. They could still make Monet playing the Lash Rec in the safe lane too.
I will say, if I'm a Storm, I'd love to be in a situation where I'm against the Lash. As they're going to take the Gyrocopter for themselves, so this is going to be an off-lane Void.
And that is true. Something that we definitely did not expect, right? But that does fulfill one of our requirements, which is damage to dump inside that Chronosphere, right?
Yeah. So the issue that I had was I actually wanted to see some sort of hero like Axe, but part of the problem is you run into a weird situation where all of a sudden you have a melee core that doesn't get enabled through the Chrono.
Yep.
And so it almost has to be some sort of range hero that can also dump damage in, like you said. Gyro fits that bill, and more importantly, he's a very fast tempo carry.
And it's definitely throwing Royal Never Give Up for quite the loop. You could see Lanem motioning to his head. I think he got in there a little bit.
I wonder if they could do something like... It's a bit too greedy, actually. Never mind. I was going to suggest something like a Morphling, just because I see now Gyrocopter, I see Willow. You've got these dream targets as Aghanim's Morphling. If they do want to go for that, I think it's a bit greedy if RNG does actually go for something like that, because they have Ember, and Ember Morphling feels a little bit just... I don't know. And, whoa.
All right, well, there's your late game carry and the hard counter to the Storm Spirit, Blitz.
Oh, all right. So I traditionally hate playing against this hero as Storm because at some point you will get caught out. It is an inevitability.
Fonto, I mean, what do you think about this? Does RNG, have they just given themselves the late game win condition? It seemed like everything was lining up for Alliance to have that better late game.
I know teams always talk about the AM versus that Void matchup. It can go both ways. Void can be a bit easier to execute, though, and it is an off-lane Void, so I do think this gyro could set the tempo for Alliance to be able to bring it to RNG.
And Blitz, I mean, what does Alliance have to do here to be able to overcome that Storm versus AM matchup?
You can't ever give a free kill on the Storm versus the Anti-Mage, which is so hard to do, but you have to assault his safe lane as frequently as possible. I'd like to see Koikva make a power rune play, go to the top lane, try to get as aggressive as possible, help Boxy take that tower. Yeah. Squeeze in the Anti-Mage's farm, make sure that you take over the triangle, take the tier 1 towers as fast as possible, and Roshan is going to be the biggest thing for me. If you can get an Aegis on the Storm, it makes the effectiveness of the Anti-Mage go down by so much.
It seems like simultaneously we have both this this lineup that was supposed to go late game. Last picks the Gyrocopter. Now they're the ones who have to be aggressive.
Yeah, it does seem like to be like that. It's definitely a bit of a threatening lineup here from RNG going into that later stage.
All right, the beginning of our best of ones, Alliance versus RNG, and we've got a special treat. Final words with Casey and Loda.
Thank you, guys. All right, Loda, very, very quickly, how are you feeling based on how the draft went that you're going to be doing in this game?
I mean, I'm feeling good. I think that there was some funny stuff happening during the draft. It feels like an Alliance draft, and I think the boys are going to do really fine. Yeah.
How did you motivate your team from inside the pod, since you know what they're going through and what it feels like having been a player in there yourself?
Honestly, I just tell them to, you know, dare to trust themselves, just dare to play out the game, don't show any fear. You know, we're just here to play Dota just like any other day. There's a lot of, you know, there's a lot on the line, but I think it's the Alliance win. I think they're going to do really well. Yeah.
Feel confident?
Yeah, I feel confident.
Loda, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the lower bracket where dreams are made and also crushed. Trent, it's all happening right now, man.
Yeah. Confident? Was that confidence I saw in Lotus? It didn't look that confident. I know he's saying that he's very hopeful here, but it's scary stuff. The draft, an Alliance draft, hasn't really been something that has been praised all that much. They've been up, they've been down. They're a tumultuous team. So we'll see if the Anti-Mage has their number this time from Monet.
Well, I will say that he was throwing out a couple of last words there to his team as he was leaving the booth, and he did have a smile on his face there at the very least, feeling like they at least got what they wanted. The Koikva Storm, I mean, this has been truly a classic for them over and over and over again, paired together with that Crystal Maiden, and again, the big thing that we're going to have to watch for in those later stages is where do the Chronos lands? They're putting it all on Boxy as quick little stun goes out, RNG picking up 2 of those batting runes. The rundown for Flyby, trying to find the kill onto the Abba. Can they get first blood? Just barely outside of range, and they do manage to pick it up. Mickey drawing first blood.
Okay. So Alliance able to get that onto their carry, and also versus the offlaner too. So Flyby just, you know, not really feeling it at the beginning, and he's gonna have some help from Lonham, but this isn't exactly a threatening lane, right? With like a Leshrac combo here, Leshrac and Abba. I'm not too concerned if I'm playing in that lane versus them.
No, truly not. Not a whole heck of a lot of kill potential.
Till the levels start stacking up, then we have some serious spam and harass. That can be annoying.
Fair enough, yeah. Well, Mickey up there with Insignia as well. Insignia already out of
I'm worried about that guy down there, though.
Uh-oh. Afu trying to run away. Does look like they're going to continue the pressure onto him, but should be able to just get the walk away. Although Boxy moves forward, goes with a body block, seeing if they can find the walk off, but it's not quite going to be there. And Boxy instead is going to be the one taking a couple of pot shots as we get a short little pause there from Afu.
He's got to breathe after that, you know, got a little worried for a second. He's got a couple sound problems there, so.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I really wanted to touch on, and now that we have this little pause, Boxy has so often for this team been like that stalwart force in the middle of everybody, making the plays on big initiators. And what bigger initiator is it than Void? Like, if I want to put the game all in one player's hands on this team, I feel like it's probably Boxy.
Yeah, it's a dangerous thing, though. We have not seen the Faceless Void in the offlane anymore. Used to have a stable presence there for quite a while, right? And it makes sense, because in the offlane, we like to have the initiators, the team fighters, the guys who scream and yell when they go into battle. But Faceless Void, he needs so much. He feels like he needs a lot of items to be effective here. So Boxy probably going to want a lot of kills here early with Taiga.
No, totally. And I think that there's always these questions, too, of like, are we going to go back to the old days of needing to get aggro and picking up treads? Is he going to go like the Hand of Midas? I feel like that was the classic question that always got asked way back in the Faceless Void days. But the bigger thing, too, is just how do you play around that hero and not get picked off by the Anti-Mage, particularly on the Storm Spirit? That's going to be one of the big things to watch for in this one, I think.
Yeah, I liked how they were bringing it up on the draft panel at the end there too. Just this idea of like, yeah, I'd like to see him like push towers and like get Roche, and you start to look at the heroes and you're like, huh, yeah, push towers. There's pretty much Leshrac. You know, typical Ember draft where you really need someone else that hits towers. At least you have the split push there from RNG in terms of the anti-mage. But for the side of Alliance, hitting towers is not necessarily their strong point in this one. And really, objectives overall are going to be a little bit difficult to take. It feels like they got to be bloodthirsty first, and then go back.
That always makes for the best of games, though. I have
true.
to say that you get into these situations where suddenly 5 kills happen, one after the other. There's a billion buybacks around a Roche fight or what have you, and that's really, I think, the bread and butter of Alliance drafts. Going into the late game and having some crazy stuff happen.
We lost our Norwegians.
There were a few of them in the back.
Taiga, I believe, the first Norwegian player who they were happy to tell us about here.
Yeah.
And they screamed his name as loud as they could, but clearly they went to get some perfect seats to watch their boy play. That's pretty exciting, though. I have to say, you know, we got fans coming from all over here to Shanghai, the lovely international.
Yeah, and I think that it's sort of been a hallmark of this event that no matter where it's held, you get people from all over the world.
It's true. That is the best part.
There's always a very large contingent of Chinese fans when it comes to North America, and I have a feeling that as well, you know, there's probably going to be a few of them hanging around there as well. So we are fixing a few technical issues right now. We should be able to hop back into the game very shortly. The other thing that I wanted to talk about here, though, was that it felt like Alliance was kind of constantly getting a little bit of extra love from the crowd. I was a little bit surprised to see that.
Yeah, the crowd has been hot and cold a bit here today. So you heard Dove say, right? They like TI winners. You get respect. And I guess that transfers over. You get grandfathered in.
It's just
because
coming up on stage.
Navi came out, they cheered. That's true. I guess Loda was there. But then Alliance comes out, they cheer quite loudly. I think they got cheered louder than Newbie did.
Yeah, it might have. And Newbie's the Chinese organization.
Obviously, you know, just one of the Chinese teams, just fitting in with the boys, trying to hang out.
Games in the upper bracket, so you start to build these storylines. And RNG and Alliance, to me, feel like both teams that could make a huge run here through the upper bracket. Are looking up to it. The Faceless Void and the Dark Willow against AM and Shadow Demon. Kind of interesting draft all along the lines for Royal Naviga. They got the double save going on with Shadow Demon and the Abba.
Makes sense when the Void gets picked up so early too, right?
Yeah.
And a hero who he was having a rise in popularity in terms of like the pub scene quite a bit over the past couple weeks, but still hasn't like really propelled fully into the position one that maybe some people were expecting after the last few weeks of pubs.
Definitely.
This is no surprise on the mid lane. The Quake for Storm Spirit Alliance specialty with the Crystal Maiden. Has man, tons of trays down there in that bottom lane. The battle of regen. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the timing there. Whoops. Bit of lag. I see a courier.
Oh my goodness.
I see a
tower. Yeah.
And a split earth.
So I think that he does know that this courier is over in this direction. Landon does.
If I had to guess, he was going for a split earth to break some trees so he can cut in and find this courier. So my assumption currently is that Alliance have not yet seen this Leshrac.
Right. Yeah.
And he's go. They have a feeling that he's in here, but he's going to try and find this courier by cutting some trees.
Okay.
He's got a haste rune too, so he might just get away with it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they are going to be able to get in there and just sneak away that kill. Although they are, they did have a ward
fast, though. Like, how do you stop him from just getting it? All right,
oh
will it live or will it die? Take your bets in the chat. Lanham's coming in. Oh, where's the courier? Oh, other tree line there, bud. Okay, now he's out. All right, courier lives. Congratulations to those who took a chance.
They did have that ward there on the high rune, so maybe they spotted that, and that's why they moved back.
That's true. His way on in there all speedy like.
Well, still looking for some more punches here. Did not manage to buy a bash on the Void against Afu, although the Brambles are brought down. Afu is still walking away, though, and going to go for the disruption play. Can he juke it?
Play.
The juke? No.
It's like, do I try the next level? Or do I just go for it? And, well, he went for it.
Waste their time a little bit more. That's important. So up top, a lane that we haven't really talked about all that much. Continued farm, and Mickey's been able to get a pretty nice time so far, as well as the ABBA, 9-2 versus the 15-2. And with this wave pushing in, should make it a little bit better as well as they start trading off there in the mid. Quakefo right now, a little bit ahead of that Ember Spirit.
Yeah, again, this top lane likely to just be rather chill, but it does offer possibilities for London to make rotations. With an Ember in the mid lane, you never know whether it's going to be a Slight, a Bola, and then into a Split Earth with some additional damage, so Flyby, not really someone who needs full assistance all the time, as they will, constant harass between these teams. And that mid lane, again, it's one of those things where it's just, I'm going to farm, you're going to farm, I got a jungle, you got a jungle. Probably going to need some rotations unless you have that like perfect race to 6 moment where one of them's going to go for the kill on the other.
Right, of course.
And Rune's always going to be a big factor too.
Oh, Boxy again, trading hits. Monet thinking about going. Ooh.
Give him the dance.
Taiga's going to make this rotation. See what they can find. The pull being used now. Taiga not quite able to get there with the root to be walked into it. And now the stun coming out, but he is pretty close to his tower. The rotation is coming in with the TP from the Lesh. And as Lanham shows up, that might be the end of the game.
Yeah, that goes right through that though. Ooh, the juke.
Dodge away, Taiga.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not going to matter though, as the root comes through and Fairy Fire trying to walk away. Another round of Bramble Mates. He actually gets out. All right.
No way from Norway. Getting out. Yeah, that was. I tried to find something.
You know,
quite it. Lanham's back there again. He's like, maybe this time, as Taiga makes the walk too far away from him to grab though.
Now, a lot of movement towards that mid as Boxy is going to take another couple punches, but still 1 stick charges and he's bringing in everything. So yeah, the courier was waiting off to the side for him.
That's the stressful one. If I had this courier, wouldn't have died. So he does manage to survive here.
Well, again, Koikva forcing back Afu, and it looks like Bounty Runes will again be traded off.
Oh, that's
as
off.
Mickey making this move onto Flyby, still bringing him low, but not low enough to find the kill as of yet. The Edict doing a good chunk of damage there onto Mickey, but the bigger damage is now onto Lana.
Well, he also didn't go for the bounty for this too.
Oh, another dodge away. Mickey making these plays.
Yeah, very good reads there. Unfortunately for him, the wave is pushing in, so they get the kill, but they won't get the bounty rune. Flyby will take that as a consolation prize and essentially trade Lanham's life for it.
5 minutes in so far, we've got 3 kills to 0. And Alliance feeling pretty good. I mean, we're going to have to watch and see. Monet just gets the blink back. Do you feel like either side has more pressure going on? Both of them have really good late game teams, it feels like.
I feel like this is just going to be a classic best of one. Maybe someone's going to take care of it in the first 20 or 30 minutes and really have a big lead, but to me, this looks like some game where everyone's going to be very timid, kind of play it back, and we're going the distance.
Going the distance. Well, Afu gets stunned. Boxy too, though, in a little bit of trouble, and actually body blocked in to get the disruption. And the banishment comes out. They find the kill. Too many stacks up there, Shadow Poison, and Void just played it a little bit too close.
Yeah, all this action happening here. Not a lot of time for stacks, unfortunately. For the Alliance side is one, of course, that we're going to care about because they have the Gyrocopter they're trying to get farmed up, and the Storm Spirit's always going to appreciate that too. But Anti-Mage, he's getting great lane farm, much like that Gyrocopter, but of course you'll trade equal farm on AM than compared to a Gyro, I believe, for that wonderful timing on the Battle Fury.
No, definitely. And then just stay off map, allow other people to make moves for yourself. As they are bringing in Lanham. If they manage to find Disruption, this would be a pretty nice kill setup with the Split Earth after the Disruption. Right now, Alliance still playing underneath their tower, not moving too far forward, and it looks like Lanham will not be able to find a kill without movement bottom. Oh, double bash.
Jeez, he went for the triple. I don't know about that one.
Guy needs to go to the casino. He's getting a couple of them there. So yeah, level 6 right now on Monet. Gonna head over to the side of the shrine, pop it there, heal back up, come back into the lane again. And this is, again, the centerpiece of this RNG draft. The Anti-Mage is going to make it all work for them.
And he's going to keep Quick on his toes through the entire match. Any Storm Spirit play, that ain't already up to 700 and mana pool up to 760. So you know the Mana Void's going to be rocking you. The nuclear explosion that can blow up your whole team.
And one thing that we haven't really, again, touched on too much, mainly just saying that the lane is going to be a trade-off, is Gyrocopter right now sitting top of the last hits, also top of the net worth, almost 1,000 gold ahead of that Anti-Mage at this point in time in the game, and going for the early drums feels like what that panel was talking about is going to be the case, where he wants to get active very, very early on. So we'll have to watch for that. Mouse doesn't work again, not great, but we'll see if Afu can get himself back under control here in a second.
It's all right. They got themselves some backups. You know, they're prepared. But so far things relatively even. We're coming up on 8 minutes. Looks like room control. Quick is going to go for the bot, and RNG looking to secure that top rune off. Who wants his mouse in tip-top shape. just in case someone wants to contest him there. Full bottle for Koikva, so would love to have it, but not so much for the regen or anything, but simply so he can make a play. As you heard Blitz say, I want to see him get an early power rune. I want to see him go for a kill. I want to see him pressure the anti-mage. I mean, look where he is. He's approaching the lane or the rune spot closest to the anti-mage. This is exactly the play that he wants to go for here. And they also should have the chrono very soon.
Yeah.
Not quite there though. Yeah. A little unfortunate, as they'd love to sync that up just to try and help ensure it.
I mean, we might even see Boxy just try and beat down this creep wave and then the next one that comes afterwards to get that level 6, if there's a good rune that shows up for Storm Spirit. Because obviously finding a kill on that AM at this early stage of the game would be top tier.
Yeah, he can just take his time with the rune, maybe go back to the jungle a little bit, wait. Once he sees that moment with the chrono, that is plenty of time to allow you to TP in. And frankly, they might just bring in the gyrocopter too. The call down is on CD right now for another 35 seconds or so, so maybe he'll just chill and keep on farming. But call down, chrono, they go pretty well together.
Easy peasy. And we will have the restart now as well as we get back into this game. RNG versus Alliance. Will the dodge away from the stun a second time now, and Lanham just going to eat the dirt. Koikva finds the kill with the Arcane Rune.
Okay, doesn't even need to pop it. Even better. Up top, Flyby has returned here. He just went all the way back to Fountain. It's currently holding the level 6, but it's going to put some harass onto Mickey, who is fresh out of regen, but Insania, of course, there to help him with the salve.
Well, and again, sort of this weird duality that we got going on in this game. Gyrocopter sitting top of the net worth, feeling like he's strong and in charge. Going to try and build up some of those quick fighting items, it looks like. And maybe they can try and hit this anti-mage before he really starts coming online.
Hey, even better than South, they'll just shrine right up there. So Insania is saying, all right, I think you're good. You head back up top. I'm going to peek mid a little bit, try and get the double stack off for you. And they're going to start trying to propel this storm. All right, we got the in-sync pulls coming out here. Mind you, while they're doing this, the rotation is coming up top. The smoked-up support's looking for that disruption in the Splitter with combo.
This could be the big moment right now. Mickey.
Yeah. All stacks successful, though. They got that.
You got to be really careful about this rotation. Mickey level 7, but Insania's going to run into him.
On Setsu.
Now, well done here. So they're going to make sure that they don't find the turnaround kill. Although, actually, they're going to turn and see if they can take down Flyby, but this is not going to be a rotation that works out that well. Meanwhile, Koikva from the low ground hitting onto them. Setsu's here as well. They're in rather deep, but they are going to be able to find the stun. And then the follow-up kill on Afu. So a trade-off of the 5 positions. That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, even with the Arcane Rune, Koikva knows they doesn't have enough to actually make something happen there. Just forced to retreat and go back to these camps, as you saw, like fully stacked up there. Very good stuff here for Koikva. So he's got a little bit of an edge already on the Ember, but that's going to start to grow here.
Up top, yet again, they find the dive. Setsu going in, has the Aphotic Shield with the Flame Guard going simultaneously, and Boxy shows up, has the Chronosphere available. Does he want to drop it though? He managed just outside of range of Mickey.
What?
Boxy the player.
Oh man, Mickey was like a pixel outside of that.
They find the stun, disruption to interrupt it, and now Flyby moving in a position, trying to see if they can save a life, but finds the back afterwards. Boxy chasing forward for this one, gets the stun, the follow-up coming in from Koikva. He wants to kill him off, and in fact, they're going to be able to likely do it. Oh, the Brambles laid down again afterwards, and Lanham also under fire. 4 go dead. Alliance with the beautiful rotation.
Man, that first chrono is one that you usually don't even count on. You're just like, if I can kill the guy I'm laning against, that's a good chrono. It doesn't tend to be one that saves your position 1, because, you know, you're not playing... Look at the damage he did! This is an off-lane boy! He just kept on bashing people. I mean, you can't ask for anything more out of Boxy in this one. He's done enough.
Absolutely. Well, and you can see now he's caught back up ahead of where the Abaddon was, in spite of that laning stage, which went a little bit worse, but the big rotation comes in with that Chronosphere. Now, I will mention that the combination of the Flame Guard and the Aphotic Shield is something that we saw a while ago. Quite strong, is just in maximum survivability and capable of dishing out a ton of damage. Just means that this Ember can go super ham.
Yes, it is a lot of magic damage from Alliance, especially until like much later into the game. But at the same time, between the disruptions, the Flame Guard, the Aphotic Shield, there is still an opportunity for Alliance to be able to bring him down with these well-placed chronos from Boxy, but expect Setsu to have an extremely good match.
We see Insania there just throwing out a freeze and fail, because why not? The Gyrocopter was also helping to clear out the camps while all that was happening. So right now sitting at 4,500 net worth. The thing is, you've got to transition this into objectives afterwards for Alliance.
Yeah, despite all of what happened up top, right? I mean, they're the ones who have lost the tier 1 tower. Their mid-tier ones being hit by Catapult there from RNG, though, so at least they got that going for themselves on Alliance, but they are still down a tower as Boxy tries to create space in the bottom lane.
Keeping that pressure on. Obviously, very maneuverable hero, capable of escaping if somebody comes down there to mess with him. And it does look like it's going to be Setsu that shows up. Boxy does have Chronosphere back off cooldown in a couple of seconds, but they would need a big rotation to make anything really worth it. And he's just going to back away.
Dance away.
Dance away,
Yeah,
sorry.
not just back.
How dare I?
Mickey is under vision here. You can see Afu just kind of leeching nearby, looking for a bit of free XP. As he sees Alliance clearing things out here. But Insane, he's got 4 sentries, so you can say goodbye to this Observer. Very surprised if he were to miss this one. And there it goes.
Yeah, knowing exactly what was going on, Afu still wants to soak up some of that experience. Gets level 6 off of it. So we'll have access to his ultimate.
Oh, they've got the Purge, though, and they're still playing very aggressively with
down
this
bottom.
ABBA.
They're looking for Setsu, and they're just going to go for the Chrono again. Well played by Boxy, as that one is just going to be a quick and easy kill. Oh, on to Setsu. No! The turnaround! Are you kidding me? He finds them both, land him! Oh, land him! The fear up top, they find a turn.
It costs, you can see Alliance at the same time in tandem movement. They start going for flyby, and Lano and Afu are just like, sorry, dude. We gotta hit the guy up down bottom. This is all Setsu. You're the ABBA. Beautiful save coming out here, and we get essentially the reverse play now from RNG. Oh, saving Private Mickey and saving General Setsu.
God, we can only hope to be as good at Dota when we're as old as Lanham. Actually, we're probably older than him. Now I'm talking about that. But still, the veteran making it happen on the big stage in the best of 1. And Setsu just going to back out now after the Cursed Crown lands on him. God, you love to see that stuff.
Yeah, and we've kind of evened out here. I mean, kills, don't worry about kills. Early game kills, they mean pretty much nothing these days, guys. It does give you a slight XP lead, I will say that. That just went from like 4K to 2K now for Alliance. But aside from that, we get pretty even on the gold, and we have that Anti-Mage so close to his Battle Fury. But that's a lot of stacks.
Yeah.
Alliance are very good at this.
Alliance have been super solid about keeping these stacks up, and obviously great heroes to clear through them, to build up that advantage, and obviously also get those supports, the gold that they desperately need. So right now, 1,000 gold lead, and Monet's still not quite at his Battle Fury. He's getting close to it.
Yeah, speaking of farm and stuff, Lenham has an Atos nearly complete. He's only 100 gold away. So trying to maybe catch Koikma off guard this early in the game, also helpful versus maybe this Dark Willow, just setting up for his own split earth. Especially when we're skirmishing so much.
Throw out the missile at the start. Koikma's rooted over to the side and doesn't have a big enough mana pool to really join that fight if it were to happen. So yeah, they're going to back out. Well, again, a little bit of a lull as we get ready for the bounty runes. We'll see if there are any fights for them. As already the ABBA is set up on the top side. Boxy picks up 1, Monet gets the other, and RNG going to get 3 out of 4.
Yeah, almost looked like Alliance were more so hopeful for the mid runes or something there, but I believe Setsu snagged one up too. So not a whole lot there at the 50-minute mark for the boys on the Dire side. But they're going to smoke up and try and make use of another Chrono, as well as take this tower. So we'll see if RNG get the correct read. It looks like Mane is long gone. The guy's already back at his own ancient area, now farming up, stacked, and again, just getting so close to that Battle Fury. Flyby going to keep pressuring into the top, so should be a pretty quick push here from Mickey. They're still deciding to keep everyone else hidden, but RNG, they've kind of figured it out.
But RNG, they're going to make that rotation bottom, it looks like.
Ooh, okay. Maybe Lanham really wants us with the Atos. And that's Taiga.
Oh, breaks it, goes into the Shadow Realm, gets the Curse Crown off as well. Setsu in a little bit of trouble. Boxy could think about chasing for this one, but they're underneath the ward. Got to be careful. They've already found Koikma. He's disrupted. Boxy needs to make the Chrono perfect, and he does it. Yet again, the Terrorize comes out. Boxy making the plays with the Insane ulti on top of all of it. He ran into the root. Setsu under control, but do they have enough damage? Boxy turning now onto Setsu, tries to find a kill. Another round of the Sleight of Fist, and they have to back away. Trade off already, but now Mickey, the big bad boss, has shown up. Wants to run down Flyby, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it. The big win in all of this, though, was Stormsphere able to escape.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. I thought RNG had the saving. I thought it was the ABBA and the disruption from the Shadow Demon that's supposed to keep your cores alive. Because this purple guy over here seems to keep chronoing everyone to keep them up.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Boxy has been playing his heart out here, going for the early hood as well to keep staying alive that much longer. But yeah, a couple rounds of it, gets it just in time, and Storm Spirit able to escape.
Yeah, a bit of a difficult rotation there for RNG. They're moving in at nighttime. You saw their smoke popped, and then he wasn't able to get the first Atos onto the Dark Willow, but it worked out because then he up-blocked down Quickfoot for this, and then Boxy. Take your time, RNG. I can watch this all day.
Very, very impressive showing. Yeah, and a couple of rounds there running into the brambles while it was all happening. Very impressive showing from Alliance, and most definitely Boxy there. And Mickey, you can see, just a little bit late to the party, but still making it work.
Yeah, yes, Boxy. You can just see it. Yeah.
Stuff.
Needed the big save there, but there was a lot of questions about what his build would be, right? On the Faceless Void. The last time we saw the hero, there was like Vlad's and sometimes Blink. Shadowblade was very popular. He's gone for the survivability and that hood first, and now he's thinking about a Manta because he has to deal with the root from the Ember as well as that Atos now too. So quite a few good options for it. And then really, if you feel like this game's going along, which I have a feeling that they're probably thinking, you're going to get yourself the talents eventually for the mobility too.
All right, well, we do have some information. They're going to be swapping out that computer, but we do still have a lot of things that we can talk about in this match, because to me at least, you look at this series so far, I mean, series, it's best of one, but Boxy
still a
making
series.
Plays, that's fair.
Counts.
Yeah, that's fair. Boxy making the big plays. I think that it's a little bit unique that Taiga hasn't been getting as much farm as we've seen on him previously. Sometimes
That's
this
true.
guy has just been like completely out of control. A little bit more quiet this time.
Yeah, he tends to have like 4, 5, 6 kills or something at this point. I think he's about 300 gold ahead of Insania, which, yeah, that is indeed incredibly rare, but I guess it comes down to the fact that they're just stacking, focusing super heavily on Quickfoot and Mickey right now, plus, Boxy needs a little bit more of this game. Boxy, maybe he can be more of like a 3.5 sort of a deal, like you get from like Zai and Yaps or in a lot of games. Not so much on Faceless Void, right? This is not a guy who's like, yeah, I can be budget. I just need level 6. No.
No. He needs to be able to make those plays, get into that Manta style like we're talking about, and eventually be a damage dealer. Because that's the other nice part about picking these types of heroes, and particularly when your supports have a ton of team fight. Like Dark Willow, you were talking about it before TI that you felt like this was going to be the hero of the tournament.
Well,
not to throw
I have
you
a
on the spot or
conspiracy
anything
theory.
like that.
Okay, I have a conspiracy theory. I think Crit stopped picking Dark Willow because he didn't want her to get nerfed.
Okay, that's fair enough.
That's my conspiracy theory, because I think this hero's still been super good and very versatile. Like several months, but like half the year.
Yeah.
And then like she pops up at tournaments, teams look good with her, and they just stop. I don't know. Obviously they're kind of pro players. They got to figure it out for the most part. But yeah, I'm down for Alliance. It allows them to play very aggressively in all their lanes. Taiga is phenomenal on it. He always pushes it like right to the limit before he goes to the Shadow Realm. You have team fight control and save by able to use the ultimate with the fear, the terrorize, and then you can also just like roam at level 6 and get kills.
Totally. It's incredibly impressive, and I think that Terrorize is probably one of those spells that I don't know if it's underrated if everybody talks about how good it is, but it still might somehow be underrated, like how insane this spell is.
Yeah, it is a little ridiculous.
I would also like to say that for the anti-mage, this was a hero that I was wondering if it got to the point where people started picking it, like if it fit the meta and what everybody wanted to do, it might just become insanely busted. Because to me, Counterspell just seems insane.
Counterspell is very good. We've seen it in several games versus the Sand King, who's been popping off a lot of this tournament, right? It's just like, oh, you can't burrow strike me, instantly I'm meta here. Pretty good. But this is more the traditional reasoning, right? It's a Storm Spirit.
Right.
It's almost as simple as that, right? I mean, he fits the game for a lot of other reasons, but you can essentially win the whole team fight, if not the game yourself, by blowing up this guy who's so crucial to the enemy team's plans, and you got that like one button press.
That's
true.
true.
Again, at the perfect moment.
Well, when you had said, when we were watching the draft while the draft panel was going on, you were like, I can't believe AM's not banned.
Yeah.
As the crowd is getting into the moment as well a little bit here. I'm sure they're just saying, Loda! Loda! But yeah, I mean, is it really just as much of the case that like against the Storm Spirit, or is there other reasons that hero fits really well here?
Yeah, it was a game that it kind of looked like it was going a little bit long, right?
Yeah.
They didn't have the best lockdown, aside from the Chrono. Of course, Chrono's very good. At the same time, you have save. You know, put some faith in your draft, right? They have the Chrono, and you can't just be like, oh, let's draft all this save for the Chrono, and then be super concerned about the Chrono. No, you got to say, okay, we solved the Chrono. Let's not worry about it. We'll pick ourselves an Anti-Mage. We'll win some Dota too. It'll be fine.
I can dig it.
That's I think that's what Loda said to them. Previously, he was like, "Yo, guys, come on, you know this? It's Dota, right? Get in there." This is a unique situation though, because it's not often that you get this time, right? Dota, we all play.
Yeah,
we all know that after a pause, things get weird.
They really do. I think that probably the biggest thing is just if it was like in the middle of a team fight. Thankfully, that's not the case at this point.
Yes, of course.
But the thing that I'm going to really be watching for also is like the panel was talking about needing to get things done with this gyrocopter. Be aggressive. Get in there and fight. He has the items to do that. Almost completed the BKB2. Not to get too much into the Dota before we get to watch it again, but like, is that still the plan? Do you think that you need to just make stuff happen before AM gets online, take down all the towers?
Yes and no. I think they have a direction-based hero right now in the Faceless Void, and I think every time that Chrono is up, they should be looking to essentially play aggressively and try and find something there. They definitely do want to be squeezing in, right? I mean, AIM's just starting to kick things in motion there with the Battle Fury.
Right.
So before he has the Manta, before he has the Batch, before he has the Butterfly and everything, you of course would love to be pressuring into his team. You want to be taking apart his part of the map and trying to slow down his farm.
You know what's so bizarre? I can still hear the chat wheel lines
Yes,
over audio, which is pretty great because even in this moment, and I do believe that we're going to be hopping back into that game.
Oh,
the
okay.
players
If
are
you
having
insist.
joy. They're having a little bit of levity as well as we get into this. Wonderful. So 16 and a half minutes in, 5 to 12,000 gold lead. And again, just to reorient everybody into what happened, there was a very big fight. Boxy was able to save the Storm Spirit with a Chronosphere, and now we're waiting again for that spell to be back up as Setsu is pushing up this top lane.
And we're just about into the Battle Fury. About 300 gold or so here now from Monet. So things looking kind of according to plan for both teams. Where we're essentially just waiting on that next Chrono before you're likely to see Alliance do all too much. And meanwhile, Flyby, he's looking to push things a little bit here. Whoa, Dota Plus.
This is what I love about Flyby, and also just Abaddon in general. You're willing to run up there. If you happen to get caught out a little bit, you just got this natural escape mechanism. Body shield if you get rooted. You got your borrow time if you get caught somewhere. It's a nice, less stressful hero to play in these stressful times of the lower bracket best of ones.
I mean, he's fishing for a big one here. Really baiting. Chucking some chum in the water, because he's got a couple of chums in the trees next to him. Afu and Lana looking for the setup for the kill, but no one's biting.
Ever since you had
it's a rough
kid,
day.
You've done way more dad jokes.
It came in the mail, actually. The very next day. It was incredible.
All right, Battle Fury done. 18 minutes. A little bit on the later side, but he also went for a lot of those smaller items beforehand. And Lanham scouting out Taiga here. He's underneath a ward, and there's the reveal of the 8-0 splitter. Afterwards, chase down. Can they get the kill? I think that the answer is yes. One more hit. There it is.
That Edict is just brutal. Versus the Dark Willow. Maxed out from Lanham. And I did see at the same time, though, Afu was off on the other side of the map getting a triple stack on the Ancients, because finally he's like, all right, my aim's got Battle Fury. It's my turn to show Alliance why stacking is good. And Shadow Team, one of the best in the game, does multiple camps at once. He needs this guy to catch up to this gyrocopter and accelerate way past him.
And he has a lot of time to do it still, as there is still 2 tier 1 towers remaining for Real Never Give Up, the mid as well as up top, which makes the map control for RNG that much more
Quakefo's is going for a little play down here. He's been camping by the wave, hanging out, but Lanham's coming in here too, so it says be a bit cautious. I think he was just revealed there, so Quakefo might want to get out of here. No, he's good.
Well, in the meantime, they also take down the wards, so a little bit of extra vision and security blanket there.
Meanwhile, Monet and Boxy are just laughing and denying in front of each other.
Oh, they have the rotations coming in though. Gotta be careful. Storm Spirit there, as well as the CM gets the Chronosphere, has to zip to the other side. Koifa able to catch Monet, is gonna be able to get the kill. Not there in time. They get the kill.
Did he just run over and bash him?
I think that he did. Boxy Dota, man.
All right, well, kill was secured. A bit risky there. I wasn't sure if they'd be able to finish off Monet. But yeah, he is really feeling it today. At the same time, in the mid lane, Nikki just get a tower, but there's a couple of scared heroes here. He's gonna pop that.
Random, you gotta run, my man. As the chase down comes, the BKB reveal. Are they gonna be there? I know. Flyby shows up, and now Mickey is BKB wearing off. He's in a little bit of trouble. He's rooted, he's caught, but Quakefa shows up. The splitter lands as soon as they come in. Random with the double kill.
Oh, had some vision of him coming too. Maybe helping a little bit there, but a lot of big necessary turnaround after losing your Anti-Mage. He has really been doing a lot here. 4, 4, and 3. He's been involved in a couple of the deaths, but also 7 of the 8 kills. And when you go Atos/Leshrac, you better be getting involved here. And he is the push. He's probably the best pusher in this entire game. And we'll help secure that mid tower there with the final hit. Going for a mech for the team too. Man, he is farmed.
He has had a fabulous game so far. As another round comes out, looks like Taiga's going to be able to escape. Setsu couldn't get any way to interrupt that one. So a nice little getaway there. But yeah, the slow, steady farm of Monet continues to grow. Likewise, the gyrocopter staying ahead. This is something that's probably going to start to fall off as time goes on.
Well, especially, yeah, when they both die like that, it's just, you know, we just stall for a second, but of course, yeah, unless they keep the stacks up like crazy, Monet is likely to start accelerating a little bit faster. The only thing that might slow down Monet is the fact that he has an Ember on his team, who is someone that can also be on these side lanes at the same time. So maybe you're not getting as much of that, like, one true carry on your team as you often do in Anti-Mage games.
Yeah, and on the
smoked up down bottom. They want Setsu.
This is a hard kill to get, though. Taiga moves in. They pull him back into the Bramble Maze, terrorize afterward, and that's more than enough damage as Alliance find the pickoff on the Setsu. And again, the thing that's tough about that is Setsu's going for this build, which is very defensive by nature. Yule Scepter drums, and he's still dying.
Yeah, that's not good. If you're going for that, you can't be going down. You need those remnants placed back. Have to be thinking defensively, but not quick enough on that one. I mean, that looked like Koikba had an Orchid already.
Yeah.
To be able to get that.
Well, very impressive pickoff there by Alliance. And we need to find some answers now for Royal Never Give Up. Feels like the main answer. Ooh, that's a juicy stack. My goodness.
Okay, well that's one way to keep your gyro in contention here for the top.
Look at this guy. This is going to be a lot of gold. So it's the 11,400 when he starts it all. We'll see what he ends at. If he can even end it in this round.
I was going to say, it's going to take a little bit of time here. The guy went BKB first, but it's okay.
Yeah.
He's heading back to the butterfly after.
On the other side of the map, it looks like there's going to be a smoke up coming from Royal Never Give Up. A lot of the gyro spells will be on cooldown.
Yeah, he is not going to be available unless he like pops the shrine at TV stop.
Boxy needs to jump, gets away for the moment, not able to find there with the slight chain. Setsu wants to get Insania, but Boxy's already away. If they get this kill on CM, I think that they're more than happy with the space created as Insania walking, finding the kill.
Man, they were really close to getting Boxy. The Shadow Poison almost caught him in the tree line there.
Oh, Boxy actually still in the jungle. And they're thinking about chasing this guy. Does have time walk available.
Yeah, the follow-up's a little bit difficult for them, though.
So another tower taken by RNG as they clear off that other tier 2 tower.
Oh, I'm a bit worried for Alliance, I have to say. I think that RNG have a bit of a window here. The one big option for them is definitely Koikba, no doubt. He just finished the Orchid, right? So he's 7-2-1. He wants to keep playing aggressively. He wants to try and focus on someone who can't really help themselves, like the Shadow Demon or the Leshrac. Pick them off instantaneously, create a good fight out of that.
But the thing that we have to keep in mind is that Manta Style just completed as the Orchid is done. Setsu has a Yule Scepter as well, so Koikba gonna go for the zip TP away play.
And I'm worried, right? Because I think that's his game until he has BKB.
Right.
It is very worrisome.
And there are some other heroes across the map, but Lennon could even go for a Guardian Greaves if you wanted to in this game, just to have that Dispel for the Orchid.
Yeah, I think he's going to.
Because right
definitely the play, yeah.
He's just that sort of big pot of, oh, jump forward, silence, pull back in. This is going to be an ulti popped afterwards for Flyby, as he's going to get it caught down there, and now the rundown happens after the fact. Flyby in some trouble and is going to hit the ground.
Good grab there for Alliance. It takes a lot to get him. You know, he's trying to play aggressively and trying to scout things out there, but that will end up just being a bit of free gold over the side of Alliance and helping Koikba get towards that BKB, which he so desperately needs.
Smoke up coming now as we get close to the bounty runes. They have an inkling that Monet might be in the area. Oh god, if he blinks aggressively right now, they already have it on him. The chase down coming, but the pull, good counter spell. And that's going to keep Monet from being in too much trouble, and also going to throw the missile back at him, because why not? Are they going to try and go for something when this missile hits?
I think they were hoping to just be set up for the defensive play. Oh, there we go.
Root that jump forward, he gets him!
All right, there it is. You always get at least one. That is for sure. Mickey playing it ultra safe with the BKB while he's on the run here, but it's actually running low.
And it's going to be a Yule Scepter lift up afterwards. Can they get bodies here to defend Mickey? It's not looking like it so far. Another round of the Mrs. Force Staff, keeping him alive for now. Insania, he's got to protect his carry, but it's not going to happen in time. Can they do it? Mickey's going to go down, and they're going to take down the CM as well. RNG get freed. Can they get anything else in turn for this? The fear is there.
Oh, this is a tight chrono. If he wants the Bedlam damage.
Oh, he's got to get it in time, but it's really hard. The bash comes through as well. Time dilation, but Taiga not able to get into range for any of the damage. The disruption is there afterwards. Monet facing forward. Boxy has to jump away, and they can't get anything even with the chrono.
Needed to take their lumps on that one, I think. Trying to go for the return save. Maybe didn't have a full read of the situation, wasn't aware there were still so many supports in the area. We know they have so many saves for the chrono. You need the full team to make it useful. And what you've done to your team now is you've just put 130 seconds of, yeah, we don't really want to fight.
And as we were talking about, actually as the draft panel was talking about, Blitz was saying that one free kill, you can't afford to give it away to the anti-mage.
They gave one on the Storm and then one on the Gyro right after. I mean, that's rough for Mickey because he was basically playing it as safe as he could, but he popped it a little bit too early, and they're willing to go right to the steps of your base for the kills.
And showing again the strength of these teams and a little bit of worry on the face of the young Alliance players. So we get back into the live game right now. Needing to find some kills, but again, with all of this save that RNG has, the Orchid's just becoming less and less valuable. It feels like it's going to need to depend upon this Gyrocopter and Void to sync up together for that maximum damage.
Yeah, Mickey. Up to the Butterfly at the very least, though, right? So, trying to stay alive versus Anti-Mage, but he does have the Basher fully finished. So he's going to be double luck there, right? First I got to hit him, then I got to bash him. But just a single, one touch can so easily set up for Lana Setsu to follow up there. And even, I mean, the Shadow even Afu, right? Like, this guy's up to level 12.
Yeah.
Damage starts coming through there with the Purge.
Well, and it's such a scary thing, too, because for RNG, there's a lot of very easy save. For Alliance, it's kind of a little bit more of a skill game. You have to hit like a crazy chrono that just barely keeps your carry off of the edge of it, or you have to get a Terrorize, which has a little bit of that build-up cast point on it. Neither of which is quite as good. Boxy actually going to try and play a little bit of mind games here with RNG, but they're not falling for it on the other side of the map completely. In the meantime, though, Quakefoot doing what he can for his team, cutting waves.
Yeah, they're still sticking around to that top one there. Setsu does make his appearance here as well. Perhaps thinking to his team, like, what do you guys think? Can we do this? But some lingering vision from Alliance to spot that Afu's rotating over, so they should have an idea of what's going on. They do have Chrono, though.
And a Shadow Blade on Void to boot.
Yeah.
Okay. Looking for it. The Atos is there. Split Earth afterwards. Taiga up on the high ground. Throws out the Curse Crown.
Jeez, they had no idea how alone he was there for a moment, right? I mean, they can't see. They think that Boxy's surely right here. He could be in the tree line to our left. You never know. But he was falling back a little bit there just for Shadow Blade. Now he's falling all the way back down to the bottom lane. Gonna try and push things out here. Don't see their moment yet. He's gonna Shadow Blade in, but he needs more friends than this. And Koikfa, he's got an Arcane Rune. He might make the big long zip, but no. Mane's out of there.
Smelling the potential gank coming his way and able to back out of there in time.
This is a tough part of the game for Boxy, though, right? He just got the Shadow Blade. He wants to make plays, but he has to stay off the map, but he also wants to keep farming.
Oh, and they realize that Mickey is over in the area here. He might have an inkling that they're nearby as well. BKB still available, as Setsu going to try and chase him down, but will not be able to find the pesky Gyrocopter, who is becoming a larger and larger physical damage problem for RNG. And Boxy gonna look forward for it, finds Flyby, chasing forward. Do they find an opening? Doesn't look like it. Don't want to use that Chronosphere on just the Abaddon. Although I feel like it's getting close to the point where, just because of the damage that Lenem does, you might be willing to drop it on him, +1.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I mean, you're also at the point now where the Aetherland's going to be finished. I think it is actually finished. No, not quite yet for Afu, but once you get there, right, you almost feel you have to Chrono the Shadow Demon, or it's pointless. So he's more likely to be that +1 person. Boxy's guarding the bounty room with the Shadow Blade.
Oh my goodness. Not really afraid. Oh, jump forward, finds the Chronosphere. It's immediately there onto both of them. One of the save and one of the damage. Can they kill off this Abba though? Borrow time's going to come out. Now the walk away. The chase forward coming. Koikfa, good disruption. Going to keep him alive for now, but Flyby also in trouble. Yule Scepter lift up. The terrorize afterwards. They hit it Nova. Monet able to dodge away from it. They didn't quite get it in time. Koikfa still chasing for forward. Has to be careful about the anti-mage's jump forward and finding that mana void. It looks like that's going to be the end of the battle.
They got another root onto him, but yeah, with the cooldown should be fine. Jeez, putting the faith in the team there. Koikfa diving deep. Hit the Invis rune, so a little bit of protection to try and guard himself against the big mana void. And those 2 kills, that is going to get Alliance into the pit here and feeling confident. They don't have the Chrono, but RNG, they don't really see the possibility to fight it, and this is something that they needed so desperately. Again, Blitz the Prophet there, get themselves an Aegis, and maybe this game can go a little bit better for Alliance. It's going to be both the gold as well as the protection of the BKB for Koikfa. They give it to Mickey though.
Interesting.
Koikfa's saying, I'm getting my BKB.
Okay.
We need you.
Triple remnant forward.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Trying to force out a BKB there. Kind of interesting, the Faceless Void going all left side talent, so the survivability ones, not even worried about any of the damage. At this point in time in the game, he's mainly that Chronosphere walking.
I mean, that's what he's been picked for too, right?
Yeah. A little bit of time dilation thrown in there, because why not? It's a fun spell. So 31 minutes in, still 1,000 gold lead, and Trent, as you talked about, very much going the distance is the feel of this game.
I love best of ones like this. This is
so
what
good.
You need, right? I don't want some over and done with sort of deal. I want both teams to, I don't need a no rush 20 minutes sort of a deal, which is kind of what we have, where everyone's just getting their items and getting to play their heroes, and who knows who's gonna win. But it is a lot of fun getting to see heroes played at their full potential, right? And seeing the tense moments of these team fights. I mean, how many times have we seen Mickey's face now, where he just looks like so worried on these player cams? That's what I want, You gotta enjoy this. Painfully, but pain comes the big glory of victory.
Oh yeah. Ooh, and Silver Edge is going to be the pickup for the Void afterwards. So if you can manage to get the break onto the Abba and also silence him, then you've got the ability to kill him without ulti going off.
Of course, the AM also would be lovely, but Silver Edge is kind of a weird item for me too, because how often are you going to be able to actually make use of it? But yeah, you got to upgrade the slot anyway, right?
Yeah.
Gives a 6-second better cooldown.
So other thing to keep our eyes on here with the BKB done for Koikfa, he's still going to have to worry about that Abyssal Blade that's coming out on the anti-mage and is completed at this point in time. So Monet,
he's always one ahead.
Yeah.
Right? Every time Koikfa's like, okay, I figured it out. He's like, oh, now I've got Abyss.
So he's going to be in one ahead, jump forward, trying to find it. The Chronosphere, is it going to land? Can they get it in time? He's going to be able to find the back and then jump forward for the kill. They blow up the Faceless Void, no buyback. They can't get back into this fight. They need to escape. Alliance need to run. Mickey going to throw out that missile, taking down immediately. Setsu finds the root onto both of them. They're keeping Lenham out of this fight, but Mickey going to pop the BKB. He decides he needs to fight right now, and the fear comes out, able to dodge away from it though. Setsu lives through it. Koikfa trying to turn onto this Ember. Can they kill him off in time though? It's not looking like it's going to happen, and Monet is in the fight as well. They find Mickey, and they kill him off through that Aegis. Round 2 in just a second, and I think that this is going to be another death for the Gyrocopter. RNG, can they do it? Yes, indeedy duty, they came to play. One more because it's going in the books. Taiga goes down as well.
The chase is just absurd once you have the Agnet Scepter onto the Ember Spirit, as well as the survivability. So hard to bring him down, even those moments where it looks so good. Now pushing towards high ground.
I mean, look at the situation. They don't have buyback, of course. They do have Chronosphere once they're all up and online, but at this point in time, it's so tough. Good Shadow Realm away, saving a life for a moment. Stun is on the illusion, so they don't need to be that worried about it. With Chrono back up again, it feels like this is at the very least one set of racks, but can they go for another?
They do have the Chrono, but they also don't have the most damage. Feels like a safe best of one decision will be to back. See what RNG thinks.
Now Boxy walks it, no! He gets caught, he gets the missile! Boxy trying to run away. That's so scary right now for Alliance. They have to get out with everybody else. Woo! And the jump coming in, long range, but does not want to fully commit on that one. So Alliance do go down a set of racks, and RNG going to take full advantage by trying to clear off these shrines.
Yeah, I like the immediate move to the shrine too. They're not showing any fear because they know if the gyro is still down, Alliance, they don't want to take this fight. If they're not taking on their high ground, they're not coming right now until Mickey is going to be returned to us. So get that shrine, and make sure that we've secured ourselves the best possible positioning for that next Roche.
35 minutes, bounty runes to be picked up now as well. And the butterfly completed for Monet.
The guy's almost level 25 as well.
Oh man, that opens up a whole new avenue of pain when you bring down that Mana Void cooldown by 50 seconds.
I hope not, but maybe.
Maybe. Turn back around, the pull coming through, flyby. Going to be caught here, but needs to be careful. Help is coming through. Flyby trying to walk away, stunned for the moment. Chase forward for more. Boxy pops the Manta, looking for that Chronosphere, but doesn't drop it yet. He has to use it on Monet. He can't afford to.
He doesn't know where.
Flyby, he's going to go down, as it looks like they have finally caught him out. So Alliance pick up a key kill there in the ABBA.
Couldn't quite get the grab on Setsu. And what a timing to do this as well from Alliance. This is huge. This is getting them map presence and control as we're heading towards that Roche. It's still going to be 3 minutes away before the possibility of the spawn, but I mean, this is wards right now. Yeah. This is something you have to take advantage of if you're one of these supports. Unfortunately, I don't think they have any with them. So finally getting in here and not going to be able to leave anything behind. Their one observer they planted is on top of a sentry in the river.
Scary stuff. Aboxy jumping forward, wants to find that Chrono, but he gets caught. Is it going to be good? Landon going to go down without having to use the Chrono, it looks like, but disruption comes. And it looks like the chase away. They're fine for the moment. Boxy backs out, able to escape. Monet's crazy. Jumps into the middle of it. Now he's caught. Monet, what have you done? They don't have the ability to save either. They've got him caught. Can they kill him off in time? It's so much damage coming out, and he is going to go down. No buyback for the anti-mage. Flyby also caught. Alliance, they have to go right now. The buyback comes from the Shadow Demon, and they're trying to see if they can keep this pressure going. You'll Scepter lift up. Are they going to be able to find Setsu here? The root it lands. Immediately taken off with the Lotus Orb, still getting the chase away, and Boxy trying to find himself a little bit more. Jump forward coming from Koikba, able to find that kill as well. Buyback coming from the ledge. This is huge for Alliance. Soul Catcher, can they kill these heroes off? Are Alliance going to go in fully for this tier 3?
They got to for themselves here. They're way out of resources. Storm's got nothing left for the tank. He needs some runes. Everyone back and push the lanes. They got a huge win. I can't believe he took the Mana Void cooldown. I really thought he was going to take the magic resistance. It's like all magic this game.
All right.
He really wants to get Koikfa, but they got him.
And look at the swing. 5,700 gold and 9,000 experience. This game has just blown completely wide open. I mean, honestly.
Tiger's going to be level 20 as well. Everything's starting to stack up. He might get the Bramble cooldown. Pretty much everyone does. That gets pretty ridiculous. And yeah, he does instantly. Don't even have time to see it pop up there. There we go.
You look at that swing back. Yeah, it was a significant lead for RNG. And now back into the favor. Almost there. Of Alliance. They're getting closer and closer.
They're still down to racks.
Yes.
So RNG.
Oh my God, look at that graph.
They gotta relax. All right, think about it. Listen, we saw very good heroes. We have good matchups here. We're not far behind really, but you can see that it's not just like whatever the swing is in the team fight, right? That's not actually the true goal, because what ends up happening is that Animage just died for 70 seconds, which means he wasn't touching lanes. So you're getting control over to Alliance. He's not touching any camps. He's not gaining any gold. So you get way more out of it than what you see in a team fight recap.
Well, Monet probably going to be a little bit more trepidatious with his jumps forward, as they did catch him.
He managed to find himself like the only place he couldn't be saved. And Afu going to try and keep himself a little bit closer to his boy now.
And Boxy to be able to get that Chronos.
They are really close though. I mean, that's a little nerve-wracking.
Boxy, he's right nearby. Got to be careful. Chrono's up.
And they have an Observer Sentry combo here in the mid lane.
Yeah, so they realize that Boxy's there in Biz, and they're going to play it safe now. Back out afterwards. But yeah, the ability to get that Chronosphere off without catching any of his teammates either.
And putting it so far back behind Monet too, right? That's always a good sign of a quality Void player, is that they're putting their opponent right on the peak edges to help protect against those heroes they're trying to save. Of course, the Universe Classic.
MKB coming out for Gyrocopter after the Satanic. I mean, he's getting big. He's getting real big. Alliance getting the items that they need. And there always is this factor that comes about with anti-mage drafts sometimes where he eventually does top out. How close do you think we're getting to that point where it's starting to become more difficult for him?
He's got room to grow, right?
He's got
a Wraith Band in there. He'll be working with some mages and stuff. I mean, Gyro as well, as you're saying, it's kind of reaching that same point too, but I'm looking beyond those two because, you know, those guys are the story of the whole game. So the question is, what is everyone else in your team doing? How are they growing from there? And to me, I'm looking at how, like, Taiga can just have such a big impact in these team fights now, right? Like one Terrorize catching out someone who didn't pop their BKB, or someone who doesn't have one yet still, like Setsu, because he is saving buyback. Perhaps after seeing what happened to Monet to ensure his team. And there we go. So does he have enough for the buyback? No, he doesn't actually. So he's got 350 gold.
That's 100 gold away. He'll be there.
All right, he got some more. We'll be fine.
But getting ready for that next Roche fight, and as you can see on that timer, about a minute away before it will respawn.
I see Boxy's opted back for the BKB in his quick buy. I'm very curious. He was looking at Lincoln's after he got Abyssal twice. But there we go. He buys out now.
Oh my goodness.
On the Faceless Void, all or nothing on this next team fight. Buybacks for the Dire. It is only Koikfa, and no one is particularly close. Maybe Insania is going to have one. So if we get a Roche engagement, Alliance aren't coming back. They don't have the Shrine though, right? So they know that they can't be there in time. It's more likely you're going to be valuable with this BKB rather than your buyback, because it's going to take you forever to get back into this fight.
Separated a little bit, but Monet is on the low ground. And do they decide to go for it?
Oh god.
Yeah, you gotta get out of there.
There's no friends for the damage. It's who you want, but you won't be able to bring them down. You can't see the saving graces afterwards, so pick your right moment, Alliance. You might only get one.
41 minutes in and Roche has respawned. Round 2 for this one, so Cheese will be there as well. And with a 2,000 gold lead, but no Shrine, it does feel like RNG is going to be the team that will be more favored in this. And as you mentioned, Alliance trying to make up for that by getting those valuable items early and often. Now Alliance, they're actually just walking in. And Lanham sees this. Boxy is nearby. Oh, Monet.
That was instant.
They have the missile. They know Boxy jumps forward, gets the catch on both of them. That's the save hero. But no, the disruption, the secondary save is there afterwards. They have the long duration Terrorize jumping forward, trying to find the kill. Can they bring him down in time? The pullback comes and they bring him down. Buyback comes from Monet though. They gotta be careful.
They're out of everything.
Gotta run, gotta hide, gotta see if they can escape, but it won't happen for at least the Dark Willow. And looking like Insania is also in the grave, as RNG take control of this map with the buyback coming from Monet.
The ultimate counter.
Oh, they found him! The missile blade, they got him caught, he's out of mana! Gyrocopter in trouble, Boxy able to escape, but maybe not so lucky for Mickey. He's trying to get out of here. Satanic has already popped, everything has already been used. Koikfa trying to buy some space for his carry. Is it gonna happen? He's not getting out of there either!
Woo! Setsu.
And RNG feeling the moment coming around them. It's only the Storm Spear and the Void. They're going straight for the tier 4 towers. Boxy does not have anything left in the tank. They have to make miracles happen. They want to keep their TI run alive, but it's looking like RNG are going to be able to do it as they run for the tier 4 towers and making this crowd happy. Crystal Maiden is back up again, but they need everything and a little bit more. Alliance still trying to hold on, but RNG, GG is going to be called as they take it.
43 minutes into the game, we have ourselves a match where both sides really, they had their chance, right? They had their game plan, things started to come online. Obviously the disappointment here for Alliance, but you have to be proud as to how far you've made it in this tournament. It's brutal. It's the best Dota teams of the year, but RNG proved that they want more.
They do. Well, and as you said, it's always, you know, the highs and the lows, no matter what in this tournament. It's really the story of human nature, if you will. It's at this point, somebody has to lose, and today it was Alliance's turn. But still a lot of things to be proud of for Alliance, and RNG going to get the love of the crowd here.
RNG is a team who a lot of people were quite scared of. We heard players talking about scrims, maybe, and just like, these guys are good.
Absolutely.
They tend to keep winning things. So, expected to go further, perhaps, in the first round of the lower bracket, and they say yes. Never give up.
Never give up, indeed. And as we mentioned, Alliance going to be knocked out at this point in time, but a lot to be proud of in there as we get ready to continue on in the best of ones here in the lower bracket and head back to the desk.
Our break has begun here at TI as we head into those best of one eliminations. Alliance are now out. Gentlemen, just looking at the end of that game, I mean, these two teams, it's just, you got to feel for them, right? Both of them worked so hard to get here.
Yeah, that was It's disheartening to see the end of that one, right? Because it looked like Alliance like back and forth fights, and then it just blows up in their faces immediately. And one little mistake, team fight. They even forced the anti-mage buyback. We're sitting here like we're like, get back, Alliance! Come on, guys, get back! You got this! And then they just can't. They can't actually be able to back up away from it. They got chased.
All right, and with that, we're gonna head on. There's plenty more best of ones to go, and we have another panel to talk to.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. For me, this is obviously the first TI I've gotten to be to, and before, even while the game was going on, kind of joking around, relatively light feeling, just enjoying the fact that we're here in Shanghai. But the second that loss comes in, the first best of one, and you actually see a team go home from the main stage, it really does kind of take the wind out of you. You really do get a feel for how that goes, especially with the momentum they're able to pick up throughout the year on the side of Alliance, and also even within that game.
Yeah, for sure. It just felt like Alliance, they had that one chance, they had the big team fight, but you blow all those cooldowns, you do all that, and RNG, I mean, they're just AM. They're just running at you. They have LAN played like a god early game. He carried them pretty much throughout the first 20 minutes, and I mean, RNG just looked like the better team.
Yeah, and now we're going to take a look at the bracket and actually see where everybody will sit. And this bracket really starting to come along. We've sent 3 teams home now. We got 3 more best of ones as well. 3 Illuminati. But taking a look, it's going to be FNATIC versus Liquid coming up next.
That was some quick math right there.
Yeah, that's some of my math. I typically don't do math, but
yeah, I'm with you. Don't worry.
Yeah, I don't have Nahaz on this panel, so I got to pick up the slack a little bit. But it really is, especially when we look at this next best of one. Like, are you kidding me? Look at this matchup. This is so crazy to kick off the day. I do want to say one more time before we talk about the feat that RNG was able to pull off. Shout out to Alliance and everything that they accomplished. I mean, for this org, this is the first time that they've gotten to play on that TI stage since we had that original 5. Yeah. It's been a long road for them. Even in my time in Dota, which is back in January where it really started, I've seen this team grow, right? Yeah. So this is definitely a team that we want to give some props to. But let's talk about RNG. Obviously, they have the fans behind them. It's been a rough road so far for EU in this tournament. But you look at China, they got a lot of wind in their sails.
Oh, for sure. I just, looking forward, I just can't help but feel for Alliance. Like, I've known these guys for 5-6 years. They worked so hard to get here. They beat Gambit in that epic series at Epicenter just to make it through the direct invitation. They had an incredible tough time playing in Europe when there were, so many juggernauts keeping them out of these tournaments. And I just hope they hold their heads up high because really this was a great year for them. It's a shame that there'll always be an asterisk, but
there's always that heartbreak, but also we do have to look at the bright side of this. We're going to see RNG moving forward, and luckily we're going to get to hear some words from them. We got Casey down on the floor.
Lanham here. Congratulations. One of the first things that I heard was when you left the pods, the crowd went wild. You are obviously a god in the Dota community. Can you just describe what that feels like to be able to play in front of your home crowd and to be able to hear their love for you?
首先，枸杞获得比赛的胜利。刚刚你出比赛房的时候，全场欢呼，所以你是他们的大神。作为他们的大神，在自己的本场打比赛，有什么感想？
大神谈不上吧，就是打得比较久，然后就认识人比较多嘛，就这样。然后在主场打比赛还是就是能得到现场观众的支持，然后相反的就是你也会就是很不想输掉这场比赛，就是这样。
Well, I wouldn't call myself a god. It's just that I played a long time, so I know a few people. Playing in the home field, I definitely get a lot of support, but it also makes me not want to lose the game.
I also think what's so interesting is we now have veteran Dota players who have been around a long time, and there's a mutual respect. So you were playing against Alliance, which as a team has been around a long time. Loda is their coach and won TI3 with them. Can you talk a little bit about how that is a good representation, perhaps, of the Dota community all coming together for TI and what that means?
其实我们就是这个比赛，这个 Dota 圈有很多老将，然后互相之间也有很多的尊重。你的对手 Alliance 是有 Loda 做教练，但是他为了这队伍在 TI3 获得了冠军。能不能跟我们说一下这是什么样的好例子？作为整个 Dota 圈为了 TI 而来到聚在一起。
我觉得就是 就是其实我们这些打得比较久的选手都互相就是之间都很尊重的，就是因为比较熟嘛，我们见面都会有打招呼啊、鞠躬啊这些，就是比较亲近的礼仪。其实这我觉得是一个怎么说呢？大家打得久了，虽然都经常当对手，但是也慢慢变成朋友了。我觉得就有一点，每次打到 TI 的时候就有一点老朋友聚会的感觉，就这样。
For us veteran players, since we've played together for so long, it feels like we're friends. And every TI we get together, we'll greet each other. And even though we've been opponents for a very long time, it makes me feel like we've become friends. So every TI is kind of like a gathering of old friends.
Well, congratulations, and we can't wait to see you guys play again tomorrow versus VP. And again, this is why TI is so exciting. You come in from the China qualifiers. Last time we had a team come in from a qualifier, they ended up TI champion in OG. So it can happen. I don't know if you want to translate all that. Maybe just paraphrase. Sorry.
就你明天会对战 VP， 他 Casey 也想表示，因为 TI 就是那么有魅力。上一次海选打进 TI 的队伍赢了 TI， 所以你们还是有很大的机会。
这个就你只要不放弃，然后就是你不断的进步自己，一切是都有可能的啊。
As long as you don't give up and you improve yourself, everything is possible.
Thank you so much. 谢谢, we really appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that. And you hear a big theme is going to be respect. The people that we're going to check in on right now, we obviously have a lot of respect for. We got Cheever and Insania.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rich. Insania, you said you had a story for me.
Yeah, so while we were drafting, when it came to the last ban, and the reason that we didn't ban anything was the same second that I think the timer ran out, I clicked ban gyro, and we ended up picking it instead. And I don't know if there's footage from the booth, but you could see on our faces, or mine especially, like I was so surprised when the gyro icon popped up as our pick. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of the story. It sucks to go out in a best of one this way. I feel like we played pretty well in moments, but we definitely had no idea what the hell we were doing at other times. So that kind of showed, I guess.
No, none of us have any idea what it's like being in a situation that you're in right now. Could you give us a glimpse of what's going through your mind at the moment?
It's very blank, but I mean, most of all, it's kind of like this. You feel very shitty, especially me, towards my other 4 teammates for what happens with the draft, because like we do it kind of together a bit, but I'm the one clicking the buttons. So when that goes wrong, I feel like it's a lot on me. So yeah, no, I mostly feel like I let my team down and all of our fans down. You know, we do this for them, and they help us. Yeah, so I'm sorry.
This was your first TI, and I'm sure it will not be your last. I think even along the way this entire year, you guys have made so many new fans, and I know you just apologized to them, but they have been cheering for you, and I think that they will continue cheering for you as well. Do you have anything else to say to them right now?
I'm sorry. I just hopefully next season we can, you know, live up to your expectations and do what you guys always support us and make us believe that we can accomplish. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much. Back to you, Rich.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of responsibility to kind of take on himself there. And you guys, I know you've been in situations not identical to it, but obviously having competed. And I mean, I feel like you can't do that to yourself, put that much responsibility on yourself. But in a moment like that, definitely being very humble. How easy is it to kind of grab some of that? I want to hear from both of you. How easy is it to kind of grab on those little things and blow them out?
I got no words for that one. I've unfortunately had experience making a mistake of a similar caliber.
Mm-hmm.
You know, credit to Aiden for just kind of taking the brunt of the blame. I think good leaders, that's what they got to do, right? More than your share of the blame, less than your share of the credit. In this case, it's a pretty egregious error, and it's a shame that that's how Alliance's season will end.
It's one of the saddest stories that you can leave in best of one, because there's so much at the stake, and then you end up with not clicking the right buttons. If it was a best of 3, they could have maybe that improvise, overcome, but in this kind of situation where you already have your setup lanes, they were forced to play an offlane void, which was not the great. It did good, but overall, it's not the way you want to end.
It definitely isn't, and that is going to really go with the theme of today, right? The rest of the day, it's nothing but best of ones. So any mistakes that do happen, that's it. That's what you have to live with, or you're getting sent home from TI. We're going to have 3 more eliminations. We're going to change up the pace a little bit, though, as we do head into the next best of one. We're going to relax a little bit, and we're going to watch Kuroki get a massage.
I have my notes.
Okay.
Do the notes ever scare you when the notes come out? Is it like, what the heck have they?
You're the only one who has notes. So
What?
Yeah.
Is that good or bad?
I think it's cool. Yeah. I'm ready.
Oh, everybody I talk to says you're one of the most relaxed players that they've ever seen. Would you agree with that? Or do you feel like you just hide it really well when you get stressed?
I do think I'm calm overall.
Yeah.
But I think it's hard to see, it's hard to see if I'm stressed or phased or anything.
What about when it comes to the stress of TI? Is there a specific kind of stress when you go there versus all the other tournaments, or do you treat it all the same? Sorry, I heard you.
It's definitely different. Like in the beginning, we're always nervous. Like it's impossible to remove all of it. It's even healthy to some extent.
How come? Why is it healthy?
I think the nerves, like you can use it for something good. It's like using the energies for something good.
How do you do that? Because sometimes when I'm nervous, I can't get over it. And then in other times, I'm able to just use it.
I mean, are you nervous right now?
Yeah, do I sound nervous?
I think you relax.
I don't I of course have to ask about how roster changes come up. How do you know when you need to make a change in the style of play versus the roster itself?
I'll just try to keep it simple. At the end of the day, we as a team did what we think is right for our future. But the hardest part is always to differentiate the business and the friendship aspect, because it's just all mixed into one entity.
So how do you do that?
It's to be honest, I'm still dealing with it. It actually stresses me a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I haven't found a solution or anything. I think I'm even the most stressed by far in my team regarding that. I'm worried and I don't know. I'm still dealing with it, to just put it this way. But there's more to it. There's
You're breaking up, girl.
there's more to it because it's in my case it's my friend.
Yeah.
So it's more like emotional problems more than anything.
Why Weeha?
Weeha was just a mid player.
Did I hit you? Sorry.
It's okay. It's relaxing. And with Weeha, I just had a good feeling. He's a pure mid player, which I kind of seeked for in my team. And I think he's very skilled and experienced. When you change players, you take a big risk, and it could backfire or not, but you just go with it.
Are you excited for the tournament to be in Shanghai this year?
Yeah, very much.
How come?
It's TI, so it's the best tournament. And it's kind of cool that it started to be at different places too.
Yeah.
And yeah, just looking forward to it.
Kuro, thank you so much for being a good sport.
Yeah, my pleasure.
See, that wasn't so bad, right?
I'm not
geez,
sure.
They're really going for it over there.
I was told they'll go light on me, but...
Oh man, you're so
Oh,
tense.
guys.
Oh, sorry. We were just getting ready for this next best of one. This one's going to be a little bit of a doozy as well. I mean, we kicked things off with obviously a matchup of seeing a Chinese team catch fire. What are we going to see in the next one? We're going to be jumping down to the stage and see our teams in just a few short minutes. It is going to be Liquid playing. necessarily the team that you expect to see in a best of one at TI. They're taking the stage right now. Liquid is going to be a squad made up of quite a few members that stand in a place that not many folks do. They have a chance of going on a run here and being a team that can have some members taking not only one TI but two. Are they going to be able to live up to that? Actually pull down an achievement that not many have done, that not anyone has done. There were a few other names that were going to be on that list that were actually eliminated. One, obviously, Batu. He was eliminated when Chaos was eliminated. Another one, of course, going to be PPD when his squad was eliminated. But now, let's take a look at their opponents. And now join me in welcoming FNATIC. This is another squad that you don't really expect to see in the best of ones. This is going to be such a tough matchup here. Only one of these teams going to be able to move forward in the loser's bracket. And the crowd definitely responding well to the lineup of FNATIC. And I do want to start talking about this matchup in particular. Lacoste, I've already said this isn't one you expect to see this early. What do you think of these two teams?
Well, definitely Liquid at the end of the season looked good. They swapped Matu for V. At one point, they looked like they are the team that can end up in the winner's bracket for sure. But when you saw them at the group stage, it felt a little bit tough, though.
And now to actually talk about their opponents a little bit more, to talk about FNATIC, we have an interview with Casey.
Dubu, DJ, hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the Couch of Pain.
Okay. Hello?
I'll start with a really easy positive question.
Okay.
Okay. Do you all enjoy playing with each other?
Mm-hmm.
Who are the Dota players that you admired before becoming a pro yourself?
I didn't understand the question.
Who are the professional...
Who's your idol? Oh, who's my idol? My idol is Dubu. He's the best. Yeah. When I meet him first time, he was great. He gave me a lot of impression. Yeah.
Meeting yourself?
Not myself. I said Dubu. Yeah, he's the best player. Was that the question? Player that who, like idol player you before you become a pro player.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. Next question.
So a lot of teams struggle with a post-TI hangover. But 4 weeks after TI8, you turned around as a team and placed first in a qualifier for a Kuala Lumpur major. How were you able to do that?
This is not a positive question.
How is it not positive? You were able to be really successful 4 weeks after TI when most teams right after TI aren't able to play as well.
I would say it's just our roster. We have very strong roster, and then we try to work hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then we understand each other well.
Who would you most like to face in a grand final?
Grand final. TNC. Oh, that's a good answer. That is good answer. It sounds fun actually. I'll go with TNC too. Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to add?
Any positive answer question?
We had positive questions. We started with positive questions.
That's not a positive question.
What?
That sounds like just mediocre question. It's not positive, it's not negative. And then right after that, boom, negative question.
What was the negative
Pretend positive.
It's a positive question sandwich.
Okay.
What kind of a positive question would you rather me ask?
I don't know. Maybe like, why your wife is so pretty, or like, why you're having such good life, stuff like that.
Okay. Why is your wife so pretty?
She's just pretty. Yeah, I love her. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh man, I can relate. I can really relate to that that vibe. That's like every conversation I've ever had with Sind. Just like, that's not a very good question. Like, Sind, lol. Just trying to get through it. But that was a lot of fun getting to hear that. Now we're really getting close to the action getting started here on the main stage. We're getting to hear a lot from these players, but I really do want to hear from you guys just a little bit more as to what you think is going to happen when we actually get down into the game.
After TI, I'm making a team with Dubu. This PMA can't get triggered. This is the guy that you want to play with. It's something else. You could hear him in his voice. He's not going to get tilted.
I think it's a really important attitude to have in a BO1, right?
Yeah.
You can see even Ice as he walks out onto the stage, goofing around, like pretending to have a go at the camera.
I will say, I am single, so I wouldn't know, but I feel like maybe the fact that they have pretty wives might help them.
Yeah, it could. I don't know how you're looking at me. I definitely don't have one. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, we're all.
The cost is actually. I think you're married, right?
No, I'm not married yet.
No.
Halfway there.
No, yeah, we're all single. Why'd you wink at me? Oh my goodness, bigger Chad than Ogre here in the middle of us in Dominic. But what do you actually think about this matchup? Yeah, we obviously hear Dominic talk about some of the metal that these players are made of, but what do you actually think about how the head-to-head matchup could play out?
I think the biggest one, you go back, like Abed for a long time, for like a year or two, people thought he was up there, like at the top with Sumail and Miracle for a little bit. You know,
well, Reddit thought that. What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, I thought Abed. I still think he's a great player.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Reddit's usually pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't think so?
Hey, that's your opinion, man.
Can't wait to see the Reddit thread about Kyle.
No, I think the craziest thing is it's Abed versus Weehaw, right? And we just heard Croaky say, I wanted a pure middle player. And Weehaw, this dude has been spamming middle heroes. He is the purest of mid heroes.
Funny anecdote. The other day, it was like 7:30. I ran in. I had to get my room key because I always lose it. And Wee's mom was next to me, right? She was trying to meet Wee, and she was supposed to meet him at 7. It's 7:30. She's like, "Hey, do you know where he is?" Because she recognized me.
Yeah.
Anyway, guess where he is? Huddled around Kuro in the practice room watching a replay.
Slow down there,
What?
Slick.
What?
Wait, keep going.
What? Rich. Stop that, okay? I was trying to help her out. Point is, Weehaw forgot his mom because Kuro had him watching replays. They were in like hour 47. That's all.
You don't want to be eliminated.
That's a great point, Kyle. It really is.
My point is they work hard, okay? Kuro, they boot camped for like 3 weeks in Europe before this tournament. Yeah. Then they came to China to boot camp for another 2 weeks. I think by far had the most practice of any team coming into this event, and they're in a BO1. I don't think anyone expected that.
Yeah, I think that there obviously have been kind of a lot of things that we didn't necessarily expect to happen. I mean, even with RNG being one of the teams that's in these best of ones, I think that you were one of the ones that was really saying this was a team that looked strong as well. And now when we look at this matchup, none of these teams are teams that you expected in best of one. But I want to talk about the particular head-to-head matchup. You already started to throw this under the microscope, and I kind of want to ask you, this was brilliant in the first panel, really starting to talk about different players that we want to look at that head-to-head matchup. Who are you looking at?
Probably the offlaners. I think Mind Control had by far like the worst tournament I've ever seen in play. Like when Liquid won TI7, they unanimously as a group said Mind Control is our best player. Yeah, and he honestly was phenomenal. Whereas thus far he's looked mortal in this tournament, and I think it's a big part of the reason they've slipped a little.
That is a very important thing to keep in mind, actually start to talk about these matchups. But now we don't have to talk anymore. The matchup is about to get started. Let's see who will survive in TI.
FNATIC versus Team Liquid. Game 1.
And the best of ones continue. That's right, FNATIC versus Team Liquid. The TI7 champs are now in the lower bracket in a best of one against a very scary Southeast Asian team in FNATIC. Fogg, what are your thoughts about just being able to see this matchup in just one game?
I don't think anybody would have expected this to be down here. Maybe FNATIC, especially after the group stages they had. They were showing some rough games, but then they also started bringing it back. But this is going to be a bit of a doozy. I don't really know what I'm expecting here. After seeing Liquid as well, some of the group stage games, they were shaky. I'm pretty excited for this one.
Blitz, do you feel the same? Do you think that both of these teams have had their shaky moments in the group stage?
Yeah, I feel like FNATIC, after they 2-0'd EG, a lot of people were really hot on them. And it just turned out during that that time period, EG was just garbage. But they've gotten a lot better since then.
Yeah.
I don't really know how to rate that win anymore.
So do you still hold to your previous prediction? You said you started off the group stage, and you told me, Team Liquid, top 4 team or bottom 4 team? There is no middle ground.
There is no middle ground.
Is this the bottom 4, or are they just going to make the run through the lower bracket?
Who knows? I think if they win this game, they'll find the confidence and they'll figure it out. That's what I meant by it. Or they just bust here. I don't think that they're going to get middle of the pack. I feel like they're either going to discover a concept here, it's going to get them rolling, and maybe they finish top 4, or this is it. They haven't figured it out whatsoever. None of their losses were a fluke. I mean, it's just a weird position for them to be in, considering they got second at the major, most recent major. It looked like they were coming on really strong. It felt like Weehaw sort of revitalized them. And now I have no idea where they could end up.
And then on the other side, I mean, just think about FNATIC's position. You're in a best of one, and you actually have to match up against Team Liquid. But they're also a team that has a ton of star power. They can actually win this best of one. How far away are they from being actually the favorites against a Team Liquid that has been on shaky ground?
I don't think they're very far at all, honestly. I think that FNATIC's a bit of a weird team for me lately, just because of they just recently switched up, right? So I feel like it's still weird to be looking at them playing like this when they're it's just different. Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange for me just because of their dynamic has changed so much with Jabs now playing like the carry and everything. Even though I know we've seen them so much in group stages, I don't know. It's just a bit of a weird one for me. So I think they can, but I think it's still going to be really difficult breaking into Liquid because overall, like they have these like their pedigree, right? Just the pedigree of these players is that much more above than FNATIC.
Yeah. And it has to say something about the confidence level that you have in your team to be able to have this kind of like role switch, right? Like it says you're not really happy with the way things are going.
Yeah, for sure. What's really weird is that I feel like both teams are pretty similar in the sense that I feel like these are both the most boom or bust teams in the tournament. And the scary part is once you start off in the lower bracket, it's not good to be a boom or bust team. All it takes is one bad day.
And the way FNATIC ended, right? That was the last game that they had. Their fate was definitely in their own hands. They were breaking high ground. Their game was looking great versus VP, right? And then something just happened. Something broke them. So I'm hoping, for their sake, that does not transition into any of this. I don't know what kind of problems they had. I saw a couple of them. They were pretty down after losing that one because that was their big decider. So see if they can bounce back in Liquid. Some of the games, like I said, they have moments of brilliance and they have moments of high weakness. I saw Miracle bleed more than ever in these group stages. He was jumping in and kind of just dying a lot of the times in these games.
Yeah.
So
at TI, what I think really stabilizes a team is knowing that you have a star player that can carry you out of those bad situations. You have it in the back of your mind, and it's in your back pocket. We have Miracle. Eventually, he will carry us through a few of these games, and we haven't really seen that from Miracle. This is probably one of the worst tournaments that we've seen him play. It feels like he's making more mechanical errors than ever, high amount of deaths. We're not really seeing that sort of star player impact that we've sort of come to expect from him.
And then on the FNATIC side, was it that man on screen? Is that the man you're going to be depending on to bring in that star power to actually be your anchor in the team? Is that Abed?
I think it's both of these, right? I think it's Abed as well as DJ. I think DJ's kind of been quiet for me. Where we used to always look at DJ and be like, man, DJ's going to have some like incredible performance. Kind of, I feel like Tim's has kind of taken over like the DJ a little bit.
Yeah,
right? Like, Tim's is having that like crazy 4-position shutdown where he's just going crazy transitioning. DJ's been a lot quieter.
And I remember, what was it, Manila Major? The cheers for DJ were off the chart. This was a playmaking support that was able to do so much for you, but unfortunately, FNATIC have not been seeing the same kind of success as you can see through their KDA at the bottom there.
One of my favorite moments when I did work with Liquid was at the Manila Major whenever they'd flash the camera inside the booths, you
Yeah.
could see them like shouting and yelling after they lost fights. And so I asked after the game, I was like, "What were you guys yelling about?" After they played FNATIC in the lower bracket, and they're like, "We were chanting DJ, DJ every time he wiped us." Oh, that's nice. That's a good one.
I mean, that's the kind of thing you need to do in these high pressure situations. We saw the biggest clown of all in Dota 2. You had Ice Ice Ice, who was just kind of chilling out. You need somebody to be able to calm everyone down, cut down some of the nerves that are eking out on everybody.
The one thing about this team is I feel like at times they can almost be too calm across the board. Like you have a guy like Abed who, you know, he doesn't really say too much.
No.
He's not one of those like energizing mids that's going to go out there. He's going to do it with his play. And they need to find the spark right here.
I feel like that's sometimes where maybe that might be why they wanted Jabs, why they ended up moving him to the one. Because as we know, like Jabs, he might look like this quiet little guy, but he's extremely vocal. Like he's nonstop talking in those games. So maybe that could be a reason why they did end up transitioning this. And oh, did I see that? I hear that right.
That is,
I hear that right.
Elder Titan first pick for FNATIC, and Liquid almost instantly respond with the Wisp Gyro.
Yeah, Wisp Gyro, of course, just a really classic combination. Very strong overall. We saw in the last game alone, Gyro, as a hero independently, I feel like he's really moved up for me, but with the IO, he transitions into a different kind of beast.
Yeah, I totally agree. And this is what like Liquid used to be. This used to be Liquid's bread and butter. Having the IO, this is what they won TI.
I mean, we said the same thing about Alliance, how they were just going for what was their most comfort zone. And unfortunately, that didn't turn out so well, perhaps because of some interesting twists in the draft. That offlane Void and the last pick Gyrocopter.
I like this kind of opener way better. I'm just like going off of like recent memory from the games that I got to see from Liquid when I was casting them during the group stages, and I saw some pretty strange drafts coming out. We saw like a last pick Pango into a Death Prophet where he just couldn't have a lane. Like overall, their drafts have been a little bit weird for me. Just the unison, like how do they all work so well together? I feel like with this type of opener, it's going to be a lot more natural and a lot easier for them to kind of build a lineup around it.
The second pick, Leshrank, this is going to be a squad that has plenty of AoE damage to throw around to try and bring down this Gyro Wisp. It also offers that bit of flexibility that we like to be able to see. We've seen plenty of like these 5-position Elder Titans. This Leshrank can be core or support.
Yeah, DJ had a couple 4-position Lesh, right? Yeah. He had a few throughout the group stages, so for sure.
And we saw what Lanam could do with his Leshrac in that previous game. It's such a dangerous hero. Has one of the better wave clear abilities in Dota with his ulti. He's so mana efficient at clearing stacks. As a support, he's always going to feel good because he comes equipped with a stun and good team fight. He has a way to tower push. He's sort of the type of hero that does it all. The only thing that really hard counters him is when people start to build either A, a little bit more mobility, or B, BKBs, but even in those situations, he doesn't feel that weak because Edict goes through a lot of that damage too.
And he's speedy. He just feels nice to play, right? You're just running around at like 330 movement speed at level 1. Just feels nice.
I mean, I love any support that can wave clear, because I'm greedy, and I like to last hit creeps, but...
Blitz will never be your hard 6 position that just kind of AFKs behind the carry, ready to save him. He'll never be that guy.
Yes, but I will nuke your range creep for you. I'll definitely do that.
Secured it.
For you, he says.
Dude, I love Crystal Maiden as a support for that reason, because you can justify doing that.
I'm pressuring and securing the creep, I swear.
I got to play with the Blitz Dota 4-position Crystal Maiden, the most sacked offlaner of all time, where my 4-position gets to jungle at all times.
Yeah, I was like 2 levels higher than you every game.
FNATIC, so we do have this Wisp Gyro, right? There are a lot of traditional counters to what the Wisp Gyro is. You talk about like, oh, we used to be carrying Morphling all the time, you know, Ancient Apparition to be able to stop the heal. What is the meta counter to these two?
I personally like the Svens and the Lifestealers a couple of times that I've seen, just being able to close on top of him and just bring him down. The Sven also provides you like that Warcry for your team, so it seems to have started to back away from it a little bit lately, but I do think those can be some of those options. I think we used to always see the Jug as well, but the Jug's kind of a hero that you're not really looking at too often unless you have some type of way to buff it up.
Yeah, typically you either want some way to deal with both the heroes at the same time, or you want the ability to just deal with the Wisp. Like way back when we used to see EG run the counter, it was their Clinks all the time, just the single target focus onto the IO. Nowadays, it's a little bit more difficult to do that.
See, FNATIC, they even take out so they're looking at just overall just healing and defensive supports, taking out the Oracle as well as that Chen. Oracle definitely making sense, and I mean the Chen too, right? This is just a very comfort pick, and I think taking out the 2 mobility cores, Liquid doing that, is really telltale, right? They have an IO, they're looking for their Tidehunter, you're already like very limited on your disables in your draft.
Yeah.
So taking out those 2, definitely a good option for Liquid.
You want heroes that will absolutely be punished by a relocate gank and don't have a chance to be able to quickly get out instead.
Plus, Ember is one of those heroes, like I said, it deals with both heroes at the same time. Sleight of Fist Chains is always going to feel good against these guys because you know that if you get one, you're likely getting the other. And Liquid, in response, they're going to take the Tidehunter. I like this hero. I feel like he's an interesting hero in that there used to be so many different lane counters to him, but nowadays a lot of them have been nerfed. You used to see Monkey Kings all the time, which made him nigh unplayable. You used to see Ursas all the time, but nowadays you don't really see those heroes. So I feel like his laning phase has been enabled a lot more than it used to be.
I think the supports too, right? Like Disruptor, we're not seeing that hero picked like almost at all. AA's been reworked a bit, so like it used to be like the chilling touch people would pick to deal with the Tidehunter. So yeah, I definitely can agree with that. That he's just I haven't seen this hero, and I think Tidehunter looks like probably one of the best offlaners now. Where I was rating like Centaurs and Mars and stuff really high. Now I've been seeing these teams picking it. The way they rally around it, it's just I think like Fade even said it in his interview where he's just like, yeah, we don't really care if our lanes and stuff are going bad. We have this Tidehunter. We have team fight. We'll be able to take the team fight in those mid-game and later game situations where that's all that matters. You win the team fight, you win the game.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. There are some counters left that are popular. You could have the Slark. That's what we saw in Infamous pick against NIP, if you recall in that game, where they absolutely dumpstered that Tidehunter.
You want to talk about a support that does it. There's Grimstroke, who's a force mode pick, but that is highly unlikely to happen anymore. It looks like FNATIC just going to go back to their comfort zone, much like Liquid is doing here.
Yeah, I really like Enigma against the Tidehunter just because he doesn't care about the Kraken shell.
Yeah.
It's similar to the concept of when you pick Disruptor against Tidehunter. He can Kraken off that silence as often as he wants, but it's still going to hit you. Black Hole is a similar position, plus it deals with the IO gyro in the sense that they're always going to stick together, so you're almost always guaranteeing yourself a double Black Hole.
And with this, there's not too many. Normally, it's like your off lane that's going to provide that like BKB piercing disable that makes sure that the Enigma isn't as much of a threat. Liquid going to have to struggle to find those answers either from their 4-5 or maybe their mid.
Their lineup is a little bit greedy, though, on the side of FNATIC right now.
It is.
I'd like to see them have either more guaranteed stuns or easier ways to start fights.
And what are you leaning towards right now when it comes to FNATIC? This going to be a 2-3 position Lesh with a 5 and 4 Elder Titan and Enigma respectively.
I think that's looking like Abed's Lesh, right?
It could be. It's a pretty good Lush game so far.
That's
like,
what I'm
there's no
thinking.
heavy burst damage on the side of Liquid, plus your natural BKB carrier. You push out the lanes, which I think is one of the better ways to deal with IO gyro. Always have the lane in their face.
So while this Enigma is a really good counter pick to everything Liquid has right now, it does leave FNATIC in a bit of a locked position.
Yeah, right now Liquid, they don't have any real way to deal with BKB Enigma, which is always going to be an issue.
I'm surprised they went for the Shaman there. I thought they would go for something like the Rubik or the Silencer or something like that just to be able to prevent that Enigma from getting any type of thing. But I guess they want to be able to have themselves some more way to push towers and also to have that extra form of lockdown, because right now they don't have no lockdown. This one provides 2. You have your Shackles and your Hex. So
I could see
heroes.
a situation where Liquid just own the map by playing the Shaman really quickly, and if you mess up one Black Hole, the game just, that's it, it's over.
This is the lineup that can split push really well, is right. With all this team fight that's coming in from FNATIC, maybe it's better to avoid all this 5-manning and just have Wiz Gyro on one side of the map, Shadow Shaman pushing out the other side.
Yeah, and this is the type of hero that they needed. They needed some sort of pace setter, because I feel like what we just talked about, there is a possibility where Liquid just own the map, win the game really quickly on the back of that, and you have this Enigma that's largely useless. So you take a hero that can sort of set the tempo for your team, Timbersaw. He can potentially just go one-on-one against the Tidehunter. You can leave him relatively open at this point. He lanes everywhere pretty well in this game.
I think, like you said, too, he's a hero that addresses the IO, right? This is the other one, too. It's playing IO versus Timbersaw can be pretty tough because you are, unfortunately, a strength hero. So you really do get chunked down a lot by that. And this is FNATIC. So Ice Ice Size, you're already, like, bells are ringing for that Ice Ice Size Timbersaw. Even though it's been some time, he still has played it a couple of times here, right? I think he's played it once or twice.
Very few more like quintessential hero player combos than Ice 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 Timbersaw.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing the Enigma this game as your 4. Just considering, I think your offlaner has to be a little bit quicker.
So wait, where are you leaning for this Timbersaw? You thinking it's going to be a mid and maybe like a 1 position or a 3 position Lesh? I mean, there's a lot of options, right? FNATIC, no matter what, they can change things around based off this Liquid last pick.
Yeah, you could even go something like safe lane Timber to one-on-one against the Tidehunter.
Yeah.
You allow the Enigma to do the Enigma thing, jungle, hit the side camp, and then you ET +1 to deal with the Gyro IO. I don't even think that's that bad of an option, because I think ET actually trades pretty well in that situation.
I want them to have a traditional carry though, right? Like, if the game gets to later stages, if they end up with this, sure, they have the BKB Black Hole and they have all this damage, but they don't have that 1-to-1 to be able to actually match up versus the Gyro. So I'm wondering what carry they actually want to go for. Like, Lifestealer and... I've seen the Razor ban, so like the Lifestealer is sticking up a little bit more for me. There's that match. Just be able to chase out the eye on the Gyro, but...
I agree with you, because I feel like even though you have the Enigma for the ultra late game, because there is no cancel so far, you do want to see something more reliable in terms of DPS. I'd like some sort of BKB carry that can just frontline for you, hit away.
Like initially I was saying like the Sven could still be a possibility, but you were saying like Greed. Sven might be a little bit greedy here.
Is there anything like Juggernaut or one of those faster carries like Lifestealer or something? That's the kind of area you're looking for.
Yeah,
relatively quick tempo that can build up.
Yeah, I feel like Jug actually plays really well so far in this game. He's good against Tidehunter, doesn't care about the Kraken at all, but in fact they ended up going for the Kunkka, so...
So it is going to be, is that a core Enigma?
I mean, it could be our Lesh ET as the side lane, the Timbersaw 1v1 against Tide, mid Kunkka?
Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Kunkka I like a lot versus Gyrocopter. That's one of my favorites from even like, what, 2 years ago. I think Secret was one of the biggest ones when Kunkka wasn't being picked too much and Gyro was super popular. They just picked this because the Rum is just so good versus Flat Cannon and Call Down. You can predict it easily.
All right, the Necrophos, last pick for Team Liquid. Blitzfogged, last thoughts about it?
Strong Necro versus Kunkka. I think that one's just for the lane, try to take over him, and this looks like a good group up lineup for Liquid.
I think FNATIC's actually going to do it and knock out Liquid.
All right, it could happen. Maybe Liquid's going to go out as a bottom 4 team. We'll have to see. But next, we've got an analyst who's so good, he needed his very own segment. Let's go to Nahaz with the last word.
We are back once again here at TI9 with 60 seconds of stats. It's a Liquid game. You know what you're going to get from me. Liquid, this patch, 43-20 in games ending before that 35-minute mark. Only 31-34 in games that go past that point. But FNATIC has one of the best tempo controlling heroes in the game right now. Elder Titan in this patch, 20-6 prior to the 35-minute mark. A losing record, 21-24 in games that go past that point, and a legendary hero matchup as GH puts his 44-15 career record on the aisle, on the line, as Ice is trying to get his 80th career win on Timbersaw, 79-41. That is 50 more wins than the next closest player for his career. The TI7 champions against third place Stockholm Major finishers FNATIC with everything on the line. Here are Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nahaz. A lot of tempo controlling, a lot of records going on. But at the end of the day, it's all coming down to this. A best of one. Who is going to move on? Who's getting knocked out?
I needed the numbers. I haven't got them yet. I'm feeling it. Well, I think the draft seemed to almost be settling there onto a FNATIC.
Yeah.
I would consider that a bit of an upset. I feel like a lot of people started taking Liquid and putting them pretty high up there. And those predictions near the end of the tournament.
I mean, how could you not? You've got like the story captain. You've got the new player that comes in. You know, he's bringing a fresh new style. They looked amazing at the last majors, but they are coming up against the wall here after a disappointing group stage performance. We'll see if they can take down FNATIC, and also if FNATIC have something to say about themselves.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a hype one. What else can we say? We got a black hole. We got a Ravage going on. There's gonna be stuff, particle effects all over your screen. Let's hop into it, ladies and gentlemen.
Lots of team fight, but we might not see it for a little while. We do have a laning stage to get through, and depending on how well that goes for Liquid, perhaps those team fights don't ever materialize for FNATIC, because they got the spells, as you were saying. They got themselves a big black hole. They got the Elder Titan setup. They got themselves the boat. I guess both teams are really pretty flush in AoE damage here.
And, you know, not just the AoE damage, it was something that Fogg mentioned on the draft panel as well, that Rum buff. I think that there was a couple of games last year when we saw the Necrophos kind of a soft counter having that Kunkka there afterwards, because you get all that damage mitigation right up front, which means you sometimes won't be able to get the kill with the Necro ulti.
Yeah, very true. A lot of sustain, though, overall on the side of Liquid, right? You always, you know, we talk about these cheesy and cheeky things you can do with the IO. Speaking of cheeky, Ice. Yeah, I was looking for that last win. Jeez, that guy just never stops. But we've talked about damage reduction before with the IO, and now you kind of have this double heal thing going on, right? The Necrophos and the IO, a bit of a classic. So either through popping the Greaves or just by using the Death Pulse itself, you're going to be healing yourself. You're going to heal the IO. You're going to heal the guy who IO is playing with, and then you're going to get the heal amplification as well from the IO to that same person. So this gyrocopter is going to gain like 700 HP.
That's going to be a lot of HP, man. Not going to lie. That sounds terrifying to play against. The flip side of that, though, of course, is that you do have the nice lockdown as well as ridiculous burst damage that Timbersaw brings. Granted, in a little bit of an AoE, and sometimes can be lacking when you need to bring down that one particular target. But that's what the rest of the heroes are there for. So FNATIC going to look like they get a little bit of an easier lane for Ice Ice Ice, as DJ will deny out the range creep coming in.
Yeah, if it wasn't easy enough already, right? Getting a matchup versus the Tidehunter. I don't know if we were going to get like musical lanes going on here, how much the team's going to carry about it, and how much can the Shadow Shaman do here? Because we know the guy's got a mean right click. Kuro even starting with the Fairy Fire to try and bob it up a little bit higher, and trying to get those Eidolons. Oh, DJ with the micro. I hear this guy has a very good Enigma.
It's true. He is a monster, and we'll have to keep our eyes on him. Abed already getting the first range creep deny. Nicely played there against Weehaw. As we said, those Eidolons die in the bottom lane. And up top, the other one we haven't talked about, Jabs playing on the Leshrac. A hero that has really run the gamut as far as positional play goes. He's absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, and something that he's comfortable with, I guess, and well, speaking of being everywhere, so is Jabs, right? I mean, the guy's played mid, the guy outplayed position 1, and the guy was just playing support, so let's track a hero that fits into all those categories. I would hope that he's going to be well-versed in it.
Yeah, and you can expect that that's going to be the case. A little CS there for Mr. Kuro, gets the last hit on the other one as well. Always nice as a support if you can pick some of that up early on, but like you mentioned, something that could become an issue as this goes on is the Timbersaw against the Tidehunter. This hero so often thought of as the counter for those just melee strength cores, bring down the HP, and you can see he's just getting chunked a little bit.
And the problem is, I don't think they have a kill opportunity before level 3. Once you hit level 3, you get the second point into the reactive armor. Times get pretty tough versus the old Timber, and the Enigma constantly going to be pulling that lane back if he wants to, or just gaining a ton of gold for himself and fully focusing on his farm like DJ is right now, getting some camps finished out, making sure they respawn, and even helping to control the runes there.
As you can see, the illusion rune spawning down bottom, and moving over to that spot already is going to be DJ.
Mind Control's got a plan. He says, you know what, I just won't lane.
I love it. That's great.
This is pretty much what you have to do, right? He's already got the Kraken Shell. Unfortunately, you know, he's got himself a Stout Shield, so maybe not helping him too much right now, but he's just going to dodge the Timber and say, come get me if you want me, and Enigma doesn't want to deal with him. He's gone into the Radiant Jungle, which is also spotted right now by that ward. So this is a pretty great solution right now as long as Kuro doesn't feed.
Okay, so Kuro hangs down bottom, tries to mess with the last hits of Ice Ice Ice. This was a constant hero that we would see do this as well.
Yes.
The Shadow Shaman when it was Darkseer that was making this exact same play.
Yeah, he's got the big base damage. So currently at 80, he already has 4 denies.
Very, very nice. Can maybe get a couple of pulls off here as well. So this lane looking like it's probably going to be a wash with every now and then Ice 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 maybe losing out on a couple of creeps. We'll see if anybody rotates over from FNATIC to try and disrupt this. But
oh, he's getting close. I better move back one more. All the way back to the tier 3. And you can't blame him. That's exactly what he's got to do. Mind Control. Figuring it out.
Now, Weehaw going to eat a stun as well as a couple of tower shots there, but couldn't get the Tidebringer punch off to him either. And so far, so good. You look at Liquid across all the lanes. They're kind of winning it out, but the big wrinkle that's thrown into that is that, of course, DJ on the Enigma constantly farming.
Yeah, he's making his move now towards the mid lane as well. Just going to give a little high five to Weehaw as he passes through. Hopefully not to any farm here. Well, maybe more than a high five.
Well, he's going to make it out of there. Misses a couple of Eidolons. And Mind Control just keep it on farming. Already level 4 now. Haven't really talked that much about top lane as of yet. And it is still that Gyrocopter against the Lesh, and Gyro getting a little bit better of him so far, but not by a significant margin.
No, pretty much even up here. looks like FNATIC just don't really have a solution. You can say it kind of comes down to what Ice can do, right? Because they are trading essentially equally. Ice, he's going in for the hard camp, but at the same time, he's also getting denied occasionally from Kuro, so depending, Kuro just really wants these denies. He should come out on top, right, as the Timbersaw, and then you'd also think that the Timbersaw is going to be the hero that's going to be able to better, push that net worth onto the enemy team.
Goes for the very risky courier
This
move.
is the hardest working courier
crazy.
you're ever going to see at 4 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to send it around the back way.
Hey, he's getting the air miles.
That's true. Oh, look out now. Top lane, Jab's already under fire. After trying to bring him down, but Miracle not quite able to get that kill. And it's going to be a salve up and the back away. So again, a very passive laning stage so far. Abed does need to be a little bit careful. He's going to salve up since we had just got level 6. Bounty runes trading off. It looks like it is 2 apiece.
Yeah, just enough to get GH's bottle now, too. So if this lane was even before, as you can see Miracle's already starting to pull away, shouldn't be the case now. Should give a pretty significant advantage to them. Oh, I see a line drawn here from Dubu saying, go get this guy. Just directly at the Tidehunter.
I mean, Mind Control's just doing whatever the heck he wants, right? Like, this guy is just happy as a clam, hanging down here in the bottom lane.
This is way better than people jungling. Like, this is significantly better. It's way more gold.
All right, everybody is going to start doing this in pubs, and I'm perfectly fine with that.
It is very frustrating, though, because how do you, what do you do?
No.
If you just waste your own time to do it, let's say you even kill the guy, he's not even worth that much necessarily, and he's just going to TP back and probably do it again. No. Or he'll have messed up the lane enough that life's good. But here we go. Haste Rune, that's a good way to deal with it.
Oh, that's a lot of Eidolons that were coming close to going down, but Abed pulls back in the Tidehunter. The lower matchup is alive and well at this point as they will find that kill onto... What? Okay. He misses the chain, but he gets the kill. Ice takes him down. But in the meantime, it's a lot of pressure on that tier 1 tower bottom.
Yeah, and finally a first blood. 6 minutes. That's one of the later ones I've seen.
Uh-oh. A little bit of a problem as Kuro made the rotation. They didn't quite spot it out, and the stomp is going to come a bit too late. So they find a kill now onto Jabs on that Lesh, and going to get the pressure onto the tower afterwards.
Yeah, evening things up here. They also have that catapult with them. I don't think they want to give this one up. Knowing that the Timber doesn't want to make that rotation, what can the Leshrac do? Can he come back into this?
He's thinking about
Jabs,
it.
He's not sure. He's just sitting at his base.
Well, he's going to come back now, and they do have the missile onto the Elder Titan. Not a chance for a stomp as of yet, but it looks like the catapult is eventually going to get denied, actually. So, yeah, tons of damage onto that tier 1 tower top, and not really that much to show for it. If they're not careful, they might end up going down. Trying to get the D ward here.
That's nice. Fresh ward. Whew, jeez. Dude, we just walked in the curl.
Just got back out afterwards. So yeah, in the meantime, Ice is going to get the pressure down bottom, so see if they can trade off these tier 1 towers 1 apiece, although there's a rotation coming in now. It's Weehaw moving down to the bottom, the wraparound coming from Mind Control as well. It does have Ravage available, but it doesn't look like they can really commit for it fully. Top tower goes down, GH getting the Lastodon. They're actually going on him now. Looking for the stomp, is not quite going to connect, and Abed looking for the X-play afterwards, but doesn't have that many points. On the side, they find themselves one. Dubu chasing out Kuro, but they're trying to kill off Miracle, and it looks like they will be able to pull him back in, take him down, and GH the one who gets away.
Another solid rotation there from Abed will actually get the kill this time, as Ice isn't there to snag it away from him. And that's the hero you want, right? Slow down this gyrocopter. Of course, Weehaw is getting a little rich down bottom. He's timing with Ice, and DJ, perhaps looking for a scythe on that oh-so-tantalizing Enigma. But they're going to bring down Jabs here, too. So, 2 cores here versus the Weehaw Necrophos.
You do have to be careful, though. Dive like this in a position where you might get caught and killed. It's going to be a quick one for Weehaw, most likely, as he does go down. Yeah. Very nice rotation.
No Ghost Shroud to abuse. Also didn't even have that many wand charges in the first place. So now I believe we're going to get a trade here because it's going to be very difficult to try and defend this one for lifelink.
Now it's just sort of the Timbersaw thing, right? Timber chain forward from Ice, forces them back, take control of the jungle. Again, easy peasy for FNATIC. And it's sort of still bringing up that question of like, is there one side that you're favoring a little bit more? I mean, you just got the Midas on the Enigma.
I do like that. I also like that both teams have their supports in the mid lane right now. Just kind of trying to get to that level 6 a little bit quicker than the tomes will give you. See if you can get some lane XP while your friends are jungling. You can see Abed's up in the dire jungle, just going through some creeps, waiting for the wave to push in. And Miracle also kind of doing the same here to give some space to their support. It's something that Liquid has always done in the past, to try and enable these greedier position 5s.
Definitely. Much needed. Abed gonna get his dance moves on. So he heads off into the jungle to get some more farm. And as you said, need to get that level 6 on Kuro. One of the downsides of having that Tidehunter off to the side and then just denying is he doesn't get any experience in lane. So he's naturally going to be lower than pretty much everybody else in the game at this point. But meanwhile, Liquid, a little bit fresh and fanciful here with Ice. Steals away the medium camp. They're literally just like jostling for position over who gets to farm off the jungle.
Well, it was a point that was mentioned as well during the draft was, you know, well, where's the catch? What are the stuns here from Liquid? And suddenly this the Enigma comes out. They don't really address it right away with the support with the BKB piercing. They wind up going back for the Reaper's Scythe, trying to have something to deal with it. And then just general like low cooldown stuns even to try and handle this Timbersaw. There's not a whole lot to go off of.
No, you really need that Shadow Shaman, but as we've mentioned, it doesn't have the levels to do it as of yet, and certainly doesn't have the farm.
He does get great cast range later on, though. That is one thing that the hero is pretty good at. If the Timbersaw isn't very careful when he's going through these team fights, like just anywhere close, you can get shackled or hexed.
Yeah. You can see DJ there just adjusting his microphone. Should be ready to get back going again. You see the go call from Abed. Let's get this game underway. Let's play some Dota. Not us.
No.
Them.
That would not be great.
It's a 10-minute mark. Rune's coming up. Dubu trying to secure this bounty rune off to the side, but should be easily gotten off there, and FNATIC gonna pick up 3.
Yeah, looks that way.
Uh-oh. Weeha. Down bottom, they're all rotating.
First black hole if they want it.
He is in some trouble. Malefice down, looking for some body blocks, jabs with the Haystern, and they might not even need it. Although he is healed back up to full, and they're just going to drop the black hole right onto his head. Mind Control trying to move in for the Ravage. Is it going to be enough? Weeha able to get the Reaper Scythe off in time. It does find the kill, but it comes at the cost of his own life. And now, can they pick off jabs? This would be a huge kill for them, and Liquid able to make it happen with the rotation.
Reinforcements arrive. Ice wasn't even that scared. He still got hit from creeps. The missile will send him running, though. So it turns out being a 2-for-1 there overall. They return back to Dubu.
He's in a little bit of a bad spot. Can they bring him down in time? TP does not finish. GH is the one of all people to get the kill, and now dropping down the wards. There's kills happening all over the freaking place. Abed trying to get the ghost off. Can they get away in time? It doesn't look like it's quick. And having stick charge as well, bottling up to try and run away. The slowdown coming. Abed's actually making it out of there in time. Ice trying to play interrupt as well, throwing a couple more black cannon shots, and now Ice is the one in trouble. He goes down as well. 1 by 1, save your buddy syndrome. It's not the way to do it.
The one thing you don't want versus Liquid is these long, drawn-out fights when the neck post is around, too, just like dragging them under the tower. Sure, pop a Death Pulse, keep things going. I got an IO, keeping me nice and healed, and the only reason Abed gets out of there is because Kuro low levels in the Hex and the Shackles, so he's manages to survive, but they do have a pretty good movement speed right now to keep up with that Timbersaw.
And so often we talk about the importance of taking down that tier 1 tower in the mid lane, opening up the rest of the map, and really actually shutting it down for FNATIC. But a big win there, as they're able to find a couple quick kills for Team Liquid. In the meantime, it does look like Ice is going to try and clear through the ancient stack that was built up. That's probably one of the only ways that this could go really tragic for FNATIC at this point, was if that stack got stolen away. But it will be able to finish off his hood.
Yeah, aside from that, things are still relatively even across the board right now. Not a real like standout Timbersaw game in terms of like he's not setting the entire pace of things. It does hurt when you have a death like that, but he tends to wait for that hood. Especially Abed himself is one of the better Timbersaw players at abusing that, right? Where he would just go for this hood super early on and start planting himself in front of the tier 3s, much like Mind Control was.
Absolutely.
Vision currently very lax for both teams. I see some wards kind of playing down defensively for Liquid. Keep an eye on their own neutrals and potentially stacks as well. But they're flying a little blind up top there. No radar around, so dangerous stuff near FNATIC.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and obviously you can kind of get an idea of where people are at just based upon where you're moving and whether you see people there or not, where the lanes are pushed out. But always a little bit more comfortable if we can get the vision down. Drums finished off now for the gyrocopter. As we hit this 13-minute mark, Timberstaw's still the one who's sort of leading the net worth table. And I think the big hero that's kind of fallen behind has been Jabs on that Leshrac. He feels like he's kind of changing his importance and role right now. It doesn't really feel like a position 1.
No, I would agree with that. They do need him for the tower push and everything, but a lot of that damage that you take out of that traditional 1 role is going to be helped out here from the Enigma.
You can see the lane comparisons here. Io Gyro making a lot happen. A lot of that after that last rotation and continued team fight that they had.
Oh, they're trying to catch Kuro down here. Has a TP.
Trying to run. Jabs moving in. Can they get there in time? No, they didn't. They spotted him. But they turned back around at the last second. So
they had the Yules too.
I
really thought they were going to grab him on that one. But yeah, couldn't quite get that vision at the right moment for themselves. Now the Liquid are going to try their luck here. Ice is on the run, but he's got vision of Observer Ward, so very unlikely to get caught. He doesn't see the Invis rune on a Shadow Shaman, though, so that will turn things perhaps into Liquid's favor. Ice playing it very safe, however.
Very much so. In the meantime, while the pressure is coming from Liquid up in the top lane.
Now, this is what Lesh does.
Down bottom, Lesh doing what he does.
Yeah. May not be a 1 in some of the more traditional senses, but he pushes towers like no other at this point in the game. They really want this Blink Dagger on DJ before they want to take these fights, because sure, they went for the Necrophos as a way to cancel like the Blink Dagger or the BKB, but I mean, first off, before the BKB even, you saw they needed to Ravage to cancel. It's still going to be difficult sometimes for Kuro to get the proper spacing for it too, so once the BKB's there, he's just going to black hole Weehaw every time.
Right.
And then they don't have an answer.
I mean, that's really the problem in this game. It feels like you need to be playing around the vision of Liquid and not giving an opening there onto Weehaw. So otherwise you're just going to die in the duration of it.
You talk about stealing stacks though, and Weehaw is after it right now. It's got like 4 camps here, all found out, getting those Sadist procs going.
So meanwhile, towards mid, they were kind of eyeing it up. FNATIC, Jabs was doing the little hide in the trees, get some damage onto the tier 1 play. But in the meantime, it's a smoke up coming from Liquid, GH, as well as Miracle, looking for an opening, and they are going to break now. So they realize DJ's in the area, going to get the missile onto him. Does it break the TP in time, though? It's not quite going to get there in time.
Yeah, TPs are broken in this game right now. For FNATIC.
Get a Yules.
Very busted. Gonna be getting quite a few of those off themselves. Now we have the Hood and the Vanguard done for Ice. This guy is itching to see some enemy heroes.
And I feel like this is sort of a testament to the type of game that we've got going on right now in Dota. In the best of ones.
Look at this.
Oh.
Smoked up away from the Timbersaw here. So you've got him tangled with Weehaw up top.
GH,
probably not expecting a smoke here.
They got him. They got Miracle, but the turnaround Ravage is there. On to 2. Is it going to be enough damage? It looks like already Jabs needing to run away. Abed also is already away from there. And the 4-person stomp, that might be enough to get them out. Shackles are going to land onto the Elder Titan. And with that, Liquid pick up 1. I feel like FNATIC have to feel lucky getting out of that with only 1 dead.
And there's one problem with that strategy, and that's that Ice can't cancel the TP. So Weehaw does also just leave right in front of his face to ensure that nothing will go wrong in that bottom fight. Great Ravage there, by the way. A little bit of an unorthodox build, I would say, from TI9 these days, to just go like Medallion Blink, right? A Blink this early on the hero, you tend to want more auras and everything, but this also comes back to the idea of just pretty poor catch here, trying to ensure that DJ doesn't take over this game early, and not even worrying so much about the BKBs, just saying, listen, we don't want to get like black-holed early, we lose 2 heroes, and suddenly we've lost like 3 towers.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I was sort of trying to talk about before the last fight broke out, and now there's going to be a fight breakout, so I won't be able to talk about it now either. But the big thing is it feels like oftentimes these best of ones, you end up playing a little bit more passive, waiting until you get that first item, that like no rush 15 minutes or so that end up coming out. As they do run into Kuro, and this is looking like a very dead Shadow Shaman. As the stun lands, Miracle moving into position. Are they going to try and fight this? DJ's here as well. Gotta be careful. The black hole laid down onto both of them with the boat coming out as well. GH not able to heal him up through that. Jabs getting the walkway. Wards are still down, but Abed chasing. Can't find the torp. Meanwhile, Reaper Sight kills off Jabs. So the Lesh does finally go down. And Abed also in a little bit of trouble. If Mind Control could run him down there, doesn't want to go uphill.
It feels like Ice is just having a hard time getting involved in these engagements, though.
Yeah.
Maybe he's getting stuck off the side with. I mean, he had 500 damage in that last team fight. Like, you need him carrying right now. This guy's your highest net worth.
Well, and much more being involved in getting those defensive items, it feels like. And it is very valuable, you know, picking up the pipe. It's a lot of AoE magical damage and a little bit of physical thrown in there from Liquid. If you get all of those team fight items, there's going to be a huge window here for FNATIC to try and really put the pressure on Liquid.
Yeah, it just feels like a Timbersaw who's this far ahead, you would hope that he's definitely having a good lane impact, right? He's helping to push these side lanes a lot, and it is hard for them to shut him down, so he can play very aggressively, but he hasn't really been able to help, like, dominate the game like you would hope a Timbersaw does when he's so far ahead.
True enough. 1,000 gold lead right now for FNATIC. So we get closer to the 20-minute mark.
And closer to the Aghanim Scepter on Miracle, where that's where any sort of lead for FNATIC is going to start dwindling away towards the side of Liquid. And you don't really have the same farming mechanism coming out on the side of FNATIC. We don't have that like double bracer into the Radiance build from the Kunkka, nor do we want it, because I think this is a very fast lineup to try to play. He's going straight for the BKB after that Spirit Vessel. So
Kind of
helping to negate this healing.
A very unique build going for the Spirit Vessel first, but it's just is a testament to how important that item is against this draft, whether it's the Necrophos, you know, or the IO or whoever.
I do think though that they're looking like they might have some damage issues if Liquid can get over this hump, because you have Weehawk going for the potentially the Radiance. He saved up a lot of gold. He isn't committed yet, but it's looking likely. And then you're going to have the Gyrocopter, the Aghanims. He's going to start getting to more and more items after that. And if you've gone for the Spirit Vessel BKB build, Abed's going to have to wait for like a day list sort of thing, and he's not going to be farming that fast because he's committed so much into fighting items that if Liquid can just dodge and try and build themselves up, then I think the hump past like 30, 35, 40 minutes, depending on how these tower pushes go, looks very good for Team Liquid.
And as we see the 20-minute mark come and go, the bounty runes will be traded off yet again. This time it's FNATIC picking up 3 to the 1 of Team Liquid, with Abed also finding a little invis room. Throw in his bottle. Tons of sentries all across the map. You can just see them dotted here and there. And still just feeling like it's one of those games where neither side wants to put a foot forward or out of place.
I don't blame Liquid. Liquid are farming up a Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
I do think FNATIC are probably, you know, a little itching here. Like, how is there still a tier 1 mid and a tier 2 or a tier 1 top with a 10k net worth Timbersaw? To me, that's a big problem.
Yeah.
I don't see that as okay. They did get the tier 2 bottom, sure. They helped push in there, and it has positioned Liquid much more like north on this map, which is all very good. But I feel like maybe FNATIC could have more.
Yeah. Well, maybe going to try and make that move soon. Their lead does continue to grow as they farm up the other side of the jungle, and as you said, keeping Liquid just stuck in this one particular area.
Oh man, he's got so many islands. Whew.
That was beautiful. Yeah. Aghanim Scepter done for the Gyrocopter. His farm will continue to accelerate.
They want ice in the mid lane here. They have the Scythe, they have the Ravage.
Gotta be careful. 20 stacks right now of reactive armor, but Mind Control is there, taking it all the way with Solar Crest, and the relocate comes in afterwards. This guy is going down.
That's a problem. That's Pinata popping right there. That's going to go right to Weehaw. He's now top of the net worth. And you can't be that alone. You know, despite how tanky are the Timbersaw, that is one beautiful thing about the Necrophos.
Yeah.
Right? It is always going to cut that effective HP by a significant margin.
Well, and it's so interesting, too, because oftentimes the split push coming in.
This is very good. This is the power of taking that tier 2 bottom. Sure, they didn't get the top stuff, but this helps you control Roche as the Dire team. Threatening a push into the bottom lane like this gives you information that they have to leave the Roche bit.
And now finishing off that Crimson Guard as well as a BKB on the Lesh. Maybe this is that timing that FNATIC were looking for, where they want to try and just control the whole map and maybe even start to take some solid fights. Because we got double BKBs, all the survivability items for the Timbersaw.
Yeah, that timing is coming very soon for FNATIC, right? Where they want to make the most out of this Timbersaw, but he's going to get a lot of help. He's starting to be caught up by his allies, which is exactly what you want at this point, right? Timbersaw doesn't need to keep accelerating that much further, but you're getting to the point where all of these heroes need to connect, make use of their quad net worth and triple BKB options here, and take everything that's left here and deny it all away from Miracle.
Much needed. As they pressure through towards mid. Somewhat grouped up again. Maybe go for a smoke play here, possibly.
150 GPM is a lot at this point. 23 minutes in, and you see that recipe in your backpack, and you're like, oh, thank you. Like, I need every little bit I can get. Unfortunately for them, though, they won't find a fight before the Radiance is complete. This Necrophos has not given himself anything new for 4,000 gold plus. And now he's a whole newbie. He's going to be farming a lot faster. He's going to be doing much more damage in the team fights.
Yeah.
And helping to effectively remove a little bit of damage from his opponents here. No really super strong right-clickers to have to worry about those, so it's not so much a defensive Radiance in this game or not offering any value in that regard.
Weeha is just on another level. He's like body blocking the range creep. That creep wave was so far away.
It creates a potential possible situation for a gank, right?
Yeah, it's true, I guess.
The closer it is to your side, the better things look. Meanwhile,
Speaking of a gank, up top.
Oh, that was a BKB. Nope. You don't get to use that one.
Kill off that Leshrac.
Kuro doesn't even have ether. And he caught him. Daytime. Caught him sleeping on the Leshrac.
X, though, back towards mid. One Radiance thing about it is that it is not a BKB, and they've got control, but the Earth Splitter coming through, the Ravage as well, DJ Black Coin, but is it enough? It's not looking like it. They do end up still not having that Lesh. X, though, onto GH, pulling him back in. Can they find any extra kills? ISSA's trying to escape,
got him again
in the middle of that Timber Chain. This guy is not going anywhere. ISSA's tried to run. Can they kill him off afterwards?
Oh, it stopped too.
Miracle still chasing, looking for that follow-up. The Torrent is going to be there. ISSA gets to the high ground. Jeez. This guy's actually getting away like crazy.
The team play there coming up. First, he gets shackled mid-chain, then he gets hexed. He needed everything he could from the man who is his own idol, Dubu. Comes through with the double saves. Look at that damage, though, from Miracle. He is a scary guy already. 3,000 in that last team fight. And DJ was the one who picked up all the gold, about 400 for himself. So that first black hole with a BKB, it does land onto the Necrophos. But you hear it. Liquid heading to the pit. Not even to worry about the black hole, though not having the Ravage as well. Oh, and Miracle, he's flexing. That's why.
Mass BKBs. Now, so many right now across all the heroes. And these team fights feel like they're about to get a little bit weird.
Yep. Time to start baiting BKBs out. Who's got it? Who doesn't? There we go.
Jump in. Mind control already on top of him. ISSA's taking a lot of damage, but very maneuverable. The stun is going to connect. The boat's already gone out, but the BKB means it will not connect. And this time, ISSA does not get away. A three-person stomp doesn't look like there's any follow-up, though.
Came just a hair too late for the save. And I don't think you're going to see much of a contest here.
So Roche going down. Dubu.
Kuro's crazy.
Doing what he can. He spots him out now, and the Hex, does it go out in time? They don't quite have the range.
Gotta play it quite safe here.
But that stomp will land, and while he slept, he might actually kill off Roche. So Roche is going to go down. Miracle picking up the Aegis.
Well, FNATIC, that very good timing for them is slipping away quite quickly. They need to find some sort of like a quick pick onto the Aegis, ideally without the black hole, right?
Yeah.
I mean, saw it last game with Alliance and RNG. The ultimate counter to these big cooldowns is the buyback, but you know what's even better? The free buyback that brings you right back in the action of the Aegis.
Or just kill everybody. You know, that's the other option.
Yeah, okay.
This game's gotten all crazy to me, man. I don't know how I feel about it, because you've got still this, like, quad-core thing going on from FNATIC, but the three cores from Liquid just feel like they're that much stronger, and you've got that accentuation of strength coming from the IO as well.
You got the fear of the IO, too, right? Like, nowhere is safe on the map. You never know.
That is a face that inspires a lot of fear.
They might as well just put that as an IO Arcana. I just want his floating face. That would be great.
Oh, that's a possibility.
ISSA is going to come down here. Maybe try to fake things out here. Set it up for Abed and DJ. He's got the Blink. He's got the BKB. And Miracle, he's just saying, come on. I got the Aegis. Give me the black hole.
I saw the Spirit coming back to Dubu over on the side. There's going to be the Torrent, the follow-up coming afterwards from GH.
Jabs is trying a wrap around.
Looking for that combo. They already have the BKB out from the Leshrac as they continue to follow down GH as well as Miracle. If they can kill off the IO, be good, but the relocate comes in. Last second black hole up to the north with the boat landing on top of it as well. Is it enough damage? No! The Ravage comes out on to 4. They're going to call them all out. Now BKB. He's still still living. The turnaround comes as DJ is there with the black hole. The shackles onto Ice Ice on the side means there's not enough damage to throw in afterwards, though. Ice seeing if he can find the secondary kill here onto Miracle. There's going to be the X. They have nothing else to throw.
DJ just TV'd out. He's like, okay, we got it. We got a couple kills. We got the Aegis. Get out. Retreat. And sounds the horn, and his allies do just that. I'm going to call that a pretty nice win there for FNATIC right at the end. They made that fight so chaotic, so many angles coming through. You got Jabs running up the stairs. He's tagging with Weehaw right there by where the wards are planted. He's popping his BKB. BKB's galore, and the team fight recap. It was indeed incredibly messy.
Yeah. Well, and that's what happens when you get into these situations where, you know, everybody's super mobile. There's not a lot of, like, low cooldown control. As we can see this team fight, or replay right
DJ
here.
right there, too. He gets hit by the Ravage, but his blink, he's just to wait, right? Coming back in there, perfectly in there, just to help clean up that last little bit of a double kill and then into the Aegis.
Very, very well played indeed. Now back to live. We still see about the same net worth disparity that we had before.
Gonna run into DJ. Oh, did they not see each other? Wow,
Ships
that
in
was
the night.
close. Okay, yeah. Just you know, we cool. Just pretend you farm, I farm. It's fine.
Don't tell anybody I'm down here. I don't want to be here anymore. So yeah.
He's scanning his way through here. He doesn't have any ops. Girl's just on a mission.
Yeah, this guy's crazy.
Shadow Shaman, a good split pushing hero, and of course also one of these heroes that can set up for IO relocates. Like the Bane is the traditional one and the one that you always tend to think of, but they went for the Shadow Shaman instead this game.
Yeah, and you can see DJ doing the smart play, hiding off in the trees, knowing that that's where Kuro might be looking.
He's got that cast range talent now too, so he might be thinking about picking up that Aether Lens as soon as he can. It's a tough call between the Aether and the Blink in some games.
There's a couple cool little plays you can do by just dropping wards down in the trees, and then it fills up all the areas, and then you just spot the Enigma.
Yep.
But obviously a high risk, high reward type of play. Zabed thinking about throwing out that torrent. And mind control. Jason, they'll secure some bounty runs. Relocate in. They're going crazy. Tubu already down, and Ice is just out of there.
Another bailout situation here from FNATIC. But they're keeping the gap close. They're not letting this Aghanim's Gyrocopter get away from them, which I think is a little bit surprising. Probably speaks to just really DJ, right? I mean, the fact he's got the GPM talent, he's got the Midas. That's what's keeping this net worth close. Perhaps it's a little bit inflated. At the same time, it's hard to overvalue Enigma, of course. When it's DJ, when you make the right plays, and if this guy does get the refresher he's working on, he can single-handedly win a team.
It's really insane how strong that spell is when there just isn't really a counter, particularly if you can find Weehaw in the midst of a fight. There's nothing else for BKB Black Hole.
And he is all in. Spends his last pennies on it. Oh, and a smoke, of course, picked up to go with it.
Well, on the other side of the map, Liquid, together as three, they're going to smoke up and look for that relocate gank. Obviously, GH and Miracle sitting very close together, ready to come into the fight at a moment's notice. And, well, you gotta be so careful, though. I don't know if they're prepped for this. DJ, double Black Hole available.
Ice has to be really fast here on the Lotus. If Kuro reveals. And,
yeah, they see him now. The rest of his team is so far away.
Oh, he's going right towards them.
They move in. Does have that Lotus Orb for the moment. Chase trying to get away. He misses his chains. Oh, Ice, he's in trouble. He's going to get Hex. He's going to go Reapered. And he's going to go down. And the turnaround coming, though. FNATIC, they really want to take this fight. This is bold as brass. They want to find this big Black Hole play, but they don't have their Timber Saw. He's dead for 100 seconds. Jabs goes forward for Weehaw. He already has his BKB. This is looking a little bit testy right now, Dumbu.
DJ's
going
pacing.
for his Omen. They've already got the sword rewards down as well. Jabs, super low. He's just dead. The FNATIC, they're in a terrible position. They managed to find DJ as well. He goes down.
Great call by
FNATIC, a death is not an initiation. As they find themselves another 4 dead and Miracle gets the triple.
I think they feel it slipping away. And they have the same ideas, like what their timings are, and they feel like they maybe capitalize on this. And Weehaw made that call. He just starts pinging. He sees the Enigma, and Mind Control jumps. Just like, if we ravage this guy, if we catch him in the tree line there, we win this team fight.
32 minutes in, only a 2,000 gold lead, but you look at these no buybacks. They fully invested for that fight.
Yeah, and Ice was so close. I mean, this guy was 80 gold away from a buyback. Potentially, someone they might have needed, right, if they had any hope of winning that team fight.
Well, moving up towards the high ground. They don't have wards, but you can see Weeha's willing to go up there without any creeps even. Liquid smelling fierce, sort of seizing this moment as they move up towards the high ground.
They're not stopping.
They're going.
They want that full tier 3. DJ's going to put a little bit of a question mark on this, I would think. Are they really going to go for the racks?
This is crazy. I mean, they don't have the Kunkka for 20 more seconds, but they do have that double black hole, and you can see that Lesh is actually TPing up top already.
They're dancing back and forth a little bit here, but yes, indeed, they will commit, and a full lane will go to Liquid.
Well, heads up play from them, recognizing that there was just that chance to take the fight. And you can see here, it was set up like they wanted to go for that DJ black hole, but Mind Control found him.
It is such a risky play, too. They're trying to take the Timbersaws down, but I can understand, like, they're trying to get them all clumped up. They think they see their moment. There's no sight. And this is right there as DJ just instantly, right there, pinged, boom, got him, guys. Get in there. Yeah, see you later, Enigma.
It's so tough. And obviously punished heavily Liquid, a team that you can't afford to make mistakes against.
Back in the live game, they almost found him again. But no worries there. Miracle, yeah.
They're feeling themselves. DJ getting caught out there.
Pretty much the expected reaction of just like, not find my right moment there, guys. Next one.
Another smoke up. They know that they have all of their abilities yet again. Miracle caught a big jump. This could be their moment as well. They follow through already there. The big Earth Splitter comes through as well. GH super low. They need to find another. Can they get another? Kuro caught again. X Torrent. The combination comes out. And this is all without Black Hole.
That ward into the ancient camp.
What?
Well done to spot for the Torrent. Typically in place you expect there to be a sentry, but there was nothing covering it, so they didn't see it from Liquid. Dubu makes the play, and well, we're there. I mean, this is just like when Ice died. FNATIC look a little stunned. They're kind of running around in circles like, okay, what do we do? Where do we push? Where are we going here, guys?
Roche respawning again in 2 seconds. I mean, they're going to see it, and they're going to go for it. There's no gyrocopter for 35 seconds. Ice runs into Mind Control, going to try and get a little bit testy with them here. See what he can possibly do. But back and forth, the pendulum swings.
I think he's going to lose out on both those bounty runes.
Yeah.
Well, they know the Roche is up. I believe Dubu was in there like seconds before it spawned.
But yeah, that ward you're talking about.
Dubu just kind of chilling tree line. And planting that one down to set things up nice and easy for the team.
It's just so much damage so quickly. That's part of the reason why these BKBs are so valuable, but also they're not immortality. You need to be able to not be stunned to make it work at the beginning.
So they've now brought the top lane and the mid lane right to the sides of this plateau. They put some wards that they know are going to get dewarded, right? You got an Observer and a Sentry up on the pillar here for FNATIC, but they're trying to find some good fight here. Miracle just runs in.
Abed's there. DJ ready to jump as well if they want to. Need to be careful though because ISIS is not with them. He's TPing over right now as they already go in. Jabs in super deep up against Mind Control. He needs to be careful when his BKB wears off, but it looks like Liquid just want to back out. Kuro caught and going to be killed.
Great play there from Jabs. Man, Jabs has just been playing solo in these team fights, and it is working.
Yeah.
He's really abusing his BKB. He's kind of reading, like, if Miracle's on the other side, I'm just going to try and go mess with the back line. And not the typical, like, position 1 stuff you expect, because that's not really what this Slash Rack is doing for them. He's 4th on the net worth right now.
Yeah.
You know, you got to give some special permissions over to DJ.
It definitely feels like DJ is the real carry in this game. And needs to be the one to hit those big black holes. And even just the threat of it right there, you can see that Liquid not willing to clump up together to try and take the fight. Always just giving up 1 kill instead of forcing a really bad engagement.
Well, they'll continue to keep these lanes in good stature for themselves here. Miracle forced to drop the call down to try and send them back. We are very aggressively split pushing on the side lanes, but you know, we talked a lot about BKB piercing and everything inside of Liquid, but FNATIC, they would require the black hole to really deal with this if he wants a BKB TP, or perhaps the Split Earth, I suppose, as well. Sorry, not Split Earth, the Earth Splitter.
You know, as soon as I saw those,
I know,
messed those up at some
yeah,
point.
you knew that was going to happen. You know, Split Earth, if that was BKB piercing, now that would be good.
That's the buff he needs, right? Leshrac needs more buffs.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be so balanced.
Uh-oh. Mind Control again moves forward. The big watermelon daring somebody to go at him. Miracle coming in afterwards. Playing intercept. Ice. Also up front and center, now facing off against the gyrocopter. Everybody waiting for their moment. A Hex is out as well. Does Mind Control decide to jump? Jabs just runs at him.
They are not
after lift up.
They're so split.
They need to be careful though, because there's only 1 or 2 ways down from this high ground, and Miracle now, the back line's dropping down very low, pops the BKB, good way to force it out. We are able to find the Reaper sight to turn this one back around. It's a black hole, it's on to nothing! He didn't hit anything! They've got the refresher, but does he have the mana to go back in? He does with their regen rune as well. But look at this, they're running in all over them. The shackles are there as well. DJ wanting to find a black hole, but look at Liquid. They're beautifully split up, and DJ is just gonna fall apart. The Ravage comes down afterwards. Liquid running through FNATIC.
Weehaw spaced himself away there too, and DJ felt the pressure to go on to him. There wasn't a sight, but he turned for it anyway. And Liquid, that whole team fight, Liquid are so far apart. They sent Miracle up there. The only reason he was forced to BKB was because of that Spirit Vessel.
Yeah.
Right? He's trying to like stay alive, keep the damage going, but absolutely masterfully done there from Liquid, and that's why they're one of the best teams, because they look at their opponents and they say, how do we lose this fight? What are these guys trying to do? And you know they're fishing for that black hole, so you just don't give it to them.
Hide away, stay to the side. Doesn't matter if the fight looks weird. You have the sustain on this Liquid team.
I mean, there were moments where they start coming together a little bit, and you could see someone's face calling, split, split, and they're just running in like random directions in the team fight. That doesn't look like the optimal play, but they understand it's the only way for FNATIC.
And you look at these guys, Liquid, cool as a cucumber, just gonna run forward brazenly and say, deal with me, FNATIC. Because right now, they don't have the answers. Kunkka's still dead for 17 seconds, and Timbersaw, he's out of action for a minute. So the tier 3 tower gone, now looking for the set of racks, and DJ saying, one last ride. Let's see if we can go in there and deal with it.
Well, Liquid's here, the tide has come in.
25 seconds until Black Hole is up. They have the sleep gyrocopter, not stopped and hitting the towers because of the Aghanim Scepter. And the building's going, tier 4 towers, they force the glyph. FNATIC.
Knock, hello?
They need to have an answer. Still a couple of seconds.
Home?
10 seconds until Black Hole. They need to hold on. The Stomp comes out another round. They're losing everything right now, DJ. Hiding back away again, seeing if he can find a good angle, but it needs to be Liquid that give it to him, and it's not looking like it's going to happen. Miracle making particle effects fly all over the freaking world as he's going to get caught out there. Black Hole 1 and 2. Is it actually enough? Is it? No, they interrupted, but they were able to take down the Aegis at the very least. It doesn't look like it's quite going to be there. The Stomp comes out. It wasn't able to time it perfectly. Abed trying desperately to hold on to these racks. They're dropping meteors down from the sky, but Dubu not able to get the Stomp up. They jump in another round. Ice trying desperately to hold on. A triple kill. DJ, can he find his moment? They need to hold on. He jumped forward. The black hole, but he didn't get Miracle. Miracle trying to close out this game. Can they take him down in time? No. The Ancient will fall. And with that, Team Liquid are moving on. FNATIC out of TI9.
They really tried everything they could in those team fights. Couldn't have asked for much more until those final moments there, but it just wasn't enough. Team Liquid, they held on through that storm that was coming from the side of FNATIC, and they washed away what was left of the dire team.
Well, you can see Team Liquid able to take the victory there. Impressive showing from them, indeed. And a little bit of love from the crowd there.
They don't get that worked up, I feel like, until they actually win the whole thing at tournaments. They are pretty chill, right? Yeah. Be like water, my friend, that sort of deal. I think this one means a lot. Of course, it's the best of one, so it's always me extremely hype and stuff, but, you know, these guys, they don't want to be. They don't feel like a first-round lower bracket team.
No. Well, definitely. And unfortunate for FNATIC here as well, dropping out at the early stage, but it does mean that obviously a winner and loser always happens. We're going to head back to the desk, hear more about it.
Yeah, I think one of the first things that pops into my mind when you do see Liquid able to hang on here, you didn't expect to see them in the best of one. They're one of the few squads that has the potential to create a few two-time TI champions. The other thing that jumps off the page to me when we actually look at that game, and Kyle, you were one of the people that really pointed this out, we have a Necro in it, and Necro is going to be synonymous with Matu, who could have been one of the other people to be going for that two-time TI. Now they're playing that same hero without Matu.
Yeah, it feels a little bit odd, but they got the win, right? Like, if you lose that game, you're really looking back at this. You're like, we fell back at this draft and then we lost with it. But they get the win, you move on to BO3s, and it becomes a lot, not easier, but it feels a lot better now for Liquid.
Yeah, I could see the right decision making in the end, going for tier 4 towers instead of going for mega creeps, where they actually see that they can end the game. They have all the buybacks. Wisp goes in, and Miracle dodges that black hole to finish off the game. If he died there, this game could have dragged a little bit more. A lot of sustain, and once the Spirit Vessel was on, that changed the whole game.
Yeah, and it reminded me of, you could see the potential for the Manila Major magic of FNATIC. They had that epic 62-minute game against PSG.LGD in the upper bracket, before they were PSG, actually. And I thought maybe if he gets Gyro, there's a possibility. Liquid fans have got to be breathing a huge sigh of relief, because I cannot imagine the backlash if Liquid go to this Necro and get eliminated.
100%.
But in this scenario, they've been here before, right? When they won TI7, it was mostly through the lower bracket gauntlet. Like, this is a position Crow's been in before. You can't count out this team, even though their group stage was a bit iffy.
Yeah, and now I do want to take an opportunity to start to set the stage. We're going to have Casey here in a few moments with GH to actually talk about everything. But what does this kind of indicate to you when you start to see them fall back on a draft? That's obviously something that they did before they made the roster change. Is it still comfort for some of the players on the squad? Like, does it indicate anything moving forward?
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's vintage Liquid. If you could think of a Liquid, like, that's it.
I owe Gyro just first pick, right? That's Liquid, yeah.
All right, well, a little bit of insight from us here, but let's actually jump down and hear what Casey has to say.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, GH, congratulations. I could see the relief on your face as you exited those pods. Can you walk us through how this feels? I know it's got to be a lot harder coming in lower bracket than upper bracket, which I know is something you're used to from TI8 too.
Well, yeah, it's not ideal going into the lower bracket, especially if it's a best of one. So the nerves and the pressure gets to you. I wouldn't say we panicked or anything. We were trying to take the game one game at a time, trying to focus on what's next, what's upcoming. Even though it's not perfect situation for us to be in the lower bracket, but we're still trying to play our game that we all love.
Are you able to hear the support of the audience? I mean, it's obvious that there are a lot of fans here. And that's what's so beautiful about Dota, right? People travel all over the world to see their favorite people play the best Dota.
Yeah, it's amazing having fans. TI has always been one of the best stages in the world to play on. I remember my TI7 experience was one of a kind, and I'm trying to repeat that ever since.
What did you learn through group stage that you think were the biggest lessons that you're applying to main stage?
What I learned is more like life lessons more than Dota lessons. So I learned that communication is extremely important whenever it comes to team games, and especially with the way Dota has evolved, it's more a team game more than ever right now. So what I learned is listening to my teammates. Sometimes we have to swallow our egos and not look at what we want, just basically look at what's best for the game or what the others are saying. That's what I learned.
I love that perspective, and I'm going to use that as a chance to ask you something that people talk about a lot when it comes to TI, which is there or isn't there a specific TI meta where, yes, you have your season, but then as soon as group stage starts, some magic seems to happen and everybody plays their own Dota, and sometimes it looks a lot different.
Thing is, we keep talking about this thing called meta, which I don't really believe in. I feel like every single team can create their own, let's call it meta as well. They just need to play good. If they do something good, then it will show up as a new meta. But I don't believe really in this word as meta, so I don't think all the teams have to play in one certain way to win the games. I feel like every single team can do what they believe is right and win the game if they do it correctly.
Just stay focused on playing your Dota.
Exactly. They focus on playing what they think is best.
Are you focused on the next match, or are you going to give yourself a moment to relax and decompress?
I mean, honestly, I don't think we have enough time to relax and decompress, so we're going to go back, probably have some dinner, and prepare for the upcoming day.
What are you going to eat? What's for dinner?
This is looking rough, actually. I love Italian food, so I would say pizza, but pizza on the stomach right now doesn't do justice. So I think I won't do pizza. I'll do something a bit less fatty.
Like a salad, maybe?
Preferably not.
Okay, not a salad.
Yeah.
Okay, go for a healthy pizza.
No. Maybe some chicken or some meat.
Okay, keep it simple.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, GH. Back to you guys.
Hey, nothing tastes better than victory, and ultimately he already did get a little bit of that for supper. I think JH obviously is talking about a lot of things that are really important that when we see how some of the top tier teams really do think, we always do get back to meta. I think it's something that we talk about a lot on panels. I think it's something that the community tends to talk a lot about as well, and it's basically the idea of how the game is played currently. That's what meta typically is, but it very quickly devolves into how the game should be played, is how it's discussed.
There's so many undiscovered themes in the game that you can't really call it meta. If it's like 3-1-1 lanes, we can call that meta. Some heroes are picked a lot, but there's other stuff in the game, the undiscovered stuff like OG, who has different understanding of the game right now.
Definitely. And now I do want to jump down to the floor. We have Shaver with Ice Ice Ice.
Yes, thank you very much, Rich. Ice, you started this dude. He was very chipper when he came here, by the way. He's trying to be extra sad. But you started this year really well with your squad. What happened that it didn't end up working out?
What? I guess we played bad and we couldn't find the right meta for the tournament. So halfway throughout the group stage, I think we sort of figured it out. I think we did well on the first day, and then we fell off, and second day we totally fell. So third, fourth day we kind of figured out how we want to play, and I guess we just couldn't maintain it.
And the whole year has been a little ups and downs. How do you look back on the year and this season?
It would be nice to have more majors in Asia. Yeah, I like the Asia majors. I'm afraid of flying.
Okay, well, having it near, that would be better for you. Because that brings me to the next question. Have you even considered this result for you and your squad? And have you even thought about what is next for you?
I guess I did consider this result based on the performance on the group stage. And kind of also based off from our streams and practice. But I thought we could have went further. Maybe top 6 to 8 if we kind of maintain the top performance, the consistency that we kind of lack always. Yeah. So yeah, it's I don't feel that bad because we played bad, in the game, and you could say we choked, and so the loss came off. The loss came off better compared to last year. Yeah, last year I wanted Artifact, but there's no new games this year, so it's
All right. Do you have anything to say to your fans? You've got a lot of fans in all different regions. What do you want to say to them?
Be happy. Yeah, life's good too. I did.
All right, short but sweet. Back to you, Rich.
Even in defeat, Ice Ice Ice, always one of the most entertaining personalities, not only in Dota, but just that I think a lot of us have ever encountered. But now we are getting ready to set the stage for another best of one. We have 2 more best of ones today. The next one is going to be Infamous versus Keen.
感谢3位来接受我们采访。那首先问一下 ，KG 也是在 TI8之后，为数不多的中国队没什么人员变动的，那可以告诉我们你们的秘诀在哪里吗？
可能就算成绩不是很好，然后我们也是只是觉得我们还没有磨合好，所以我们就一直就是一起打，是这样。
卡师傅好像这个笑里面藏了点什么秘密啊？
没有，我觉得我们互相默契啊，然后配合打得都挺好的，然后就继续打。
但是其实 KG 的前半年不是特别的顺利，然后后半年呢是打了一个 minor， 然后还打了2个 major。你们是觉得什么原因忽然之间就醒了？
没啥吧，就是大家一起相处的久了嘛，就打的也变好了，配合也变默契了。
那在这期间，
我觉得不是啊，我觉得再打不好就要被踢了，所以球员都很努力啊。
就感觉压力比较大，打不好就会被踢，所以就很努力的去打了。你觉得哪个队友让你觉得不是很满意？
我觉得我自己没打好，有点多前面后腿啊。
那其实这一整年你们印象最深的一个赛，或者说一个事情是什么？
感觉是巴黎Major吧，因为巴黎那个迪士尼很好玩吧，都一起去了。
意思玩的都记得，痛苦的瞬间都不记得了。昂哥，你有没有觉得这个赛季什么时候比较难熬？
就最近吧。
最近。
就备战TI。
备战TI会很辛苦吗？对于 KG 来说？
对，就每天起得比较早，感觉睡不够，就比较难熬。
那这个赛季有没有哪个人的哪句话让你印象最深刻的？
我印象深的是文卡卡，他说他表现大腿肌不丢人。
哪个比赛啊？
忘记哪个比赛，反正打完之后他说他的表现应该是大腿肌不丢人吧。
那看来你是不太同意啊，不记得。狼哥呢？
我就想起来，梁志说他现在还在上升期嘛。
梁志，你觉得你还在上升期吗？
我觉得我这还是很努力的上升。
好，我们也希望 KG 能够在这次的 TI 当中上升得更高。那你们在膨胀的时候，谁会压住你们？
到现在应该还没
膨胀过吧？
不敢膨胀。什么样的成绩你们会比较满意？会觉得哎，我可以膨胀一下？
至少得美甲冠军吧，这种级别吧，才有资格吧。
没有成绩不敢呼吸是吧？好，那其实作为12支战队最后一个被指摇的队伍，你们作为这个守门员，感觉怎么样？当时的第一感受是什么？
能不能进来去搞混吧？去看别人的脸色，感觉很不好。
老季呢？
还挺开心的吧，不用打预选。
当时在边吃西瓜边看预选的感觉怎么样？看中国区预选的感觉？
挺开心的，看他们就一顿打。
但是今年 TI 在上海，有没有感觉哪里不一样？
就感觉就是要打得更好吧，要不然你的微博很可能会被爆破吧。
都不敢走在场馆里是吧？
就是很明显的失误就一定不能犯，然后就会鞭策自己。
今年 TI 现场一定会有很多热情的中国粉丝，那你们觉得谁的呼声会最大？你们队伍？
老徐和卡卡吧。
我的兄弟吧，我觉得，我的兄弟比较有名。
谁啊？
就是我的一个我的chicken。我的兄弟。
狼哥呢？
就他们。
那你们对于现在备战 TI 其他的队伍有什么样的看法？觉得哪些队伍会是夺冠热门？
哪个NAVI感觉？
我觉得除了我们以外，其他3个队都有机会拿冠军吧，因为他们都挺强的。
对，我也是这么觉得，就其他队伍都很强。
远方那个国外队你怎么看？
国外队都很厉害，感觉。
感觉秘密战队最强吧，应该是国外最强的战队。
这样，我们想一想，往好的方面想，对不对？好的方面想，给自己定个目标吧。今年 TI
冠军，
前6吧。
前6，
其实前6就已经可以了。
我定的冠军啊。
大哥发话了，狼哥觉得呢？
我都行，我都
很随意
啊，对。
这个人是不是在你们队伍平时也很滑呀？来，认真一点，觉得你没关系，哪怕冠军也没关系，你自己的 TI 目标。
就是没有明确的目标。
没有目标，打好就可以了。
啊，对，就这样。
好，我们也是希望 KG 能够如梦以偿，对吧？打到决赛，谢谢。
Well, you heard it from Keen already, starting to talk about what their expectations would be if they can continue to move forward, or if they do actually face a defeat. One of the big things that they're concerned about is getting their Weebos blown up by the fans. But I think that the other side of that is how much they are actually being driven by all the fans here in the stadium. And to take it a step further, we look at the region as a whole. China's already having a pretty darn good performance at TI. Yeah. They've already locked up the fact that they're going to have at least somebody playing on that final day, guaranteeing top 3. But let's take a look at Keen before they actually jump into this next best of 1. Folks, you're going to hear the stadium get loud right now as we welcome Keen to the main stage. this is one of the teams that has been doing their region very proud, and we're going to have to see if they're going to make it to see another day of play. If you're just tuning in right now, you've already missed a few grueling best of ones. We got 2 more in store. We've already talked quite a bit about all things Keen. I think one of the other things that we started to talk about, Kyle, is the idea that this is the TI where we have the potential to maybe see a 2-time. But this time around, we got to talk about some of the young guys in Infamous. Folks, help me in welcoming Infamous. Right now, this is a team that's going to have a very different vibe than what we see on the side of Keen. And a lot of these teams, though, as well, that we start talking about the idea that they have that potential to 2-time, right? When you do look at Infamous, you need to be thinking about the fact that they are the youngest team in Dota. Kyle, this is a squad made up of a lot of people here for the first time at a TI, but let's talk about just how young these guys truly are.
I love the confidence from Hector. You talked about it. Second youngest player at TI, and I have talked to multiple teams who think he's been playing the best as a 1 position at this tournament. Yeah. Unreal confidence. He's got this new twist on how to carry. He'll be teleporting from like shrines to tier 1s just to slightly increase his efficiency. He's a ton of fun to watch and really innovative.
Yes, he is. As you said, a lot of people are saying he's the best carrier. I love Schofield. Schofield, the 4-player, you know, he has been around probably the longest of all of them, and he has shown his Tiny and his Magnus are super, super scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now one of the things that we want to do as well is actually hear what the players have to say. We have Infamous, a team made up of some of the youngest players in Dota.
Schofield and Stinger of Infamous. Welcome.
Hola.
Hola, ¿cómo están ustedes?
Buenos.
You noticed the ages.
Ya, sí, estamos ansiando tenerlo así para el equipo, ¿no?
I want to start by asking you about Dota in South America, because it is very popular, and I know that people watching TI9 are going to be very proud to see you play, and I'm wondering how you feel about that.
Pues la gente en Sudamérica es como que bien apasionada por el juego, al menos en nuestro país, en Perú, hay bastantes cabinas y toda esa gente que pues les gusta el juego al igual que nosotros y pues nos sentimos bien, ¿no? De representarlos y nos están apoyando mucho.
Y a ver, uno por otras cosas también que juego Dota es porque, ¿sabes? Por la gente, por los fans, o sea, me gusta representarlos.
How long have the two of you played together?
3 meses.
¿Solamente 3 meses?
2 meses, pero nos conocemos también antes. Estuvimos en el Infamous, que estuvo en el DPC del 2017 al 2018. Y ahí jugamos también como que unos 5 meses, más o menos.
No one on your team has experienced TI before. So, what do you expect?
Pues esperamos encontrarnos desafíos, un montón de emociones que nos vamos a encontrar aquí, estamos seguros. Y pues lo principal creo que hemos venido a divertirnos.
There is some positives to coming into TI with no prior experience in a way. Do you feel like that enables you to just kind of play Dota and focus on your Dota and not worry so much about TI being this enormous thing?
Pues sí, lo vemos como que de esa manera, como que más divertirnos, ¿no? Jugando Dota, porque es lo que venimos haciendo y claro, una meta no es así clasificar al TI, lo conseguimos, estamos muy felices, pero sí, al final del día sigue siendo solo jugar Dota, ¿no? Entonces sí sentimos eso, ¿no? Creo que sí otros equipos tal vez tienen un prestigio que cuidar, ¿no? Tal vez un top al que llegar, pero nosotros nos sentimos más libres.
How do you think that the South American Dota 2 scene can grow?
Para que crezca la escena pro, yo creo que sería aumentar, no sé, los torneos para equipos tier 2, ¿no? De allá, para que los equipos se esfuercen más, para que haya más equipos.
But you can still win. Anything can happen at TI. You've earned your spot here before we start group stage as one of the top 18 teams. Are there any other players here that you're really excited to meet that you've maybe watched in previous TIs?
En personal, como que ya los he visto, ¿no? Antes, entonces sí es bueno verlos de nuevo, ver alguna especie de química que tienen otros equipos interesantes, como por ejemplo, no sé, a mí me gusta la vibra que tiene Liquid, por ejemplo.
O sea, yo cuando jugué Dota no conocía que había buenos jugadores, o sea, jugaba Dota y simplemente porque era un juego nada más y crecí jugando Dota sin saber, sin admirar a nadie, o sea, simplemente jugaba y ya, se puede decir. O sea, no es que desprecien, no son buenos, ¿no? Pero igual no lo veo eso, simplemente juego.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Buenas tardes.
Gracias. No hay más preguntas.
Quiero más preguntas.
You know, instantly we start to hear what it might actually feel like to be competing at your first TI, right? And we've already seen today some mistakes that can happen on that TI main stage. Obviously, we heard Alliance talk about that little hiccup that did happen that could have costed them their game, and not only that game, their TI run. What's it like to be competing up on a stage like this for the first time? Do you think we may be looking at any mistakes happening?
I love the confidence from them, which should allow them to not make mistakes because they're coming into this. We're just playing the game. We're not fans of any of the teams. We respect them, but we don't care who we play. And you don't expect this from a team like an Infamous. Throughout the year, they grew. At the end of the season, they swapped some of the players. But if you watch the qualifiers, this is the team that looked extremely strong. And you mentioned the Hector, his farming pattern. I think these are the best ones in the game right now. What he does, no one else is doing it.
Yeah, and we saw that even in the group stage. They came out against EG in the groups. They lost the first game. Second game, they come out. Bulba tries that whole Almond draft, the same stuff again, and Infamous just crushed them.
Yeah.
They played the exact same way, even after dropping a game, which is a new twist. A lot of times, South American teams, they don't have that fortitude, that discipline. And honestly, these guys have kind of come out of nowhere. I don't think anyone expected them to have that sort of run in the group stage. They had a real chance to be upper bracket.
Yes. Yep. I think one of the biggest things is your mid player, right? You honestly want a super cocky young mid player, and we watched him at Dota Pit. Chris Luck, this dude, he will throw it all on the line. I mean, they lost the game in 15 minutes because he died a couple times middle, but you'd rather him give it his all and just go into it, just balls to the walls.
Especially if you feel like that is the high percentage player, right? And taking that risk, even though sometimes it's going to not pay off. Yeah. If it's the right play, it's the right play.
Gotta do it.
And you need somebody who does have that metal to go for it. I do want to go back to getting up on the stage and all of a sudden be competing against, even if they say that they haven't followed the players, when you're suddenly in a scenario where you're playing against players who have a long track record, it seems like to me it would be quite a difficult thing to do. I know, for example, I found out that I might be on a panel with Dendy and I nearly pissed my pants, right? It's a legend. When you're up next to a legend, it's going to be in the back of your mind, especially when you grow up being a fan. You've been in scenarios where you've played against people that you knew of. Did you ever?
I thought you were going to go the different way.
I thought you were going to say, you've peed your pants before, right, Kyle? What's that like? No.
Kyle, I would never do that to you. But
yes, you would.
Seriously, I do want to know, have you ever been in a scenario where you're up on the main stage and all of a sudden you're like, oh my goodness, it's this player. I've watched them forever.
I think, it's funny, it's actually probably with Dendy. It's the only time. Because the TI5 was my first Dota LAN, and that's just this iconic Dota personality, right? We've got him on the English and the Russian panels for that reason. The guy is, I'd say, the closest thing we have to an ambassador for Dota, right?
He just is Dota.
Yeah, and it's tough. You gotta remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. It's just Dota. It doesn't matter what a legend is. My line, if he's stunned, it doesn't matter if it's Denny. It's the same as Nahaz playing Dota. Just because somebody is incredible doesn't mean that they're going to be able to just single-handedly wipe the floor with you. You've got to just ignore it.
I use this confident underdog term, I think, a couple of times already, and this is how I would describe Infamous. They're in a state where we really don't care who we play, but we're going to do our best to win. But one thing that concerns me, it's only best of one. If it was a best of three, I think they would have definitely won this series, because in best of one, anything can happen. As you mentioned, they GG'd out in 15 minutes. So if they make a mistake, lose the laning stage, it can really go bad for them.
So you're saying that maybe they have more volatile strategies, or?
Yeah, I think they're really prepared for this one.
Yeah,
okay.
And I think the thing with Infamous, right, you kind of know what they're going to play. Hector's going to play a Phase Boots Midas here. Chris Luck is going to play a Shadow Fiend, a kind of tempo-controlling middle, but they still continue to beat you because they play it so well.
Yeah, I do want to say, too, I think it was really Tsunami who liked to talk about it a lot, just the idea that he feels like some of these teams potentially have the chance to be stronger in best of ones because of how they play. Do you think that that's something that could happen here?
I honestly think that might favor Keenlo, but I really like Dark as a 5 and a captain.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it's really hard because you never really know how to predict who comes out with more or less confidence in a BO1 because there's two different philosophies, right? There's, okay, let's stick to our comfort. What got us here, we believe in it.
Yeah.
Or there's, okay, let's pull out a pocket strat.
Let's go.
You know, like VP earlier today, pulling out the Dazzle mid.
Yeah.
Like,
but in an elimination match, anything can happen. You might misclick a hero and then you lose because of it. So
too soon.
Shake hands.
It is important to bring up.
Yeah, it
right?
is.
Like it is like one of those mistakes that can just come to haunt you. And I feel like, and this is I do kind of want to lean on you guys for this. That's obviously like a well-defined mistake that you hear in the interview. You actually hear you hear Insania say, okay, like this is the problem that did happen. When you're watching Dota and maybe you're not as used to watching it, how do you think it is easiest to pick up on some of those big mistakes?
Well, other than go on the Reddit match thread?
Yeah, that probably is.
I just personally ask Grant. I think he's at least on
and
this
then
panel, the
usually
expert.
I go over to Lacoste.
Nah, and I would go back to Rich.
Wow.
Rich, you want to finish it?
I would go back to Lacoste.
He always finishes early.
I think we're getting ready to actually jump into the action here shortly. I wish. Production just goes, not yet. You're all on your own. Oh, my goodness. Let's actually...
I was just going to say, I want to go to like the 5s and the captains because you have Stinger. Stinger is probably like the most OG of the players on Infamous. And Dark, like I said, I think I love him as a captain. Like one of the few like I really look up to, and I'm like, this guy just drafts really good. And I mean, they snuck into the last spot, right? Yep. Direct qualification because of some of his drafts.
Yeah. No. Hear me out. It's Young 11. Either he wins the game, looks like the best player on the field, or you're asking yourself, what is this guy doing? Why is he even playing the game? Like, there's a huge variety of the stuff that he can do, but if he's playing on a blink initiating hero, I think they got this. Young 11, don't underestimate him.
Sure, but Dark's the man. Like his coming out was GESC Thailand. Remember when he was playing with Keen as the offlaner? He didn't get paid for that event, but he did get noticed. And since then, he's taken the reins for this team. He is the hard support, the captain, places almost all the wards. You'll see him drawing on the map. He's a super vocal captain. I think he's like the up-and-coming 5-position superstar in China.
Yeah.
And regardless of the results, I think he'll have a bright future.
No, I was just gonna say he's just super underrated. Right? Like if you go into any like Western, like just Twitter or Reddit, you guys say like no one talks about him, and he is that good. So like I think he's just flying under the radar, and he's gonna be really impressive for years to come.
And that can definitely be something that it plays into his advantage. You did bring up wards, and I remember on my first panel ever in Dota, Lacoste brought up a very important point about wards that I think everybody at home should definitely know, and that's the fact that you're not supposed they don't do damage, correct?
Yeah, you don't buy wards because they don't do damage. That's how you teach Dota to someone who's new. You buy the items, a Dagon, something fun, Midas.
That's how you win. Damage.
All right, well, let's see if that does come into play because we're about to jump into our next best of one. The players are ready to get this started.
Infamous versus Keen Gaming. Game 1.
It's time now to get ourselves ready for the draft. Infamous versus Keen Gaming, another best of one, gentlemen. Gunner, Febby. Febby, what do you think? First impressions of this match, what do we have in store for ourselves?
Oh, I've been keeping quite an eye on the Infamous.
Yeah.
They've been playing really fearless, so I'm expecting some great Dota out of them. South American Dota, they always like turn out with like big resorts. They're kind of the underdogs most of the events, but I think this event they're not gonna be the underdogs.
Especially in a best of one, right? Isn't that
especially
the known thing. South America in a best of one. You don't want to face that.
That's like a intimidation factor where they're versing this opponent who's just gonna be like, man, Infamous, this is a scary team because they outperformed most people's expectations already.
Oh yeah, they went 5-5 at the start. You know, they got almost upper bracket. I think maybe 1 point off from upper bracket.
Outside of scores, like their quality of Dota has been up par with tier 1 teams sometimes. Like,
absolutely.
Yeah, when they're playing their best. So.
Are there certain players you think have stood out for them, or has it just been a whole team thing?
Their whole team's playing pretty good, but I think Whisper, their core players impress me the most, especially Whisper. I've always seen them come up with unorthodox lanes and just beat their opponent with it.
I think even like Schofield does a lot for the team as the 4. He picks heroes that aren't in the meta. He picks like Tusk and Nyx Assassin. He plays pretty fast with his team. I think he calls a lot of moves in the game from what I've heard. So I think he's kind of a big hero for them.
All right, well, we are getting ourselves into the draft. I mean, key heroes as far as Infamous and Keen Gaming are concerned, what kind of stands out as the heroes to look for? We do already have a first pick Enchantress. Something, Febby, you were saying Infamous prioritized this really high.
Yeah, Whisper is a beast on that hero. I think he might be like the top 3 Enchantresses in this tournament. That's position 3, so... Yeah, first pick it.
You got to imagine they have a plan for dealing with it. I mean, we already see Keen pick up these 2 heroes. Is this purely just the heroes that are meant to lane and beat the Enchantress, Gunner?
Kind of, yeah. The Death Ward, once Witch Doctor gets 6, doesn't get slowed by Untouchable. So it kind of deals with the Enchantress in the early mid-game. The PA as well, she has Miss. You can't hit her with Impetus.
It doesn't hurt. It also helps that King Gaming picks Witch Doctor quite a lot, so they're in their comfort zone, which is really important, I think, in these BO1s. Comfort heroes are the best that you want to go for.
Even the PA, they played that in many of their group stage games. I think I passed 2 of their series, and they played PA in like 3 of the 4 games.
Yeah, Old Chicken really loves that hero. The way he plays that hero, half of the times he would go battle free, and the other half he would just like fight early and let Old 11 farm.
So one of the concerns of Infamous in the group stage was they kind of picked similar strategies in most of their games. They would have Hector on a Midas Radiance carry. If not, he was still on a Midas carry, and he would kind of farm and maybe go pick off. And Wraith King's his top 2 carries of the tournament right now.
Okay.
He's one of the like few teams and few players that picks it, and they already pick it.
Would you say it's 100% his hero? They're not going to do anything weird, put it as a support or anything like that?
I don't think they would. I think Hector's a beast on that hero. He's gotten, I think, like 12, 13-minute Radiance Midas. It's crazy what he does in that hero.
So I was talking about comfort heroes. I think those 2 heroes, it's a little bit weird that we're seeing the cores too early, but those 2 heroes are definitely Infamous's comfort heroes.
You would rather see a team picking to their comfort zone than just, you know, picking what's meta or what other teams are picking.
Yeah, I mean, look at OG last year. Like, even though the
even this year.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Wisp carry, you know.
Yeah, even though like the game looks good for a certain hero, it's not good like if you can't play 100% on that hero. So
I mean, I think that's something every team is taking away, because we're seeing the same from Keen. First 2 pick PA, that's kind of unheard of. I don't think many people coming into this TI would have expected to rate PA highly, let alone the first 2 pick.
Yeah, I like it. These teams, they're going out with a bang. They're going out with heroes. Like, one of them's gonna get eliminated, sadly. Yeah, one of them, they're gonna get eliminated with their best heroes.
Well, Keen Gaming at Kunkka is something that they were usually prioritizing in the first 2, but slipping through to the second stage. Some flexibility here with a mid as well as off lane. It's no longer just that mid lane specialist.
It also deals with Wraith King skeletons. If you ever try to push a tower, 1 Tidebringer, you kind of cleave them all down. Gives you X marks the spot, is really good against all these melee kind of kiteable carries like Sven, Wraith King, Troll. You kind of X the carry, he gets pulled back, you know, he waits 4 seconds, so the initial fight, he gets torrented, that's another second, boated, that's another second. Now half the fight is over and he's just stood in one place.
Yeah. Are there certain mids that you like to play against the Kunkka? We saw Liquid use the Necrophos Gunner. What else comes to mind when you see a Kunkka in the...
Well, the infamous mid laner Chris Luck, all his heroes are actually really good against Kunkka.
Okay.
He really likes playing Slark mid, he really likes playing Monkey mid, he plays a decent amount of Ember mid. So I think these heroes, he's going to probably pick one of them. It's a comfort pick. I don't know if now, because they've already picked 2 cores. But later, I'd like to see a Slark so far.
Slark already banned out in the second stage. I think they were ready for that. They've obviously done their homework and seen and play that mid slot.
What I'm kind of worried for them is the Infamous mid heroes. They're usually a single target, and right now Enchantress single target, Wraith King single target. So I'm kind of worried for their team fight if their mid is a single target.
Yeah, and whatever mid they pick, King Gaming with the final pick of the draft get that kind of counter pick if they want to put Kunkka offline.
Yeah, right now I would say Infamous they're thinking about how to not get out team fought. And they aim Tusk. Tusk is pretty good against PA. Can control the PA's BKB pretty nice.
Also good against Kunkka. You can dodge his X combos on your cores if you get a snowball. I think it's also a comfort hero. They're kind of picking all their comfort heroes right now. It's a Schofield. He's played that hero a lot.
Nothing we've seen in this draft is like, ooh, that's new from this team. So, I mean, a good sign overall as far as playing on the TI main stage. This is Infamous's first TI ever for all of these players. So, definitely some pressure, even though obviously there's not expectations from a lot of fans for this team to go far.
It's a little interesting real quick, I think. There's not many good spells to steal. It's mostly Wraith King stun kind of the best that, kind of shouts out to me, but I think that might be a comfort hero for their 4.
Yeah, they already have a team 5 on their mid player, Konka, so Kaka plays a beastly Rubik. Always, I think it's an all-around position 4. It kind of suits everything, you know? So,
do you feel good playing Rubik even in these games where there's no amazing spells to steal?
as long as there's a team fight, I think it's okay, because it's an instant stun, it counters, like, it doesn't counter BKB, but you can like lift him and kind of burst him, because right now, they do have a lot of bursts from King Gaming. PA, Tide, PA, Konka, I mean, so, yeah.
Yeah, just a lift into like maybe a dasher from the PA or even a torrent from the Konka.
You just gotta be careful and be aware of toxicity.
Ooh, this makes things a bit different. Are we seeing Batrider support here? What's the expectation with this hero pick? A mid laner, an off laner, putting entrance support? Because
some teams this tournament run Enchantress 5, and they try to pull it away from the 3 if it looks like a bad game.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I've seen Infamous do that with the Enchantress, but I know Whisper also likes to play Batrider a lot. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did it. It's more surprising that Whisper is not playing the Enchantress than they're putting him on the bat.
This feels like a good hero to play against the PA in lane. You can kind of bully her maybe.
It's good against all their heroes. Rubik is okay against it, but like stealing any of his spells are pretty bad, besides Lasso.
Yeah,
it's easy to defend it too. So.
Yeah, Enchantress Race King pick kind of makes sense now, because 2 of them can't be core.
Yeah, well, maybe this is the switch up that Infamous catch Keen by surprise. Yeah, they first picked this Enchantress that they've only run core primarily. Keen Gaming counterpick it, and it's like, hey, Ench is no longer a core hero. We're going to just play it as a support.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm a bit worried for the Batrider's game, because there's Rubik and Konka on the other side of the team. In the team fight, Batrider is going to have a very hard time initiating and pulling away the targets. There's X, there's the instant Rubik lift when he blinks into Lasso. So yeah, he's got to really snowball off the lanes here against the PA.
The other thing that's really scary for Infamous right now is both of Keen's cores really like to go BKB early. And BKB is really good against all the 4 heroes of Infamous right now. Batrider doesn't do anything to you besides Lasso. Tusk can only punch you. Enchantress, she just dies in a couple hits. Wraith King, sure, he can live through BKB. He'll be able to fight after it. But the others, I'm a little scared of this Konka and this PA get an early BKB.
Are Infamous looking to get something that either deals with BKBs or gives them some more team fight? Because it feels like they do not match up to King Gaming in terms of team fight right now.
Yeah, all of them are single targets, so I'm kind of worried about that. I think they need a team fight hero in the last pick.
I think they could also pick one of his heroes that goes on the backline.
Yeah.
He always picks these like heroes that are more melee than ranged, and picks more like assassin type heroes. These heroes that go in, try to kill a support in the backline, maybe disengage, re-engage on the fight.
That's what some of those bans are targeted at, like the Ember, the Slark.
Ember, Slark, even like Tiny if they've ever run a mid. This Rubik and this Witch Doctor I think are most important. I think this Konka and the PA, once they get the BKBs, they're going to have to focus the Wraith King. Hector's going to get some Midas, some Radiance. He's going to have to be their front line. And once he is on the front line, they're going to have to be scared of him. And I think Chris Lux here is going to have to kind of, utilize that being scared.
Templar Assassin. You literally has Assassin in the name.
Yeah. I like it. It matches up well versus Konka mid. The only bad thing is if you get torrented, you lose your refraction, but neither here can deny anymore.
Okay.
So the lane's actually a real lane now.
Everyone gets to farm.
Yeah.
It's amazing against Witch Doctor Rubik too, those 2 squishy supports.
Even PA, you like going Bloodthorn or MKB on the hero since you basically only go physical, like pure physical damage on their items.
Yeah, so you have a way to deal with the evasion of the PA, so. Alright, well that's a pick that's going to give King Gaming some questions to answer here with their 10th pick of the draft. They have that flexibility with Konka, so we could see the Konka go to the offlane if they want to, and they can pick up a mid, or they can stick with the mid Konka, grab an offlaner. That's what Infamous think. They ban out the bad.
This Batrider pick is actually so cool from Infamous. If you think about it, it kind of bans King's Batrider. Because normally you want a Batrider versus TA. His Sticky Napalm and Firefly go through the refraction really quickly. So Infamous taking the bat is also, I think, another ban that they get from King.
Yep.
Which is really smart.
King Gaming looking to use up all that reserve time, thinking through their options.
The most ideal pick for King Gaming, I think, here would be some tower hitter from Old 11. Right now, they're kind of lacking the tempo maker / tower hitter. Sure, Konka can make some tempo, but I think they are lacking on the tower hit department.
I feel like there's not many offlaners that bring that to the table, though.
What about an Underlord?
King Gaming likes Underlord, so I can see that happening.
He builds Halberd, he can build Pipe pretty easily. has a way to deal with the skeletons in the early game.
Ooh. Omni Knight though, blocking all that physical damage. Do you guys like this as a last pick? How do you feel this rounds out their draft?
The GA is going to stop the BKB timing from the TA in the mid game. He can stop the Batrider lasso as well. I give an edge to him. To the Keen draft.
I think King Gaming realizes this race king is going to go Midas Radiance, going to be very late, so they're going to up the tempo. I'm going to be very surprised if PA gets Battlefury here. I think he's just going to want to go run in early game.
Well, we're going to see these two teams go head-to-head. It is a best-of-1 elimination match. Before we get ourselves into it, we're going to hear some final thoughts from Purge on how these two teams match up.
It's going to be an interesting match, that's for sure. Infamous with an interesting lineup. The Wraith King was something they've been picking consistently throughout the tournament, and that's because it allows them to early shift from the safe lane to the off-lane tower and then take that very quickly using skeletons. So in the early game, maybe before the 10-minute mark, keep an eye out for that happening on the map. In terms of the mid and late game team fights, because there isn't that many AoE spells on either side, it's going to become a game of trying to pick off the enemy supports. So the strong core heroes from either team are going to jump to the back line and try to kill those heroes to prevent them from stopping their heroes from doing things. So it might be a bit of a game of cat and mouse. The Tusk can save the heroes on Infamous, and on the other side, maybe they can use their disables effectively or use the Omni to offset the initiation that Infamous is going for. So it's going to be a very action-packed game. Make sure that you guys stay tuned, and we are going to throw it over to Cap and Blitz.
It's hard to be able to beat the best-of-1 phase. Eliminations on the line here at TI. This is absolutely one of the most fun times to be able to cast Dota, and one of the most heartbreaking. The best-of-1 between Infamous and Keen. The South American representatives who have been turning up at the group stage weren't able to get the top 4, but are still here and trying to make history for South America, as no team has managed to make it past this best-of-1 phase coming out of the South American region. Maybe Infamous has the best shot to be able to do it here.
Yeah, and on the flip side, you have almost the runt of the Chinese scene. A team Keen where everyone sort of forgets about them. Even RNG comes in a lot more heralded. For me, I feel like Keen, this is where the buck stops. You defend your home turf, you walk away, and suddenly you're in the same placing as a team like RNG, and who knows what can happen.
I mean, you heard them in the interview. They were talking about the pressure that comes with being in Shanghai and having all these fans behind you. Very, very passionate fans that, for the better and the best of times, are going to support you and love you, but in the worst of times, they know when they mess up, they said it themselves, our Weibo is going to get overloaded if we make some serious mistakes here in this best-of-1.
Yeah, and their road is not going to be easy, because I believe after this they have to play, they'd have to play Liquid, right?
Oh,
but that's also the best way to make fans.
Yes.
You knock out the defending champions on your home turf. I mean, the cheers, they don't love them like they love LGD. They don't love them like they love Vici.
VG Gaming or LGD strolls up, everybody's like, oh, LGD is invincible. You know, Vici Gaming's talking about how much they love LGD, how they look up to those players. Nobody's talking about Keen, but the few fans who have stayed late into the night to be able to watch Keen, they are not facing pushovers. Infamous. They looked really good in the group stage, Blitz. You and I got to cast a lot of them. They are an aggressive team that you heard it from them themselves. You know, I don't even follow that much of Dota 2. I didn't even really follow the players. I'm just here to play the game. They look just like that inside the game. They look like doesn't matter whose name tag is on what hero. They're just here to outplay you.
Yeah, and I think that's really helped them a lot. That fearlessness, not really respecting anybody's name, and Keen not having quite the expected group stage that a lot of people thought they could have, but I mean, there's always one random team at TI that happens to do really well because it's unexpected, and that could be them this year.
Look at this. We are going to have those lane swaps, and what Hector did, he's hanging around the mid lane. He's finally going to head down to bottom. They want Old 11 in that matchup against the Batrider, I believe, but he is going to be gone almost immediately. Fortunately, that Heavenly Grace will manage to spare him from all the sticky napalms that he had on him, as well as the slow that comes out from Rayfire Blast after the stun phase.
And I always say that you need a few all-star performances just to make things easier for yourself, and Hector is definitely the player that they need that kind of performance from. Was completely dominant in the groups, had such a good run. We need that from him again
if you're a South American Dota fan.
Chasing down Old Chicken, getting a lot of damage out from Schofield. Whisper and Schofield, they've been quite the deadly duo, almost finishing off Old Chicken there. This is an aggressive duo that's going to make a lot of space for their hard carries of both Chris Luck and Hector.
And this is one of the few times where we're going to see Whisper actually prioritize in the laning phase cap. So many times during the group stage, they sort of just fed him to the wolves, made him get into some 1v3 situation as Schofield just tried to secure Hector's farm.
And on the other side, we've got, in our mid matchup, we've got Yeez Kunkka against Chris Luck. A player who had just an outstanding performance at ESL 1 Manila. Looks to be like one of those talents who could definitely see a long history in Dota 2 given his start here.
Oh yeah, he was absolutely dominant in India. Just worked pretty much everybody. I remember he had one of the highest first blood rates.
Oh yeah.
He would just solo kill by level 4 almost every single time.
He was just outplaying everyone.
And he was definitely their star there. And they're going to need a performance like that from him, especially in a best-of-1 situation. Something I noticed about Infamous in the group stage is oftentimes they would win the first game, sort of get figured out a little bit more in game number 2. So maybe this best-of-1 format could help them, but we'll see. As it feels like Keen sort of had a hard read going for that first pick PA.
Yeah.
It feels like they kind of expected the type of heroes that Hector could play and felt like PA was going to be good against both of them as they make the rotation down to bottom. Kaka already has 5 stacks on him, getting pretty low.
Purification doing so much damage. The Heavenly Grace is enough for a few more seconds, but Infamous give up on the dive.
Omni Knight still farming just fine under his tower.
How do you expect this matchup to really break down, looking at some of these heroes?
I think the Enchantress is not as good against the PA as they think it is.
Yeah.
PA has Blur, she has the ability to gap close against you, so she can't just chuck impetus shots at you. More importantly, a lot of the attack speed slow that you get from the Untouchable gets negated by the fact that she can just Stifling Dagger you, and the bonus attack speed that you get from the Phantom Strike too. Plus, Enchantress just sort of has a low HP pull. She really relies on that Untouchable, and PA can definitely burst you.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation where Keen kind of got the lanes that they wanted, right? They got the Omni Knight versus that Bat Rider, the Bat Rider, unable to pressure the hard carry of Keen, and then the PA in turn can do potentially a lot of work against Whisper, but we're seeing that Schofield is having a significant impact in the lane thanks to his tag team.
And this mid lane matchup relatively even ever since they took away the deny mechanic at bottom lane.
Toss back, Hector. Just trying to deal with this pull that was happening from Keen.
We're sailing now.
Either team would love to be able to pick up a kill in the next like 10 seconds as we do have the bounty runes spawning. And I'm thinking Schofield should be able to secure at least one of them top, so we'll see what Hector and Stinger are able to do in this bottom lane.
Almost feel like Schofield should just rotate towards that bottom lane. I don't know how much he gets accomplished at top. Believe you just want Whisper to just get levels right now. Is he's going to make his way towards the rune, going to find the sentry.
Yeah, it looks like the aggro dual lane should be able to get the 2, and Tuss secures another one on the other side of the map. So that's going to be 3 for Infamous, including that. The mid lane matchup, 33-5 now for Chris Luck against Yeez Kunkka, 28-5. Is this how this matchup is supposed to go now that some of the deny mechanics have been taken away?
Oh yeah, normally you'd see the TA at like 12 denies at this point, but because the deny mechanic's been taken away, the Kunkka does just fine. The only thing that's sort of annoying for him is the regen fight, just because it's so hard for him to burn out refraction charges.
Perhaps that's part of the reason he's gone for a bottle, and Curry's been spending a lot of time in that mid lane. We'll see whether or not he can get the 6-minute rune.
I think part of the reason why he decided to go to the bottle was so he could play around the power runes, just gank out the side lanes. He doesn't really have a support that can rotate in and get an easy kill from him in mid lane.
Yeah, Witch Doctor and Rubik both kind of, they don't have great amount of kill power solo, right?
Yeah, and Schofield gonna make the rotation down towards bottom.
Hector's quite low. This could be our first blood. Snowball's coming in. He does manage to pick up Hector, but Hector does get burned down. Kaka secures the first blood before he goes down. Old 11 with the Heavenly Grace is actually going to turn and fight Stinger back. Even with the Firefly up, Omni Knight remains unafraid of the flames.
Kristla finds the DD rune at bottom lane.
Oh, with the double trap slow. Is he really going to die?
Oh, he gets the courier!
Oh, he miss micro there. Leaves the courier right behind his hero. That just sets it up for a clean side blades kill.
That's just one of those situations where you don't... It never really happens.
Yeah. You just don't really think about it until it's too late.
Oh, he just sent it directly back. Didn't even bother microing it. Thought he was fine as he's going to make the rotation down towards bottom. That's what I expected, for him to try to get aggressive into the side lanes. Plus, I think that's a little bit of a tilt move. Like, getting a kill on a Tusk at that point doesn't even feel that good.
Yeah.
But once you mess up in that situation, you want to make the play that recovers it.
Stun out from Hector. Schofield moving forward with Stinger. But again, feeling like they just really can't pressure this last pick Omni Knight. They came out from Keen that was supposed to be able to address both the physical damage that comes out from the Wraith King and the TA, while also providing a dispel against this Bat Rider.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but as an offlaner at bottom,
just quickly takes away that Ray Fire Blast slow damage over time, and again, is able to push back Infamous. They really just can't get aggressive like they want to.
if you're playing Omni in a game like this, normally the only time that your game is actually ruined is if your laning phase is bad, right?
Yeah.
And if you get the levels, I mean, your hero sort of just becomes unkillable anyways.
And it's like one of those great situations both the Bat and Omni Knight are in, right? It's like, as long as I get to level 3 and level 5, I'm just going to feel more and more powerful.
This is one thing, by the way, that Infamous does more than almost any other team. They stack the living hell out of the jungle.
Yeah.
They make sure, Hector, don't worry how your laning phase goes. You're going to get recovered in some way or another. And this is exactly how they do it.
And this is one of the things that we said is, like, sometimes, you know, they would just leave Whisper in these really terrible lanes, but it's not a bad idea to give Whisper a good lane because of how much they focus giving Hector and Chrysalug these free neutrals, these free stacks and such. Hector taking a big nuke out from that purification, toss back, but now the telekinesis is gone. Hector will TP to the shrine on the other side of the map, trying to be as efficient as possible. Hector always has really good reads about that stuff.
Yeah. Are they going to swap lanes entirely then? If Hector makes the rotation up towards his top lane, I feel like they have to.
Yeah,
Whisper probably has to go bottom.
Whisper is about to pick up level 7, so he's
more chicken. They're gonna go on him here, Cap.
Old Chicken is gonna be caught here. The snowball actually went up to the neutrals. Schofield just trying to get closer to Old Chicken, it seems, after the flare, but Old Chicken just can't get far enough away from Whisper with the Ice Shards to be able to finish him off. Whisper starts laying some damage out onto Old 11, but Yi is gonna pull him back into the combo here. But they don't really have the damage to threaten this.
They want to go on Dark right now.
3 levels of the heal, and now they're going to be able to get the slowdown onto Dark. A fresh snowball is up. Nice shots. He's got 1 or 2 left, but the cast just perfectly sent out at the last moment.
And a very good torrent at the same time. Otherwise, probably would have gotten the extra hit onto the Witch Doctor to get the kill, but Yi right now, not a whole lot of successful rotations. And he's going to get out-farmed by this TA in the jungle. He really wanted to make these plays work, but Enchantress just doesn't die in those positions.
No, she does not, since like everybody's been going for the Nature's Attendance maxed out. It's so hard to challenge this hero, and Whisper is actually staying in this lane right now, as they're going to be able to catch Dark, who's trying to protect his tower, gets a vision up, but immediately Infamous kill him, make sure they get the bounty runes, and now Whisper's going to rotate over. He waits until they've secured the bounty runes first, and it looks like he may have just gotten 3 for his team, almost killing Kaka as well, but a fast reaction from Kaka that TP out. Whisper knows the damage wouldn't come fast enough.
And they did swap the lanes out. During that entire time, Stinger was farming bottom. They didn't make the rotation until late, just because Whisper was able to get that kill and Hector defaulting to the jungle. And Old 11 is doing the right thing right now, Cap. He's staying on top of Hector. He's making his laning phase as annoying as possible. He knows that he TP'd up here, and Whisper TP'd at bottom, so they're reluctant to make the switch.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be in the one-on-one matchup against this Enchantress now that she actually has all the damage that comes out from Impetus. The smoke up, the first big maneuver here from Keen Gaming, looking
I like this
for a
move a lot.
successful move to shut down Hector once again. They have done their research. They know exactly how Infamous likes to be able to play, and that is stacking the best
Any
game possible
TPs?
for Hector. And with a rotation like this, they've secured at least one death on him, and no rotations from Infamous. It looks like they're just going to leave Hector out to dry potentially, as Stinger kind of rotates over, but Hector is going to be caught by another X marks the spot, and he just stops moving. He knows his life is forfeit, and it's all space as Whisper tries to take down that bottom tier 1.
That is such a nice rotation because they see that Schofield is low and mid and he's fighting Old Chicken. They know he's not going to TP in. Whisper just TP'd into bottom lane, so not a lot of support coming from him. And that's part of what Wraith Kings rely on, is that fear that nobody will go on them at all because of the counter rotations.
Yep.
But the timing of that was just almost too good for King not to take advantage of.
And that means Keen will not only kill the Wraith King, but they'll also, all that space that was given to the Enchantress to take that tower, they just even things out. Telekinesis toss back there is going to be able to lasso on Kaka, but not actually pulling him to the TA for fear of a boat coming in. And Crystallock trying to, oh no, there's a sentry already placed, so immediately gets stunned up. Whisper's now in trouble. Nature's Attendant trying to save him, the snowball back into the team.
Oh, it's going to hit the boat.
There, and he also has the Maledict. He punches up in the air, but they all just get wiped in the river. Infamous completely misread that situation and bleed out heroes very rapidly.
There are 5 heroes right now on the side of Keen. They want to take this mid tower. Infamous, maybe they just thought it was going to be some 3-on-3 where they could back them up, but everybody from Keen made the rotation over, and as a result, they're going to get rewarded with this mid tower. So crucial to the rest of their game, because against a team like Infamous that decides to go these hands of Midases on their carry every game, you want to punish this.
Yeah.
You want to get into his jungle. You want to force him out. Old 11 is a hard kill. He can do moves like this.
I mean, just little things like being able to take like one neutral camp away from this Wraith King. That's not going to be bad. He even body blocks it. He just goes through and is going to try and catch more CS, just kills the skeletons.
Yeah, you have a TA that wants to farm one side of the triangle. You have a Wraith King that wants to farm the other. They don't have the easiest way to push out lanes. It's really just the Batrider 5 position that does it. And he doesn't really have the levels to do it cleanly. So you're put into a weird position where Stinger gonna run into Old 11, but they don't really have map pressure like they'd like to.
Nice.
So losing that mid tower is pretty big.
They do manage to get the obs.
Oh, bottom lane?
Dark actually kills one as well. Oh, the melt missed there. An Old Chicken dances away into the trees. I don't think Chris Luck really thought he could get the kill there. And oh dear. He may be caught. The Tuss is coming in, trying to save the day. Ice Shards, okay, that's in the wrong direction. A little odd, but Chris Luck's going to turn and try and fight Eve with Coco's Rum as well as the Spirit Vessel. He is going to be able to snowball into the neutrals, but again, Keen Gaming just bringing the extra heroes here to be able to take the fight, ensuring that they will bring down Infamous every single time they meet these heroes. They know that Hector's too busy farming, that as long as they 5-man, they'll be able to take any fight against Infamous. Now they're going to be able to catch Whisper as well with the Spirit Vessel, preventing a lot of that heal. The early pickup from Yi, just a smart read of this game and how to be able to dismantle Infamous.
And Infamous, it feels like they're rushing their moves. Going on a PA in that position, just as a solo TA, you're almost definitely not going to get the kill.
Yeah,
if you looked at the timer too, she was about to get another creep wave connecting to her, so she could have always just blinked back.
Look at this, I love this. Keen. They get kills like this, and then they're just immediately going to smoke to the other side of the map.
And the entire team is farming right now. You have a Tusk that's hitting neutrals, a Batrider that's hitting neutrals, Hector trying to push out this top lane because he knows that somebody has to.
That could not have been a more beautiful read. The sucker punch from Kaka as he had stolen that one away. He's even going to be able to get Nature's Attendant. Surprising that Whisper is still alive even through that Spirit Vessel. That Yi just said, oh, that's the kill, and ran to look for more. Now he has to come back to make sure they finish the job. Whisper finally dies.
Did take quite a bit, and that's going to open up some space, but it never feels good having to trade deaths for space. And that's what Infamous has to do right now. They still have a pretty good gold advantage, despite the fact that Keen has gotten the last 5 kills in a row. Everyone just kind of farms really quickly on the side of Infamous. That's what Hector's known for, being put into these weird positions where his team gets behind early and kills and loses map control, but still finding space on the map.
Yeah, you pointed this out during the group stage, is that Hector is actually well regarded by a lot of the Western players as being a very proficient farmer.
Yeah, and once he gets his Radiance, the next timing will hit. But I sort of feel like with Wraith King, once you get the Radiance, if anything, it just speeds up your farming time even more.
Yep.
So you probably just want to continue to hit creeps almost.
Yeah.
At least for the next 3 or 4 minutes after that fact. You want to take advantage of the fact that you can clear creeps so quickly. On one hand, you can use the skeletons that you spawned to farm 1 stack, and then you can push out the lane using the Radiance.
It almost feels like these Raid Kings get Radiance, and then they just keep farming until they have like level 18 and like 1 or 2 items past that Radiance. They want to be able to reach that like really dangerous mid game that like Alchemists do.
Yeah, I don't think you're fighting this Kunkka heads on early.
No.
If you look at his item build, he's decided to go for the Spirit Vessel.
And that will mean that the scaling of King Gaming may fall off with the amount that they're 5-manning running around the map. You can see the win probability, though, heavily favoring the home team.
Yeah, I think the idea is that the PA is going to outcarry any of them, which might not entirely be wrong if you just look at the sheer lack of disables that they have for him.
X marks the spot on Schofield. No snowball, and he's going to be caught in disable after disable. The snowball is going to come a bit too late unless the ice shards can separate the two, but there's just another X marks the spot.
Again, they just have to trade deaths for space. What they're really trying to do is divert them away from the towers right now, Cap.
And they are kind of doing that. They've only lost 2 towers so far, but surely, like, Keen is still keeping up in net worth, and at some point in time, especially with the PA Battle Fury, you're gonna reach this really big power spike. And you should just be able to start mowing down towers. Bevy was said he would be surprised to see the PA Battle Fury. Why do you think Old Chicken went for it this game?
I think almost all PAs in situations like this would go Battle Fury. It feels good as a farming mechanic. It makes it so that you don't feel so all in the mid game. Plus, it's just one of those items, like, it feels good all around because it gives you mana regen too.
Yeah. So we can see from Old Chicken's current predicament, definitely use a little bit more mana. Stinger going for the creep cut right now, being chased by Yee's
Just going in for Roche.
Even the boat being thrown out here, Stinger is going to get spotted finally. He actually goes for the lasso, TP away. Q play by Stinger and does manage to buy a lot of space, but the rest of the team is focusing on Roshan. As we've been talking about, doesn't look like Infamous is looking for a fight.
Hey, what's weird is this was a first pick PA, but it looks really good against all of Infamous's heroes. Like, for the most part, all the cores are physical damage dealers. They rely on the hit. This is like the weirdest read that I've seen in a draft.
Yeah.
They're like, we know all your heroes. It fits into this category. PA is going to be against all of them.
Keen. They smoked up immediately after the Roshan. Hoping to be able to catch somebody here, but all the important heroes on the other side of the map. Whisper is pushing out the bottom lane while the Wraith King farms up that jungle area. Just about to complete his Radiance, but Keen Gaming know there's no reason to slow anything down. They just want to make sure that Stinger doesn't actually catch anything. Oh, they do have the X on Dark, so he's going to be pulled back after a quick heal.
And the side lane push out, we've seen this so often from the side of Infamous. They want to avoid these fights early on. And they're even pressuring this bottom tier 2 towers. The skeletons are going to work, but Yi kind of briefly TP back. He wants to continue that pressure. Mid lane, Schofield, almost, oh.
Does get jumped on, but no disables.
And they're just buying really good time right now.
Yeah.
They've taken the tower up at top. There's a BKB on this Templar Assassin. And they finished the Radiance. This is pretty good item timing, despite not getting a kill for so long.
I think King Gaming have almost focused too much on trying to catch these heroes that are split pushing them, and just there is a lack of objective pushing, right?
Yeah,
on the
that's
side
what
of
Febby
King,
said
they
too.
just don't have great heroes to hit towers.
He wanted something that could hit towers.
Yeah.
In the draft as the last pick, but they decided to go for the Omni Knight. You have a very 5-man heavy lineup as a result. Plus you went the Spirit Vessel on the Kunkka.
Yep.
It's going to work in the first 30 minutes of the game, but eventually this build, it'll start to fall off.
It seemed like a cute idea, especially with the way that he could like X marks and then defend that like bottom lane push by just one shot and then back to the mid lane he goes, or the way he tried to hunt down the Bat Rider to prevent him from being able to split push. But in the end, addressing just one of these lanes hasn't been enough. There's always been a second lane that's being pushed in and objectives are being bled away.
Yeah. The one thing about it is Infamous is out farming them across the board, and they're going to grab this tier 2 tower, so somehow, despite not getting any kills, they're just getting more towers than Keen Gaming. But what it does come down to in Dota, and especially at TI, is the team fights. So we'll see if they're able to keep up in that department. They have such a physical, damage-dealing core lineup, and there's an Omni Knight on one side, and you've got Blur on the PA. Naturally very good.
Yeah, it's definitely like Infamous. They can split push all they want, but you pretty much always, in order to win a game of Dota, have to be able to beat the enemy team in a team fight. So Infamous are going to have to take that eventually, and it's going to be against a Deso PA, as that's closing in pretty quickly. Going back for the minus on Whisper. He says this is going to be a long one, and I'm going to plan accordingly.
I would agree because Keen doesn't have catch. If your offlaner doesn't come with catch, it usually means that you're not going to take the easiest of fights. So you just sort of have to 5-man. You don't have that option to just roam with 2 heroes and get kills easily. So you're going to run into the BKB TA. This might be the worst target for them to run into.
TA is going to be able to get out the BKB, jumps into the back line, but there is going to be saved from the Omni Knight. Kaka's going to be okay for now until big punch from Schofield to be able to finish him off. Schofield will be sacrificed in turn as the paralyzing cast slowing down both
Hector's here now.
And Whisper, but they're going to show up. Magic of the stun on Old 11. Look at that damage coming out from this Enchantress. Heavenly Grace won't save you, my friend. The Omni Knight falls. And Chris Luck, look at
Hector wants more.
Next hero, Old Chicken. He needs a target to be able to jump away to, and he's got one in Yi, but a big shot from the Impetus. It does miss. The toss, snowballing in. Ice shards forward. The Ray Fire Blast nails the PA. Can they overwhelm him?
What a dive this is.
And this is a dive that will be able to win the fight.
And they're going to surround this PA right now. Ulted up by the Bad Rider. Nowhere for her to go.
Absolutely nowhere. Jumps over to the Kunkka, but they had the Ice Shards well in place to be able to
They're
block
going to
her
take
out.
this tower
That is
too.
4 dead, and yeah, tier 2 is going to fall just like that.
And Infamous has answered the question. All they needed was that one team fight. They didn't get a kill for something like 12 minutes, and it happens in a hurry. And 23 minutes in, they're threatening for the tier 3.
Do a little bit of damage, not trying to push their luck. And I think that's something that, you know, Infamous, and there were points where I think they got a little undisciplined. They lost some of the games because of that. But one thing that they really didn't do too much was try and push high ground before they were actually ready. This is a good example of that. Maybe it's just because in part of how much they love to be able to farm as we look back at that fight and see Old Chicken just try and make escape after escape. But Infamous, you say Keen, you know, lacking catch. Infamous has a plethora of it.
Yeah, the pride of South American Dota. I mean, they're able to just follow up so easily. They have stun after stun. They've got multiple ways to gap close. They've got blink daggers aplenty. And I feel like Keen, they almost missed their timing window by 5-manning too much. They would often take these smoke ganks where they just run into one hero. Took them way too long to kill Whisper when they did run into the jungle and found him. And all it really did was open up space for his 2 side lane cores.
Look at that.
And the
And
one
a Midas from Hector.
The one thing that we know about Infamous is like they farm really well,
Yeah.
and really efficiently. And it almost feels like Keen, they got way too gun shy. Once they got the Aegis, they weren't really willing to commit for the push. They kept dealing with the side lane assault, and it just lost them so much time. But they're gonna go for the 5-man again. I think they're sort of resigned to this fate with their item builds and the type of heroes that they have. They've got to go for this raid boss PA. But even having an Omni Knight behind her, she still needs a BKB.
And their goal, right, is to be able to convince Infamous to come back and fight them. But Infamous are refusing to do so and just keep on pushing the other side of the map. So eventually, Keen, they may be the ones to come back in style. They're going to try and defend this here to at least get a team fight out of it, but they're going to be a little slow to arrive as Kaka does manage to get a telekinesis, has a Ray Fire Blast to be able to get the chain stun.
They're committing to this fight.
They don't really want to jump Hector right away. They're not going to overly commit into this reincarnation. They finish him up and then start retreating, especially with that Heavenly Grace on Old Chicken. allowing him to back away from these slows pretty easily. The X marks the spot, allows him to be able to jump back in, but the toss snowball and actually bought the time, and now the lasso on Old Chicken fades away nice and fast from the Heavenly Grace, but there goes that on the ultimate. It will be able to buy some time with the pure damage coming out for the Enchantress, doing so much to Old Chicken, he actually has to back away, and without the Old Chicken, they're lacking on damage. Infamous knows that. They're just going to march forward, catch whatever heroes they can. That's only going to be the Omni Knight for now. It's Infamous say, great, fantastic, we got a tier 2, we didn't lose the team fight, let's back up, control the map again.
That is a very head-scratching decision to try to go on Hector, who, he already has the ultimate up. And this is not an easy kill either. He opted to go for the Blade Mail so that he could just get a little bit more armor and to try to dissuade the PA from going in on him. And Keen, they really rely on that Coco's Rum. So when they threw in the boat just to take out the first life, it's so hard for them to get any sort of follow-up damage.
Yeah, if it was like, if they could have actually brought him down without that, and then commit the boat into the second life and take that big team fight, would have been fantastic. You saw how low Hector got in that second life, but it was just too much as that Schofield snowball, and then the damage comes out from the Enchantress, threatening the PA's life. Once the PA's out of that fight, Keen have nothing left.
And you see smiles abound on the side of Infamous. They're happy about this game. They know the pace of the game is definitely favoring them right now. And for Keen, it almost feels like they're feeling the pressure. They're going for these ill-advised 5-mans, and they're taking whatever fights present themselves, but they really need a BKB on this PA. Even though the blur is very good, they're just sort of chunking her down with magic damage.
And perhaps the pressure of being able to play in front of the home crowd is getting to Keen, and how they've gotten so gun-shy. They just don't want to be making any mistakes. They're playing not to lose rather than playing to win. And Infamous, they're only looking at victory right now with an 8,000 net worth lead at 27 minutes in. Very few kills, but that's been to Infamous' advantage with all these Hand of Midases and farming heroes.
Yeah, and they've got a BKB now on the Raid King too. I mean, they're in prime position in this game. And could you imagine if I told you that this is what was going to happen? Infamous for most teams, and for most analysts, was a bottom 2 team. For a lot of teams, this would be a free draw, but I mean, they're proving they don't roll over for anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Compared to our previous best of 1 with Team Liquid there, I'm sure Keen thought they were pretty fortunate to be able to get Infamous instead. But as you said, the South American powerhouse is proving not to just roll over. They will have a fight though. Keen, nice snowball coming out. Schofield gonna be able to save Whisper, but can he actually get him out in time to torrent the boat? Almost enough damage, and Yi is able to get the final swing. Now a stolen lasso coming out from Kaka as he does manage to grab Chris Luck, taking away a lot of that BKB timing, and Infamous know that with Whisper gone, they can no longer take this fight confidently. They're going to try and retreat, make sure they don't lose any more heroes. Schofield will manage to slide away with that Blink Dagger.
Roshan is up though, and they're pinging in that area. Old Chicken already going to start this for his team. Enchantress doesn't have buyback yet, and with no lasso on the board, Infamous might be a little bit more reluctant to take this fight. There's no BKBs. Hector just gonna run in.
About to come back in. Look at that. Chris Luck immediately.
They found the back line.
What a snowball on old 11, and Kaka controlling him up. The telekinesis toss back does help get some control, but it's not good enough. As Stinger flying over them. On the side, we do have, they're trying to chase away this toss as best as possible.
Oh, the Melt Strike.
Hector. Melt Strike after Melt Strike. Chris Luck being able to bring down Dark. Again, now old 11, Schofield trying to get away, still away from that X marks the spot, but look at him now, he's taunting, he's saying, you can't finish me off, boyo. I've got the Walrus Punch, that's the touch that Infamous need to claim Roshan.
And now this half HP Roche is just theirs for free. I mean, Infamous is just thoroughly outplaying Keen right now. They're consistently getting to the back line. Keen can't protect either of their supports right now. It feels like this Omni Knight's job is too complicated. His head is on a swivel right now. He's trying to get to his cores, he has to turn around to help his supports out. And they're just gonna go for it right now. There is a glyph available, but with so much time left on this Kunkka, 36 seconds until he respawns, doesn't have buyback. Infamous, they're gonna take this tower very quickly with the Deso.
They certainly are, especially Hector getting get out some skeletons as well. 10 seconds on that. 20 seconds on the Kunkka. We have a fresh BKB on the Phantom Assassin.
He needed one so badly. The Omni has to be able to protect the backline.
It just seems like Keen in that last Roshan fight, probably not expecting Infamous to take the fight to them 4 versus 5. got a little lax in their positioning around the pit.
Yeah, the supports got completely caught out, and suddenly the numbers advantage swung the other way.
I mean, just Dark immediately out of the fight with Chris Luck executing him, and then they just get stuck in this funnel of death in the river area, which Infamous are going to be able to work really well around between the Radiance Burn, the Firefly that's out from Stinger where he can play on the cliffs, Schofield being chased by E this entire time, but had multiple ways to be able to save himself with ice shards and snowballs.
By the way, if you just check the amount of farm that Chris Luck has, he has an MKB and a data list completed up. 1,200 gold on top of that.
That is massive, and he's being greedy too. He's holding on to the Aegis and the cheese, even with the Deso, or the Daedalus rather, in his backpack.
And you could see the distress on Yee's face. When they flash to him,
Yeah.
he can sense that this game is rapidly getting out of hand. They can sense it slipping away. And Infamous, I mean, they're getting stronger as the minute passes by. They're marching down mid again. They've got 2 lives on their TA. They've got 2 lives on the Wraith King. There's so much that Keen have to deal with just to win a team fight at this point.
Schofield making drawings up to the top lane and bottom lane. I think he just wants to be able to hem Keen in as much as possible.
Look at that discipline from Infamous.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
I mean, dude.
I mean, Hector looked like he kind of just wanted to go straight to that bottom lane of barracks through the mid lane, but Schofield said now is not the time. We still have shrines up, guys. We have plenty of time on this Aegis. There's no need to rush things.
And they are looking like such a veteran team right now.
Yeah.
They're pushing in the lanes before they go for some sort of blind push. And that's what Keen did, if you recall. Keen sort of just went for it down mid while their 2 side lanes were in distress. But Infamous is being cautious. All their lanes are in a good position, and now they're just going to go for it.
Hector starts banging on the tier 3. Chris Luck not joining him too much, make it a shot or 2. Just to be able to, oh no, he's going to jump forward and immediately take out Kaka, popping his BKB, looking for his next target. The Heaven's Halberd is going to be able to buy some time for Dark, but not long enough as he just gets 2 shots.
level
right
25
away.
talent.
That's a double kill for Chris Luck with the Melt Strike, getting the bashes in. Omni-Knight finally forced to be able to throw out his ultimate, but now he's being pulled back and all that pure damage. Triple kill for Chris Luck. He looks for his next target. The boat coming in. He's going to take his time, backing up. He has the Blink Dagger coming back in. Old Chicken does manage to jump in and finish off Schofield, but another Heaven's Halberd on to Chris Luck, stalling up this damage. Old Chicken tries to throw the daggers after him, but this Templar Assassin with the refraction.
They're going for Megas right now.
Tanky, and they're just going to go for the Megas. They're going to force reaction out of Keen Gaming. They say, you have to fight right now. Ain't a 3 versus 5, or Megas is ours.
And they've already taken the top racks with the skeletons, and bottom shortly to follow. 33 minutes in, they take Megas.
Because of the X, got a free jump on to the Kunkka, and just like that, they managed to get the Megas, and now Old 11, he gets executed quickly on the spot. Yee slowed down, paralyzed and cast bounce between the 2 of them, though, with the bone on top of it. Chris Luck does take a large share of this damage. He does have the Aegis, though, and he's okay with this, especially if they can kill Old Chicken Impetus after Impetus, coming in from Whisper, finally able to finish off the PA. She buys back, but Keen Gaming stuck inside their base, and Hector says, that's where I want to go. I want to go all the way into the fountain. I want to find some more kills, but he knows he may have just overstepped himself a little bit. They do have the snowball. Now they jumped outside the fountain. Hector's really started to fight. Quickly taking out the PA. Thanks to Whisper, laying out the damage. Keen Gaming are forced into the fountain once again, and that's
GG.
Gaming called the GG, and Infamous make it past the best of ones.
Unbelievable. South America, you have your champions. They have secured themselves a top 12 berth at this international.
They fulfilled every expectations that people had for the South American teams. They went into that last major, they went into that epicenter, and they bottomed out just like South America's done almost every single time when it comes to these DPC events, when it comes to TI. But here, Infamous, the Peruvians and the Soul Bolivian in Whisper have proven that they finally are here to be able to take TI by storm. They finish off Keen Gaming in front of their home crowd and have now moved on into the best of 3s. And with that, Infamous moving forward, we're also going to move forward as we have another best of 1. It's moving late into the night. We've got Sheever standing by.
Yes, thank you very much, Cap and Blitz. I'm here, I'm outside, and we got to enjoy that infamous victory. An amazing performance. Hector on his Wraith King couldn't ask for anything better for a best of one. This is a bunch of first timers, Kyle, that came to the main stage against a team full of people that, you know, they're Chinese, there's a Chinese crowd, everybody cheered against them, and they performed.
Yeah,
they did it.
I felt like once the Psyblade courier kill went down, you could feel the momentum shift a little bit. Bit shaky at first, Hector not having a great start, Chris Luck like 0-2-0. It wasn't looking great, but like that just felt like it gave them that. You saw that chat wheel come out immediately. You could tell they started to feel themselves.
Yeah, it was great. And here also, of course, OD Pixel, BSJ, best of one. You know, normally you want to see in the best of one, or you want to see you know, bloodbaths, but it felt like Infamous was like cool, calm, and collected.
Well, I wouldn't say cool and calm. They are aggressive and terrifying. There was that point in the game I sort of sat down. There was like a 1K lead for Infamous. They were down 10-6 on the kills. They were diving the tier 1, diving the tier 2. And at that point, it's like, well, I think the game's over. And it was. They just didn't stop. They kept going and going. They hit their timings early with the Wraith King and the TA. And it just felt like Keen Gaming from that point. They were just out of the game. They were just getting overrun. They were getting absolutely dismantled. And it's only just going to show how exciting it's going to be watching Infamous in the future series. They've done it here in the best of one, obviously best of 3. It's a different ball game, but if they can keep this sort of performance up on the main stage with that sort of confidence, they can go far.
Yeah, they really can, Brian.
Yeah, the Enchantress Wraith King, those two heroes like in the group stage were their two most signature heroes, I would say. And we saw two versions of Infamous in the group stage, and one of them was with the signature heroes, and they were taking games off of teams like LGD. And they looked like they could take games off the best teams in this tournament. And I think that's huge to go into a best of one and just say, we're going to first round. Like our comfort zone heroes, we don't care if you counter them. And you see there, like they just steamrolled, and I love the confidence, and I really have become a fan of this team.
Yeah, I think you and me and a lot of other people both. And of course, credit to that, it is Stinger, the captain of the squad, and he is with Casey right now.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, Stinger is here. I could just see the excitement on your face when you walked in and the relief. Congratulations. How did it feel to play on the TI main stage?
Primero que nada, felicitaciones y quería preguntarte cómo se siente jugar en el estadio enfrente de todo el mundo en TI.
Pues es grandioso. Al entrar estaba como que bastante emocionado, ¿no? Ver a los costados a toda la gente, bastante emocionado, y al momento de que empezó el juego simplemente concentración, ¿no? O sea, concentración total y ya. Sí.
He was very excited walking in, seeing all the people to the sides, but once the game started, it was just pure concentration.
How do you balance that concentration with knowing what the stakes are? Because early on it looked like perhaps you weren't going to win, and then you were able to just stay focused the way that you're talking. How do you stay focused at an event like TI?
¿Cómo haces para concentrarte con un evento tan importante? O sea, hay tanto en juego y es seguramente mucho más difícil que jugar normalmente. ¿Qué es lo que ustedes hicieron para poder concentrarse?
Pues para concentrarnos creo que nosotros vemos al costado y vemos a nuestros compañeros, ¿no? Y vemos que ellos quieren ganar tanto como uno mismo, y ese sentimiento nos da confianza y pues nos ayuda a concentrarnos también.
To concentrate, instead of looking forward, you just look to your sides and you see your friends and you see that they want to win and you see that they're really focused, so that gives you the confidence that you need to concentrate and win these games.
And stay in the moment. One of the things that is so exciting about Dota is the fact that it brings people all over the world together. We're here in China for the first time for TI, but you're representing South America and South American Dota. Yep. There's a great fan base. What do you want to say to your fans?
Una de las cosas muy buenas de International es que vemos equipos de todo el mundo, y ahora estamos en China, por ejemplo, pero ustedes están aquí de Sudamérica y ustedes tienen un montón de fans en Sudamérica. ¿Hay algo que le quieras decir a ellos?
Sí, un saludo para todos ellos y un agradecimiento, y estamos aquí, ¿no? Demostrando que el Dota sudamericano es fuerte y que podemos pelearle igual a cualquier equipo, ¿no?
A big hi and a big thank you to all the South American fans, and they're here to show that they can fight hand to hand against any other region in the world.
Stinger, congratulations once again, and muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Well, back to you.
Fighting they did indeed, and better yet, this is the best result any South American team has had at a TI so far. And going into this, actually, was Chris Luck, the mid laner. He said, you know, his goal, you know, people come to TI, you know, I want to win TI. Great. You know, it's a long shot for a lot of people, but Chris Luck actually came in saying, you know, my goal is to be the best South American team that any TI has ever seen. Got it.
I'm pretty sure they have already cemented enough money to like not just beat out any team at TI from South America, but like all of TIs and maybe even majors combined. Like, you got to be proud of this already. I think they've already defied expectations. A lot of people had them in the bottom 2.
Yeah, I feel like people have doubted why we have given a slot to South America. And I'll say at the start, I kind of doubted it too. And you're seeing it here. They've taken a lot of beatings over the course of the years, but they've proven like they can learn from loss.
Yeah.
And they've improved to a point where they're a competitive region.
Now, speaking of beatings, and I didn't want to use that as a segue, but Rich is with Kaka right now.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, we are here with Kaka, and ultimately it is going to be the first team to fall from China. And even right now, around us while we're doing this interview, there's overwhelming support here in the arena. And one of the first things that we kind of heard them talk about in other interviews was the idea of how the fans may react if they did fall out early. And I kind of want to take a moment to ask on the other side, in the arena when they are playing with their lives on the line, their TI lives on the line, could they feel that support from their fans?
在你的采访当中，你提过，就是如果输了比赛，粉丝会有什么样的回应？但是我们想提一下，在场馆里面打比赛，有没有感受到粉丝对你的支持？
在场馆听到有很多粉丝在为我们在欢呼吧。
I heard a lot of fans cheering for us in the venue.
And with that, I mean, we could too as well, and I'm sure you guys at home could hear. But is the idea of that pride of the region, is it something that you do think of while you're here? Because obviously there are still teams that we know in the region that are moving on forward. Or when you're actually playing on the main stage, is it only your team that you're really thinking about?
就是对于粉丝支持中国队这件事情，有没有特别的想法？还是在舞台上面只为了自己而想？
那肯定会，我不知道怎么回答，就是觉得输了，很多比他们的支持吧，感觉自己也挺遗憾的。
I'm not sure what to say. It's unfortunate that we lost, but thank them for the support.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot of added pressure as well, and totally do understand that, but it's definitely deserved too. I think that there's a reason that so many people have gravitated around you, even now, to cheer from you. And I do want to know if there's anything else that you do want to say to the fans, because they've obviously made the support known, and it is very well deserved.
就是你们得到支持都是很值得的。最后想问一下，有没有任何东西，就任何话想跟粉丝说的？因为他们那么支持你。
感觉就很对不起，就是为我们支持的那些中国玩家吧，感觉自己感觉就是挺遗憾的，然后我们也挺难过的，但是我们会就这样吧。
I feel a little bit regret that we lost, and feel a little bit sorry that they feel like we didn't deserve their support, but thank them a lot, and we'll come back stronger.
You definitely did deserve the support. Thank you so much for talking to us. We're going to jump back up right now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rich, Kaka, and Helen. And yeah, Keen Gaming, we've seen them throughout the year. They had a bit of a rocky year, and it is sad to see them go out like this for sure, especially in such a star-studded lineup. They were having high expectations, Brian.
Yeah, I feel like every time you have a team around these caliber of Infamous and Keen, some of them are going to be a disappointment, and some of them are going to have that Hail Mary shot at a Cinderella story, and that's just how it happens. Somebody has to lose. And
Somebody has
today
to
was
lose.
Keen.
There's going to be another team that has to lose today, Owen. We could take a look at the brackets and see where we are at right now. We have one more best of one coming your way. Owen, talk to me. What is this matchup going to be like for you? MINESKI, NAVI?
I think it's going to be very, very close. You know, these are two teams that, for me at least, in the group stage, they gave us a couple of upsets, right? We saw a series where NAVI was able to take a game off OG, and then on the other half, we saw a series where MINESKI was able to take a game off Team Secret. So, when these guys come together, who's going to come out on top? Do you value the team that beat Secret or the team that beat OG more?
That is indeed the question. Now, before we continue talking about this matchup, we're first going to get to know MINESKI a little bit better.
Ninja Boogie.
Hello.
Nico, baby.
Hello.
It's great to have you here.
It's good to be here. Good to be here, first time.
This is your first TI interview?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, this is my first VAL tournament. Yeah, he's never played a major or minor. He kind of skipped that whole process. just skip the whole part. Just TI.
That's right. You just joined in June, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So how did you come to join the team?
Actually, not sure. have Like, to ask him.
He just showed up?
His name just popped up in one of the lists of players that we could kind of get.
Potentially,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, you know, we needed an aggressive player, and he looks very aggressive. So we kind of just the looks.
Just the looks,
the looks.
not the play. No.
No, but yeah, he came in and we qualified.
So when you first come in,
Yeah.
how did you get comfortable playing with these guys enough to, just qualify for TI? No big deal.
Well, he's kind of contagious as a person, like in a good way.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
like a disease?
he just kind of like grew onto us.
Yeah.
And his like, he kind of gave us like the energy and like, because he's like he's not a new player, but he kind of gave some life into the team, like much needed life.
Yeah, I feel like this is what they were lacking when
Yeah.
I first came to MINESKI.
Really?
His energy just like spread, and everyone was just happy to play again. Yeah.
And Nika, what have you been learning from your teammates?
Like a lot. Like I was doing mostly pop stuff in our games, outside the games as well. But now I'm more, I would say, what's the word? I'm not exactly sure.
Refine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, kind of.
You gotta support him even out of the game.
Yeah.
Isn't that usually how it works?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, there was I think it was last year at Epicenter with a cybersports interview, and you said you didn't want to put TI on a pedestal.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's just like I hear from other people, and like it's just people. Usually, it goes when you're in TI. It goes down to like the pressure and how well you treat TI. Some people treat TI too much, and I think last year OG kind of proved that. You know, it was just like step by step. They just want to have fun. It's not the tournament to win. So yeah, I kind of want to build that mindset too.
It's interesting you say that because as you were talking, I was thinking back to last year and how I think you're right. If you can play TI for what it is, which is the best way to play the best Dota, and look at it that way first instead of if we don't prove ourselves here, it's all over. You know.
Because like a lot of people, it's life-changing money, obviously, if you win. But you shouldn't be thinking about the money. That distracts you from. Like, I think just OG just proved it. You know, like it was just all about fun, doing it together, and
friendship.
Yeah.
Did you watch TI last year?
Yeah, I did. I think they played phenomenal Dota, actually. At that time, I was a bit bitter, like, because I was not playing in any tournaments, I was just watching from home. But now, I see that they were actually one of the best teams throughout the whole, like, TIs.
And now you get to be at a TI playing against them.
I hope to get a chance to beat them. So.
One day at a time.
Yeah.
We gotta survive the groups.
With your experience, do you believe that group stage is a good opportunity to create momentum to continue